Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Ch1, Life After Death. Alex leaned against the bus stop pole, with his worn backpack, which was more of a burden that he was used to. Another Tuesday, no different from the last one. He sighed, looking indistant, accepting his fate of facing the same boring school routine. His gaze traced cracks in the grimy pavement, then drifted to the endless stream of cars, each one in more hurry than previous one. Is this it? He often mused, a quiet despair settling in his chest. Is this all life is meant to be? His existence felt like a predictable checklist: wake up, school, home, homework, sleep, repeat. He yearned for something more, a purpose, a challenge, anything to break the chains of this suffocating predictability. Maybe I should just join a soccer club. Now that sounds a lot of work. Music, yeah, music would be perfect, but what instrument should I go with? Piano, guitar, flute. Nah, I'd dash. His inner monologue was abruptly shattered by a flash of vibrant red, a small, bouncy ball, escaping a little girl's grasp. It rolled, with agonizing slowness, approaching the middle of road. Just as it settled, a massive, grimy truck rumbled around the corner. Its engine roared, announcing its rapid approach. The girl, no older than 5, with a bright smile on her face, darted after her toy, oblivious to the danger. Time appeared to be as slow as it could be. The world around Alex slowed like he had accidentally activated his unknown stand. On his right, the truck was now like a looming shadow, its horn blaring a desperate shriek. His mind, usually a labyrinth of overthinking, snapped into terrifying clarity. But, what can I do? I am on the other side, and even putting my life on line won't be able to save her. Look out, he said out loud, in hopes the others would decide to play hero. Finally, her mother reached her to stop in time just before the truck's monstrous grille could paint the town red. The little girl tumbled onto the sidewalk, a small, safe heap, her wide eyes reflecting terror, as his mother reprimanded her to not let go of her hand ever again. Alex sighed in relief as the mom of that girl bowed at him with a smile on her face. He was about to nod in response, but it was already too late for him. Crash. Darkness gradually filled his vision as he saw people gather around him in concern, and with one last glance he was able to see glowing eyes of another truck who just slammed into him out of nowhere. Damn you, that one was a decoy. In a never-ending darkness, Alex found himself floating along the wave with his consciousness, being the only thing that he latched on. He was a consciousness adrift, untethered from a body, from time, from reality. The silence was deafening, the emptiness was bone-chilling. He felt nothing, yet everything. If this is hell, I don't want to see what Satan looks like unless he is Nada. He replayed the last moments, the little girl's scared face, the truck's roar, the impact that led him here. But, I saved her. That single thought resonated through the void, a beacon of warmth. He searched for regret, but found none. Only a quiet satisfaction. The mundane life he'd left behind seemed insignificant compared to the selfless act that had ended it. At least I didn't go out by dying of shock from getting hit by a truck. Then, a blue screen materialized before him, its luminous glow replacing the darkness around him. Text scrolled, aligning themselves in a readable order. System alert, granting, second chance protocol initiated. A second chance. What in the world? More text appeared. Welcome, new host. You have been granted the Gacha system. Explanation: the Gacha system will provide you with quests. Upon successful completion, you will receive a Gacha ticket, rank 1 to 15. Each quest will offer a choice: accept or decline. Choose wisely. A Gacha system. Like in those mobile games. Disbelief choked him until it finally let him go. This is like something straight out of a web novel. He felt a surge of adrenaline, a spark of the wonder he had craved. First Gacha ticket granted. Well, don't mind if I do, Alex thought. He willed himself to reach out, and the ticket dissolved into a sphere of light. A spinning wheel, adorned with circular symbols, appeared, then rapidly accelerated. His heart pounded with anticipation. The wheel slowly decelerated, finally landing on a symbol depicting a stylized rock. Gacha result: Earthbending, Avatar, The Last Airbender. Alex's jaw, if he had one, would have hit the void's floor. Earthbending. I can manipulate earth and stone with sheer will. This is beyond incredible. The blue screen reappeared, displaying a large, glowing button: Select World. Press the button to determine your new reality. With newfound eagerness, Alex pressed the button. The screen flickered, a dizzying array of world names flashing: Naruto, One Piece, My Hero Academia, Attack on Titan, Bleach, Fairy Tail, Konosuba, Jujutsu Kaisen. His heart pounded. The screen juddered to a halt on one name. World selected, Highschool DxD. Highschool DxD. Alex exclaimed, a mix of shock and exhilaration. No way. Are you serious? Devils, angels, fallen angels, sacred gears. This is going to be absolutely wild. This was a world brimming with power, danger, and unpredictable possibilities. This is going to be amazing. Or terrifying. Probably both. Transmission initiated in 3, 2, 1. A bright, blinding light enveloped him, warm and inviting, pulling him out of the void. He braced himself, a potent cocktail of thrill, anticipation, and nervousness bubbling within him. His new life was about to begin. His wake up to new reality. A gentle breeze, carrying the faint scent of blooming flowers and damp earth, rustled leaves. The warmth of sunlight kissed his face. Alex squinted, his eyelids heavy, adjusting to the sudden brightness. He blinked rapidly, instinctively pushing a pair of familiar glasses up his nose. He was under a large, leafy tree, the rhythmic chirping of cicadas a pleasant backdrop. He pushed himself up, feeling the solid uneven ground. He was no longer a disembodied consciousness, he had a body. And it felt, younger, lighter. He looked down at a lined white shirt, and dark trousers, a school uniform. Koa Academy's uniform. Then, it hit him like a crashing wave at the shore. A torrent of memories, images, sensations, and emotions flooded his mind. A dizzying download of a life that wasn't his, yet now, irrevocably, was. A boy named Motohama. His incessant obsession with girls, his perverted antics, his boisterous friends Issei and Matsuda. The familiar hallways of Koa Academy, the nonchalant teachers, the 4K glimpses of girls' uniforms, the stern student council, the mysterious occult research club. It was a lifetime of experiences, thoughts, and habits, crashing into his own consciousness. He clutched his head, a groan escaping his lips as the sheer volume of information settled. Motohama. I'm Motohama. The name echoed, both unfamiliar and surprisingly familiar. The guy who's always with Issei and Matsuda, the background pervert. This is insane. He couldn't help but inwardly cringe at some of Motohama's embarrassing recollections. But this isn't just about being Motohama. This is Highschool DxD, he chuckled, a slightly unhinged sound that was more Alex than Motohama. I'm in an actual anime. And not just any anime, but one with literal supernatural battles and a whole lot of fan service. This is going to be wild. And dangerous. A shiver of pure excitement ran down his spine. A wide grin stretched across his face. This was his second chance, far more extraordinary than he could have imagined. The predictable life he'd once loathed was gone, replaced by a vibrant, dangerous, and utterly thrilling reality. I have earthbending, he wiggled his fingers, a strange tingling sensation sparking in his palms. Right, I probably need to actually practice, he thought. Could I really move the ground? Bend the very earth beneath my feet. This isn't just some game ability, it's real power. And the gacha system, quests, tickets, more powers. What else could I get? Firebending. Super strength. Magic. The possibilities are endless. He felt a surge of purpose, a burning desire to explore, to learn. He was no longer just Alex, the bored kid. He now was blessed with a system and superpowers, ready to take on a world of devils. Motohama. There you are. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a familiar, boisterous voice. He looked up to see Issei Hayato, grinning widely, with Matsuda trotting faithfully by his side. The perverted trio, reunited, completely oblivious to the shift that had just occurred within their friend. Come on, we're going to be late for class. Issei yelled, pulling Motohama back to the mundane, yet now infinitely more interesting, reality of his new life. Chapter 2, Ch2, I, Sato Motohama, Have a Dream. Alex, reeling from Motohama's memories and his absurd situation, managed a shaky nod. Right, class, he mumbled, adjusting his glasses. He fell into step with Issei and Matsuda, feeling the familiar yet a strange comfort in that. He glanced at Issei, the unassuming, perverted protagonist. So, this is the guy who's going to become the Red Dragon Emperor, huh? As they neared the school, Issei's eyes lit up. He nudged Motohama. Hey, Motohama. You know what today is, right? Matsuda immediately caught on. Oh, yeah. It's Kendo Club practice day. The girls practice. Issei leaned in, saying in a whisper the Kendo girls usually do their warm-ups outside the dojo around this time. Perfect opportunity for a quick peek before homeroom, don't you think? Oh, right. The perverted trio's daily routine. Peeking. This is what I usually do. If I go along, I'm just following Motohama's footsteps. But if I don't, what happens? Do I mess up the timeline? He looked at Issei and Matsuda, their faces alight with anticipation, feeling the Motohama's ingrained desire to join, but his own sensibilities screamed in protest. No. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to start my second life's first day by being a creep. And, I doubt my actions would affect the timeline in the slightest. Certainly, not peeking won't just summon Ophis in next minute. This world can't be that absurd. Taking a deep breath, Motohama shook his head. No, guys. I don't think so. I'll pass. Issei and Matsuda, who had already started to veer off, stopped dead in tracks. Their heads snapped back, expressions of shock and bewilderment. Huh. Issei blurted out. Matsuda squinted. Motohama. Are you possessed? Motohama forced a weak smile. He could feel curious, slightly disgusted glances from nearby schoolgirls. He needed a believable excuse to dodge this predicament. No, nothing like that. Motohama said, rubbing his temple with a sigh. Just, not feeling so great today. My head's a bit fuzzy. I need to take it easy. I'll catch you guys next time, okay? Issei and Matsuda exchanged a look, unconvinced but not wanting to push a sick friend. Issei scratched his head. Really? You look fine, but, okay, if you say so, Motohama. Get well soon, man. Matsuda shrugged. Don't worry, we'll fill you in with details. He grinned, turning back towards the dojo. Yeah, see ya. Issei waved, and with a final wave of hand at Motohama, the two disappeared around the corner. Motohama watched them go, a profound sense of relief washing over him. He hadn't just avoided a morally questionable act, he had, for the first time, made a choice that was truly his own. He was no longer just Motohama, and he had just taken his first step on a path that would undoubtedly diverge from the original story. He adjusted his glasses, a thoughtful expression on his face. Okay, as a Motohama. I'm on my own now. Let's see what kind of adventure I can make of this. The final bell chimed. Motohama quickly gathered his things, avoiding eye contact with Issei and Matsuda, who were already discussing after-school peeking session. He slipped out of the classroom, needing time to think, to process, to simply be without the constant pull of Motohama's ingrained habits or the looming presence of the DxD plot. He walked through the bustling school gates and onto the familiar streets of Kuo Town, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the pavement, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. People chatted and laughed, heading home or to clubs. It was all so normal, yet for Motohama, every detail felt surreal. So, this is what Kuo Town feels like, he thought, adjusting his glasses and looking up at the clear blue sky. Motohama. A background character. My role was to be a perverted sidekick, comedic relief, nothing more. A wry smile touched his lips. But I have earthbending. And a gacha system. That's a good start for me, isn't it? Yeah. I think so. I'm no longer Motohama. If I'm actively pursuing power and making my own choices, then I'm going to wreck the plot. He considered his options. Should I try to stay hidden? A wave of familiar discontent washed over him. Safe. Hidden. That sounds an awful lot like my old life. Predictable. And I died trying to escape that. A firm resolve settled in his chest. No. I didn't get a second chance, a gacha system, and earthbending just to be a spectator. He stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light. Whatever happens, happens. I'm going to live this life as I feel like, acting on my own choices, my own desires. If that messes with the plot, then so be it. It's my life and I can live how I wish to. A sense of liberation filled him. The weight of riding with cannon lifted, replaced by a thrilling sense of joy and adventure. He was no longer a puppet of fate. The light turned green, and he stepped onto the crosswalk, with a determined glint in his eyes. Motohama continued walking, his pace quickening as he left the more populated areas of Kuo Town behind. He needed to be alone. His destination, the dense forest bordering the outskirts of town, a place Motohama's memories told him was rarely frequented. The place where the sounds of the city fading into a distant hum. Once deep enough, he stopped. He closed his eyes, focusing, trying to tap into the earthbending ability. He remembered Toph from Avatar, how she saw with her feet. He pressed his palms to the ground, concentrating. A strange sensation, like a faint vibration, spread through his hands, up his arms, into his chest. It was subtle, but it was there. Seismic sense. He expanded his awareness. The vibrations grew fainter with distance, but he clearly sensed the absence of human footsteps, the lack of any significant movement. Good. No one is here and I wasn't followed. He opened his eyes, a thrill coursing through him. He placed his foot firmly on the ground, channeling his focus. He imagined the earth beneath him, a part of him. With a grunt, he tried to shift a bunch of rocks. A faint tremor ran through the ground, and a few grains of soil shifted and then they moved at once. Whoa. Motohama breathed, a wide grin spreading. It worked. He spent the next hour experimenting. He could make cracks in the rocks, lift rocks, and create depressions. He tried to lift a car-sized rock. It resisted, but with intense concentration, he made it slowly lift a few centimeters before dropping with a thud. Okay, strength is a factor. And control. His head started to ache, and his muscles felt fatigued. This isn't just waving my hand. It takes energy. And focus. He slumped against a tree, barely out of breath, but a triumphant smile remained. He had a pretty good control over it, and it was enough to protect him from the multiple enemies at once. As he rested, a thought struck him. The Gacha system. He hadn't checked it. System, he thought, and instantly, the familiar shimmering blue panel materialized. Gacha system, quests. Below that. Rank 1 Gacha ticket, 1. One more ticket. Motohama's eyes widened. He hadn't completed any quests, so this must be a welcome bonus. Curiosity and excitement bubbled within him. What could it be? He willed himself to roll the ticket. The rank 1 ticket icon pulsed, then dissolved into a familiar glow of bright white light. The spinning wheel appeared, blurring, then slowly decelerating. His gaze was fixed on it, heart pounding. It landed on a dark symbol that looked like a cavern entrance. Gacha result, Dungeon Stone, Goblin's Lair. Goblin's Lair. Motohama stared at the text, then at the small, rough, purplish stone that materialized in his hand. It felt cold, smooth, and pulsed with a faint, eerie light. This was even better than he imagined. A chance to test his newfound earthbending, to gain experience, to maybe even get some loot. A wide, exhilarated grin spread across his face. He gripped the stone tightly. All right, let's do this. With a surge of anticipation, he crushed the purple stone in his hand. It crumbled into sparkling dust, and as the last motes of light faded, the forest dissolved. The trees, the sunlight, the sounds of nature, all vanished, replaced by a damp, earthy smell and the sight of a dark, imposing archway carved into a rocky hillside. He stood on a small, overgrown path with unsettling silence. Before him, glowing with a faint, malevolent aura, was the ominous entrance to the Goblin's Lair dungeon. Let's do this. Chapter 3, CH3, Goblin Slayer. The air in the dungeon entrance was filled with the stench of damp earth, decay, and something acrid. He stepped through the archway, the portal sealing behind him, leaving him in a dim, echoing cavern. The moss clinging to the walls cast an eerie, greenish glow across the surface. His heart hammered in anticipation. He extended his seismic sense, pressing his feet firmly onto the uneven stone floor. The vibrations were clearer here. He felt the walls and darkness ahead, and then, thump thump, thump thump. Small, irregular vibrations. Several of them were moving. Goblins. He crept forward. The passage narrowed with each step. Suddenly, a guttural grunt echoed from around a bend. 3 squat, green-skinned figures, armed with crude clubs and rusty daggers, shuffled into his view. Their beady, malicious eyes fixed on him. Gah. Humans, one rasped. Motohama wasted no moment as his mind raced. He stomped his foot, sending a jarring tremor through the ground. The goblins stumbled, their grunts turning into confused squeals. As they regained footing, one goblin lunged, its club swinging at him. He sidestepped and slammed his foot down again, focusing on a patch of ground in front of the goblin. Crack! A jagged fissure ripped through the floor, catching the goblin's foot. It tripped, sprawling forward with a surprised yelp. The other 2 goblins charged, daggers glinting in their grips. Motohama ducked under a swing, then, with a surge of concentration, he lifted a small, sharp rock and flicked it. Thwack! It struck one goblin in the knee. The creature howled, hopping on one leg. The last goblin closed in. He dropped into a low stance, channeling all his focus into the earth beneath his feet. He imagined a wall rising. Chunk! A rough pillar of rock erupted from the ground between them, slamming into the goblin's chest. The goblin flew backward with a surprised OOOF, crashing into the wall and slumping. He spun, his seismic sense telling him the first goblin was still struggling, the second limping. He stomped, sending a wave of vibrations that made the ground rumble. The 2 remaining goblins shrieked, disoriented, their weapons clattering as they lost balance. He seized the opportunity and formed a small, sharp rock spike near the first goblin's head, then quickly retracted it, leaving the creature stunned. For the limping goblin, he created a sudden dip in the floor, sending it sprawling again. He stood proud, barely out of breath. That was intense. And exhausting. His head throbbed slightly. Earthbending was powerful, but drained him a lot faster than he anticipated. He cautiously approached the fallen goblins. They are still unconscious, not dead. I doubt they will wake up anytime soon. He continued to walk deeper in the cave. He encountered more goblins, refining his tactics. He focused on smaller, precise movements, tripping them, disarming them, or creating small bumps to throw them off balance. He even created a temporary earthen shield. Each encounter pushed him, but he was learning quickly, and adapting. His earthbending felt more responsive and more in control of his fingertips. Finally, he felt a larger, more powerful presence from vibration ahead. A single, massive presence. The dungeon boss. He took a deep breath, his heart pounding with fear and grim determination. He was slightly bruised around his arms, but his heart was on fire. He entered a larger cavern, dimly lit by a crude bonfire. A towering goblin, twice the size of the others, with crude armor and a massive, spiked club, snarled at him. The Goblin King. Intruder. Crush, it roared. It charged at Motohama with heavy footsteps. Motohama braced himself, as the giant goblin swung its club through the air. He immediately stomped at the ground, and a sturdy wall of rock erupted from the ground, intercepting the blow. The chieftain's club boomed against the wall, but the wall held. He quickly retracted the wall, then slammed both feet down, channeling everything. Rumble. The entire cavern floor vibrated violently. The chieftain roared in frustration, its footing became unstable from the impact. Motohama focused on its feet, imagining the ground rising to ensnare them. Shunk. 2 earthen restraints shot up, locking around its ankles. It roared, struggling, but it was stuck firmly to the limbs. Seeing him unable to move anymore, he focused on the ceiling above the chieftain, imagining a heavy, loose section of rock. He pushed, willed it to detach. Crack. Crumble. A shower of small rocks and dirt rained down. Not enough, I need more than that. He poured every ounce of remaining energy into his connection with the earth, feeling the strain. He imagined a massive boulder directly above the chieftain. Come on. With a final, agonizing push, a large oversized boulder crashed down, slamming directly onto the chieftain's head. The cavern boomed with the impact, and the chieftain let out a final, gurgling scream before collapsing with a dull thud. Silence descended, broken only by Motohama's ragged breathing. He stood, trembling, his muscles struggling in protest. His head felt like it was splitting open. He stumbled forward, collapsing onto his knees beside the unconscious chieftain. I did it. I actually did it. A wave of profound exhaustion washed over him. He had cleared the dungeon. As his vision blurred, a familiar blue panel appeared into existence. Dungeon cleared, Goblin's Lair, rewards, 1x Chloranthy ring, 1x Goblin Chieftain's crude club, equipment, 1x small pouch of gold coins, 50 gold. The panel faded, and the world shimmered, distorting in his vision. The damp, dark cavern dissolved, replaced by the familiar green of the forest. He lay sprawled on the forest floor, the soft earth cool beneath his cheek. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling his face. I'm back. He pushed himself up, wincing. His knuckles scraped, and a shallow cut bled sluggishly on his forearm. His head still throbbed, but the pain was a welcome reminder of his success. In his hand, clutched tight, was a small, heavy pouch and a crude, surprisingly sturdy club. And on his finger, a new ring with a large green flower engraved into its smooth surface. In just a few hours, I've learned how to survive on my own, he thought, a triumphant, weary smile spreading. He had faced danger, used his power, and emerged victorious. He was bruised, battered, and exhausted, but he had never felt more alive. His gaze drifted to the green ring. The details of it flooded his mind, stating it hastens the regeneration of stamina and recovery from exhaustion. His eyes widened. This was exactly what he needed. He felt the lingering exhaustion. He focused on the ring, a faint warmth spread. The heavy leaden feeling in his limbs lightened, the throbbing in his head eased, and his ragged breathing evened out. It wasn't instant, but it was faster than normal. Within minutes, the crushing fatigue was replaced by a manageable tiredness, and sharp pains dulled to soreness. Whoa, he whispered. This thing is incredible. He stood, testing his renewed energy. He still felt tired, but not on the verge of collapse. The ring was working. This meant he could train his earthbending more, push his limits, and recover faster. It was the perfect complement. Next, he examined the Goblin Chieftain's crude club. It was a monstrous thing, roughly 3 feet long, thick and gnarled, with sharp, dark stones haphazardly embedded. It felt surprisingly heavy, almost unwieldy, but incredibly solid. He gave it a tentative swing. Whump. The air hissed. Definitely not for his current combat style, but it could certainly crack some skulls. He decided to keep it hidden behind a giant rock, until he find a way to store it. Finally, the small pouch of gold coins. He untied the drawstring. 50 gleaming gold coins, each about the size of a thumb, clinked together. They bore strange, intricate markings. 50 gold. That's a lot worth in this world. He chuckled. He tied the pouch securely and tucked it into his trousers pocket. Feeling significantly better thanks to the ring, he decided it was time to head home. He still needed to figure out how to explain his torn uniform to Motohama's parents. Probably just say I fell during club activities or something. Believable. As he walked out of the forest onto the paved roads of Kuo, the setting sun painted the sky orange and purple. Street lights flickered on. He navigated the residential streets, his mind already buzzing with plans to get stronger. He needed a more secluded training spot for his earthbending, and to figure out the Gacha system's quests. Most importantly, he needed to stay aware of the main plot, without getting directly entangled unless it was on his terms. He was about to take a turn onto a street that led towards his, Motohama's, house, and that's when he saw them. In the soft glow of a streetlight, on the pedestrian bridge over a murmuring river, were two figures. One was unmistakably Issei Hayadu, who stood opposite to, was dark hair flowing gently of a girl of breathtaking beauty. Her smile seemed too innocent. Yuma Amano. Motohama thought, a chill running down his spine. He knew this scene. He knew exactly what was about to happen next. This wasn't just Issei and a pretty girl. This was the beginning. The moment the DxD plot truly kicked off. He stopped, hidden in the shadows, watching. Issei, oblivious, was clearly smitten. Yuma, the fallen angel Rainier in disguise, was about to ask him to become her boyfriend. A strange mix of dread and excitement churned in Motohama. He had deliberately avoided Issei earlier, thinking he could steer clear. But here it was, he was witnessing the wheel of fate turning right in front of him. So, it begins, he thought, a grim determination settling over him. He watched as Yuma reached out, taking Issei's hand. Just as the two figures on the bridge shared a moment that would alter Issei's life, a sudden, blinding flash of blue light erupted in front of Alex, accompanied by a sharp, insistent ding. The Gacha system panel materialized, not with its usual calm glow, but with an urgent, pulsating aura. A new notification, larger and more prominent, dominated the screen. Quest: assist the protagonist. Description: save Issei Hayadu from his predetermined fate of dying at the hands of fallen angel. Reward: 1x rank 3 Gacha ticket. I accept/I refuse. Chapter 4, Ch4, Weakness disgusts me. The humid evening air still clung to Motohama as he huddled in the shadows beneath the pedestrian bridge. His world had shrunk to the glowing blue panel of the Gacha system before his eyes. Quest: assist the protagonist, it blared. Below it, a shimmering promise, reward, 1x rank 3 Gacha ticket. His breath hitched. A rank 3 ticket. He'd only seen rank 1s before. A rank 3 was significant, it could be a true game changer. He imagined pulling something incredible, gaining a real edge in this terrifying new reality. But then, cold logic slammed into him. Assist the protagonist. Issei Hayadu was about to be killed by a fallen angel, Rainier. His mind flashed back to the Goblin dungeon, the frantic struggle for survival. He was still weak, still new to this. Facing a supernatural entity felt like signing his own death warrant. He wasn't some hero. Besides, his earthbending felt woefully inadequate against a bunch of fallen angels. A chill ran down his spine. The thought of dying again, of being snuffed out before he'd even truly started his second chance, sent a memory of what it feels like to die. What if I end up reborn as a devil, and get bound to Rias like he did? That was a fate I absolutely wanted to avoid. My newfound life was too precious to gamble on someone else's fate even if the rewards are tempting. The allure of the rank 3 ticket dimmed, overshadowed by the stark terror of self-preservation. His fists tightened. He wasn't a hero. He was not bound to save someone just because he was tasked with it. With a heavy clench in his chest, he forced his finger to select I refuse. The panel flickered, then faded, leaving behind only the darkness of the night and a hollow ache in his mind on passing this opportunity. The silence felt deafening, amplifying the echoes of his choice. He had refused power, refused a path to strength, all out of fear. A cold, nagging regret began to burrow into his mind, an insidious whisper reminding him of what he'd just given up. He shook his head, pushing it down. I had to get strong first. There will be a lot of these opportunities coming for me later. He then made his way back to Motohama's house, his disheveled state a testament to his ordeal. He needed a believable story. A fall during club activities. Yes, that would work. The next day, after the torturous hours of school, he wasted no time and left like his father, who went out for buying some milk. The events of the previous night, the chilling glimpse into the dangers of this world, the stark refusal of the quest. It all fueled a desperate, burning need to train. He practically ran to the forest, his heart blazing with a newfound urgency and hunger to be stronger. He bypassed the popular paths, venturing deeper until he found a secluded clearing. He scanned the area, listening for any rustle, any distant voices. He needed absolute solitude. This was his personal space. He immediately began to rigorously practice his earthbending. The lessons from the Goblin's lair were burned into his memory, precision over brute force, control in proper usage of skills, and creative applications. He closed his eyes, centering himself, breathing deeply. He focused on the subtle vibrations of the earth beneath his worn sneakers, feeling its steady, deep hum. He extended his will with a slow, deliberate release of breath. He started with the basics, refining his control to the best. Then he moved to practical applications. He imagined an enemy charging, and with a subtle shift of his weight, caused a barely perceptible rise in the ground, a trip hazard. The dirt rippled, forming a fleeting ridge before sinking back into place. He practiced this over and over, making the movement smaller, faster, less noticeable. Next, disarming. He picked up a fallen branch. He extended his perception to the earth beneath it, and with a focused tremor, made the ground vibrate violently. The branch shuddered, then clattered to the dirt. He tried it again, visualizing a weapon, then a target's grip. Vibrate. Not a big quake, just enough to loosen a hold. He aimed for throwing his enemies off balance, a surprise attack as they wouldn't expect. He experimented with temporary, localized shields. He imagined a small, focused impact, then drew up a thin, dense layer of compressed dirt to deflect a blow. It wasn't a solid wall, but a fleeting, dynamic barrier that rose and fell with his will. The Chloranthy ring proved to be an absolute game-changer. Its subtle warmth of comforting presence constantly replenished his stamina. The familiar burn in his muscles, the crushing exhaustion he'd felt after the dungeon, was replaced by a manageable, almost pleasant fatigue. I feel like I can keep going at it forever. He even picked up the Goblin chieftain's crude club. Its unwieldy weight was a surprising contrast to his more refined earthbending. He swung it clumsily at first. But then, he started to think, how could I combine this? He imagined embedding the club in a larger chunk of rock, making it a truly formidable, earth-shattering hammer. Hours melted away as he pushed his limits, the sun dipping lower, casting long shadows. He felt his connection to the earth deepen with each successful maneuver, a growing confidence blooming within him. The forest felt like an extension of his own power. As evening fully descended, Motohama was drenched in sweat. Yet, thanks to the Chloranthy ring, the debilitating exhaustion was nowhere within him. He felt only a manageable tiredness, a pleasant ache in his muscles. He collapsed onto a mossy patch, breathing heavily but steadily, a sense of accomplishment warming him. He took a moment to rest, his gaze sweeping across the trees, the distant city lights twinkling. His mind kept drifting back to Issei's impending fate, to the chilling reality he had chosen to ignore. If Issei, who hasn't awakened his sacred gear, can be targeted by fallen angels, then what about me? I have this power now, that can make me a target as well, doesn't it? He realized, with chilling clarity, that he couldn't act solo indefinitely. He needed to become significantly stronger, strong enough to face threats far beyond goblins. And perhaps more importantly, he needed to find allies. The thought of facing more powerful threats alone was stupid, which only morons would think of. Just as he was pondering his next steps, a piercing, desperate scream echoed from an abandoned house further up the hill, a sound that tore through the quiet evening like a truck crashing against a bored teen. It was a cry of pure terror, undeniably human. Immediately, the familiar blue panel of the Gacha system materialized before him, bathing the clearing in blue light. Quest: Eliminate Stray Devil. Reward: 1 Rank 2 Gacha Ticket. Chapter 5, CH5, A Stray Night. Help! The piercing scream ripped through the quiet evening. Alex's eyes gleamed as the Gacha system panel declared its new quest. Quest: Eliminate Stray Devil. 1x Rank 2 Gacha Ticket. If I want to get stronger, if I want to survive, I can't keep running. This is a Rank 2 ticket. A chance to make up for the Rank 3 Gacha, I ain't letting this one slide. The scream still echoed with a desperate plea. He might not be a hero, but he wasn't a monster either. He won't hesitate to step in where he would survive. And promised rewards further strengthened his resolve to jump in this chaos. With a deep, shaky breath, he pushed past the fear, replacing it with cold resolve. Survival meant power, and power meant taking risks. He clenched his fists, the faint warmth of the Chloranthy ring a small comfort, giving him one last push to face someone far stronger than a Goblin King. He moved towards the abandoned house with every step being cautious. The house loomed ahead, a silhouette against the dying light, its windows like vacant eyes gazing upon him. A faint, sickeningly sweet scent, like burnt sugar and smoke, hung in the air. He slipped through a broken window, landing softly on a debris-strewn floor. Dust motes danced in moonlight slivers. The air inside was reeking of dark, oppressive energy. He moved slowly, his senses on high alert, earthbending ready to be unleashed any moment. There is she. In the center of what was once a living room, a young woman writhed, suspended in the air, eyes wide with terror. Standing over her, a cruel smile twisting her lips, was a tall figure with long, dark hair and eyes that glowed with unnatural, predatory light. Her skin was pale, and from her back sprouted 2 leathery, bat-like wings, black as night. This was the stray devil, radiating terrifying malice with its chilling presence. Such a pretty little soul you have, the stray devil hissed, her voice a low, guttural growl, and so much fear. So delicious. Motohama focused his attention on the gacha panel, hovering insistently. His fingers traced over the quest, then with firm determination, he tapped accept. The panel shimmered, then vanished. The quest was now fully active and it was time to go on rampage. Sensing the sudden presence away from her, Stray's head snapped towards him, glowing eyes narrowed at him. Well, what do we have here? A little rat, sniffing around for scraps. Her smile widened, showing pointed teeth. Just a pathetic lowly human looking for death. Did you come to play the hero for this woman? Alex felt a sweat trickle down his back, but forced himself to stand his ground. Let her go, he said, his voice surprisingly steady. She laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Or what? You'll stop me. She flicked a wrist, and a dark, crackling orb of energy materialized in front of her. You amuse me. I'll devour you first. She hurled the orb, and he reacted instinctively. With a grunt, he slammed his foot down, and a thick slab of earth erupted from the floor, forming a crude earth shield. The orb struck it with a sickening crack, showering him with dust, but the shield held its impact surprisingly. The force still sent a jolt up his legs. Oh. Her eyes widened, a flicker of surprise. A sacred gear. Interesting. She dropped the suspended girl, who crumpled to the floor, unconscious but still alive. Don't think you can match the strength of a devil. He didn't wait. He knew he couldn't face her head on. She was faster, stronger, and could fly. He needed to use the environment, his wits to turn this battle in his favor. As she lunged, wings beating, Alex stomped again. A series of large, sharp earth spikes erupted from the floor in her path, forcing her to twist midair. She snarled, annoyed. He darted to the side, kicking off a crumbling wall. As she landed, he thrust his hand out, and the floor beneath her feet began to ripple, turning into unstable, quicksand-like earth. She lost her balance, sinking slightly, balance thrown off. She flapped her wings furiously to pull free. You really think pulling this trickery would kill me? She hissed, eyes blazing with fury. She fired another volley of dark energy blasts, as she got out of it easily. He rolled, ducked, and weaved, raising small, temporary earth barriers to deflect each and every attack. He was barely keeping up, his stamina recovering with the help of his ring. He needed a decisive move. He glanced at the Goblin chieftain's crude club he'd brought as he made his way here, and ran to get it in his hands. It felt unwieldy at the moment, but it was all he needed to win. An idea sparked in his mind, guaranteeing his win. As she charged again, her clawed hands were outstretched at his neck, but he didn't dodge this time. Instead, he slammed the club into the floor, embedding it. As it sank into the softened earth, he channeled his earthbending through it, focusing all his energy with impact of both club and earth control. Boom. The ground around the stray devil exploded out violently. Not just a tremor, but a concussive burst of earth, sending fragments of sharp rock splinters and stone at the incoming devil. It wasn't aimed to kill, but to disorient, to throw her off balance. She shrieked, caught in the sudden eruption of outburst, her wings flailing as she was thrown against a crumbling wall, shards of glass raining down. Bam. She hit the wall with a sickening thud, slumping to the floor, dazed. Her wings twitched, but she didn't immediately rise. Now. Motohama didn't hesitate, not even for a second. He rushed forward, pulling the club free. He focused on his earthbending, and extended his energy on the ground beneath her. With a final, deep surge of his power, he caused a sharp, narrow earth spike to shoot up from the floor directly beneath her. Arg. She gasped, a choked gurgle along with blood escaping her lips as the spike impaled her. Her glowing eyes dimmed, her body convulsed once, and then she went still, dissolving into a cloud of black particles that quickly vanished, leaving only a faint, acrid smell of her last existence. Motohama stood panting, releasing the heavy club from his hand, his body trembling with adrenaline and exhaustion. This better be worth the rank 2 gacha ticket. As her last particles faded, the familiar blue gacha system panel reappeared, glowing brighter than ever. Quest complete, eliminate stray devil. Reward received, 1x rank 2 gacha ticket. A surge of relief, mixed with a strange, unsettling sense of accomplishment, washed over him. The panel whirred, colors swirling in front of his vision. A moment later, a new notification appeared. New item acquired, cross-tail, Taigu. He stared at it in disbelief. Cross-tail. A sudden jolt of recognition hit him. Cross-tail. As in, Lubbock's Taigu from Akane Ga Kill. His mind reeled. If it was that cross-tail, it was incredibly powerful, a weapon made of indestructible, versatile threads. It took the form of gloves with metallic fingertips with wire threads running through them that can be used in various ways to attack, defend against, or immobilize opponents. A small, intricately woven ball of what looked like dark, metallic string materialized in his palm, cool and surprisingly light. The threads were almost invisible unless he focused. It's like being a Spider-Man, but nerfed to the grounds. He extended his will, and a single, impossibly thin thread shot out from his hand. It was strong, taut, and almost imperceptible. He tried another, then another, weaving them with a sense of familiarity. He could feel them, see their lengths, as if they were extensions of his own nervous system. He made a simple tripwire, then a small net, then a complex web that seemed non-existent and retracted back as he focused on it. The threads were incredibly sharp, he realized, as one accidentally brushed against a loose floorboard, slicing through it cleanly. This is amazing. Traps, slicing from far away, the possibilities are endless. He spent a few minutes in admiration of it, like meeting a long-lost friend. It was truly fitting for a rank 2 gacha ticket and worth the risk he took, and it was far more versatile along with his earthbending. Just as he was beginning to grasp the immense power now at his disposal, a sudden, blinding red magic circle materialized on the floor in the corner of the room, directly where the stray devil had dissolved. It glowed with subtle unfamiliar energy, casting a crimson light across the debris-strewn room. He quickly reeled in his threads, the threads of cross-tail disappearing back into his palm, as he hid the gloves in his pocket. He calmed himself, for his first real encounter with the main female lead of this world. To think, he would be the first one to meet her before Issei was enough to know the plot was not plotting anymore. It's time for me to show my truly remarkable acting skills. Chapter 6, Ch6, I Refuse. As the crimson light intensified, two figures stepped gracefully from it. The first was a young woman of breathtaking beauty, her long, flowing crimson hair around her shoulders. Her piercing blue eyes held an undeniable aura of authority. This was Rias Gremory, the devil princess of Gremory clan, and the king of her peerage. Beside her, with a captivating smile, stood Akino Himejima, Rias's queen, radiating a calm and intrigued demeanor. Motohama's mind raced as he stood calmly. Okay, play it cool. Don't freak out. They can't know about the abilities I have, which is pretty obvious. Just, be a human who got lucky to knock out a devil, who was, weak. Yeah, let's go with that. He took a deep, steadying breath, as he counted prime numbers until his expression settled into one of feigned surprise. Rias's gaze swept the debris-strewn room, her gaze lingering on the unconscious girl, then settling on Motohama. Her expression was unreadable to him. She said bluntly, you are human, aren't you? And yet, you eliminated a stray devil. How? He forced a weak, disheveled smile, trying to be as clueless as he could be. Yeah. Just, happened to be around this area. He gestured vaguely at the unconscious girl, and it was, trying to eat her. I couldn't just stand by. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to seem awkward. As for how? I guess I just got lucky. And, I've been doing some martial arts training. Self-defense stuff. Akino's violet eyes analyzed him from head to toe, leading to a faint, almost imperceptible tilt to her head. A small, knowing smile played on her lips, as if she saw more than he was letting on. She said nothing, her eyes lingering on his hands, then sweeping over his bruised and torn uniform, before finally settling on his face. Rias's gaze sharpened, her blue eyes looking for answers from him. What sort of training? It's no ordinary human feat. Did you use some sort of power? Is it sacred gear that you have? Her voice held a hint of demand, but also genuine intrigue. I'm just a human, he insisted, trying to sound earnest and unassuming. I just can fight well. And I've always been good at, fighting. He gave a small, awkward shrug, hoping to deflect her scrutiny. It was a difficult fight. I'm just glad I could help the girl. Rias exchanged a quick, silent glance with Akino. Akino's smile widened. Fufu, he certainly has a unique way of fighting. President, Akino purred as her eyes took a note of aftermath of the area. Rias turned back to Motohama. Very well. Let's move this conversation somewhere more private. And where we can tend to the young lady properly. Her gaze was still assessing, but the immediate interrogation ceased, for a moment. Or that's what he thought. Minutes later, Motohama found himself in the opulent, yet strangely comfortable, occult research club room within Kuo Academy. The candles lit across the corners of. The unconscious girl had been taken to a separate room. Rias sat gracefully on a plush sofa, gesturing for him to sit opposite to her. Rias's gaze was at him with arms folded. As you know, my name is Rias Gremory. I am a devil, a member of one of the 72 pillars of the underworld, and the current ruler of this town along with other devil. She paused, watching his reaction. Here comes the pain. The exposition dump. Knowing all this, I have to act like I don't. Play the surprised, slightly overwhelmed human. But also, remember what's waiting in the end, so bear it until then. His eyes widened slightly, a subtle gasp escaping his lips. Devils. He feigned wide-eyed astonishment, like, from stories. Demons. I thought those were just myths. And you're telling me that monster was a devil? It kept saying itself as a devil, but I didn't believe it. Rias nodded, a faint, elegant smile touching her lips precisely. And not just devils. There are angels, fallen angels, various mythological beings as well. They all exist. The human world is merely a small part of a much larger, hidden reality. For centuries, we have maintained a delicate balance, often clashing, but always striving to keep our existence secret from humanity. We live among you, unseen. She further explained the ongoing Cold War between the factions, the territories, and the various power struggles. So, you're protecting this town? Motohama asked, trying to sound genuinely curious. In a sense, yes, Rias confirmed, this territory comes under the protection of my family, the Gremory clan. As its current head, it is my responsibility to maintain order and protect it from threats like the stray devil you encountered. We intervene when it is threatened or when our own kind steps out of line. She then leaned forward, her voice taking on a more serious, almost persuasive tone, her eyes locking onto his, which brings me to my next point. You possess an extraordinary ability, a power that is rare even among our kind. It is clear that you are not an ordinary human and hiding your powers. His mind flashed to his Gacha system, the constant lure of more power, and the fact it was hidden behind the hidden powers he was yet to reveal. Better to keep it hidden. To survive in this hidden world, one needs allies, protection. And power, Rias continued, her voice resonating with conviction, that's where my peerage comes in. We are a family, bound by loyalty and shared purpose. Each member serves a specific role, contributing to the strength of the whole, and in return, they receive my protection, my power, and a place within my esteemed family. She then explained the evil piece system, detailing how a king can reincarnate powerful beings into their service using chess pieces, describing the roles, queen, rooks, knights, bishops, and pawns. Even though she had no idea what powers he possessed, she knew for sure that he had potential. No ordinary human can just kill a stray of that level on their own. And it was only a moment of time that she would know what powers he possessed as she was going to go through memories of girl she was tending to. You possess the potential to be a powerful addition, Ria said with a welcoming smile. I would like to offer you a place in my peerage. I will reincarnate you as a devil, grant you power and protection. You would be a pawn, but one with extraordinary potential. Join my family, and you will never have to face the dangers alone again. She extended a graceful hand, and bringing out a single, glowing pawn piece resting in her palm. He stared at the piece, then at Rias's earnest, compelling face. The temptation was immense. Power. Protection. A family. Everything he'd craved in his previous, mundane life. But then, the memories of that life, the suffocating predictability, flooded his mind. He remembered the chains of expectations. He didn't die for a second chance just to be bound by someone else's rules. He wanted to be free. He took a deep, steadying breath. He looked at the pawn piece, then back at Rias, with firm expression and his resolve resolute under her gaze. I appreciate the offer. Truly, it's incredibly generous, and I understand the protection you're offering, and the power as well, but I refuse. Rias's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise, then disbelief, decline. Do you not understand the dangers you will face as a human with such power? Or the power I am offering? The consequences of being by yourself in this world? Her tone held a subtle glint of frustration and more of surprise, that he wanted to act on his own despite the said advantages. It was the first time in her life that someone said no to her face. I understand the dangers, and I understand the power you are offering, Alex replied, meeting her gaze directly, but I want to forge my own path. I want to be free. To be bound to a peerage, even one as powerful and benevolent as yours, would be to trade one set of chains for another. Rias's brow furrowed. Chains. We are a family. We support each other. I don't bind anyone, they're free to act on their own. And I respect that, honestly, he quickly interjected, trying to soften his refusal, but I want to walk on my own path, serving no master or head of the family. He saw a flash of clear annoyance in Rias's eyes, but he pressed on, offering his counterproposal, his gaze flicking to Aquino for a split second. However, I'm not foolish enough to think I can face dangers of this world alone right now. I encountered a stray devil tonight. I know there are more dangers out there for sure. So, I'm willing to negotiate. I'm willing to be an asset to your household in dealing with these threats in Kuo. An independent ally, maybe. He saw Rias's expression shift from annoyance to renewed intrigue, a calculating glint entering her eyes. Aquino, who had been silently observing, let out a soft, almost imperceptible chuckle, her violet eyes glinting with a deep, knowing amusement. He caught her gaze, and she gave him a subtle, encouraging nod. In return for my assistance, he continued, emboldened by Aquino's subtle support, I would ask for two things. First, access to basic human magic books. Not just folklore, but genuine texts on mana manipulation, spell theory. I want to learn how this world's magic works. He tried to be as polite as possible, and second, reliable information. Knowledge about the supernatural factions, their activities in Kuo, and any specific threats I should be aware of. That doesn't sound too much of a request, right? You can give me some basic spell books as I don't want to impose. Rias leaned back, her expression thoughtful. This was unprecedented. A human with a potential sacred gear, refusing reincarnation but offering conditional aid. It was audacious, pragmatic, and utterly unconventional. You wish to be an independent contractor, then, she mused. Something like that, he agreed. Rias considered him for a long moment, then glanced at Aquino, who simply offered a serene, knowing smile. Very well, Rias finally said, a hint of challenge in her voice, a glint of respect in her eyes as if she knew what he trying to pull, but she played along. Your terms are unusual. But your feat is undeniable, and your motive is rather clear. I will consider your proposal. But be warned, the dangers of our world is not a game. Even as an independent ally, you will find yourself drawn into conflicts far beyond your current understanding, and I wouldn't try to meddle for your mess, you understand. He nodded, a wave of profound relief washing over him. He had done it. He had maintained his independence. I understand. And thank you for agreeing to my terms. As he rose, he paused at the door, Aquino leaning closer to him. Her violet eyes met his, and her smile widened, a mischievous glint in their depths that sent a shiver down his spine, not of fear, but of an unexpected thrill. It seems you are quite interesting, she mused with a smile. I look forward to our next meeting. With a final, lingering look, a subtle wink that only he could see, he walked out. He had refused the peerage, but he had opened a new, unpredictable door. They should have at least given me a lift to my home. Chapter 7, Ch7, Aquino Himejima. The days following Motohama's audacious refusal of Rias Gremry's peerage offer passed with a strange blend of mundane routine and familiar anticipation. School life continued to be a major struggle for him to adapt to. Issei and Matsuda continued their perverted antics, largely oblivious to the major shift in their friend's life. Motohama, for his part, maintained his facade, nodding along to their crude jokes and occasionally feigning a headache, as he had no way out. His mind, however, was a whirlwind of newfound knowledge of cross-tail applications and his untapped potential. He spent every spare moment in the quiet solitude of his room, poring over vague memories of DxD lore, trying to piece together the major arcs of this world, and trying to not get himself killed by foolish mistakes. He was already at a major disadvantage for not reading light novels. The Chloranthy ring continued to reinforce his fatigued muscles back together after intense, secret training sessions in the forest. He felt stronger, more aware, but also acutely aware of how much of a help this little ring was. He can never run out of stamina too quickly, and even if he does, he will be back at full potential in just a matter of time. Then, 3 days after his meeting at the Occult Research Club, a soft, insistent knock echoed from the front door of his house. Motohama, who had been attempting to get fine control by practicing a small earth-bending tremor under his desk, nearly got bamboozled. His parents were out, and Issei and Matsuda usually just barged in. He cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole with an excuse to send away the chaotic duo. His breath hitched, seeing the uninvited guest at this hour. Standing on the porch, a stack of old, leather-bound books cradled in her arms, was Aquino Himejima. Her usual mischievous smile played on her lips, and her violet eyes held an intriguing, almost playful glint. She wore a simple, elegant dress, making her look less like a high school student and more like she was on a date. Why is she here? And what's with this dress-up? His mind raced. This is unexpected. And potentially problematic if Issei or Matsuda caught wind of it. He quickly composed himself, smoothing down his perpetually messy hair, and opened the door. Aquino-san. He managed, trying to sound surprised but not thrown off by her sudden appearance. He glanced quickly right and left the street, to make sure neighbors don't get the gossip of the week. Aquino's smile widened, a soft, alluring sound escaping her lips. Hello Motohama-kun. Bucho approved of your request for basic human magic textbooks, and I was just passing by, so I thought I'd deliver them personally. Her voice was a low, melodious purr, laced with playful teasing. She held out the stack of books to offer him a look at it. They appeared to be of ancient times, their covers worn, their pages thick filled with the forgotten knowledge. Motohama took the books, their unexpected weight grounding him. He could feel a faint, almost imperceptible magical aura emanating from them. Oh. Right. Thank you, Himejima-san. That's very kind of you to bring them all this way. He gestured awkwardly, thinking if he is gonna regret it. Would you like to come in? I mean, it's probably better than standing out here. Aquino's smile softened, her eyes twinkling a bit. Why, thank you, Motohama-kun. I'd be delighted. She stepped inside, her movements graceful, bringing with her a faint, pleasant scent of cherry blossoms and something subtly pleasant. He quickly closed the door, a sense of excitement bubbling within him. This was his first real step into understanding this world's magic, and with Aquino as his guide, was chaotically beautiful to start his magic journey. Motohama led Aquino to the small, slightly cluttered living room. He carefully placed the books on the table. They were indeed basic, but to him, they were a treasure trove. Titles like Fundamentals of Mana Manipulation, Elemental Theory, A Beginner's Guide, and Basic Enchantments and Wards, and some mundane spells for daily life. These are incredible. He said, picking up one. Thanks, "Hi Majima-san," and say thanks to Gremory-san as well. Akino settled onto the sofa with a smile. Rias believes that a powerful, unaligned human in her territory is best kept informed. And perhaps, a little indebted. Her smile was playful, but her eyes held a deeper meaning. Besides, I wanted to ensure you understood the basics. Magic isn't something you can just pick up from a book without appropriate guidance. He nodded eagerly. I appreciate that. Honestly, I'm a complete novice when it comes to magic. My abilities are different. He gestured vaguely. So, where do I even start? Mana manipulation. Is it like controlling energy? Akino's eyes lit up, seeing his intrigue precisely. We devils use demonic powers to get the desired outcome by our visualization. But for human magic, it's not about instinct or visualization, not like what you might be used to with your unique abilities. She leaned forward, raising a finger. Human magic is built on understanding and calculation. It's about formulas, incantations, the precise manipulation of magical principles. Think of it like a complex equation. You need to understand the variables, the constants, and the steps to achieve the desired outcome. She held out her hand, palm up. A tiny, almost imperceptible spark of electricity danced between her fingers. Try this. Focus on your inner energy, your mana. Feel it. Then, try to apply this formula, a calculation of intent, to draw it out. Don't just imagine it, calculate its manifestation. Motohama closed his eyes, focusing on the energy after going through all the mentioned calculations. Unlike the usage of his earthbending, the miniature vibrations, the connection to the ground, which was intuitive, this calculation concept felt like running on water. With a sharp intake of breath, he tried to apply a logical, almost mathematical approach to his internal energy. He felt a faint warmth, a tingling sensation in his core. He pushed, willed it to manifest, trying to construct a mental formula for drawing mana, but nothing happened. He opened his eyes, a sheepish grin on his face. Guess it's harder than it looks. Akino chuckled. It takes practice. Years, for most. It's different from the demonic power, where we use imagination. But you have a unique affinity for ground, as you told us yesterday. Perhaps try to break down the process into logical steps. Identify the mana, calculate the flow, then define the desired effect. It's less about feeling it and more about precise mental commands. She reached out, her fingers gently brushing his wrist. A faint, warm current seemed to flow from her touch, guiding his focus. Feel that. That's your mana, waiting for the right instructions to come out. He felt a jolt, not just from the subtle magical current, but from the unexpected intimacy of her touch. His heart thumped a little faster. Okay, Motohama, focus on the magic, not the beautiful devil touching you. Calculations. Not imagination. He closed his eyes again, concentrating on the sensation. This time, as he pushed, trying to mentally solve the problem of mana manifestation, a faint, almost invisible shimmer appeared around his hand, a tiny ripple in the air. It was still weak, but it was there. His eyes widened in surprise. Akino's smile was genuine, full of admiration. Excellent. You have a strong affinity, Motohama-kun. Most humans struggle for weeks to achieve even that, especially with such a different approach to magic. It seems you truly are unique, capable of adapting to it. She removed her hand, but the warmth lingered on his wrist. They spent the next hour like that, Akino patiently explaining concepts, answering his barrage of questions about mana, magical elements, and the subtle differences between demonic and human magic, emphasizing the structured, formulaic nature of the latter. Motohama, in turn, shared some of his own insights into his unconventional training, describing how he felt the earth ore extended his will through his mind, carefully omitting any mention of the system or gacha. Akino listened intently, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Their conversation flowed easily, shifting by comfortable silences and shared laughter when he stumbled over a complex magical term or when Akino playfully teased him by getting closer to his face. The bond between them gradually increased into a growing understanding that replaced their initial transactional agreement. It was clear they enjoyed each other's company, sharing a secret world that no one else could ever comprehend in this moment. As the afternoon glow began to fade, Akino finally gathered herself to leave. Well, Motohama-kun, I believe that's enough for today. You have plenty to study and practice. Thanks, Himejima-san, he said, genuinely grateful for her time she dedicated to him. This was incredibly helpful. More than you know. He felt a pang of disappointment that she was leaving. Just as Akino turned towards the door to leave, a familiar blue light materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. The Gacha system panel glowed softly, a new notification appearing at its center. Quest, spar with a devil, Akino Himejima. Description, engage Akino Himejima in a friendly spar to test and refine your combat abilities. Reward, 1x rank 2 Gacha ticket. Motohama's heart leaped by sudden quest. Another rank 2 ticket. This was exactly what he needed, but a spar with Akino. She was powerful. He'd have to push himself and reveal more of his abilities. Still, the reward was too good to pass up. And the thought of fighting alongside, or against, someone as strong and captivating as Akino, it was undeniably exciting. Besides, he can't play hide-and-seek of his abilities forever. So, he took a leap of faith at her. He turned back to Akino, a casual, almost mischievous grin spreading across his face. Actually, Akino-san, he began, trying to sound nonchalant, since we've just gone over some magic theory and its applications, how about we put some of it into practice? Akino paused, one hand on the doorknob, her head tilting slightly. And what do you have in mind? Motohama-kun, her violet eyes sparkled with curiosity. A spar. He stated, his voice with a confident edge, a friendly one, of course. Just to see how these ground manipulation ability of mine hold up against, well, against someone who is in team of ruler of this town. He gave a small, challenging smile. It would be a great way to test what I've learned, and for you to see what I'm capable of. And it'll be our little secret, of course. Akino's smile widened, a low, pleased chuckle escaping her lips. Her eyes gleamed with a predatory, yet playful, light. Oh my. A spar with a human who defeated a stray devil and a secret, just between us. She took a step back from the door, as she looked at him with pure ecstasy. That sounds absolutely delightful. How about doing it in secluded part of the forest, near the abandoned house, tomorrow after school? He suggested. It's quiet there. No prying eyes on us. Akino purred, her smile now a full, alluring grin. I look forward to it, Motohama-kun. With a final, knowing glance, she turned and slipped out the door, leaving him with a pounding heart and a surge of anticipation. He had a spar with a devil, a rank 2 gacha ticket on the line, and one of his abilities to be revealed with Akino Himejima. His new life was truly getting interesting. Chapter 8, Ch8, I like them bigger. Hold on. Are you serious? Matsuda's voice blared across the hallway with his hand shot out, fingers clamping around my sleeve like a vice. 2 girls from Class 2A glanced over, then kept walking, probably assuming we were having another one of our idiotic arguments about us versus tits. His face right now had an expression resembling something between wounded puppy and betrayed war buddy. After all the shit we've been through. The peeping. The beatings. That time we almost got expelled for hiding in the girls' locker room. His grip tightened as he clenched his other fist. You're just gonna, what? Walk away. I looked at him and held back my urge to knock him out like Ilya did to Charles in the first round. There was a faint bruise on his jaw from yesterday's encounter with the kendo club, courtesy of Murayama Shernai connecting with his face after he'd suggested she'd look better without the hakama. This was a guy who'd taken wooden swords to the places I can't even think of, for a glimpse of panties. Look, Issei has a girlfriend now, so I don't see the point in existence of our group anymore. The words hit him like a truck. His hand went slack and fell away from my sleeve. I watched the realization dawn across his face like watching someone realize they'd been betting on a losing horse the entire time. Can you tell me when has he agreed to peek ever since that day? I said, like I was explaining why the sky was blue. Not once. Not since she showed up. He doesn't even hang out with us anymore. Matsuda's mouth opened but he had nothing to refute. But we're. His voice trailed off into nothing. I could have been kind about it by softening the blow, and said something about how we'd had a good run, how all things end eventually, how maybe we could still revive out someday. Instead, I patted his shoulder once with a smile that meant absolutely nothing and walked away. I left him standing there in the middle of the hallway, staring at nothing, while his entire worldview collapsed in real time around him. He doesn't know how lucky he is. The afternoon sun hit my face as I cleared the school gates. Warm. Too warm for March. My phone buzzed in my pocket, which was probably Matsuda texting me some desperate plea to reconsider, to think about the good times, to remember that we were brothers in perverted arms. I didn't check it. Rainer's face flashed through my mind instead. Black wings. That smile. The spear of light piercing through Issei's chest in the original timeline. The quest notification that had popped up 3 days ago, prevent death event, Issei hid from his new lover. May that kind of love never find me. Late afternoon light filtered through the trees overhead, catching dust motes in the air like tiny stars suspended in the air around me. The clearing looked exactly how I'd left it yesterday, torn up, scarred, evidence of the past few days' worth of training, marked across the ground like a battlefield aftermath. One particularly large crater sat near the edge where I tried to launch myself upward with rock beneath me and had instead face-planted directly into the ground hard enough to taste dirt. Good old times. I dropped my bag against a tree trunk. The Chloranthy ring caught sunlight on my finger, which was probably worth more than my life at this point. No glaze. My gaze swept the empty clearing. Birds chirped somewhere overhead. Wind rustled through leaves with that particular late afternoon sound that always made me think of endings of dark fantasy manga. If this goes sideways, I'd be the reason someone's story ends. Some parts of my mind were warning me that I was probably about to get electrocuted by a gorgeous sadist with daddy issues. Then, Akino stepped through the trees. Speak of the devil. She was dressed in the Kuo Academy uniform, her sleek black hairs down past her waist in that long ponytail, 2 strands framing her face perfectly. The orange ribbon holding it all together like some kind of aesthetic miracle. Her violet eyes caught the sight of me, and for half a second it looked almost mischievous. Her gaze swept the clearing once like Megumi analyzes a curse's territory before engaging by looking for exits, terrain advantages, potential hazards. Except she wasn't looking for curses. She was reading me through the evidence I'd left behind in forms of craters and scorch marks across the area. Then she looked directly at me and smiled. It was gentle, elegant smile that somehow managed to be more terrifying than if she'd shown up crackling with lightning and screaming about punishment. It looks like she has already decided something, and I have no idea what. I wasn't sure you'd come, Himejima-senpai. The words left my mouth before I'd fully processed speaking them. Oh my, her voice carried across the clearing, with that particular lilt that made every word sound like the setup to a joke only she understood. Did you think I'd stand you up, Motohama-kun? She started walking toward me. Honestly. Yeah, I adjusted my glasses with one hand, buying time while my brain cycled through about 15 different ways this could go catastrophically wrong. Most people here spar with the guy who's had powers for a week, and suddenly remember they have literally anything else to do. Fufu, I'm more excited than you for this, Motohama-kun. No shit. Shall we start with rules, first? Her head tilted slightly. I considered my options. They basically boil down to, set rules and maybe survive, or don't set rules and definitely die. Don't kill each other seems like a solid start. Oh my, her smile deepened fractionally, such low expectations you setting for me. Yeah, well, my expectations are currently somewhere next to hopefully keep all my limbs intact. Also maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, go easy. You've been a devil for what, years? I've had this power for a week. Her fingers twitched slightly as lightning danced across them. Don't worry, Motohama-kun. I'll be gentle with you. The way she said gentle made it sound like a threat. Zap. The lightning bolt straight up demolished the earth 3 feet to my left. Heat slammed into my face like someone had opened an oven directly in front of me. The sound came after was sharp, violent, the kind of noise that made your ears ring and your brain scramble for cover. My feet were already moving to hide for cover. A ridge erupted between us at chest height, angled, deliberately positioned to break line of sight between her hands and me. Compressed dirt packed tight enough that it'd take more than a casual swipe to break through. I caught Akino's expression for half a second before the ridge cut off my view. She blinked in surprise, stopping momentarily and then launched another bolt in a surprise attack. Hiss. The second bolt came low, skimming earth at an angle designed specifically to laugh at the concept of ducking. Hands slammed flat against the ground. The ridge collapsed back into the earth like it had never existed. A trench tore itself sideways across the clearing with shallow, wide, positioned directly in the bolt's path. Lightning hit the trench and ground it out, scattering into crawling yellow sparks that bit into it, burned for a moment, and died down. Thank you, basic physics. You're literally the only thing keeping me alive right now. Glad I didn't skip the classes. My palms pressed flat against dirt, reading feedback. 2 steps left. Her positions shifting in directions. She was looking for an angle, trying to cut off my options to take her by surprise as she was still on the ground. I sent a pulse through my feet, washing across the clearing like a ripple on water. Not enough force to knock her down. She was a high-class devil in a queen piece, and I wasn't delusional enough to think I could just sweep her, but enough to make the ground lie under her next step. My legs were already moving before she could get a chance to launch a surprise attack on me. I covered 6 meters in a straight sprint, not to strike, because I valued my continued existence, but close enough to force the decision. Retreat or commit. The earth compressed under each stride. But, Akino stepped back and her smile changed. It was something that made the back of my neck prickle and my survival instincts start screaming warnings about predators and prey and which one I definitely was. Not good to face her closely. Interesting. What is? I kept my stance loose, ready to move. Every muscle coiled. The chloranthy ring hummed against my finger, waiting for my next command. I expected you to keep blocking it, while I struck more lightnings at you. She gestured vaguely at the clearing, at the trenches, at the scattered evidence of my completely unorthodox approach to earth manipulation. Yeah, well, I adjusted my glasses with my left hand, keeping my right palm pressed against my thigh, maintaining contact with the ground. Blocking your lightning sounds like a fantastic way to get very dead very fast. Your lighting is not the regular one at my home. Her eyes glittered. Oh no. That's the look I can feel. That's the sadist getting interested look. Crack. Without warning this time, lightning screamed across the distance between us, which was not a test shot, not a ranging attempt, but actual intent to hit. The air itself seemed to tear apart. I tilted the ground beneath her, just a fraction. But enough that her footing shifted half an inch to the left as she fired. The bolt missed my shoulder by maybe 2 inches. Heat washed across my neck. I smelled burnt air and my own fierce sweat. The lightning carved a smoking line through the dirt behind me, hit a tree trunk, and left a black scorch mark that'd probably be visible for months. I looked back at Akino. She had one hand covering her mouth and giggled. Not the polite giggle. Not her usual, era. Real genuine amusement at the fact that I just barely dodged and avoided turning into a grilled Motohama. Her fingers crackled, as she didn't even bother to apologize for her escalated action. Are you prepared for round 2, Motohama-kun? What other choice do I have? 3 more rounds. I didn't win any of them. Winning wasn't even in the realm of possibility. She had years of experience, lightning that could turn me into charcoal if she actually got serious, and kind of combat instincts that came from actually fighting for survival. I had a week of falling on my ass and a magic ring. But I forced her to change approaches. Got her to actually think about dodging instead of just overwhelming me with her lightning. Silence. The forest had gone still around us. No birds. No wind. Just quiet and the faint smell of burnt earth. When she spoke again, her voice had lost all its playfulness. Did you really awaken this power a week ago? You seem to do a lot of stuff. Which includes a lot of faceplants. I rolled my shoulder and regretted it immediately, but it was an important part of the learning process, I'd say. She just giggled as we sat at the clearing's edge while the light went amber and slow. Akino perched on a low root with that same effortless grace she did everything with. I sat next to her, working my numb fingers in slow circles, trying to coax feeling back into them through sheer force of will. I watched a leaf spiral down through the air between us, catching light, tumbling in that specific way leaves do when there's no wind to guide them. Thank you. The words came out more honest than I'd intended, for the books. For yesterday. For all of it. Gremory-san didn't have to agree to any of that, but still she did all of that for me. Era, she replied, but her eyes were watching the trees instead of me. Can I ask you something, Motohama-kun? Sure. Why won't you join Rias's peerage, even after you witnessed what she has to offer? Now she looked at me with genuine curiosity. Why? I picked up a small stone. Turned it over in my good hand, feeling the weight, the texture, buying time while my brain organized thoughts into something coherent. You want the polite answer or the real one? The real one. Her smile sharpened slightly. I'm very curious what makes someone refuse protection in a world with unseen dangers. Because the second I become her servant, I stop being me. I tossed the stone, caught it, felt the satisfying weight of it settling back into my palm. I become Rias Gremory's whatever piece she uses to turn me into a devil. And then, I'd have to shoulder not only hers but Devil Society's expectations. She would protect you. From everything except the system she's trapped in. I cut her off. Not rudely. Just, tired. She's the Gremory heiress. Bounded by her family honor, so I doubt she would step to her superiors. She is already chained by rules and traditions of Devil Society, so I don't feel like being a part of becoming a devil. I set the stone down carefully, deliberately, watching it settle into the dirt. She can't protect me from that because she's not free from it herself. Akino said nothing as she'd gone very still. The kind of still that meant she was actually listening, actually processing, not just waiting for a turn to talk. I stood, brushing dirt from my pants. Looked out across the clearing, at the scorch marks scattered like evidence of a small war, at the trenches and ridges and that one massive crater where I'd tried to launch myself and had instead discovered what it felt like to eat dirt at high velocity. The moment I step onto someone's chains, even hers, those rules would govern my life. I've been given something that gave me a chance to be a human, with strength to rise and be free. I glanced back at her. I'm not exchanging it to serve for someone else's expectations. As I said before, I just want to be free. That's it. Akino looked at me. Whatever moved behind her eyes stayed there, neither with agreement nor with argument. Just that particular stillness of someone sitting with a thought that landed heavier than expected. I guess even she agrees to it. I stood in the clearing afterward, working my numb fingers in slow circles, listening to the forest settle back into its evening rhythm, after Akino left for her devil duties. In this life, I want to be free. The words echoed in my head. Maybe the truest thing I'd said in my both lives. I pressed my foot against dirt, feeling the familiar link to earth. No idea if that conversation was for good or bad. Knowing this world? Probably both. But in the end, who cares? I wasn't going to become a devil and that's all that mattered to me. I reached for my bag as the soft blue light materialized in front of my vision. The Gacha system panel glowed against the clearing's fading light. Quest completed, spar with a devil. Reward, 1x rank 2 Gacha ticket obtained. Chapter 9, CH9, Gacha Addict. Motohama POV. It was at this moment I realized I was an addict for the Gacha rewards. The notification sat in my vision like a dealer outside a convenience store at midnight, knowing full well I'd already slowed down. I opened the notification anyway, because willpower was a stat I'd apparently dumped into the negative somewhere around character creation and never bothered fixing. You've received armament hockey. The description unpacked itself in my head with the kind of absurd detail that suggested someone had written this documentation while heavily caffeinated, possibly concussed, and definitely not paid enough for their efforts. Willpower made physical. An invisible coating that sat on your body and whatever you held, let you hit harder and block more, and, most importantly, let you reach through Logia-type devil fruit bullshit to punch the actual person hiding inside their smug intangibility. Zoro ran it through all three swords simultaneously, because subtlety had never been in his vocabulary and probably never would be. Mihawk had probably done it so consistently for so long that his blade stayed permanently black, which was either incredible dedication to the craft or a very committed aesthetic choice. Possibly both. The line got blurry at that level. Right now I had access to hardening and imbuement, the basics, essentially. Everything else sat behind a paywall cheerfully labeled extensive training required in a font that strongly suggested I wasn't going to enjoy the grind, and the grind wasn't going to go easy on me just because I asked nicely. The reward exceeded my ever-present low expectations, which meant either I was improving as a person or reality was lowering its standards to match mine. If the God of War games had taught me anything useful, and they had, surprisingly, it was this one foundational principle: keep your expectations low, and disappointment becomes structurally impossible. Genuinely inspirational stuff. I focused inward and circulated the new energy through my body, feeling it flow along pathways I hadn't known existed 30 seconds ago. It wasn't like chakra at all. Chakra moved through pre-established pathways in your body, followed patterns it already knew, behaved like muscle memory that had been there since birth. This energy had opinions about where it wanted to go. It moved like it was actively considering my suggestions and reserving the right to tell me to fuck off if my ideas didn't meet its standards. I pushed it deliberately toward my right arm, focusing my intent into something resembling a coherent instruction. It resisted for exactly 2 seconds, stubborn, like a cat deciding whether I'd earned the effort of acknowledging my existence, then apparently concluded I'd passed whatever arbitrary test it had been running and relented. My forearm went black from elbow to fingertips. No shine, no glow, no dramatic particle effects or convenient lighting changes. Just black sitting on my skin like it had always been there, and I'd simply failed to notice it until this exact moment. I scratched at the surface with my other hand's fingernails, nothing. Not even a mark. Then I rapped my knuckles against it twice, testing the density. The sound that came back was clean and metallic, sharp and final, knuckles meeting cast iron, the kind of sound that bypasses your ears and goes straight to your survival instincts to inform them that this surface will hurt you if you hit it wrong. One solid punch with this coating could probably drop a grown man cold. Unless that man happened to be bald, in which case all established logic, reason, and power scaling went directly out the window and just start accepting death as an inevitable outcome. I dropped the coating with a thought and flexed my fingers, working feeling back into them while my brain caught up to the implications. What would happen if I punched someone like Riser Phoenix with this? Would his vaunted regeneration get shut down the same way Logia users got introduced to the concept of consequences? High probability, actually. If armament hockey could walk directly up to Ace's fire, Crocodile's sand, and Kizaru's lightspeed bullshit, look them dead in their smug faces, and calmly inform them that they were sitting the fuck down now whether they liked it or not, then one self-obsessed Phoenix who confused being fireproof with being genuinely invincible probably shouldn't pose a problem. But that particular karmic appointment already had Issei Hayado's name on it, written in permanent marker and underlined 3 times for emphasis with protagonist moment, do not steal, scrawled in the margins. Riser's chapter closure was Issei's to deliver. I wasn't in Riasa's peerage. I had zero narrative obligation to play hero in a story that already had its designated disaster handler locked in and warming up in the bullpen. Let Issei be loud, break every rule, and deal catastrophic property damage to the surrounding area. That was literally his job description. I stretched out my arms and shoulders, working through the residual tension that the ring had already mostly handled on its own. Stamina wasn't a concern anymore, the damn thing kept me topped off at a recovery rate that would get sports manga editors asking extremely uncomfortable questions about my blood work and possibly requesting samples. If I kept pushing forward, kept clearing quests as they appeared, and successfully avoided pulling a Dazai Osamu by walking into a river with rocks in my pockets, I'd probably end up somewhere genuinely worth inhabiting. All I had to do was stay calm, keep my head down, and avoid getting dragged into problems that were already in the process of resolving themselves through their own. Knowing myself and my track record, this plan had the life expectancy of an unsecured motorcycle in downtown Detroit. I gave it 2 days, maybe 3 if I was lucky, before something exploded in my face and I had to deal with it anyway. I'd look the other way when opportunities for involvement appeared. Unless the quest rewards were too good to ignore, in which case principles were negotiable. Given today's track record of decision-making, that optimism seemed wildly misplaced. Third-person POV. Occult Research Club Room. Rias Gremory moved her queen forward 3 spaces on the board and leaned back into the leather couch. The piece clicked softly against the wood as it settled into position. She folded her hands in her lap and watched Akino across from her, who was currently holding her king piece between two fingers and staring at the board like it had just insulted her entire family line going back 6 generations. Their end-of-day chess match was routine at this point. A small ritual that closed out whatever shape the day had taken and filed it away neatly. They'd been doing this since Rias arrived here with her peerage. Some nights the games went quick, 15 minutes of comfortable silence and easy moves. Other nights they stretched longer, 30 or 40 minutes when both of them were tired and thinking slowly. Today it was different. The match had already stretched past 40 minutes and showed no signs of concluding. Neither of them had moved a piece in the last 5 minutes. The board sat between them like a prop in a theatrical production where both lead actresses had simultaneously forgotten their lines and were now engaged in an improvisational standoff neither one knew how to resolve. "You're distracted today, Akino," Rias asked. "Did something happen that's bothering you?" Akino's fingers rolled the king piece absently between her thumb and forefinger. Her gaze stayed fixed somewhere past the board, focused on something Rias couldn't see. "It's about Motohama-kun, actually." That got Rias's full attention immediately. She straightened slightly, her expression sharpening from casual interest into genuine curiosity. "During our magic lessons this afternoon, I asked him why he was so determined to stay human," Akino said using particular tone she used when something was actually bothering her but she didn't want to show it directly, "and he gave me an answer I couldn't actually find a flaw in. I've been thinking about it since." Rias leaned forward, elbows coming to rest on her knees. "What did he say?" Akino relayed every point Motohama had raised about expectations, about how accepting someone's evil piece meant accepting their vision of what you should become, their plans for your future, their structure for your life. How being part of someone else's peerage meant fitting yourself into their design rather than pursuing your own path. How the moment you took that piece, everyone, your king, your peers, Devil Society itself immediately began forming expectations about what you'd do, who you'd be, how you'd develop your powers and spend your time. She presented it plainly and without embellishment. Rias listened carefully. She tried more than once to construct a rebuttal, to find a logical hole she could exploit to dismiss the argument entirely. Each attempt assembled itself about halfway before encountering a fact it couldn't get around and collapsing under its own logical inconsistencies. Winning an argument against someone who dealt exclusively in facts and possessed zero interest in cushioning them for your emotional comfort was like trying to punch fog. The silence stretched between them. The chess match stayed exactly where it was, unfinished. Motohama POV. I got home later that evening after punching nearly every tree within range of my standard training route. The armament hockey hadn't just increased my close-range damage output. The cross-tail wires moved differently when I threaded hockey through their length, tighter and more responsive, like they'd suddenly developed high standards and decided to start meeting them. A large boulder sitting at the clearing's edge had ended up in 2 remarkably neat pieces before my brain fully caught up to what my hands had done. Just one swing with hockey-coated wire and the thing split like someone had run it through an industrial saw. Now I just needed to figure out the actual mechanics of stacking it properly with earthbending. Hockey-coated earthen constructs that hit harder and lasted longer. Wires that struck with the impact of someone who'd taken the target's continued existence extremely personally. The possibilities sprawled out in front of me like an all-you-can-eat buffet I hadn't actually earned access to yet but could see through the window. Growell. My stomach interrupted my thoughts with an opinion it wanted heard immediately. I stood in my kitchen doorway with one hand pressed flat against my stomach and the facial expression of a man who'd just spent 2 solid hours being genuinely impressive at violence and was now getting thoroughly humiliated by basic logistics. Nearly 9 p.m. according to the wall clock. Completely out of groceries. Depressingly out of money. The trifecta of poor planning, worse timing, and questionable life choices. A cooking skill would be genuinely appreciated on the next gacha roll. Preferably one that didn't require ingredients I didn't currently possess, which was all of them. I collapsed onto my couch with zero expectations of my circumstances improving in any meaningful way. Then my eyes caught on the summoning pamphlet sitting on the side table, right where I'd left it 3 days ago. The one Rias had handed me after the stray devil trial, back when she'd been explaining how the whole devil contract system worked. Glossy professional print job, full-color graphics, the works. Devils had apparently mastered the service industry sometime before most humans figured out that writing things down was useful. The pamphlet looked like something a Fortune 500 company would hand out at a recruitment fair, complete with fine print and a satisfaction guarantee I absolutely did not trust. I flipped through it until I found the section I vaguely remembered skimming past the first time. Contracted services include, but are not limited to, administrative assistance, security detail, companionship, various levels available upon request, domestic services including meal preparation, and specialized skill instruction. Additional services may be negotiated on a case-by-case basis. Please refer to your assigned devil for current pricing and availability. Right. That was a thing I could do apparently. I didn't have Akino's phone number yet. We'd talked plenty, trained together multiple times, had the kind of philosophical conversation that left a crater where solid ground used to be. But I'd never actually thought to exchange contact information like a normal person with functional social skills, because I was me, and apparently it required a literal pamphlet to remind me that basic logistics existed and should probably be addressed at some point. I held the pamphlet in both hands, closed my eyes, and thought deliberately about her, specifically that particular head tilt she did when she was genuinely curious about something instead of just performing curiosity for effect, and focused my intent through the paper. Nothing happened for about 3 seconds. Then a crimson magic circle bloomed into existence in the center of my living room, utterly silent and disturbingly precise in its geometry. It rotated once, painting my walls red for a suspended moment that lasted exactly long enough to feel ominous, then folded shut on itself and disappeared completely. Akino Himejima stood in my apartment like she'd been there the whole time. School uniform slightly disheveled from the day's activities. Dark hair loose at the edges, a few strands out of place. And that smile, the one she wore the exact same way Jintoki Sakata carried his wooden sword. Constantly. Casually. With the complete understanding that it functioned as both decoration and weapon depending entirely on what the current situation required. The sound rolled out warm and amused, her head tilting just slightly to the right, like she was already savoring a joke she'd heard the punchline to 5 minutes ago. Summoning me this late in the evening, Motohama-kun. I didn't realize you missed spending time with me quite this much. The way she emphasized quite made it sound like she knew something I didn't, and was enjoying that knowledge immensely. I'm completely out of food, I said flatly, deciding honesty was probably the safest route here. And money. The pamphlet says contracted domestic services include meal preparation upon request. So. Request. It does say that, doesn't it? She stayed exactly where she'd appeared, smile fixed perfectly in place. Not moving. Just watching me with those eyes that saw way too much. How remarkably responsible of you to actually read the documentation thoroughly instead of just skimming it. Something about the way she emphasized responsible made the word sound like its complete opposite. Like I'd just walked face first into something that looked like a solution but was actually a very polite trap, and she was graciously not pointing out that I'd triggered it. So, I said carefully, suddenly aware I was navigating a conversation with significantly more landmines than I'd initially estimated. Will you make food, I mean? Since that's technically part of the service contract. She studied me for a long, suspended moment, smile absolutely unchanging, dark eyes evaluating something I couldn't identify. Then she moved, gliding past me toward my kitchen like coming uninvited in someone's apartment at 9 p.m. on a weeknight was completely standard operating procedure that raised zero questions. Go shower, Motohama-kun. Her voice stayed light as she pulled open my refrigerator door to assess whatever disaster awaited her inside. She paused for exactly 1 second at whatever emptiness greeted her, then said absolutely nothing about it, which was somehow significantly worse than if she'd actually commented. I'll have something ready for you in a bit. Go on now. 20 minutes later I was sitting at my kitchen table in clean clothes with damp hair, watching Akino move through my kitchen with the casual efficiency of someone who'd already determined what the final result would be and was simply walking the necessary process through its required steps. She'd materialized ingredients from somewhere I absolutely was not going to ask about. The whole thing felt like watching a magic trick. Asking where the food came from seemed like asking where the rabbit went after it left the hat. Some mysteries were better left unexamined, especially when you were hungry and someone was actively cooking for you. She set dishes down one at a time, each one clicking softly against the table as it settled into place. Miso soup still steaming, heat rising in visible waves that distorted the air above the bowl. Grilled salmon with some kind of glaze that smelled like it had strong opinions about its own excellence. Rice cooked perfectly, which seemed like a low bar until you'd eaten rice prepared incorrectly enough times to understand the difference was actually massive. Tamagoyaki sliced into even yellow portions, each piece the exact same size as the others. The smell hit me like the opening 4 seconds of a Yoko Kanno composition, the specific kind that played right before an episode decided to remind you that you'd been emotionally invested in these characters the entire time and really should have seen the devastation coming. I looked at the spread in front of me for exactly 1 second, just long enough to process that it was real and actually sitting there. Then I started eating, because staring at good food was wasting time and my stomach had already filed several formal complaints about the delay. Akino settled gracefully into the chair directly across from me, hands folded neatly in her lap, watching me eat with the quiet satisfaction of someone who'd created something good and required zero external validation to confirm it had landed exactly as intended. Where are your parents, Motohama-kun? The question came casual, curious. Genuinely interested rather than just making conversation. Business trip, I answered between bites, because manners and hunger were currently engaged in intense negotiations that my hunger was winning decisively. They left last week. Should be back in 2 or 3 weeks, probably. They're not great about giving me exact timelines. She glanced around my apartment briefly, taking in the space, the emptiness, the signs of someone living alone. Then her eyes came back to me. So do you often live alone? I'm used to it, I said honestly. They travel for work constantly. International consulting or something. I stopped keeping track of where they are half the time. She rested her chin delicately on one hand, studying me with an expression that was only partially the smile. Does it bother you at all? Them being away so often, leaving you here by yourself. I set my chopsticks down deliberately and met her gaze directly across the table. The smile was still sitting in its usual position on her face, but the question underneath it was genuine, not the performance version she kept deployed out front to keep people off balance and guessing at her real intentions. She actually wanted to know the answer. No, I said after a moment, honest answer. I'd probably be more annoyed if they stayed here. I don't want to get scolded for getting covered up in dirt after our sparring sessions. Akino's laugh came out soft and genuine, like I'd just told her an excellent joke instead of stating a plain fact about my family dynamic. She thought I was being amusing or self-deprecating. I absolutely was not. I picked my chopsticks back up and thanked her properly for the meal, because my parents had at least managed to teach me basic manners before they'd started traveling constantly. You know, Motohama-kun, she said, her voice taking on that particular lilt that preceded incoming trouble. Most boys your age, alone in a house with me at this hour, would be considerably less composed than you're being right now. Most boys my age haven't figured out yet that composure is literally the only leverage they have in situations like this. Era. Her smile widened fractionally, gaining edges I hadn't seen before. And here I thought you summoned me simply because you were hungry and needed food. I did summon you because I was hungry and needed food. That's exactly why I summoned you. The smile got sharper, more defined. Her head tilted slightly. Then you won't mind at all if I start coming over every single night from now on, will you? I stared at her. Chopsticks frozen halfway between the bowl and my mouth. My brain tried several different responses and discarded all of them as inadequate. I know you're just teasing me, Akino-senpai, I managed what I desperately hoped passed for a confident smirk. The confidence felt approximately 60% genuine. The remaining 40% was rapidly evacuating the premises through whatever emergency exits it could locate. She held my gaze without blinking, smile completely unwavering, leaning more of her weight onto her hand. The silence stretched between us like someone had grabbed both ends of a wire and pulled it taut enough to vibrate. I lowered my chopsticks very, very slowly back toward the table. Right. Chapter 10, Ch 10, you know how we do it. Motohama POV. Standing by the door felt like attending a funeral where everyone pretended the corpse was still breathing. I leaned against the doorframe of the occult research club room, watching Rias give Issei the "congratulations, you're dead and also a devil now" speech. Her peerage members spread their wings on cue, black, leathery things that looked like something a goth kid would draw in their notebook. Kiba's unfurled smooth and pretty. Kaniko's popped out without fanfare. Akino's opened slow and dramatic because of course they did. Issei's eyes bulged like someone had just told him tits were real and also sentient. I stifled a yawn. Why the hell was I even here? I already knew all this crap, devil hierarchy, evil pieces, reincarnation mechanics, the whole sales pitch. Rias had given me the exact same presentation when she tried recruiting me a few days ago. I'd said no. We settled on ally instead, which meant I got to keep my soul and my dignity while still having access to their resources. Win-win. For me, anyway. Wait. Issei whipped around and jabbed a finger at me, loud enough to make Kaniko wince. What about Motohama? Is he a devil too? Every head swiveled toward me. Great. Spotlight time. Ria straightened up from where she'd been leaning against her desk, her crimson hair catching the light as she shook her head. He's not a devil, she said warmly, that soft smile on her face. But he is our ally. He joined recently. Her eyes met mine, holding just a beat too long before she looked back at Issei. Like you, Issei, he also possesses a sacred gear. Issei's jaw dropped. Wait, you've got one too. He spun fully toward me now, practically vibrating with confusion. Were you targeted by fallen angels too? The room went dead silent. Kiba kept his polite smile glued to his face, waiting. Kaniko's eyes narrowed just slightly. Akino tilted her head, that permanent smile curling deeper at the edges like she already knew where this was going and it was entertaining. I pushed off the doorframe and shrugged. Nope. Guess my sacred gear isn't impressive enough to warrant a murder attempt. I kept my tone flat. Lucky me. Or unlucky, depending on how you value life insurance payouts. Akino covered her mouth with one hand, her shoulders shaking with restrained laughter. Era Motohama-kun is being modest again. Her violet eyes glinted with mischief as she glanced between me and Issei. He's quite strong, you know. Strong enough to defeat the fallen angel that tried to kill you, Issei-kun. Oh oh. Issei's jaw hit the floor hard enough to crack tile. What? Kiba blinked, actually surprised for once. Kaniko's expression didn't change, but her stare got sharper, like I'd just upgraded from background character to mildly interesting side quest. Ria straightened completely, crimson eyes locking onto me with the intensity of someone recalculating an investment portfolio. Time to abort mission before this became a whole thing. I waved a hand dismissively. Akino-senpai, you're overselling it. I know some basic magic. That's it. I shrugged again. Still got a long way to go before I'm worth bragging about. Also, I'd rather not have Rias trying to recruit me again. Once was enough. Akino's smile widened, like she knew exactly what I was doing and found it adorable. Issei stared at me for 3 full seconds, his brain clearly buffering. Then his face twisted into pure confusion. He threw both hands up. Dude, I don't get it. Why didn't you become a devil? You could have a harem. That's the dream we've been working toward our whole lives. Perverted senpai, Kaniko muttered, her voice flat and dead. Her glare could have killed a small animal. Kiba chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, that's certainly one perspective. Oh my, Akino covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes dancing with amusement. Fufu, what an honest reason, Issei-kun. Rias just kept staring at me, like she was genuinely waiting to see if Issei's pitch would work where hers hadn't. Great. Now I'm getting peer pressured by a guy whose life goal is motorboating strangers. I sighed. Long and loud. Rias. Why am I here? She held my gaze for another beat, then let it go. Her expression shifted into business mode, warm but authoritative. There's a stray devil near the outskirts of town. It needs to be exterminated. Simple. Clean. A task I could actually work with. Got it. I'll handle it. Rias tilted her head slightly, concern flickering across her face. Do you need assistance? Her eyes flicked toward Kiba, then Kaniko, then Akino. I can send someone with you. I opened my mouth to say no. And the blue screen popped up. Quest, exterminate the stray devil at outskirts of Kuo town. Reward, rank 2 gacha ticket. Rank 2. My brain locked onto those words like a gambler spotting a loaded deck. Rank 2 was better than rank 1. Better odds, better loot, better everything. But if I let Ria send backup, that reward would drop faster than my will to live during exam season. The system didn't reward teamwork. It rewarded solo kills. And I'm not splitting this loot with anyone. I shook my head. I'm good. I'll take care of it. Ria studied me for a moment, then nodded, though she looked slightly reluctant. She pulled a crimson flyer from her desk drawer and held it out. If you find yourself in trouble, use this. I'll come immediately, all right. I took it and pocketed it. Sure. She smiled, small and genuine. I turned and walked out, already mapping the fastest route to the outskirts. Perks of being an ally, no obligations, no restrictions, no bullshit. Just me and the gacha ticket. And if I die, at least I won't owe anyone an explanation. The forest was quiet except for the sharp hiss of wires slicing through wood. Shink. I stood in a clearing, cross-tail deployed, black threads extending from the glove on my right hand. I flicked my wrist, and the wires snapped forward, cutting through a tree trunk in one clean motion. Crack. The upper half slid off the stump and hit the ground with a dull thud. Thump. Armament hockey had turned my wires from mildly inconvenient to guillotine on a bad day. The coating made them harder, denser, sharper. What used to take multiple strikes now took one. At this rate, I could probably decapitate someone before they realized they were already dead. I retracted the wires with another flick, watching them coil back into the glove. Whirr. The black coating faded as I released the hockey. I sat down on a nearby rock, breathing steadily. My stamina was already coming back, the ring saw to that, restoring my energy at a pace that would make any athlete cry. My thoughts drifted to Issei. He was a devil now. Officially. Rias had reincarnated him, bound him to her peerage, and handed him a role in a story he didn't even know existed yet. The path ahead of him was filled with battles he never signed up for, Riser, Kokobeel, Loki, the Cows Brigade, and whatever else the universe decided to throw at him. But he'd survive. He always did. That's what protagonists do. They get beaten to hell, power up through sheer horny determination, and somehow win. That wasn't my problem. Issei had his path. I had mine. I wasn't stupid enough to take his battles just so I could snatch his future harem members. If our objectives lined up, great. If not, I'd stay in my lane. Let the protagonist handle protagonist things. I'm just here for the gacha tickets. The plot would get wrecked eventually anyway. Best I could do was survive the world and its dangers without getting flattened by collateral damage. And maybe not die horribly. That'd be nice. I stood up, rolling my shoulders. My combat skills were still mediocre at best. Relying purely on powers and gacha rewards would only make me a glass cannon, strong output, weak foundation. Can't exactly dodge a sword if I don't know how to move properly. I deployed crosstail again and got back to work. Shink, crack. Shink, crack. I entered my home later that evening and immediately noticed the pair of shoes by the entrance. Familiar shoes. Well. This is either very good or very bad. I walked further inside. The scent of freshly cooked salmon and rice hit me like a warm wave, and my stomach growled in immediate betrayal. Growl. When I reached the kitchen, I found Akino standing by the stove, an apron tied around her waist, her hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. She turned when she heard me, and her face lit up with that signature smile. "Era, welcome home, Motohama-kun," she waved at me with one hand, looking genuinely pleased to see me. I stopped in the doorway. "Akino-senpai, you really don't have to cook for me." "Fufu," she tilted her head, smile widening. "As your senpai, it's my responsibility to take care of you, Motohama-kun." "Right." I forgot she took it as her new side quest from last night. I stepped forward to help her with the meal. As I got closer, she turned around, holding a soup bowl in her hands, and in that exact moment, I stepped into her path. The bowl collided with my chest. Splash. Hot soup sprayed across my shirt and pants, soaking through instantly. I winced at the heat, stepping back on reflex. Akino's eyes went wide. "Oh no." She set the bowl down quickly and grabbed a towel, hurrying toward me. "I'm so sorry, Motohama-kun." She pressed the towel against my chest, dabbing frantically at the stain. "I didn't see you." "Don't worry about it, Akino-senpai," I said quickly, raising my hands. "I'll just..." I stopped. Her gaze had dropped. Not to the stain on my shirt. Lower. Her eyes lingered on the obvious bulge in my pants, a side effect of the stamina-enhancing magic I'd been training with. The ring kept my body in peak condition, but layering magic on top of it had unexpected consequences. I moved one hand to cover myself awkwardly, heat creeping up my neck. Sorry about that. It's been happening lately because of my training." I cleared my throat. "I've been working with stamina-enhancing magic, and..." God, this sounds so much worse out loud. I scrambled for an explanation. "I wasn't sure how to bring it up to you, but..." Akino silenced me by pressing one finger gently against my lips. "Shush." Her smile shifted into a playful one. Era," she murmured, her voice dropping into something softer, more intimate. "Let your senpai take care of it, Motohama-kun." Before I could respond, she sank gracefully to her knees in front of me. Oh. Oh no. Oh yes. My brain short-circuited. Her hands moved to my waistband, fingers deftly unzipping my pants. Zayip. Ha, ha, ha. I can't believe it. I actually did it with Akino Himejima. The one I've only seen in an anime. I looked down at her. She was licking her lips, white trails at the corners of her mouth, her expression satisfied and amused. My manhood stirred again, rising despite everything. Twitch. Guess I'm having different type of lunch for today. The outskirts of Kuo Town look different at night, or at least to me after what I went through this afternoon. I stood at the forest edge, staring into the darkness ahead. Trees clustered together like they were plotting something, their branches forming a thick web, enough to block out most of the moonlight. The air reeked of damp earth and rotten leaves. My phone buzzed as I pulled it out and checked the stray devil spot Rias had sent me. Deeper in. Of course. I pocketed the phone and started walking, boots crunching against dead leaves and twigs. As I walked, my mind drifted back to earlier events with Akino. After that first time, she'd taken me again. And again. 5 times total. Each one more intense than the last. With each turn, I noticed she seemed to enjoy it more than I did, which was saying something. Her enthusiasm was almost concerning. Almost. Afterward, she'd straightened her uniform, handed me a stack of new magic books, and made me a promise with that dangerous smile of hers, if I mastered them, she might let me try something more than that. And obviously I gave in. She was running a rewards program, and I was apparently enrolled. Is this anime really an anime, or did I somehow turn it into a hentai? I stepped over a fallen log, ducking under a low-hanging branch. Either way, I'm not complaining. Even if I die tonight, at least I'll die happy. I shook my head, forcing my focus back to the task at hand. I had a stray devil to kill. A rank 2 gacha ticket to earn. Priorities. The forest grew denser the further I went. The moonlight barely penetrated here, leaving everything in shades of black and some light. My eyes adjusted slowly, glancing around at the tree trunks, rocks, the occasional bush. Rustle. I stopped, listened for any presence here but noticed nothing. I kept walking, following the mental map I'd built from Rias's map, which was more like a kid doodling for first time. Then I saw it. A clearing ahead, bathed in pale moonlight. The grass looked trampled in spots, like something large had moved through recently. I stepped into the clearing and stopped to find no stray devil, no movement, no sound except for the faint rustle of leaves overhead. Whoosh! Where the hell is it? I took another step forward and my instincts screamed instantly. I threw myself to the side. Whoosh, crack. A spear of light slammed into the spot where I'd been standing, punching into the ground with enough force to leave a smoking crater. Golden light flickered and dispersed, fragments scattering like dying embers. Hiss. I rolled to my feet, heart pounding. The voice that followed was smooth, amused, and way too casual for someone who'd just tried to kill me. You dodged it, huh? Not bad. My fists clenched as I met with the sight of the fallen angel. He dropped from the branch, landing in the clearing with a soft thud as I got my first good look at him. Middle-aged. Short black hair, slightly unkempt. Dark blue eyes that looked bored and amused at the same time. He wore a pale gray trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, black gloves, and I shit you not, a black fedora. A fedora. This guy looks like he's cosplaying a 1940s detective who made some very poor life choices. Black feathered wings spread wide from his back, the only thing that gave away he wasn't just some weirdo in a park. He straightened up, dusting off his coat with the kind of casual confidence that said he'd done this before. Many times. He grinned at me like we were old friends meeting at a bar, not two people about to try killing each other. I have to fight a fallen angel. Where the hell is the stray devil? Did I get scammed by the quest system? I clenched my fists, ready with cross-tail against my wrist as armament hockey surged beneath my skin to battle against the fallen angel. Chapter 11, CH11, Kill La Kill. Quest failed, exterminate the stray devil at outskirts of Kuo Town. Reward, rank 2 gacha ticket. New quest. Quest objective, defeat hostile fallen angel. Reward, rank 4 gacha ticket. I stared at the glowing text. Failed. The quest failed before I even found the target. Rank 4 though. That was higher than anything I'd seen. The system considered a fallen angel significantly more dangerous than a stray devil. Which made sense. One was a corrupted devil gone feral. The other was a supernatural being who specialized in killing individuals. And I was that individual, right now. Great. Just great. The screen vanished, and that's when I heard his voice again. Well, well. What do we have here? The fallen angel's grin widened. How unfortunate for you, he adjusted his fedora with one gloved hand. Running into me like this. Wrong place, wrong time. Though. He tilted his head, dark blue eyes gleaming with amusement. I suppose for a human wandering the outskirts at night, any place is the wrong place. Every nerve in my body screamed danger louder than a fire alarm. This wasn't some stray devil I could ambush and overwhelm. This was a fallen angel. A being that operated on a completely different power scale. One of them, who tried to kill Issei just days ago. And I'm supposed to fight him. Alone. I forced my breathing to steady, my mind racing through everything I knew. He was Danasik, working under Rainair. He used light spears, deadly to devils, but I wasn't a devil. That gave me an edge, however small. He was arrogant. A battle maniac according to canon. That meant he'd toy with me, underestimate me. I kept my expression neutral, my hands loose at my sides. Are you the one who attacked Issei? Danasik's grin stretched wider. Ah, so you know about that. How delightful, he spread his arms theatrically, black wings flaring behind him. That wasn't me. But today, I had the pleasure of introducing that pathetic boy to the reality of his new existence. He squealed quite nicely when he got stabbed. My fists clenched involuntarily. The fallen angel noticed. His eyes sharpened. Oh. Does that upset you? Are you friends with that coward? He took a step forward, boots crunching against dead leaves. Tell me, human, did he cry to you about it? Did he? I moved. Shink. Crosstail deployed, black wires shooting forward like striking vipers. I aimed for his throat, his wings, anything vital. The threads sang through the air, armament hockey coating them in black, hardening them into razor edges. Danasik's eyes widened fractionally. Whoosh. He launched himself skyward, wings beating once with explosive force. My wires sliced through empty air, missing him by inches. He twisted mid-flight, landing on a thick tree branch 20 feet up, crouched like a gargoyle. Well, he said. You're not just a human, are you? His gaze locked onto the glove on my right hand, where the wires retracted smoothly. A wire-type sacred gear. He straightened up, adjusting his fedora with a vicious smirk. How interesting. If he stays airborne, I'd be done before I could even deploy wires of cross-tail. I need to ground him. Force him into close quarters where cross-tail's range meant something. Donasik conjured a light spear in his right hand, the weapon materializing in a flash of golden radiance. The clearing brightened, shadows retreating. Let's put a test on your abilities before I take it from you. He hurled the spear. Whoosh, crack. I threw myself sideways, hitting the ground hard. The spear smashed into a tree trunk behind me, punching through wood like tissue paper. The tree exploded in a shower of wood splinters. Boom. I rolled to my feet, breathing hard. That wasn't for a test. That was a kill shot. Another spear materialized in Donasik's hand. I deployed cross-tail again, this time splitting the wires into multiple threads. They shot outward in different directions, wrapping around tree trunks, creating a web between me and the fallen angel. I poured armament hockey into each strand, turning them into black tripwires that hummed with tension. Donasik raised an eyebrow. A trap. He launched the second spear. Whoosh. The weapon tore through 3 of my wires before I could react, snapping them like twigs. The spear continued its trajectory, forcing me to dive again. It buried itself in the earth where I'd been standing, hissing with residual light. Damn it. His spears cut through hockey-coated wires. That shouldn't be possible, unless his light-based attacks have some property that even bypasses physical reinforcement. I retracted the broken wires, my mind working through every option I had at the moment. I need to change tactics. Make him come to me instead of sniping from range. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Rias's crimson flyer. The summoning circle etched on its surface glowed faintly in my palm. Donasik's eyes narrowed. What's that you've got there, human? I held it up so he could see clearly. The fallen angel's expression darkened. A devil summoning flyer. He straightened fully, wings spreading wider. So you are affiliated with the Gremory brat. That explains why you knew about my encounter with her servant. Good. Now he has northwest choice but to close the distance. Donasik launched himself from the branch, diving toward me as 2 light spears materialized in his hands. He descended like a meteor, wings tucked tight, his entire body a weapon. Whoosh. I planted my feet and deployed cross-tail with both hands, every wire I had. They shot upward in a cone formation, creating a net of black threads directly in his flight path. I pumped armament hockey through them until my stamina screamed in protest, hardening each strand to its absolute limit. Donasik saw the trap and his eyes widened. He twisted midair, hurling both spears with one aimed at me and other at the flyer in my hand. Time seemed to slow down for me, as I made a choice to put an end to this fight. I dove left, keeping the flyer pressed to my chest. The spear meant for me pierced through the space I'd occupied, cratering the ground. The second spear grazed my shoulder, burning cloth and skin. Gah. Pain exploded through my arm. The smell of seared flesh hitting my nostrils. But Donasik was committed. His dive carried him straight into my wire net. SHHHNK, SHHHNK, SHHHNK. The hockey-coated threads caught him. Not all of them, his wings and momentum tore through half, but enough. They wrapped around his left arm, his right leg, one looped around his throat. The black wires bit deep, slicing through his trench coat, cutting into flesh. Donasik snarled, his composure shattering. Blood sprayed. You. I yanked hard, activating earthbending simultaneously. Crack. The ground beneath him erupted upward, stone pillars shooting from the earth like spears. They caught him mid-fall, slamming into his torso and pinning him between rock and wire. His wings beat frantically, trying to wrench him free. I retracted the wires of one hand with every ounce of strength, pulling tighter. My right hand moved instinctively, shaping cross-tail's threads into a new configuration. I'd been practicing it for a while and never used it in combat, until Aquino showed me the difference between us. The wires began to weave together, forming a spiraling pattern until they conjured into a large elongated spear. The threads coiled around each other, layered with armament hockey until they turned pitch black and rigid as steel. The tip sharpened into a needle point. The weapon took shape in my hand with 3 feet of compressed wire, wound so tightly like it whispered with lethal intent. Donasik's eyes locked onto it as realization dawned upon him. You. My legs drove forward, closing the distance between us in 3 strides. The Chloranthy ring pulsed, replenishing my stamina with each step. Donasik struggled against the wires and stone, his wings beating uselessly. He conjured a teleportation circle to escape, but the wire around his throat tightened, choking off his focus. I thrust it at him without hesitation. Shunk. The wire spear punched through his chest, penetrating the cloth, skin, muscle, ribs until it sank deep, all the way to the base. Danasik's breath left him in a bloodied cough. How unfortunate. He tried to teleport away despite the immense pain, but I twisted my wrist. In the next moment his eyes widened, as more blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He tried to speak again but failed miserably. I twisted my wrist further until the wires unwound inside his body. The coiled threads that made up the spear unraveled like a spring releasing, spreading outward inside his torso. They shredded through internal organs, wrapping around his heart, lungs, cutting through everything vital. The technique was designed for exactly these moments, ensuring quick kills by targeting what even an armor couldn't protect. Danasik's body convulsed. His wings spasmed once, twice. Then went still. His weight sagged against the earth pillars, held upright only by the wires. Dark blue eyes stared at nothing. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the dirt. I yanked the wires free. SHHHHK. His body crumpled, falling forward in a heap. The fedora rolled away, coming to rest against a tree. Silence. I stood there, breathing hard, the wire spear dissolving back into separate threads that retracted into my glove. My shoulder burned where his spear had grazed me. My hands shook slightly. The chloranthy ring pulsed steadily, already working to restore my stamina. I killed him. The thought sat heavy in my chest. This was the world I lived in now. Kill or be killed. Danasik would have murdered me without hesitation if I'd given him the chance. After all, he was serving Rainier's psychotic plan. And now he was dead. A blue screen materialized in front of me. Quest completed, defeat hostile fallen angel. Reward, rank 4 gacha ticket. Phew, that's the highest rank gacha ticket I've gotten so far. The system seems to reward according to difficulty, and Danasik had been dangerous enough to warrant it. No lies. I dismissed the screen with a thought and looked down at Danasik's corpse. His body was already starting to dissolve, leaving behind black feathers with his body disintegrating into ash. Why won't fallen angels leave feathers behind? Such an inconvenience for cleanup. With a flick of my wrist, I summoned a magic circle and shot a fireball at last remains of arrogance topped with fedora. No witnesses, no crime. I pocketed the crimson flyer, checking to make sure it hadn't been damaged and sighed in relief seeing it still intact. The forest felt quieter now. Oppressively so. No rustling leaves, no distant animal sounds. Just me and a pile of ash in the air that used to be a fallen angel with a terrible fashion sense. I turned and started walking back toward town. My shoulder throbbed. I'd need to treat that burn before it got infected. Maybe a kino could heal it. Or maybe I'd just bandage it myself. I didn't want to explain how I got it. As I walked, my mind drifted to the gacha ticket. Rank 4. That was serious. Better rewards meant better powers. Maybe something defensive next time. Or a healing ability. Cross-tail and earthbending were great for offense, but I was still squishy underneath. Buzz. My phone buzzed, showing a message from Rias. Have you exterminated the stray devil? Yeah. It's dead. Heading home now. Her response came quickly. Good work, Motohama-kun. Come by the clubroom tomorrow. I would introduce you to the other devil heiress overseeing this territory with me. Okay. I pocketed the phone and kept walking before the fallen one's reinforcements would show up for a round 2. As for using the gacha ticket, I'd do it tomorrow morning. Tonight, I'd sleep like the dead, assuming nightmares about fallen angels didn't keep me up. Chapter 12, CH12, insert disc here. The stray devil's body dissolved into ash and light. Issei stared as particles drifted upward through gaps in the abandoned building's ruined ceiling, disappearing into the night sky beyond. The monster had been huge, deformed, strong enough to punch through concrete walls. Now it was just gone. One moment it lunged at them with claws extended, the next it scattered like dust in the wind. Moonlight filtered through broken windows, casting shadows across debris-strewn floors. The building smelled of mold and decay, years of abandonment heavy in the stale air. Rias turned toward him, her crimson hair catching the pale light. Blue-green eyes met his as a gentle smile curved her lips. Issei, do you understand now how the evil pieces work? He scratched the back of his head, fingers working through hair still sticky with sweat from the fight. I don't think I can do something like that though. The words came out uncertain, embarrassed. I mean, I'm just a pawn, right? You shouldn't underestimate the pawn piece, Issei. Rias's expression grew serious. Her voice took on that tone she used when explaining something important. She stepped closer, glass crunching beneath her shoes. The pawn is the most special piece among all the evil pieces. Do you know why? Issei blinked rapidly. Special? How? Promotion. Rias raised one hand between them, palm open. When a pawn reaches enemy territory in a raiding game, it gains the ability to promote. You can temporarily gain the traits of a queen, rook, bishop, or knight. Whatever the battle requires at that moment. The words hung in the dusty air between them. Issei's eyes widened as understanding started to dawn. Akino emerged from the shadows near a collapsed wall, her footsteps silent despite the rubble. Long black hair tied in a ponytail swayed as she walked. Violet eyes gleamed with amusement as the gentle smile played across her lips. Era, it took all 8 pawn pieces to reincarnate you, Issei-kun. She tilted her head. Do you understand what that means? 8 pieces. Issei's voice came out barely above a whisper. Most pawns only require 1 piece, Ria said, and warmth entered her tone. Perhaps 2 at most. You needed all 8. That means the power sleeping inside you is immense. Far greater than ordinary devils. 8 pieces. Immense power. The words should have made him feel better, but instead they reminded him of someone else. Motohama. His friend. Except now Motohama was something more, wasn't he? Rias trusted him with contracts. Sent him to eliminate stray devils. Called him reliable enough for dangerous work that could get him killed. And Motohama wasn't even a devil. The thought settled heavy in Issei's chest. Here he was. Dead, brought back with 8 pawn pieces, being told about his immense potential. Meanwhile his human friend was out there fighting the same battles without any evil piece boost. No devil powers. No supernatural advantages. Just whatever he'd been hiding beneath. Issei's hands clenched at his sides. What about Motohama? The question burst out before he could stop it. The abandoned building went quiet except for wind whistling through broken windows. Kaniko's golden eyes shifted toward him from where she stood near a support pillar. Her white hair seemed to glow in the moonlight. Her expression remained completely blank. Unreadable. Kiba stopped examining a section of scorched wall, turning toward them. Blonde hair fell across his forehead as he looked at Issei. His pleasant smile remained in place. Rias raised one elegant eyebrow. What about Motohama-kun? You sent him to eliminate a stray devil too, didn't you? Issei's voice grew stronger, fueled by confusion he couldn't quite put into words. But he's not a devil. He doesn't have the evil pieces system or anything. How's he supposed to fight these things if he's just human? Era. Akino's smile widened, amusement dancing in her violet eyes. How sweet. You're worried about your friend, Issei-kun. I'm being serious. Frustration bled into Issei's words. He's my friend. You're sending him to fight monsters that could rip him apart. What if something happens? What if he gets killed? Motohama-kun is far more capable than you realize. Rias's voice cut through his rising panic. Calm, certain. Her blue-green eyes softened slightly. He wouldn't have accepted those contracts if he couldn't handle the work. I wouldn't allow anyone under my care to take on tasks beyond their abilities. But Issei. Rias's tone gentled further. Your friend has his own strengths. You have yours. Comparing yourself to him serves no purpose except making you doubt yourself. Kaniko remained silent near her pillar. Golden eyes fixed on Issei with that same emotionless stare. She'd only seen Motohama briefly during introductions. Not enough to judge his fighting ability. But she trusted her king's judgment completely. The reassurance should have helped. Instead it just highlighted the gap. Motohama had impressed Rias enough to earn devil contracts. Impressed the whole peerage enough to warrant their confidence. And what had Issei done? Died on his first date. Needed 8 pawn pieces just to come back. Stood here listening to promises about potential. He stared down at his hands, flexing fingers that still trembled slightly. 8 pieces. Promotion. Immense power. The words rattled around his head, full of promise but no certainty. He'd been stabbed through the gut, killed, pulled back from death into a world where devils and angels were real. Now this. Vague assurances about future strength while his human friend was already out there proving himself. I'll get stronger, Issei said finally. The words came out rough, determined. I'm going to prove those 8 pieces weren't wasted on me. And I'll get strong enough that Motohama doesn't have to risk his neck doing devil work as a human. Rias's expression softened completely. The aristocratic composure dropped away to reveal genuine warmth underneath. I know you will, Issei. Both of you will grow stronger in your own ways. That's what I believe. Era, Akino's gentle smile returned, full force. I wonder which of you will surprise us more in the end. Issei didn't have an answer for that. But as the group began picking their way through debris toward the building's exit, he made himself a silent promise. Whatever Motohama was hiding, whatever made him capable of fighting supernatural monsters as a baseline human, Issei would match it. Surpass it. He had 8 pawn pieces worth of potential, after all. Motohama POV. Morning light stabbed through my curtains like it had a personal grudge against my sleep schedule. I sat at my kitchen table, staring at breakfast with all the enthusiasm of a death row inmate facing his last meal. Except worse, because at least death row inmates got actual food. Toast. Charred around the edges like it had barely survived a house fire. A glass of milk, lukewarm because I'd apparently forgotten refrigerators existed. I'd made this myself. Every bite tasted like regret took physical form. I picked up the toast, examining it. The bread crumbled where my teeth had bitten down. No butter. I'd completely forgotten butter existed as a concept until I was halfway through chewing. I really am trying to improve and learn to cook. The thought arrived bitter. Self-mocking. I swallowed hard, washing down what tasted like compressed sawdust with milk that somehow managed to taste like disappointment in liquid form. But I don't know why. I can't taste anything good in my cooked food. Not entirely accurate. I could taste it. The problem was the vast chasm between what food should taste like and whatever war crime I'd just committed against innocent bread. Store-bought toast had flavor, character, a reason to exist. My toast had texture and the vague suggestion that bread had existed in this form before I murdered it. Maybe the problem was technique. Maybe it was talent. Maybe some ancient cooking deity had cursed me for crimes against cuisine in a past life. Probably that last one. I finished the toast through sheer stubborn willpower. Each bite was a small war between hunger and self-respect where both sides lost badly. The milk followed, chugged too fast because lingering over it meant acknowledging how milk could taste wrong when milk was literally just milk. I'll keep trying until I get better at this. The promise felt hollow. Like saying, maybe the meteor will miss Earth. But necessary, because the alternative was admitting total defeat to breakfast food. Or until the system blesses me with the cooking skill and puts me out of my misery. That option felt infinitely more realistic. At this rate I'd need divine intervention just to make toast that didn't actively insult the concept of bread. I shoved the empty plate aside. Wiped crumbs off my fingers with a napkin that already had stains from yesterday's equally catastrophic breakfast attempt. A pattern was emerging. Not a good pattern, but definitely a pattern. Time to check the gacha. Time to see if rank 4 would actually deliver something useful, or if I'd somehow pull advanced toast cremation techniques as a reward. I summoned the familiar blue screen with a thought. It flickered into existence right in front of my face. Hovering at eye level with that signature ethereal glow. Translucent but somehow solid, occupying space that logically shouldn't contain anything. The interface was all clean lines and minimalist design. I might grant you godlike powers or eternal disappointment, flip a coin. Rank 4 gacha ticket available. My heart rate kicked up a notch. Rank 4. The highest tier I'd managed to earn so far. Killing Donaseek had apparently warranted serious rewards. The system measured danger with cold mathematical precision, and fallen angel actively trying to murder you ranked pretty damn high on the threat assessment scale. Who knew attempted murder paid so well? This ticket represented potential. Real, tangible, possibly world-altering potential. The kind that could completely shift my power dynamic and survival odds. Or grant me the ability to psychically communicate with houseplants. That seemed equally possible given my luck. Don't disappoint me like the JJK ending did. I thought it with genuine religious solemnity. Gojo and Sukuna's entire conclusion. Those final chapters had carved scars into my soul that no amount of fix-it fanfiction could heal. If this gacha ticket delivered something equally underwhelming, I'd officially lose what little faith I still had in randomized reward systems. I pressed the ticket icon. The screen pulsed once, twice. Light erupted from the center, spreading outward in expanding circles that brightened until I had to squint. The glow intensified, building anticipation with the calculated pacing of a slot machine engineered to maximize anxiety. Colors cycled through the spectrum. Blue to gold to white to colors that probably didn't have names. Like the universe was having an identity crisis. Then everything settled. You've acquired disk creation. I stared at the text floating in front of me. Disk creation. The words just hung there. Aggressively vague. Mocking me with their complete lack of context. My brain immediately jumped to the worst possible interpretation. How the hell am I supposed to use that in combat? Mental images flashed unbidden. Me attempting to drop sick beats while stray devils lunged for my throat. An entirely inappropriate techno soundtrack playing during my imminent murder. Rainier pausing mid-light spear throw to appreciate my DJ skills before resuming her attempt to kill me. The absurdity spiraled into full comedy. I mean, I bet nobody wants to dance in the middle of a battle to the death. Though honestly, in a world where devils played elaborate raiding games for entertainment and angels waged literal holy wars, who was I to judge combat strategies? Maybe interpretive dance fighting was a legitimate tactic. Maybe I'd accidentally start the next big supernatural combat trend. Death by Disco, a memoir. I could see it now. Unless we're talking about Madara Uchiha. The ghost of the Uchiha. That man had literally danced across battlefields with the grace of someone who already knew he'd won. But even Madara wouldn't pause mid-apocalypse to throw a rave. Probably. No. Not even he would pull that. I pressed the description tab before my brain could spiral further. Please, for the love of whatever passed for God in this universe, let this actually be useful. The text expanded instantly, filling my entire field of vision. Description, disk creation. Ability, extract and materialize a person's abilities, memories, and sensory functions as physical disks. These disks can be removed from the target and inserted into others, or stored indefinitely for later use. Mechanics. 2 primary disk types exist: stand disks, ability/powers, and memory disks, experiences/knowledge/personality. Disks exist as independent physical objects once extracted and are virtually indestructible. Removing a stand disk renders the target completely powerless, removing a memory disk leaves them comatose or severely mentally impaired. Disks can be inserted into yourself or other individuals, granting temporary access to command certain actions. Multiple disks can be stored simultaneously, but only one ability disk can be active in the user at any given time. Extraction requires direct physical contact with the target's head. Inserted disks can be rejected by incompatible hosts, potentially causing severe harm. Notice, since there are no stand users in this world, host can extract sacred gear disks instead of stand disks. Memory disks function identically to the original ability. Time stopped. My breath caught somewhere between my lungs and throat. My hands froze mid-gesture. The entire kitchen faded into irrelevant background noise as the implications detonated inside my skull like carefully orchestrated shaped charges. Sacred gear disks. I could extract sacred gears from people. Just pull them out like removing hardware from a computer. Store them as physical objects. Use them myself. Switch between them based on whatever the situation demanded. Collect them like the world's most overpowered trading card game. Holy shit. The words escaped involuntarily. Whispered into my empty kitchen with the kind of reverence usually reserved for witnessing actual miracles. This wasn't just powerful. This was completely, utterly, absolutely game-breaking. Sacred gears defined this world's entire power structure. Rare, unique, capable of killing literal gods when wielded properly. Boosted gear. Divine dividing. Twilight healing. Annihilation maker. Dimension lost. Regulus Nemia. The list went on forever. Each one a reality warping artifact that entire nations would go to war over. And I could just steal them. My mind kicked into overdrive, cataloging possibilities faster than conscious thought could organize them. I could extract Issei's boosted gear during a training session. Use it myself to understand its mechanics, then return it before he noticed. I could collect sacred gears from defeated enemies, building an arsenal that no single person should logically possess. Ultimate flexibility. Perfect adaptability. The ability to hard counter any opponent by selecting the perfect tool from my collection. It was beautiful. Terrifying. The kind of ability that either made you invincible or painted the world's largest target on your back. Possibly both simultaneously. But reality caught up as my initial excitement cooled. There were always complications. Always catches. Always prices to pay. Whitesnake's disks in the source material didn't just steal abilities. They ripped out memories, personalities, fundamental pieces of a person's soul. Removing someone's stand could leave them as vegetables. Empty husks with all the personality and awareness of someone in a permanent coma. Would sacred gear extraction work the same way? Would pulling someone's sacred gear kill them outright? Turn them into drooling invalids? The description conveniently didn't specify. Classic system behavior. Hand me incredibly powerful tools, let me figure out the ethics and potential manslaughter charges on my own. Really appreciated that. Very helpful. And there was another problem. More immediately practical than ethical. I can't use multiple sacred gears simultaneously. Hard physical limitations. My body simply wasn't built to channel multiple sacred gears at once. The energy strain would literally tear me apart from the inside out. Conflicting power sources ripping through channels designed for one specific type. I'd seen what happened when people in this world pushed beyond their limits. Catastrophic failure. Madness. Death. Usually all of the above, typically in that exact order. Sacred gear overload wasn't theoretical. It was a documented way to die horribly. So I collect them. Store them. Use whichever one fits the situation best. Strategic stockpiling as a combat doctrine. Build a diverse collection, rotate through them as tactical needs demanded. Fighting a devil. Equip something with holy damage. Battling a dragon. Use whatever had anti-dragon capabilities. Facing a fallen angel. Deploy whichever gear gave me the biggest advantage while minimizing my chances of being skewered. The approach made perfect sense. It would transform me from a narrow specialist into an adaptable generalist capable of countering virtually any scenario. A supernatural Swiss Army knife, except instead of a tiny knife and useless scissors, I'd have dragon-slaying powers and reality manipulation. But that raised the question I'd been very carefully avoiding. Who did I extract these sacred gears from? The answer came immediately. Instinctive. Born from equal parts cold pragmatism and the desperate need to sleep at night without crippling nightmares. Enemies only. Defeated enemies who already tried to kill me. No stealing from allies under any circumstances. No experimenting on random innocents to see what happens. No pulling sacred gears just because I could. Only hostile forces. The ones who'd already made their choice to stand on the murder Motohama side of the conflict and failed. The Cows Brigade employed literal dozens of people with rare abilities they'd probably stolen themselves. Defeated enemies would become resources. Simple as that. Harsh. Absolutely. Personal choice. Definitely. This world ran entirely on power dynamics, and sentiment got you killed. Hesitation got you worse than killed. I could live with that moral framework. Probably. Maybe. I'd work on refining the ethics later. I dismissed the screen with a thought. Watched it fade into nothing with the deep satisfaction of someone who just won a lottery they didn't even know they'd entered. Disc creation. The ability to extract and store sacred gears like supernatural Pokemon cards with apocalyptic power levels. Rank 4 had delivered beyond my wildest expectations. The JJK ending was officially forgiven. Partially. I still had trauma. But at least the gacha system wasn't actively disappointing me too. I stood up, stretching muscles gone stiff from sitting too long. My gaze drifted toward the clock mounted on my kitchen wall. Its numbers displayed the time with the cold indifference of something that didn't care whether I lived or died. 7:47 a.m. My stomach dropped like an elevator with freshly cut cables. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Rias had told me yesterday. And it was definitely telling, not asking, despite the polite phrasing she'd used. Meet at the clubroom. Today. Early. She wanted to introduce me to the other devil heiress who co-managed Koa's territory. Sona Citri. Student council president. And I was about to be catastrophically late. 7:48 a.m. Damn it all. I bolted from the kitchen with frantic urgency. Like someone who'd just realized their house was actively on fire and they'd left the stove on. Abandoned my breakfast dishes like a crime scene. Shoes. Where the hell were my shoes? School bag. I grabbed items completely at random, throwing them on while simultaneously cursing my past self for staying up late reading gacha ability descriptions. 7:50 a.m. My front door slammed behind me hard enough to rattle the frame. I sprinted down the street at full speed. My legs pumped with every single ounce of strength that desperation and caffeine withdrawal could provide. The chloranthy ring pulsed steadily on my finger, feeding precious stamina back into screaming muscles. Thank God for magical artifacts. Thank God for... Wham. I crashed directly into something soft. Bam. The impact sent us both sprawling across pavement. A suitcase hit concrete with the violence of cheap construction meeting an immovable object. Latches popped open like tiny explosions. Contents scattered everywhere. Clothes, a leather-bound Bible, rosary beads, various traveling necessities exploding across the sidewalk in a disaster radius that would require genuine archaeological effort to catalog. I hit the ground hard. Palms scraped raw against asphalt, skin tearing. Sharp pain lanced through my shoulder. The exact same one Donasik had grazed with his light spear yesterday, because apparently that specific body part was personally cursed by fate itself. I bit back several extremely creative curses. Rolled to assess the damage and figure out who I'd just accidentally clotheslined. A girl knelt beside her completely destroyed luggage. Blonde hair that caught the morning light. Bright green eyes. Delicate features arranged in an expression of pure distress as she frantically tried gathering scattered belongings with trembling hands. Asia Argento. The girl whose sacred gear, Twilight Healing, could literally repair wounds that no medical science could ever hope to touch. The genuinely innocent soul whose overwhelming kindness would become simultaneously her greatest strength and most exploitable weakness. The girl Rainier would manipulate, use, and ultimately murder in a desperate power grab. And I just crashed into her like a runaway freight train with zero regard for pedestrian safety laws. Perfect. Just absolutely perfect. Really living up to that protagonist-adjacent luck, aren't I? Chapter 13, CH 13, Asia Argento. Now I'm really regretting why I never took Italian classes. Asia's voice tumbled out in rapid Italian apologetic tone, while I understood absolutely nothing. Giorno Giovanna had been my favorite JoJo protagonist for years. The character single-handedly made me think learning Italian would be cool. I'd even signed up for a trial class once and sat through only one session before realizing that motivation from a fictional mafioso and actual linguistic dedication were completely different beasts. Dropped it faster than my expectations for Season 2 of No Game No Life. Really paying for that decision now, aren't I? Asia continued her apology while gesturing at her luggage, then to me, then at herself with body language for, "I'm so sorry," translated perfectly even when her actual words didn't. What should I do? I didn't even bring my phone with me. My phone sat on my kitchen counter. Exactly where I'd left it in my frantic sprint out the door. No translation apps. No emergency Google assistance. Just me, a language barrier, and a girl who looked 2 seconds away from crying over this collision. Then it clicked in my mind, I had the newly acquired ability. Disc creation. Whitesnake's signature power, now sitting in my mental toolbox like a loaded gun with infinite potential applications. I'd been so focused on sacred gear extraction that I'd completely overlooked the other obvious use case. Command disc. I could definitely work with that. I raised one hand slowly, deliberately. Pointed past Asia's shoulder with what I hoped was the gesture for, "Look behind you." Her green eyes followed my finger. Head turning with complete innocent trust as she glanced over her shoulder to see what had caught my attention. The moment her gaze shifted, I moved. I activated disc creation with focused intent. The ability responded instantly, manifesting knowledge I'd mentally constructed from scratch. A flat disc materialized between my fingers, gleaming white with faint rainbow shimmer across its surface like oil on water. Speak and understand the Italian language. I pressed the disc against my skull. It slid inward smoothly. No resistance. Like pushing a CD into a computer drive, except the computer was my brain and the CD contained an entire linguistic framework. The disc vanished beneath skin and bone, integrating seamlessly. New connections flooded my mind immediately. Neural pathways lighting up like a city grid receiving power after a blackout. Words I'd never learned suddenly made perfect sense. Grammar structures clicked into place with the satisfying precision of puzzle pieces finding their home. Pronunciation rules, verb conjugations, idiomatic expressions, the proper way to gesture while speaking Italian for maximum emotional impact. All of it downloaded directly into my consciousness in the space between mind. As it was stated, it worked only for a few intervals of time, and I wasn't sure how long, and that's something I have to know after I am done meeting with the other devil heiress. Asia turned back toward me, confusion replacing concern. She blinked twice, tilting her head slightly to the right. "Forgive me," I said in flawless Italian. The words emerged smooth, natural, like I'd been speaking this language my entire life. "I thought the man behind you was asking for you." Her eyes lit up like someone had just handed her the winning lottery ticket. Green irises practically glowing with relief and joy. Both hands came up to her mouth in surprise, fingers pressed against lips as a brilliant smile broke across her face. "You speak Italian?" The words burst out excited, grateful, thank God. I asked everyone but no one seemed to understand what I was trying to say. Why does she think a Japanese individual would speak Italian? Maybe it's because she is Asia. Asia Argento wasn't stupid. Far from it. But her sheltered upbringing in the church had left massive gaps in practical life experience. The kind of gaps that made someone think, surely people will understand me if I just speak clearly enough, pure heart, minimal street smarts. A combination that would get her exploited repeatedly in this world. Already was being exploited, if memory served. Rainier had probably arranged this entire scenario. Made Asia come to Japan with minimal preparation, knowing full well the language barrier would isolate her. Make her dependent. Easier to manipulate when you controlled someone's only lifeline to basic communication. I kept the smile polite. "It's quite unusual for a nun to be in town. Are you on a trip, miss?" No, she shook her head quickly, blonde hair swaying. Words tumbled out hurried, almost tripping over themselves. "I was assigned to the church in this town." Well, there's only one church in this town. But it's been abandoned for a long time. The abandoned church on the outskirts. Fallen Angels headquarters. Rainier's base of operations where she'd eventually perform the sacred gear extraction ritual that would kill Asia in canon. The place where Issei would storm in, rage-fueled and desperate to save the first girl who'd shown him genuine kindness. Except this timeline had me in it now. Which complicated things significantly. Asia's eyes lit up again. That same bright hope that made her simultaneously endearing and heartbreaking to watch. "Forgive me for my request, but can you show me the direction to it? Please." I lifted my arm and pointed northwest where the church sat on its hill overlooking Koa's outskirts. Sharp pain lanced through my shoulder immediately. The injury from last night of Donasik's light spear graze. The wound I'd bandaged hastily before collapsing into bed, too exhausted to do proper medical care. Adrenaline from the fight had masked how bad it actually was. Now, hours later with the adrenaline completely gone, my body helpfully reminded me that light spear wounds hurt like absolute hell. I bit back a wince. Failed completely at hiding the grimace that twisted my expression. Is everything fine? Asia's voice shifted instantly from hopeful to concerned. Her gaze locked onto my arm with the focused intensity of someone trained to recognize injury. No, it's just a small cut on my arm that I got. I forced the smile back into place, nothing to be worried about. Asia took a step closer. Her hands came up hesitantly, uncertain. Could I take a look at it? Please. Well, if she's asking herself, then why not see Twilight healing with my very own eyes? I pulled up my sleeve carefully. Fabric scraped against sensitive skin as I exposed the white bandages wrapped around my shoulder and upper arm. The makeshift medical work looked exactly as professional as half-dead teenager doing first aid at 2 a.m. suggested. Uneven layers. Visible bloodstains seeping through in dark patches. The kind of bandaging that screamed, this person needs actual medical attention. Asia gasped like she'd just witnessed something personally offensive to her existence. Her green eyes went wide, lips parting in shock as she took in the full extent of visible damage. Don't worry, it'll heal, I said reassuringly, just needs time. She said nothing. Her both hands moved forward, delicate fingers positioned themselves over the bandaged wound without actually touching. It was close enough that I could feel warmth radiating from her skin. Then her hands began to glow. Soft green light emanated from her palms. The illumination wrapped around my injured arm, seeping through bandages, penetrating fabric and flesh with equal ease. No heat. No discomfort. Just pure, concentrated healing energy flowing directly into damaged tissue. I could feel pain leaving my arm. The sensation was surreal. Like someone had taken the volume dial on my nerve endings and slowly, steadily turned it down to 0. Sharp agony faded to dull ache. Dull ache shifted to mild discomfort. Mild discomfort evaporated into nothing at all. Torn muscle fibers knitted back together. Damaged blood vessels sealed. Bruised tissue returned to healthy pink. All of it happening beneath my skin in real time while green light danced across the surface. Until finally, there was no pain at all. The green glow faded. Asia pulled her hands back slowly, carefully. Exhaustion showed in the slight droop of her shoulders, the way her breathing had deepened. But her smile remained genuine. Warm. Happy to have helped. Thanks, I moved my hand, with no pain at all. What was that? It's a gift from God, her voice carried absolute conviction. Faith so pure and certain it almost hurt to witness. She launched into explanation about blessings, divine providence, sacred duty to heal the sick and injured. How the church could think she's evil and must be excommunicated is beyond me. She'd used her God-given healing ability exactly as God presumably intended, to ease suffering and save lives. For that single act of compassion, the church excommunicated her. Branded her a heretic. Cast her out like contaminated waste. Then the fallen angels swooped in. Rainier offered friendship, purpose, a new home. All lies. All manipulation building toward the moment they'd murder her to steal Twilight healing for themselves. But I wouldn't let that happen. Not when I had advanced knowledge and actual power to intervene. I owed her. She'd healed me without hesitation, without asking for anything in return. I'd make sure she didn't go through that ritual. Not for plot convenience. Not for canon compliance. She deserved better, and not only her, but every innocent individual must never suffer from a bunch of greedy individuals. But first, I had somewhere to be. I glanced at my watch. The numbers displayed doom in digital format. 7:58 a.m. Shit. We should get you to the church. I kept urgency out of my voice through sheer force of will. Smiled like I wasn't internally screaming, I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I can point you in the right direction. Asia nodded quickly. Gratitude written across her features like billboard advertising. I would make sure she doesn't go through that ritual just for the sake of plot. I'm going to pay her back for the kindness she showed me today. The promise settled firm in my mind. I just hoped Sona Citri wasn't waiting at the school gates with a clipboard and an icy glare reserved specifically for late students. That would be significantly less fun to deal with. My day at school passed in a blur of strategic avoidance. I'd managed to reach Koa Academy exactly 30 seconds before the late bell. Literally ran through the gates as the warning chime started. Teachers gave me looks ranging from disapproving to mildly impressed at my photo finish timing. Sona Citri, thankfully, was nowhere in sight during my graceless entrance. Small mercies. I sat through classes with the awareness of someone physically present but mentally elsewhere. Teachers spoke. I took notes. My hand moved across paper while my brain processed absolutely nothing about quadratic equations or classical literature. All my mental energy focused on the upcoming meeting. School ended with the same anticlimactic ring that marked every school day. Students flooded hallways. Conversations rose to deafening levels. The building emptied with the desperate enthusiasm of people escaping imprisonment. I headed in the opposite direction, toward the old school building. The Occult Research Club's territory. I reached the clubroom door and knocked twice. Come in. I turned the handle. Pushed the door open. Ria sat on the main couch. Her crimson hair caught the light filtering through windows, creating that signature red that marked Gremory lineage. Blue-green eyes met mine with polite interest. She wore the school uniform with casual elegance. Like the uniform had been specifically designed for her rather than the other way around. Akino stood behind her. Long black hair tied in her usual ponytail, violet eyes gleaming with that ever-present gentle amusement. Her smile suggested she found the entire world mildly entertaining. Hands clasped at her waist in perfect posture. Welcome, Motohama-kun. Rias gestured to an open seat across from her. Thank you for coming. And thank you again for taking care of the stray devil last night. Did you face any difficulties during its extermination? Should I tell her about the fallen angel encounter? Probably not. It's for the best I keep it a secret until it's revealed by itself. Strategic silence. I had no obligation to report every hostile encounter. Rias had hired me for stray devil elimination, not comprehensive incident reports. What I did in my free time remained my business until it became relevant to our working relationship. Not much, I said evenly. Casual dismissal that wasn't technically lying. So, where is the other devil you were? A polite knock interrupted my question. May I come in? Sona's voice carried through the door. Ria stood smoothly. She glanced at me briefly, nodding once. Confirmation that this was exactly who we'd been waiting for. Please, come in, Rias called, and the door opened to reveal two familiar faces. Both wearing Kuo Academy uniforms with the kind of perfect presentation that made normal students look less disciplined by comparison. Sona Citri entered first. Black hair cut in a short, practical style that framed delicate features. Violet eyes behind thin-rimmed glasses surveyed the room with analytical intensity. The glasses caught light at angles that made reading her expression difficult. She carried herself with the rigid posture of someone who'd learned early that authority came from presentation. Someone who ran Koa's territory with the same efficient ruthlessness she probably applied to managing school events. Her uniform was immaculate. The kind of perfect presentation that took genuine effort to maintain. Following behind her came Tsubaki Shinra. Tall. Noticeably taller than Sona, with the kind of height that made her presence immediately noticeable. Long black hair fell past her shoulders, swaying slightly with each step. She wore the uniform with the same precision as Sona. Professional presentation taken to its logical extreme. Both of them stopped just inside the room. Sona's gaze swept across the space, taking in details with the efficiency of someone trained to assess situations rapidly. Good afternoon, Rias. Sona's voice remained measured. Polite but distant. The tone of professional colleagues rather than friends. Akino-san. She turned toward me. Violet eyes behind glasses focused with laser precision. And you must be Motohama-kun. Her head inclined slightly with minimal acknowledgement. I am Sona Citri, heiress to the Citri clan. I oversee this territory alongside Rias, maintaining order and managing supernatural affairs within Koa's boundaries. She gestured toward Tsubaki with one hand. This is Tsubaki Shinra, my queen piece. She serves as vice president of the student council and my most trusted advisor. Tsubaki bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you, Motohama-kun. So what's the purpose of this meeting? I kept my tone neutral. Curious but not overeager. We aren't just here for introductions, are we? Sona reached up. Fingers pressed against the bridge of her glasses, adjusting them slightly. The gesture looked habitual. Something she did when preparing to deliver important information. Indeed. Her voice took on a sharper edge. We have a developing situation that requires discussion. Fallen angels have established a base of operations within our territory. Specifically, they're using the abandoned church on the outskirts as their hideout. Rias's expression tightened slightly. Concern flickering across features before professional composure reasserted itself. The church has been abandoned for years, Rias said carefully, technically neutral ground. We've avoided it out of respect for historical religious boundaries. That neutrality no longer applies when fallen angels occupy it. Sona's tone remained firm. Their presence represents a potential threat. The question is, what should we do about it? We can't meddle with their affairs unless it directly involves us. Rias's voice carried frustration beneath careful control. Her gaze drifted toward me briefly. I was still human. Not part of either peerage. Not officially connected to devil politics beyond my contract work. The fallen angel's presence didn't automatically involve me. Unless they made it involve me. Which Danasik had helpfully done by trying to murder me last night. Sona caught the look. Her analytical gaze shifted between Rias and me, calculating connections. What's his situation exactly? He's clearly not part of your peerage, Rias. Yet you've involved him in supernatural affairs. Motohama-kun has agreed to work as an ally for the time being. Rias kept her explanation brief. He handles stray devil elimination contracts in exchange for basic magical knowledge. Human spell books, primarily. He's proven himself capable and reliable so far. Basic magical knowledge in exchange for fighting stray devils. Sona's eyes narrowed slightly behind her glasses. Skepticism evident in the minute tightening around her mouth. She turned toward me fully. Do you understand how strong fallen angels are, Motohama-kun? Even with a sacred gear, facing one in direct combat would be nearly impossible for someone at your level. They possess light-based abilities that are inherently lethal to devils and extremely dangerous to humans. Their combat experience typically spans decades, if not centuries. I don't concern myself with them, the words came out dismissive. Exactly the kind of statement that would either make me look stupidly overconfident or dangerously capable. I am already one fallen angel down, after all. Sona studied me for a long moment. Her expression remained unreadable behind those glasses. Calculating threat assessment. Determining whether I was genuinely confident or suicidally stupid. Very well, she said finally, but understand that fallen angels operate differently than stray devils. They're organized, strategic, and significantly more powerful. If you encounter them, retreat should be your first priority. I nodded in agreement. The meeting continued. Discussions about monitoring the church, establishing patrol routes, coordinating responses if the fallen angels made aggressive moves. Devil politics mixed with tactical planning. Both Sona and Ria speaking with the ease of people who'd managed territory disputes before. I listened. Contributed minimally. Learned what I could about their operational procedures. Eventually the meeting wound down. Sona and Tsubaki left with the same silence they'd arrived with. The door closed behind them with a soft click. Rias exhaled slowly. Some tension leaving her shoulders now that the formal meeting had concluded. That went better than expected, she said quietly. I wasn't entirely sure what she'd expected. But I nodded anyway. Evening painted Koa's streets in shades of orange. I walked through residential areas with my thoughts churning. The meeting kept replaying in my mind. Sona's warning about fallen angels. Her implicit concern about my survival chances. The careful way both devil heiresses had skirted around directly ordering me to avoid the church. They couldn't order me. I wasn't their servant. Just an ally. A contractor. Someone operating in their territory but not under their direct authority. That independence cut both ways. Freedom to act, freedom to face consequences alone. Even though I believe I can handle dangers, it wasn't entirely true. Disk creation gave me incredible versatility. The Gacha system provided tools that broke conventional power scaling. But I wasn't invincible. Not even close. One lucky shot from a fallen angel could kill me just as dead as it would any other human. What I know is plot. Its dangers to Issei and everyone around him. But what about me? I existed outside canon. My presence had already changed events. Danasik was dead instead of actively scheming. Asia had met me instead of wandering lost until Issei found her. Small changes, but changes nonetheless. These minor alterations could cascade into completely different outcomes. With the Gacha system and its rewards, I would certainly attract attention. Strength attracted attention. Power drew challenges. Success invited envy. The supernatural world ran on those principles. Every faction constantly measuring threats, seeking advantages, eliminating competition before it became insurmountable. And it's not certain that the hero faction or other unrevealed factions won't make a move against me. The thought chilled me. The hero faction wouldn't appear for a while in canon. Cao Cao and his band of human supremacists who wielded Longinus-class sacred gears and genuinely believed humanity should rule over supernatural beings. Dangerous, fanatical, and very good at killing things that supposedly refused to join them. Would they notice me? Someone human wielding abilities that didn't fit normal sacred gear classifications. Someone operating outside devil, angel, and fallen angel hierarchies. Probably. Eventually. When they started seriously monitoring Kuo. The principle applied universally. Gods, devils, dragons, fallen angels, every faction in this world. They all watched for emerging threats, potential allies, useful tools. I was becoming all three simultaneously. I'd been so focused on surviving immediate dangers that I'd neglected the long-term implications. The training grounds beckoned ahead. Empty field on Koa's outskirts where I could practice without witnesses. Work on combat techniques, test new abilities, actually prepare for the escalating conflicts I knew were coming. Excuse me. The uncertain feminine voice came from behind. I stopped walking and turned around as my mind went blank for a few seconds. The woman standing 5 feet away looked like she'd stepped directly out of fashion magazine advertising. Tall, easily 5'8" or taller. Long blue hair, violet eyes studied me with expression hovering between hopeful and slightly nervous. She wore a long brown trench coat despite the relatively warm evening, belted at the waist to emphasize curves that made teenage boys very aware of their own awkwardness. Calla Warner. Fallen Angel. One of Raynier's subordinates operating in Kuo. Have I just lost my cover in a day? Calla Warner held up a small piece of paper. Unfolded it slightly so I could see handwritten address. Sorry to bother you, she said, and the awkwardness in her voice sounded genuine, but could you show me directions to this location? I'm new to the area and completely lost for the past hour. I stared at the paper. Then I looked at her and only one thought came to my mind. What the hell are fallen angels planning? Chapter 14, Ch 14, Growing Suspicions. The worst part about being genre-savvy is recognizing when you're walking straight into a cliché. Calla Warner stood there with her paper, violet eyes wide with innocent confusion, playing the lost tourist role like she'd rehearsed it to mastery. Every bit of her presentation screamed, "Damsel in minor distress, please assist." Either this was an incredible coincidence, or I was being actively hunted by beings with centuries of manipulation experience and light-based murder weapons. Definitely not a coincidence. You've been lost for an hour. I said, that's rough. This area can be confusing if you're not familiar with it. Calla Warner's smile brightened like I'd just offered her water in a desert. Yes. Everything looks the same to me. All these residential streets just blend together. She gestured vaguely at the surrounding neighborhood. I thought I was going in circles for a while, and it turned out to be true. She absolutely was not lost for sure, and I wasn't sure if this was a test or an assassination setup disguised as casual conversation. The smart play would be telling her to fuck off in a most polite way. But avoiding her would only lead to more persistence from her. Normally, most guys won't flee from attractive women asking for directions. But from this one, they should. I have to act like someone who had no idea what fallen angels were. Let me see the address. I stepped closer, holding my hand out for the paper. Calla Warner handed it over without hesitation. Her fingers brushed mine during the transfer, lingering just slightly longer than necessary. The touch felt warm, almost feverish against my skin. Hard to get a reaction when you're lust-baited by someone like Aquino. I glanced at the paper. The address written there was for a hotel near Koa's commercial district. Mid-range establishment, where someone visiting town for a few days might actually stay. This isn't too far, I said, genuinely surprised they'd bothered with a real address, maybe 15-minute walk from here. You were heading in completely the wrong direction though. Oh no, her disappointment sounded practiced. I thought I was getting close. I pointed back the way she'd come, then traced a mental route through the streets. You'll want to head back to the main road, then turn left at the convenience store. Follow that straight for about 10 blocks. The hotel's on the right side. Calla Warner frowned slightly, violet eyes studying the direction I'd indicated. That sounds complicated. I'm terrible with directions even when they're explained clearly. She looked back at me with hope dawning across features. I know this is asking a lot, but would you mind showing me? Just to the main road at least. I promise I won't take up too much of your time. Not giving up, huh? If I walked directly into whatever trap she'd prepared. Probably with Middlet and Rainier waiting somewhere along the route. 3 fallen angels against me would be a 60-40 matchup, and I don't want to risk it if I can avoid the dangers it brought. So, just play along and finally make an exit. Sure, I can show you, I said, forcing a smile that I hoped looked eager instead of skeptical. Her smile could have lit up small cities. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. She fell into step beside me as I started walking. I'm Calla, by the way. What's your name? Motohama. Nice to meet you, Motohama-kun, she said with a bright smile. We turned onto a side street with fewer pedestrians. Residential area transitioning toward commercial zone leading to fewer witnesses with each block we walked. My right hand stayed loose at my side, ready to activate disc creation if violence started. Calla Warner continued chatting. Questions about school, about local recommendations for food and entertainment. Her voice maintained that perfect balance of interest and curiosity. I gave minimal responses with brief explanations that revealed nothing substantive. She didn't seem to notice. Or pretended not to notice. Hard to tell which. We reached the main road intersection. Streetlights had started flickering on as evening deepened toward night. The convenience store I'd mentioned sat exactly where I'd indicated, bright fluorescent lighting visible through wide windows. See. Not too complicated, I pointed down the street toward the commercial district. Just follow this straight. Hotel's maybe 8 blocks down. You'll see the sign long before you reach it. Calawarner looked down the indicated direction, then back at me. Something shifted in her expression. Would you mind walking me all the way there? I know I'm being terribly forward, but I really am awful with directions. And it's getting dark. She let the sentence trail off. Implication hanging in air like bait on a hook. A woman alone, unfamiliar city, approaching nighttime. As if I would fall for it. My phone. Oh no, I deliberately left it home this morning in my rush to avoid calls from Issei. Damn it. Actually, I just remembered I'm supposed to meet someone. The hotel really is just a few minutes away from here. Just keep going straight, watch for the sign. You'll be fine. Calawarner's expression flickered again. Oh, of course. I understand completely. Her tone suggested she understood far more than she was saying. Thank you so much for your help, Motohama-kun. You've been very kind. No problem. Good luck finding the place. I turned to leave, fighting every instinct that screamed run. Walking away felt like exposing my back to loaded gun. Each step expected light spear through the spine. But nothing came. Just Calawarner's presence behind me, watchful and waiting. Just to be safe, I covered my back in armament hockey to get a slight sense of incoming danger. I changed direction. Took random turns through residential streets, doubling back, creating a confused trail. Standard anti-surveillance tactics I'd learned from too many spy novels and not enough practical experience. Eventually I found a small park, which was not often visited by people. I sat on a bench that faced open space in multiple directions, making ambush approaches visible. My mind raced through possibilities. Why had Calawarner approached me? What was her actual objective? If they knew I'd killed Donasek, she would have attacked immediately. 3-on-1 odds with Middle and Rainier in support with overwhelming force before I could react. Unless they wanted information first. Wanted to understand how a human teenager had managed to kill their colleague. Perhaps wanted to know if I was working alone or represented a larger organization. Or maybe they didn't know. Maybe Donasek's disappearance hadn't been connected to me yet. Maybe this was unrelated. Pure coincidence that Calawarner had asked directions from the one person in Kuo who'd murdered her teammate. Yeah, the second one sounds more believable. As if. The Italian language knowledge had faded hours ago, linguistic framework dissolving as the temporary command expired. But the principle remained. Disk creation could give me abilities, knowledge, skills that shouldn't exist in my human frame. What I needed was a combat experience. Real fighting knowledge. Not theoretical understanding from watching anime, but practical muscle memory from someone who'd actually survived supernatural warfare. Could I create that? Could disk creation manufacture combat expertise from nothing? The Gacha system had given me stand powers from JoJo, abilities from completely different fictional universe. Who's to say those same powers couldn't be repurposed? Adapted. Combined into something new. I focused on the concept. Combat experience. Battlefield awareness. The kind of skills that kept soldiers alive when everything went sideways. Not any specific style, but general competence. The fundamentals to strengthen my base of overall combat skills. A disc materialized between my fingers. White surface gleamed in park lighting. Text formed across it, as I willed the command for it. Basic combat experience. I hesitated. The last disc had worked perfectly. Given me fluent Italian for several hours before dissolving. But that was language. Pure information. This was muscle memory. Physical skills that required body and mind working together. Testing became necessary. But not here. Not in public park where random witnesses might notice teenager moving through combat forms with sudden inexplicable competence. The training grounds. The isolated field I'd been heading toward before Calawarner interrupted. I stood from the bench. Check surrounding area one final time for blue-haired fallen angels or other threats. Nothing moved except leaves in evening breeze. The walk took another 20 minutes. Full darkness had settled over Kuo by the time I reached the field. Chain link fence marked the perimeter. Old baseball diamond sat abandoned in the center, dirt and grass reclaiming what maintenance had given up on years ago. Perfect isolation. No witnesses. No interruptions. I pressed the disc against my skull. Integration was immediate. Knowledge flooded neural pathways with overwhelming intensity. How to stand. How to move. How to read opponent body language for tells. The importance of footwork, of distance management, for incoming attacks. 1,000 small details that separated trained fighters from rookies. My body shifted automatically. Stance widened, weight distributing more evenly. Hands came up in a loose guard position that protected vital areas without sacrificing mobility. It felt natural. Like I'd been standing this way for years. I threw a punch. The movement came smooth, efficient. Hip rotation generating power. Fist traveling straight path instead of looping wide. Impact point aligned with wrist and elbow to prevent joint damage. Holy shit, it actually worked. Another punch. A kick. Combination strikes flowing together with ease. Not master-level execution, but competent. The kind of basic fighting ability that made the difference between dying in the first exchange versus surviving long enough to escape. I worked through various scenarios. Defense against straight attacks. Counters to grabs. How to create distance when overwhelmed. The combat knowledge provided answers instinctively, body responding before conscious thought completed. This changed everything. If disc creation could grant temporary skills, I wasn't limited to just gacha ticket rewards. I could become whatever the situation required. Linguist, fighter, medic, strategist. Limited only by imagination and how long temporary commands lasted. Which brought up the critical question, how long exactly did they last? The Italian language disc had faded after I reached at school. Maybe 3 or 5 minutes. This combat experience felt stable so far, no sign of degradation. But would it last the same duration and it's gone? I made another command disc with same command but with a command for 1 hour to use it. End result, still 3 to 5 minutes. Sigh, still it's better than just accessing it for a few seconds only. I could work with it. The training session continued. I kept practicing until movements became second nature, until muscle memory and disc-granted knowledge merged into seamless execution. Eventually exhaustion set in. Physical tiredness from exercise combined with mental strain from maintaining focus. I stopped, breathing heavy, sweat cooling against skin in night air and immediately Chloranthy ring took the hold of it. Having long-lasting stamina sure leads to long-lasting joy. I sat down on the pitcher's mound. Grass was damp beneath me, soaking through pants. Uncomfortable but grounding. Physical sensation keeping me anchored to reality while my thoughts churned. Tomorrow would bring new complications. Calla Warner had found me once. She'd find me again. Rainier was still operating from the church. Asia remained entangled in their schemes. Issei would probably trigger canon events eventually, assuming I hadn't already derailed everything completely. I was one human teenager with a gacha system, trying to survive in a world designed to step over weaklings. The smart play would be running. Leave Kuo entirely and find somewhere remote to live a quiet life far from supernatural conflicts. But I'd already killed a fallen angel and has already decided to save Asia from that horrifying ritual. No running now. Only forward. Into whatever hell was waiting for me next. Third POV. The abandoned church. The church loomed on the edge of Kuo like a bad joke waiting for its punchline. Stone walls that used to be white now wore decades of neglect like a dirty coat. Stained glass windows caught moonlight and threw it back in fractured colors that probably looked mystical to idiots. Boarded up entrance with overgrown graveyard. The whole abandoned holy place, aesthetic cranked to 11. Perfect hideout for fallen angels planning crimes against humanity. Because why wouldn't supernatural terrorists set up shop in the most obvious evil lair of a horror movie? Inside, candles flickered along the walls because apparently electricity was too mainstream for rogue operatives. The main chamber stretched up toward a ceiling lost in shadows, wooden pews pushed aside to create open floor space. Religious iconography still decorated the walls, crosses and saints watching with empty eyes while evil literally happened beneath them. The irony probably wasn't lost on the fallen angels. Then again, beings who'd been kicked out of heaven for various offenses might find the whole thing hilarious. Rainier sat on one of the remaining intact pews like it was a throne. Her true form on full display now with black wings folded against her back, violet eyes sharp with intelligence and cruelty in equal measure. Long black hair fell past her shoulders, dark enough to drink light. The revealing outfit she favored made tactical sense for someone whose primary weapons were magical and who needed freedom of movement. Also happened to be calculated psychological warfare, but that was probably just bonus points. She held the expression of someone who believed everything was going according to plan. Calla Warner stood across the chamber, leaning against one of the stone pillars with arms crossed beneath her chest. The blue-haired fallen angel's posture screamed casual arrogance mixed with boredom. Her outfit matched Rainier's aesthetic, lots of exposed skin, minimal actual coverage, maximum intimidation factor. The kind of clothing that said, "I'm dangerous and I know it," in 17 different languages. Above them, Middle dangled her legs from the second-floor railing, looking like gothic Lolita nightmare fuel come to life. Blonde twintails framed a face that could pass for innocent if you ignored the cruel amusement dancing in blue eyes. The frilly black dress with white accents would have been adorable on anyone who wasn't a supernatural predator. 3 fallen angels in an abandoned church. A psychotic exorcist somewhere in the building. 1 kidnapped nun with a sacred gear they planned to steal. Yeah, this operation was definitely going to end well for everyone involved. So. Raynair's voice cut through the quiet, sharp and expectant. How did it go? Did that human discover your true identity? Calawarner snorted. The sound carried enough disdain to fill a swimming pool. As if a weakling like him could discover anything. She shifted against the pillar, one hand coming up to examine her nails with exaggerated disinterest. The only reason I bothered with that stupid drama was because you promised me his sacred gear afterward. So don't forget that, Raynair. The last part came out harder. Less casual observation, more statement of terms. The kind of tone that said promises better be kept or there'd be consequences. Raynair's lips curved into something approximating a smirk. The expression held zero warmth and maximum predatory satisfaction, of course. I always keep my. But it was me who discovered him using his sacred gear. Middle's voice exploded from above, indignation clear in every syllable. She leaned forward over the railing, twin tails swinging with the motion. Just because I lost in rock paper scissors with Kalachan doesn't mean I shouldn't get it. That's not fair. The whine in those last words could have shattered glass. Classic case of someone who felt entitled to reward without actually doing the work. Then again, discovering a sacred gear user probably did feel like accomplishment worth recognizing. Especially when it got stolen by random chance via children's hand game. Calawarner's eyes cut upward, expression shifting from bored to dangerous in half a second. His sacred gear belongs to me. Each word landed with finality. The kind of statement that invited argument at your own risk. I did the legwork. I played the role. I earned it. The tension in the church ratcheted up several notches. You could practically see the invisible lines being drawn. Middle's claim versus Calawarner's work versus Raynair's original promise. Classic distribution of spoils argument that ended badly more often than not. Raynair's smirk widened into something closer to genuine amusement. If you want it that badly, Calawarner, then so be it. She waved one hand dismissively, like the whole discussion bored her. I'm happy with getting twilight healing from Asia. That was always the primary objective anyway. Because of course it was. Sacred gear that could heal any wound if used correctly. Twilight healing represented the kind of power that made fallen angels salivate. Someone like Raynair could do serious damage with that kind of support ability in her arsenal. The fact that obtaining it required murdering an innocent nun probably didn't factor into her moral calculations. That's not fair. Middle's voice pitched higher, frustration bleeding through. She kicked her legs against the railing like a child throwing a tantrum. I want a sacred gear too. Why do you both get them and I get nothing? Calawarner's response came flat and unsympathetic. Then go out and find one yourself. There must be plenty of unknown sacred gear users in this town. She pushed off from the pillar, wings rustling with the movement. This territory's been devil-controlled for years, so be watchful of them. Middle's expression suggested she'd bitten into something sour. The kind of look that said she knew the argument made sense but hated admitting it. Raynair's voice dropped several degrees. The playful edge vanished, replaced by cold command, just don't do anything stupid to get in trouble with those filthy devils, her violet eyes fixed on Middle with enough intensity to pin butterflies. I don't want my ritual going wrong because of your idiotic actions. Understand? Threat implicit but clear. Raynair had invested too much planning into stealing twilight healing. She positioned Asia to set up the extraction ritual. Brought together the necessary components and personnel. One wrong move from her subordinates could bring devil attention down on them before completion. And devil's interruption was the last thing she wanted. Fine, Middle muttered, no devils. Got it. Raynair's attention shifted, violet eyes scanning the church interior with growing irritation. Where is that fucking psycho? The words came out sharp enough to cut the silence. I told him not to take Asia anywhere without my permission. I swear, Raynair continued, voice rising with each word, once I get twilight healing, I will kill that bastard myself. Calawarner made a noncommittal sound. The kind of noise that could mean agreement or just acknowledgement. Hard to tell if she cared about Freed's eventual fate or just wanted the complaining to stop. Middle perked up slightly. Can I do that? Freed's so damn annoying. Get in line, Calawarner muttered. The three fallen angels settled into uncomfortable silence, waiting for their psychotic associate to return with their captive. Chapter 15, Ch 15, Curious X-Cat. Motohama-kun, you won't be getting any stray devil extermination tasks for a while. Rias delivered the news with the casual finality that suggested the decision was already carved in stone with no room for negotiation. My brain did the equivalent of a hard reboot. Did the stray devils had apparently developed survival instincts sharper than my own, choosing hideouts that didn't scream, murder me please, to every devil with a grudge and a teleportation circle? But I don't think that's the reason for her refusal. But I have always wondered about stray devils. If they were going to go rogue, they could have picked literally anywhere else. But no, they chose to hide in devil territory, which made about as much tactical sense as robbing a police station while wearing a name tag. Why would they even do that? Couldn't they just pack up their existential crisis and move somewhere with better anonymity? Why is that? Rias's expression shifted from her usual composed authority into something serious. She crossed her arms beneath her breasts, the pause stretching long enough to qualify as dramatic. Then she spoke. Last night, Issei was ambushed by the stray exorcist in one of our contractors' house. Her voice carried the weight of genuine concern mixed with barely restrained fury. If it wasn't for my timely intervention, Issei might have. The information hit like a freight train loaded with implications. My chest tightened with realization that Cannon was barreling forward whether I liked it or not. Fried had made his move, which meant the plot was accelerating toward Asia's extraction ritual faster than I'd anticipated. Issei's absence from the clubroom suddenly made perfect sense. He was probably still recovering from whatever light-blessed beatdown Fried had delivered before Rias showed up to play cavalry. But that raised another question gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. Kaneko and Akino were here. Where the hell was Kiba? I didn't saw him ever since I didn't see Issei. The concern must have shown on my face because I caught Rias watching me with that calculating look she reserved for chess moves and political maneuvering. I thought you said you won't be responsible for me for dangers from other factions. The words came out sharper than intended, but the contradiction needed addressing. Even though our relationship is based on being allies, I wouldn't compromise with your safety, Motohama-kun. The statement should have been reassuring. Should have felt like genuine protection from someone who valued my continued existence. Instead, it triggered every paranoia receptor in my brain like a Christmas light display of distrust. If I didn't know the plot, didn't understand Rias's genuine protective instincts toward those she considered hers, I would have mistaken this for manipulation. False kindness designed to secure loyalty through manufactured debt. But the truth was more complicated and somehow worse. She actually cared about my well-being, which meant I couldn't just write off her actions as political theater. That made everything so much harder. If that's your decision, I won't defy it. I kept my response reasonable, but if the fallen angels or that guy make their first move against me, I won't hold back. Understood. Rias's agreement came quickly. Akino's voice cut through the tension like a knife through warm butter, dripping with amusement and barely concealed sadism. Someone's eager for violence. You are now enjoying the fight just like I do, don't you? The queen saw a fellow enthusiast for controlled chaos and bloodshed when circumstances demanded. She wasn't wrong, which made her observation twice as annoying and 3 times as accurate. Before I could formulate a response that didn't confirm her assessment, Rias stood from the couch. I followed the cue, rising to my feet as she walked toward Akino with the kind of purposeful grace that suggested imminent departure. The air beneath them shimmered with building magic, red light coalescing into geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. Akino's magic circle bloomed beneath their feet like a flower made of mathematics and power, intricate design spinning with supernatural precision. Akino and I have some important tasks to take care of. Rias's tone shifted into business mode. We won't be in town tonight. But if you require help regarding magic books or any other necessities, you can tell Kaneko. My gaze slid sideways to where Kaneko sat in perfect stillness. She was devoted to her cookies with the kind of single-minded focus that most people reserved for religious experiences or particularly engrossing television shows. The white-haired rook didn't even bother acknowledging Rias's suggestion. Just continued her consumption of cookies as if the rest of us existed in a completely different dimension. Great. My designated support system was a tiny girl whose primary relationship was with desserts. If you still miss me, Akino's voice took on that dangerous playful quality that made smart people nervous. You can just use your summoning flyer. I'll come for you anytime. The way she said come made Rias raise a brow slightly. Akino specialized in making innocent statements sound absolutely filthy through sheer force of vocal inflection and timing. It was a talent that probably took years to master and existed solely to make people uncomfortable in entertaining ways. Rias sighed with the weariness of someone who'd given up on moderating her queen's behavior approximately 5 minutes after meeting her. The teleportation circle flared bright, reality folding around them like origami made of light and space. One moment they occupied the clubroom, the next they were gone. Vanished into whatever important devil business required both the king and queen pieces of the Gremory peerage to handle personally. Leaving me alone with Kaneko and her cookies in the suddenly quiet occult research club. I sat back on the couch, pulling one of the magic books Rias had lent me from the stack beside me. The leather cover felt worn under my fingers, pages filled with diagrams and formulas that made my brain hurt if I stared too long. Magical theory was like trying to understand calculus while someone screamed contradictory instructions in a different language, but I was making progress. Slow but painful, migraine-inducing progress. So, if Issei got ambushed by Fried, then Cannon was following the rails with terrifying precision. Which meant Asia and Issei had already met, probably during whatever contractor visit ended in violence and intervention. Unless the plot had decided to take a power nap and rearrange events like a drunk person organizing pieces on chessboard. But that seemed unlikely given how everything else was aligning with my knowledge of the source material till now. This was it. The setup before the big confrontation. A few days later, Asia would be at the church and Rainier would prepare her extraction ritual. Issei would go full protagonist mode and charge in to save the girl. And I could use that to save Asia sooner. Why put her through all that misery for sake of plot? I ain't a protagonist after all. Convincing Issei to storm the abandoned church wouldn't be hard. The idiot had two settings, horny and heroic, with occasional overlap when the situation involved attractive women in distress. Asia qualified on all counts. Add Kaneko and Kiba to the equation and we'd have actual fighting power instead of just Issei's rage-fueled determination and my collection of gacha abilities. More the merrier when it came to assaulting fallen angel strongholds. Safety in numbers and all the tactical wisdom people spouted when they didn't want to die alone. Because I wasn't stupid enough to just kick down their doors solo and start killing everyone. Taking on Freed, Rainier, Calawarner, and Middle simultaneously seemed like a great way to achieve a quick and painful death. I had confidence in my abilities, but confidence without backup was just arrogance wearing a different hat. The smart play involved overwhelming force and numerical advantage. Attack with enough bodies that their formation broke and isolated targets became manageable instead of lethal. But that also required more power. I needed more gacha tickets before risking my life on something this dangerous. Each ticket represented potential game changers. Could be rank 3, could be higher, depending on the rarity gods decided to bestow. The problem was acquisition. Stray devil extermination had been my primary source, each hunt producing tickets based on the target's strength. But with Rias cutting off my access to hunts, that income stream had dried up faster than my enthusiasm for living in a world where powers of boobs were real. No hunts meant no tickets. No tickets meant no new abilities. No new abilities meant I was stuck with my current loadout when Freed came calling. And he would come calling. That psychotic exorcist had already targeted Issei. It was only a matter of time before he decided to add me to his collection of devils and devil-adjacent people who needed light-based weapons through vital organs. Encountering strays in Kuo lately had become like encountering rare Pokemon. They'd developed survival instincts that made traditional hunting grounds obsolete. No more lurking in abandoned buildings or forest clearings like idiots waiting to be purged. These rogues had actually adapted, which suggested either evolutionary pressure or someone coaching them on how to avoid extermination. And the fact that only Rias and Sona received intelligence on stray locations was another nail in the coffin of my observation abilities. I had no way to track them independently. No supernatural senses that screamed, devil over here, in helpful directions. Just my human limitations and growing frustration. Senpai. Kaneko's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. I blinked, awareness snapping back to the present. Looked up from the book I'd been staring at without actually reading. My gaze met her stoic golden eyes that held all the emotional depth of a particularly serious brick wall. Is everything fine, Kaneko? She deadpanned with an expression that suggested she wanted to ask me the same thing. If you need help, I can help. Realization dawned with embarrassing clarity. She must have been watching me stare at the same page for several minutes, completely lost in mental calculations about gacha tickets and assassination probability. To her perspective, I was stuck on magical theory, struggling with concepts beyond my understanding. Hence the offer of assistance from the rook who could probably perform most of these spells in her sleep. Her demeanor suggested genuine concern wrapped in stoic packaging. Which meant I could have some fun with this. This is too complex, Kaneko. But, I doubt you would understand it. Let me see. She held out her hand, demanding the book. I handed it over without resistance, watching as she scanned the page with those sharp golden eyes. Her expression remained neutral as she processed the magical formula, then shifted into concentration as she attempted to perform the spell. Magic gathered around her small form, power building according to the written instructions. Then it failed spectacularly. Not explosion-level failure, but the kind of fizzle that came from calculation errors or improper energy distribution. The spell collapsed, dissipating into the air like smoke. I couldn't help myself as I snickered. I performed the spell without breaking eye contact. The magic coalesced perfectly, flowing according to the formula with the kind of smooth execution that came from actual practice and understanding. Storage magic blossomed in the air between us, a small demonstration of competence designed to be maximally annoying. If you knew it, why were you? She started, frustration bleeding into her usually flat tone. Come on. My grin widened. I don't remember saying I didn't understand it. That was you who assumed, wasn't it? Kaneko muttered something under her breath. I caught the words Rias and warned and not hit him in the general vicinity of each other. The implication was clear. Physical violence had been considered and explicitly forbidden by higher authority. Which meant I was safe from tiny fists powered by root piece enhancement. But I must say, you're a lot smarter than me. I shifted gears before she could build up enough irritation to ignore Rias's restrictions. It took me a whole night to achieve just that. And, you did it in a few seconds. Kaneko looked at me like I'd grown a second head. The expression suggested she thought I was trying to make her feel better about her failure through obvious lies. Which, to be fair, was exactly what most people would do in this situation. Except I was being completely serious. It's true. I pushed forward before she could dismiss it. You can ask Akino-san about it. She'll tell you how close I came to burning this book after my 145th attempt to get it right. The number was accurate, which made it sting. I'd spent hours on that particular spell, failing repeatedly until magical theory finally aligned in my brain. Kaneko had performed it nearly perfectly on her first try, only missing success because of minor calculation errors that came from unfamiliarity with the specific formula structure. That was genuine talent, but I doubt it was a hidden one. After a pause, Kaneko closed the book and handed it back to me with her ever-present stoic expression firmly in place. "Senpai is weird," she said, then continued eating her cookies like the conversation had never happened. I sighed with the resignation of someone who'd expected breakthrough and received maintenance of status quo. At least, weird was better than pervert. Progress came in small increments. I'd take what victories I could get. Being labeled weird suggested I was unpredictable or unusual, which was infinitely preferable to being categorized with Issei's brand of blatant lechery. Not that I was a saint by any measure, but my moral compass at least required some alignment between actions and personal ethics before I'd consider something acceptable. The magic book opened again in my hands. I focused on memorizing the calculations for storage spells, committing formulas to memory through sheer repetition and willpower. The practical applications were obvious. Being able to store weapons, supplies, or emergency equipment in pocket dimensions meant I could carry serious firepower without looking like I was preparing for war. Which I absolutely was. My thoughts drifted toward tomorrow's strategy. Approaching Issei required careful consideration. He was predictable but not stupid, driven by emotion but capable of surprising tactical awareness when the situation involved protecting someone he cared about. I needed to convince him that attacking the church was both necessary and achievable. Make him think it was his idea if possible. That way he'd have full investment in seeing it through instead of following my lead with reluctance. The pieces were moving into position whether I liked it or not. After parting ways with Kaneko, I headed out for grocery shopping. Akino's absence meant no home-cooked meals waiting when I returned. Which meant either use this to learn to cook and feed myself or surviving on convenience store food until she returned from whatever important devil business required both her and Rias. I chose the former option with all the enthusiasm of someone facing necessary evil. Cooking wasn't my strongest skill, but I could manage basic survival cuisine without burning down the kitchen. Hopefully. As I walked through the vegetables section, my mind churned through different strategies for persuading Issei. The direct approach seemed best. Tell him about Asia being held captive by fallen angels. Explain that waiting meant her death via sacred gear extraction. Appeal to his heroic instincts and protective nature and let his emotional response do most of the work while I provided the tactical framework for succeeding in rescuing Asia from her fate. After shopping, I dedicated the time before dinner to training. Earthbending remained my core ability with the foundation everything else built upon. Each session revealed new applications, new ways to manipulate stone and soil with precision and power. Adding armament hockey into the mix had revolutionized both offense and defense. The black coating enhanced my bending, made the manipulated earth harder and more durable. It was adaptation through practice, my body and mind learning to work with both abilities in harmony instead of treating them as separate tools. The sun had set by the time I finished my daily session of putting myself through necessary pain. Night settled over Koa with blanket of shadows and streetlights. I walked home through familiar streets, groceries in hand, body pleasantly exhausted from training and dear Chloranthy ring taking care of it like a loyal wife. I reached my home, pulled out the keys from my pocket and slid into the lock with familiar ease. The door clicked open under my hand with one goal occupying my thoughts as I stepped inside. Don't mess up the dinner. I moved through the dark apartment, flipping light switches as I passed. The hallway illuminated, then the kitchen, casting away shadows with mundane electrical power. Everything normal. Everything routine. Just another evening in my supernatural adjacent existence. I reached for the living room light switch. FFFT. The sound was soft. Almost polite in its quietness. But it wasn't of light switch. Argah. Pain exploded in my right arm like someone had driven a railroad spike through muscle and bone. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat without conscious thought or control. My legs buckled, dropping me to my knees as my left hand grabbed at the wound. Blood seeped through my fingers, hot and wet and terrifying in its immediacy. The agony burned through my nervous system like wildfire. Every nerve ending in my arm shrieked protest, pain receptors firing with fury. The wound pulsed with each heartbeat, sending fresh waves of suffering through my body. I could feel the tissue damage, the violation of flesh and muscle by whatever had just shot me. Then I heard the voice from far ahead. "That's what you deserve for joining hands with devils." Ha 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 ha. The laughter was unhinged in a way that suggested serious psychological damage or complete disconnection from normal human empathy. Probably both. The voice belonged to someone who found violence hilarious and suffering entertaining. Someone who'd crossed so many moral lines that they couldn't remember where the boundaries used to be. And I knew who it was. Freed. He walked out from the darkness like a horror movie villain making his grand entrance. The psychotic exorcist wore his usual exorcist outfit, all white and gray coat with golden crosses everywhere like he'd raided a church supply store and decided to wear the entire inventory. His face held a sick grin that made my skin crawl, the kind of expression that belonged on people who tortured small animals for fun and turned to humans when that got boring. In his right hand, he held a light sword. The weapon glowed with holy power, illuminating his features from below in dramatic shadows. It looked like something from a fantasy game, except this blade could actually kill me instead of just depleting a health bar. In his left hand, a light gun was pointed directly at me. The same weapon that had just put a hole in my arm. Same weapon that could put a hole in my head if he was smart enough to end it in one shot. But I guess, he needed me alive before putting me through hell. I was told to get you alive. Freed's grin widened as he held me at gunpoint, but that doesn't mean I can't make you suffer before handing you over to them, right? I can't let it. Ha 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 ha. The sound bubbled up from my chest, growing into full mocking laughter despite the pain screaming through my mind. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of all my plans of using Issei turning into dust, just like that. It seems, nothing goes according to the plan, unless you're a captain of Soul Society who always have it all according to the plan. What's so funny? Freed demanded, confusion bleeding into his psychotic enthusiasm as he pressed the gun at my forehead. I laughed harder, the sound taking on manic edges that probably mirrored his own insanity. While I failed to accomplish my plan, this was still the best outcome I wished for from very beginning. The gun stayed pointed at my forehead, steady despite his confusion. Holy light gathered at the barrel, ready to fire if I made any sudden movements or provided the wrong answer. Freed's finger rested on the trigger, mere pounds of pressure away from ending this conversation permanently. I looked up at him through the pain, meeting his eyes with a grin that felt slightly unhinged even to me. Blood still dripped from my arm, pooling on the floor beneath me. The wound pulsed with each heartbeat of suffering keeping time with my words. Freed's expression shifted from confusion toward wariness, like he'd just realized he might have miscalculated something fundamental about this encounter. His grip on both weapons tightened, body language shifting into combat readiness. You know, how long? I've been waiting for this. Chapter 16, Ch 16, The Fallen's Gambit, I. Do you know, how long? I've been waiting for this. Each word made Freed's trigger finger twitch against the light gun pressed to my forehead. His grin faltered for a moment, confusion bleeding into those red eyes like ink spreading through water. The psychotic exorcist had probably expected tears, begging, the usual symphony of terror his victims composed before he conducted their final movement. Instead, I laughed. The sound bubbled up from my chest despite the agony radiating through my arm, despite the holy light gathering at the barrel inches from my skull, despite every survival instinct screaming that antagonizing an armed lunatic was a terrible fucking idea. But the absurdity was too perfect, too beautifully ironic to contain. Here was Freed Selzen, the white-haired psychopath who'd been haunting the edges of canon like a persistent rash, finally making his move exactly when I'd been planning to hunt him down myself. He'd saved me the trouble of tracking him to the hole he'd been hiding in. What's so funny, you devil-loving piece of shit? Freed's voice cracked on the last word, that manic enthusiasm curdling into genuine bewilderment. The gun barrel pressed harder against my forehead, holy energy searing my skin where it made contact. I just put a hole in your arm. You're bleeding all over your nice floor. And I'm about to scramble your brains into a fucking omelet. His free hand gestured wildly with the light sword, the blade leaving tracers of illumination in the dim hallway. I met his eyes through the pain, letting my own grin stretch wider until it probably mirrored the unhinged expression he wore like a second skin. Blood still dripped from my wounded arm, pooling beneath me in dark rivulets that caught the glow from his weapons. The bullet wound pulsed with each heartbeat, sending fresh waves of suffering through my nervous system. But pain was temporary, and opportunities like this were rare. Because, you just walked into the wrong fucking house. My right arm erupted in pitch black. Whoosh. Armament hockey coated the wounded limb from shoulder to fingertips, turning flesh into something harder than steel. The transformation happened faster than Freed could process, faster than his finger could squeeze the trigger. The holy bullet lodged in my muscle met the hardened surface from the inside. The bullet tore free from my flesh with a wet squelch, clattering to the floor between us. Freed's eyes went wide, what the foo? Pain became background noise as I surged to my feet, hockey-coated arm already swinging in a vicious arc toward his gun hand. The psychotic exorcist's reflexes were good, but surprise was a hell of an advantage. My fist connected with his wrist before he could adjust his aim. Crack. His bone splintered by the impact of black-coated knuckles. The light gun went flying, its glow extinguishing mid-arc as it spun across the living room and embedded itself in the far wall. Fried howled, jerking backward while cradling his shattered wrist against his chest. Ha 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 ha. Now we're talking. Fried's grin split his face from ear to ear, all teeth and madness and absolutely zero self-preservation. His injured wrist hung at an unnatural angle, but he held his light sword in his good hand like it was an extension of his soul finally. Someone who doesn't just cry and beg. This is gonna be so much fun. He lunged with his light sword, aimed at my throat with the murder intent most people reserve for swatting flies. Holy energy blazed along the blade's edge, bright enough to hurt my eyes in the darkened apartment. Fried moved with fluidity despite his injury, his face twisted into ecstatic violence. I threw myself sideways, letting the blade pass close enough to feel its heat singe the air beside my neck. My hand shot out mid-dodge, fingers closing around empty space as I channeled the power I'd been saving for exactly this kind of situation. The floor beneath Fried's feet responded to my will. Stone and wood warped upward in jagged spikes, erupting from the floorboards like teeth from some buried predator's maw. Earthbending tore through the apartment's foundation with catastrophic force, transforming stable ground into a death trap of stone pillars that reached for Fried's legs. Holy shit. The exorcist's gleeful shout echoed off the walls as he twisted mid-stride, light sword flashing down to sever the nearest spike before it could impale his thigh. You're one of those with freaky superpowers. This is even better than they told me. Crash. He didn't dodge the second spike. The stone pillar caught him in the ribs, lifting him off his feet and slamming him into the ceiling with enough force to crack plaster. Debris rained down as Fried fell back to earth, landing in a crouch that would have looked graceful if not for the way he was wheezing through what had to be broken ribs. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He licked it away with his tongue, grin never wavering despite the odds not in his favor. That's the best you got. Fried's voice came out like a junkie who'd just found his next fix. Come on. The fallen angel said you were dangerous. Show me some real violence. You piece of shit. So, he was sent by fallen angels. Not acting on his own. How much did they know? Getting quiet on me. Fried stood, bones creaking audibly as broken ribs ground together beneath his coat. He spat blood onto my floor, light sword still blazing in his good hand. That's boring. I hate boring stuff. Let's open some new doors, yeah. Maybe I'll cut off your arms first. Then your legs. Keep you nice and alive for the trip back to the church. I see, the fallen angels wanted me alive, which meant they were accelerating their timeline. Canon was moving faster than I'd calculated, events compressing like a spring wound too tight. And here was Fried, grinning like a maniac with the enthusiasm of someone planning for his first birthday party. I needed information. But more than that, I needed him to stop talking. You know what I hate? I said, meeting his gaze, chatty psychopaths who think they're the main character. Fried's grin somehow widened further. Oh. And what are you gonna do about I? In the next moment, the floor beneath him into a pit. The stone dropped away without warning, opening a 6-foot hole directly under Fried's feet, dragging the exorcist down into darkness with a startled yelp that was almost funny. His light sword carved glowing furrows in the pit's walls as he tried to catch himself, but failing miserably. Thud. He hit the bottom hard enough to knock the wind from his lungs. I walked to the edge, looking down at Fried sprawled in the improvised trap like a bug trapped in a hole. Blood matted his hair where his head had struck stone. The light sword lay in his hand, its glow dimming but not extinguished. He groaned, trying to push himself up on his good arm. Then his head snapped toward me, and the grin returned. Nice trick. Fried's laugh echoed from the pit's depths, bouncing off stone walls I'd created. Real nice. But you're gonna need better than party tricks to keep me down. He grabbed his light sword, holy energy flaring bright as he prepared to cut handholds in the pit wall. The genius exorcist was already calculating his escape, already planning his next attack. His injured wrist hung useless, his ribs were definitely broken, and blood covered half his face. But he was still grinning. Still laughing. Still eager for more violence. Stone flowed like water, sealing the hole with a grinding roar of displaced rock. Fried's muffled shout of surprise got cut off as tons of earth and foundation closed over the opening. The floor returned to its original shape, smooth and unmarked except for the cracks radiating from where the pit had been. Silence settled over the apartment like a shroud. I stood there for a long moment, listening to the faint sounds of Fried cursing and hacking at the stone from below. I'd made the prison 3 feet thick on all sides, compressed stone that would take even a light sword significant time to carve through. Enough time for me to catch my breath, assess the damage, and figure out what the fuck to do with a captured exorcist. Then I felt it. The stone beneath my feet vibrated with impacts. Fried was attacking the prison floor with everything he had, holy energy burning through rock inch by patient inch. The maniac was actually working his way free through sheer stubborn violence. I knelt beside the sealed pit, pressing my hockey-coated palm against the stone. Through the connection, I could sense Fried's movements below, frantic, aggressive, completely unhinged. The light sword carved through my trap like a blowtorch through ice, slower than I'd like but steady. He'd be out in minutes, maybe less. It's time to end this properly. I opened a small hole in the trap, just large enough for my arm. Fried's maniacal laughter grew louder through the opening, echoing from the pit below with undiminished enthusiasm. Giving up already? Fried's voice drifted up, breathless but gleeful. Just gonna seal me in here? That's no fun. I thought we were having a moment. We are, I said, just not the kind you're expecting. I dropped through the opening after I decided to not damage my house further. The fall was short, maybe 6 feet. I landed in a crouch beside Fried, hockey already flaring across both arms in preparation for what came next. The pit was cramped, barely enough room for 2 people to stand side by side. Fried's light sword illuminated the space with holy radiance, casting our shadows on stone walls in grotesque angles. The exorcist's eyes lit up when he saw me. Now you're talking my language. Fried swung his light sword in a horizontal arc designed to bisect me at the waist. Close quarters. Personal. This is how you really get to kill someone. I caught the blade in my hockey-coated hands. Holy energy sizzled against the black coating, steam rising from where light met armament. The sword vibrated in my grip, Fried pushing with manic strength while I held firm. We stood locked together in the confined space, faces inches apart, close enough for me to see the absolutely unhinged joy in those red eyes. Close enough to smell the scent of blood on his breath. You're strong. The fallen angel said you were just some weak human who got lucky. But this is real power. I can feel it trying to crush my sword. Are you gonna kill me? Ha 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 ha. Instead of answering, I twisted my grip and shattered the light blade. Shatter. The holy sword exploded into particles of golden light, fragments dissipating into the air like dying fireflies. Fried's eyes went wide for the first time since this fight began, genuine shock replacing the manic glee for exactly 1 heartbeat. Then I grabbed him by the throat. Hockey-enhanced fingers closed around his windpipe with enough pressure to restrict airflow. Fried's good hand clawed at my wrist, nails scraping uselessly against hardened flesh. His broken wrist swung limply. Useless. Without his weapons, without space to hop around, the genius exorcist was just a petty psychopath choking in the dark. Listen very carefully, I said, keeping my voice level despite the rage building within my chest. I'm going to ask you questions. You're going to answer them. If you lie, I'll know. If you refuse, this gets worse. Understand? Fried's grin never completely faded, even while oxygen deprivation turned his face red. He nodded, just barely. I loosened my grip enough for him to breathe. Fried sucked in air with a wet gasp, coughing blood onto my shirt. When he looked up, that fucking grin was back at full strength. You want info? His voice came out raspy but eager. Sure. I'll tell you everything. The fallen angels' plans, why they sent me, how many of them are at the church. I'll spill it all. The offer came too easily. In exchange for what? I already knew the answer, but I wanted to hear him say it. Let me go. Fried's laugh echoed in the stone prison, genuine and unhinged. I'll run far away, won't bother you again. I'll even throw in some juicy details about what they're planning to do to that dumb nun. Really fucked up stuff. You'd love it. He was lying through his teeth and didn't even bother hiding it well. The moment I released him, Fried would attack. He'd carve his way out of this pit, grab another weapon, and come at me with everything he had. Because that's what battle maniacs did, they fought until someone died. Preferably in the most violent, drawn-out way possible. Intel from him was worthless. I already knew where the church was, already knew Raynair's plan. What I needed from Fried Selzen wasn't information. Actually, I said, I only need one thing from you. My free hand swiped across his forehead. The disc manifested slowly, reality warping around the side of his head, as otherworldly energy coalesced into tangible form. Translucent and crystalline, the disc shimmered with an inner light that had nothing to do with holy power. Fried's eyes locked onto it, and for the first time, I saw genuine fear flash across his face. What is that? His usual confidence cracked like ice over deep water. What the fuck is that thing? What are you doing to me? Your skills might be useful, I said, reaching out for the disc from his skull. Let's see what's in that rotten head. Fried thrashed in my grip, suddenly desperate in a way he hadn't been when facing death. His good hand grabbed my wrist with surprising strength, nails drawing blood through my shirt. The broken wrist swung uselessly, unable to help as I got a grip on the disc against his forehead. Stay away from me. Stay the fuck away. The psychotic exorcist's voice climbed toward genuine panic. Don't touch me with that. I'll tell you everything. I took it out without wasting a moment. There was no blood, just the sensation of pulling through something that wasn't quite solid. Fried gasped, eyes rolling back momentarily. When they refocused, confusion clouded the madness. He sagged in my grip, suddenly unsure of where he was or why. The extraction had disoriented him, stripped away context while leaving core personality intact. I held the memory disk up to the dim light filtering through the sealed pit. Greenish-white and swirling with fragmented images, the disk pulsed in my palm like a second heart. I'd only wanted the sword techniques, the combat training that had made Fried a genius exorcist at young age. Quick extraction, quick death, move on to the fallen angels, that was the plan until I made the mistake of actually looking at it. The memories hit me like a freight train loaded with knives. Flash. A family home, night. Fried stands outside with a light gun, grinning as he pumps round after round through the windows. Inside, a man tries to shield his wife and children but fails as holy bullets punch through flesh. The man falls first. The wife's scream cuts off along with the kids. Devil lovers. His younger voice cracks with enthusiasm, every last one of you. Let me show you what real divine judgment looks like. I yanked my consciousness back from this memory to another one. Flash. Church grounds, somewhere in Eastern Europe. Bodies scattered across consecrated earth like discarded dolls. Men, women, children, entire families cut down without discrimination. Fried walks among them, light sword trailing blood, examining each corpse with the focused intensity of an artist reviewing his work. Not bad, he mutters, nudging a child's body with his boot. Could have made the gut wound shallower on this one. Made it last longer. Live and learn, right? He laughs, and the sound echoes off church walls with obscene joy. The disc slipped from my trembling fingers. It hit the stone floor with a crystalline tink, spinning in lazy circles before coming to rest. I stared at it, hand shaking so badly I had to clench my fist to stop the tremors. Every muscle in my body was locked tight as my fists clenched hard. Dozens of memories had flooded through in those few seconds. Hundreds of murders. Dozens of victims who'd begged for mercy and received none. Children. So many fucking children. The next moment, my hockey-coated fist was buried in his chest. Crack. The sound of ribs shattering echoed like gunshots in the confined space. My fist punched through Fried's coat, through flesh and bone, stopping just short of his heart. I could feel it beating against my knuckles, rapid and frantic, suddenly aware of how close it was to being crushed. Blood bubbled up from his mouth, dark and thick. I pulled my fist back. More blood sprayed from the wound, painting the stone walls. Fried collapsed, legs giving out as catastrophic damage to his chest cavity made standing impossible. He hit the floor hard, gasping like a fish drowning in air. His heart still beat, but barely. The organ was crushed, failing, pumping blood into a chest cavity that couldn't contain it anymore. He was dying. I was going to make it quick, I said, crouching beside his convulsing form. Just take your skills and end it. I picked up the memory disk from where it had fallen. But you don't deserve such an easy escape, my voice sounded strange to my own ears, distant and cold, you get what you fucking deserve. His body twitched on the stone floor, lungs still trying to draw breath despite the crushed heart. Blood pooled beneath him, dark and spreading. Without the disk, without any resembling thought or awareness, Fried Selzen was a lifeless puppet. I shoved the memory disks back into Fried's skull. Gasp. His eyes snapped open, consciousness returning with violent abruptness. But the damage was already done, his heart barely functioned, blood loss was catastrophic and now his brain was trying to process his disks providing him sanity. The overwhelming painful sensation tore through his mind like a violent chainsaw. Fried's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting in the whites until they looked like roadmaps drawn in crimson. Inside his skull, disks fought for dominance, memories flooding back while the pain and sanity simultaneously tried to integrate. The overload was immediate and catastrophic. GHK, his scream cut off as he choked on his own blood. I watched without emotion as Fried Selzen experienced every memory he'd ever created. Every victim, every scream, every moment of sadistic pleasure, all of it played on repeat at maximum volume while his brain was hemorrhaged from the overwhelming pain. Blood poured from his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. His body convulsed violently, arching backward at an angle that should have been impossible. Fingers clawed at the stone floor, nails breaking as he scrambled for relief that didn't exist. The gurgles turned to wet wheezes, consciousness flickering like a candle in a hurricane. 30 seconds. That's how long it took for Fried's brain to finally give up, for the disks to crumble into nothing as their host died. His final expression was frozen in absolute terror, eyes wide and unseeing, mouth open in a silent scream. Blood covered his face turned like a grotesque halo alien. I stood there in the pit, looking down at the corpse of Fried Selzen. The light from above filtered through the small opening I'd left, painting everything in pale illumination. My hands were covered in blood, his and mine from the bullet wound that had started this whole madness. That's one less monster in the world, I said to the silence. The discs had completely dissolved, leaving no trace they'd ever existed. Freed's memories, his potential, his sword skills, all gone. Turned to dust along with their host. I'd have learned something useful from the extraction, along with memories of all these heinous acts, but it's not worth it at all. And I didn't regret it. Ding. The sound echoed in my head, accompanied by black text on blue screen that materialized in my vision. Quest completed, defeat the stray exorcist, freed Selzen. Reward, rank 3 gacha ticket. Status, acquired. I stared at the notification for a long moment, then dismissed it with a thought. Later. I deal with the system's rewards later. Right now I needed to get out of this blood-soaked pit and figure out what to do with the body. I shifted the stone beneath Freed's corpse, creating a deeper hole. His body tumbled into the new cavity, disappearing into darkness. I sealed it immediately, compressing stone until the tomb was airtight and impenetrable. Let the apartment's foundation claim him. Let him rot in the dark, forgotten and unmourned. Then I created handholds in the pit wall and climbed out. The apartment looked like a war zone. Bullet holes in the walls, blood on the floor, chunks of plaster from where I'd slammed Freed into the ceiling. The groceries I'd been carrying were scattered across the hallway. Sigh, my dinner plans were thoroughly ruined. I looked down at my hands again, the blood painting them. Freed's blood. My blood. All of it mixed together until I couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. The bullet wound in my arm had stopped bleeding, hockey and the chloranthy ring already working to accelerate healing. But it still hurts. I walked to the bathroom. My reflection in the mirror looked like something from a horror movie. Blood-spattered face, wild eyes, bandaged arm that definitely needed rewrapping. I stripped off my ruined shirt, examining the bullet wound properly. Clean through the muscle, just as I'd thought. I retrieved white bandages from the cabinet, wrapping the wound. Tight enough to stop any residual bleeding, loose enough to allow movement. The pain had already dulled to background noise, manageable and ignorable. When I finished, I just stood there, staring at my reflection. Freed's memory still lingered at the edges of my mind. The children's screams. Asia's terrified face. Dozens of victims who died begging for mercy from someone who denied providing it. The images wouldn't fade, despite the fact that I want them to. Freed deserved worse than I'd given him. He deserved years of agony, decades of suffering equal to what he'd inflicted. But I didn't have time for creative torture, didn't have the mentality for becoming the monster I'd just killed. Quick was a mercy he hadn't earned. But it was all I could afford to give. I activated the rank 3 gacha ticket. Golden light materialized in the bathroom, coalescing into a sphere of condensed information that rushed into my head without warning. New knowledge flooded my synapses, new ability integrating with existing neural pathways. Eyes of future. You can perceive trajectory lines, movement paths, attack angles as ghostly afterimages overlaying normal vision when focused on a target. Time limit, 0.5 seconds. Target. With training, host can increase the time limit and know of targets. The moment the ability settled, my vision changed when I stared at my arms. Faint traces appeared at the edges of my perception, ghost images of potential movements, prediction lines that showed where I moved my hand experimentally, watching the afterimage lead the actual motion by half a second. I could see attacks before they happened. Not bad. I dismissed the ability's information screen and looked at my reflection again. The new sight showed me the ghost of my own movements again, prediction lines trailing my hands as I reached for a towel. Useful. Definitely useful. But it didn't change anything about what I needed to do next. I walked back to the living room, stepping carefully around blood stains and debris. The chloranthy ring continued its work, recovering my stamina to the point where I could flex my wounded arm without wincing. In a few hours, maybe less, the injury would be a memory. Just like Freed. I stood in the center of my destroyed apartment, surrounded by evidence of violence and death. The real problem still waited at the abandoned church. 3 fallen angels and whatever other forces they'd gathered, all preparing for a ritual that would kill a girl whose only crime was having a useful sacred gear. From Freed's memories, I found out Asia would be sacrificed tomorrow. No more waiting. No more playing the long game. No more hoping someone else solves the problem. I'm done playing it safe. I walked to my bedroom, grabbing a fresh shirt from the closet. As I pulled it on, careful of the bandaged arm, I caught sight of myself in the dresser mirror. The blood was gone from my face, washed away in the bathroom. But my eyes looked different. I thought about Rias's genuine concern, about her protective instincts. She'd meant well, keeping me away from stray devil missions. Trying to shield me from the dangers of supernatural politics. But shields could also be cages and I was bound to live free. The fallen angels had made their move by sending Freed. Now it was my turn. I closed my eyes, visualizing the circle's construction. Every line, every symbol, and made calculations. The magic responded to my intent and the teleportation circle bloomed beneath my feet. Red light pulsed from each completed section, growing brighter as I added layers of complexity. The destination was clear in my mind: abandoned church. Flash. The teleportation circle spat me outside the abandoned church under pale moonlight. Gothic architecture loomed before me, all crumbling stone and broken stained glass. The structure looked like it had been beautiful once, before time and neglect had turned it into something from a horror movie. Dark windows stared at me like empty eye sockets. Ding. New text materialized in my vision, raising my brows with each read. New quest: The Fallen's Gambit. Objective: put an end to the fallen angels' plan to sacrifice you and Asia Argento. Reward: rank 7 Gacha ticket. I read the notification and smiled in anticipation of what came next. Cracking my knuckles, I felt armament hockey respond to my will ready for action. Both fists turned black, hardened to a degree that could shatter light swords and crush bones on a single command. Even the system agrees this ends tonight. I stepped towards the church to put an end to this farce. Chapter 17, CH17, The Fallen's Gambit, Finale. The church doors groaned on rusted hinges, a sound like bones of mammoth breaking in slow motion. I stepped into the main sanctuary of church's underground area, boots echoing against cracked stone floors. Candlelight flickered across rows of rotting pews, casting shadows that danced along walls stained with decades of neglect. The air reeked of dust and decay. At the far end, past the skeletal remains of what might have once been an altar, a ritual circle blazed with unholy light, triangular patterns drawn in what looked disturbingly like blood, pulsing with energy that made my skin crawl. Asia Argento was nailed on a giant cross in the circle's center, wrists bound behind her back with glowing chains. White ceremonial robes draped her small frame against the filth surrounding her. 3 figures stood facing Asia like vultures looking at the prey. Whoosh. Rainer's head snapped toward me first, her eyes widening. The raven-haired fallen angel stood closest to Asia, one hand still raised mid-gesture over a ceremonial beginning that looked far too eager to act. Her school uniform from the time of being Issei's lover had been replaced with straps and buckles. 2 black wings spread from her back. You. Her voice cracked with disbelief. How did you? Where's Freed? Calawarner stood to Rainer's left, tense the moment I entered. Her eyes narrowed, assessing me with the cold calculation of someone who'd survived by reading threats correctly. Middled with gothic Lolita aesthetic clashed violently with the casual murder in her violet eyes, frills and lace mixed with barely restrained bloodlust. The shortest of the 3 fallen angels shifted, her hand ready for light spear summoning. Did that psycho fail? Her voice carried genuine surprise beneath the hostility. 20 figures quickly turned to me holding light weapons which glinted in their hands, swords, guns. Their faces ranged from zealous to dead-eyed, but all shared the same eager anticipation of sanctioned violence. The closest one to me, a scarred man with burn marks crawling up his neck, grinned with teeth too white against damaged flesh. Asia's green eyes found mine as recognition hit her. Motohama-san. Her voice barely carried over the distance. Don't worry, Asia. They won't be able to lay a scratch on you, as long as I am here. To think, I'd be one to give her directions to this place, leading her straight to the cage where she'd become a sacrifice. But tonight, the one who will be sacrificed will not be her. Well, Rainer's shock turned into dawned realization. You've been closer to our plans than we thought, haven't you? She stepped away from Asia, those black wings spreading wider. Light energy crackled along her fingertips, but it doesn't matter now. You came here willingly. That's even better. We were planning to extract just the nun's sacred gear tonight along with you. Those purple eyes raked over me with hunger that had nothing to do with lust, but it seems yours is even better, if you manage to kill that psycho. Whatever you have inside you, I want it. Calawarner's expression remained neutral, but her posture shifted to face Rainer. Don't forget you promised me that I will be the one to get his sacred gear, she said, glaring at Rainer. Perhaps I should. Should what? Rainer walked to her and leaned closer. Report back to Azazel. No. This is our chance, Calawarner. Our chance to prove we're more than errand girls. You can still have twilight healing, Calawarner. Don't be a fool when we are so close to achieving our goal. But, we don't know if he really killed Freed. Middle pointing at me with a mocking smile. He couldn't have killed so easily. Maybe Freed just got lost. Or found some human to torture on the way. She twirled a light spear between her fingers like a knife. The stray exorcists along the walls shifted with anticipation, weapons ready, eyes locked on me like I was tonight's entertainment. Burn Scar Guy licked his lips, probably already imagining whatever creative torture techniques Freed had injected within them. Well, if you're talking about that foul-mouthed bastard, then yes, he's dead. He is locked up in my basement, I said nonchalantly. Crack. The light spear in Middle's hand flared brighter. You're lying. Am I? I pulled Freed's gun as I crushed it with my hockey-coated fist. Raynair's face went pale. How did you? He came to my apartment all confident, waving his holy weapons around like he was God's child to bring judgment upon me. Then I dropped him in a hole he never coming back from. And now it's your turn. You see, I continued, taking a step forward, when one of you couldn't stand against me. I met Raynair's eyes. Then what the fuck difference would a crazy exorcist make? Understanding dawned on her face like a sunrise nobody wanted to see. Donasik. Her voice barely qualified as a whisper. You killed Donasik. Correct. I confirmed cheerfully. Raynair's wings exploded outward, black feathers filling the space like a murder of crows taking flight. She pointed at me with a sharp glare. Kill that fucking insect. Kill him. Kill him now. The stray exorcists surged forward as one, a wave of black-clad zealots with murder in their eyes. Burnscar led the charge, light sword blazing as he closed the distance with surprising speed. His battle cry mixed with 19 others, creating a cacophony that should have been terrifying. I smiled wider as armament hockey coated both arms from shoulder to fingertips, turning flesh into something darker than midnight. The transformation happened in a second, black spreading across skin like living shadow. My fists ready to shatter and crush bones. The first exorcist lunged at me swinging his light sword, which came down in an overhead strike meant to split me from crown to crotch, but I caught the blade between hockey-coated palms, stopping it few inches from my face. Holy energy screamed against the hardened surface, trying desperately to burn through. But it failed. Snap. I twisted my wrists, shattering the light blade into fragments that dissolved into nothing. Burnscar's eyes went wide with shock. That expression lasted exactly as long as it took me to drive my knee into his gut. Crunch. His ribs caved under the impact, folding inward with sounds that reminded me of stepping on dry branches. Blood erupted from his mouth as he flew backward, crashing into 3 of his buddies hard enough to send all 4 sprawling across the floor. The next 3 came at me from different angles with their light weapons blazing, faces twisted with righteous fury. They'd probably practiced this formation hundreds of times, but it's all going to waste. I activated Eyes of Future on each one by one as they got close to me. Ghost images overlaid my vision, prediction lines showing where each attack would land half a second before it happened. The high strike aimed for my throat, curving right to left. Low strike going for my knees, sweeping motion. Center thrust straight for my heart. So predictable. I moved before they could even make their move. I dropped into a crouch that let the throat strike whistle over my head, rolled sideways to avoid the knee sweep, came up inside center thrust's guard with my elbow already swinging. Hockey-coated bone meeting the jaw with catastrophic force. Crack. The exorcist's head snapped back at an angle that made several watching zealots flinch. His body followed a moment later, crumpling like a puppet with cut strings. Dead before he hit the ground. Get back, someone shouted from the back. We have to. I didn't let them finish. The stone floor responded to my will with eager violence. It tore through foundations that had stood for decades, transforming stable ground into a death trap of erupting pillars and hungry gaps. Spikes of compressed stone burst upward in a circle around me, growing like sharp teeth from some buried predator's maw. Crash, crash, crash. 4 exorcists got caught in the initial eruption. One took a spike through the thigh, pinning him to the floor with a scream that echoed off the rafters. Another got clipped in the ribs, the impact spinning him like a top before gravity remembered he existed. The 3rd and 4th managed to dodge, light weapons carving through stone in desperate defensive strikes. They died anyway. I flowed through the forest of stone pillars I'd created, hockey-coated fists finding targets with an ease. A throat strike that crushed windpipe. A temple blow that cracked skull. A heart punch that stopped heart rhythm. Each kill happened faster than the last, my new precognition ability showing me openings before they fully formed. The Eyes of Future turned combat into a conversation I could read ahead in. Middle's shriek cut through the carnage as I looked above die. Foom. Light spears rained from above, dozens of them, each one trailing burning light as they fell. The gothic Lolita fallen angel hovered 20 feet up, eyes blazing with fury, those ridiculous frills and lace somehow making her look more dangerous. Prediction lines painted their trajectories across my vision in ghostly white, 18 spears in a spread pattern designed to saturate the area, eliminate escape routes, turn me into a pincushion. Middle had probably done this before and watched dozens of targets try to dodge and fail. Too bad for her I wasn't one of those targets. Stone erupted from the floor in a dome over my position with hockey coating them enough to stop tank rounds. Light spears hammered into it with holy energy searing away chunks of compressed earth. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact sending shockwaves through the stone that I felt in my bones. But the dome held against her madness. Middle's frustrated scream told me she'd noticed. Stop hiding like a coward. You filthy human. More spears fell, dozens becoming hundreds. She was burning through energy like a wildfire, probably convinced that overwhelming force would crack my defense. The dome's surface glowed cherry red in places where concentrated holy energy ate through layers of stone. I waited. Let her exhaust herself trying to break through, and waste power on a target she couldn't see. Meanwhile, I extended my earthbending awareness outward, feeling vibrations through the stone. 20 exorcists had become 13. 4 were injured badly enough to be combat ineffective. The remaining 9 were regrouping near the ritual circle while they figured out what the fuck just happened to their easy night. Middle's bombardment finally stopped. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, audible even through the stone between us. Is he dead? She panted. Did I get him? I dropped the dome as stone collapsed inward, dissolving back into the floor like it had never existed. Middle's eyes went wide, hovering there in shocked silence as I stood unharmed in the center of cleared space. Dust settled around me in lazy swirls, catching candlelight. My turn, I said. The floor beneath her shadow erupted. A pillar of compressed stone shot upward faster than she could process, growing like a tree in fast forward. Middle tried to dodge, wings beating frantically, but she positioned herself directly above me. Rookie mistake. Slam. The pillar caught her in the ribs with the force of a freight train, driving her upward into the church's vaulted ceiling. Stone met the skull with a sound like a watermelon dropped from 10 stories. Cracks spiderwebbed across ancient masonry as Middle's small body embedded itself in the ceiling. She hung there for a moment, arms and legs dangling. Then gravity remembered its job. Thud. Middle hit the floor hard enough to bounce, violet eyes rolled back, blood trickling from her nose and mouth. Those ridiculous frills were stained red now, the gothic Lolita aesthetic ruined by brutal reality. Her wings twitched once, twice, then went still. 9 exorcists near the ritual circle exchanged panicked glances. Their formation had dissolved into barely controlled chaos, light weapons trembling in hands that suddenly understood they were outmatched. Asia still behind their protective group, green eyes wide with shock and something that might have been horror. Watching me kill with the efficiency of someone who'd done this before. I probably looked like a monster to her right now. But that's a concern for later. You better make your move, my voice echoed off blood-splattered walls, bouncing between broken pews, because none of you going to be walking out alive. Burnscar, somehow still conscious despite his caved ribs, spat blood. Fuck you. Devil scum. The floor beneath all 9 became quicksand. Stone liquefied without warning, transforming solid ground into hungry earth that grabbed legs and pulled. The exorcist's screams cut off as they sank to their waists, then chests, then necks. Light weapons fell from hands that couldn't maintain grip. Panic replaced training as 9 zealots realized they were drowning in never-ending abyss. Asia's chains kept her suspended above the sinking floor, watching helplessly. I solidified the stone at neck height, trapping them in place. 9 heads protruded from the sanctuary floor like the world's most disturbing garden. Their eyes bulged with terror, mouths working soundlessly as they tried to scream through compressed lungs. Please, one of them managed to wheeze. Please, we were just. I kept walking forward, boots clicking against the stone. Rainier stood frozen near the altar, wide eyes locked on me with an expression I couldn't quite parse. Fear mixed with disbelief mixed with desperate calculation. Calla Warner had backed against the far wall, her eyes tracking my movement like a cornered animal watching a predator approach. I reached the first trapped exorcist and placed my hockey-coated palm on his head. Wait. Crack. His skull crumpled under 500 pounds of pressure applied directly downward. Blood and brain matter squeezed out between compressed stone and destroyed bone. The sound was wet and final. I moved to the next one. No, no, no. Crack. Same result with unsettling permanent silence. By the third one, they stopped begging and just whimpered. By the 5th, even the whimpers had died. I worked my way through all 9 with precision, crushing each skull like overripe fruit. Blood pooled around my boots, mixing with stone dust to create a rust-colored paste. When I finished, the sanctuary smelled like a slaughterhouse. Monster. Rainier breathed. Her hands shook around the light spears, knuckles white with pressure. You're a fucking monster. Says the fallen angel about to sacrifice a teenage girl. I kept walking toward her, each step measured based on what I saw in his memories about them. This was just 30% of unjust ice they got. Lucky them. Foom. She threw the first spear with everything she had. Magenta light traced a burning line across the sanctuary, aimed straight for my heart. Rainier's face twisted with fury and fear in equal measure, black wings spread wide. The spear moved faster than sound. I saw it coming from a mile away. Eyes of future painted its trajectory across my vision. I sidestepped. The spear missed by inches, so close I felt the heat singe the fabric of my shirt. It embedded itself in the wall behind me with a boom that shook the entire structure. The wall exploded outward in a shower of debris. Rainier was already throwing the second spear, this one aimed at my head. Then a third at my legs. A fourth at my gut. She'd gone full chaotic, summoning and hurling light spears as fast as her fallen angel physiology allowed. Prediction lines filled my vision. 4 trajectories, all timed to hit simultaneously from different angles. Stone erupted around me with pillars rising and tilting to intercept each spear. Holy energy met compressed earth with thunderous impacts that shook the sanctuary's foundations. Chunks of stone exploded away from contact points, filling the air with deadly shrapnel. I charged through the dust cloud before it settled, hockey-coated fists leading the way. Raynier's eyes went wide as I closed the distance faster than she could process, those black wings beating frantically to gain altitude. Too slow. I caught her ankle mid-takeoff, fingers crushing delicate bones with overwhelming pressure. She screamed, twisting to stab downward with a freshly summoned light spear, but Eyes of Future showed me the attack path half a second early. I jerked my head sideways, letting the spear pass close enough to graze my cheek. Then I yanked hard on her ankle, using her own momentum against her. Slam. Raynier hit the floor hard enough to crack stone, air exploding from her lungs. Those black wings crumpled beneath her with sounds like breaking glass. She tried to roll away, tried to summon another spear, tried to do anything that might save her. I stomped on her chest. Hockey-coated boot crushed her sternum with a sound like bubble wrap popping. Raynier's scream turned into a wet gurgle as broken ribs punctured lungs. Blood bubbled from her lips, staining perfect teeth red. Wait, she gasped, purple eyes finding mine through tears of agony. Wait, we can make a deal. Not interested. I pressed down harder, feeling ribs collapse further. Her struggles grew weaker, more desperate. Those black wings beat uselessly against stone, feathers scattering like dark snow. Please. I can, information. Grigori, anything you want. Her eyes went wide with genuine shock, like she'd never actually considered this outcome possible. Raynier, the fallen angel who'd murdered Issei and Kanon, who'd tortured Asia, who'd treated human life like it was worthless, met the very same fate she wished upon them. I pulled my fist back, coating it in the darkest hockey I could manage. Raynier's eyes tracked the movement, understanding dawning too late. No. Crunch. My fist went through her chest, ribs exploding outward, hockey-coated knuckles finding her heart and crushing it in a single convulsive squeeze. Blood erupted from the wound, coating my arm to the elbow. Raynier's mouth opened in a silent scream. Her body spasmed once, twice, then went completely still. Those eyes glazed over, staring at nothing. The light spears she'd been summoning dissolved into magenta motes that faded against blood-soaked stone. I pulled my arm free, letting her corpse slump sideways. Silence crashed over the area like an aftermath of madness in war. Calla Warner stood frozen against the far wall, face drained of all color. Her eyes locked on Raynier's body, on the spreading pool of blood, on my dripping fist. When her gaze finally rose to meet mine, I saw something I recognized in the last moment of both Raynier and Freed. Pure, unadulterated terror. You're next, I said. She bolted. Black wings exploded from her back as she dove for the nearest window, moving with the desperate speed of someone who knew death was 3 steps behind. Glass shattered as she crashed through, arms raised to protect her face. A pillar shot upward, clipping her wings mid-flight and sending her tumbling through the air. She hit the ground hard, rolled, tried to get her feet under her. My hand closed around her throat before she could scream, lifting her off the ground to meet my gaze. Calla Warner clawed at my arm, her eyes wide with panic, wings beating uselessly against my grip. I pressed one of disc against her forehead. What? The disc activated as her eyes rolled back, body going rigid as the disc interfaced directly with her mind. All of it flooding into Calla Warner's consciousness like water into a drowning victim's lungs. Her mouth opened in a soundless scream, back arching as the disc rewrote core personality subroutines. The process took maybe 5 seconds, 5 seconds where her entire sense of self got altered on a fundamental level. When I pulled the disc away, her eyes refocused, changed in ways she probably didn't even understand yet. What did you do to me? Her voice came out small, confused, I feel. I can't. Silence. I set her down as she couldn't speak anything and just follow what I said. The commands I'd embedded would ensure her loyalty, make betrayal literally impossible. She'd serve me because her brain wouldn't let her do anything else. 3 minutes is enough to get Asia down here and explain the situation. I turned back to the sanctuary, leaving Calla Warner to process her new reality. Asia still tied, her green eyes tracking my approach with undisguised fear. Her bound wrists trembled, white robes stained with blood splatter from the carnage surrounding her. Motohama-san, she whispered as I approached. I dissolved the glowing chains binding her wrists with a basic binding magic spell, the magic dissipating like smoke. You okay? She nodded slowly, rubbing circulation back into her hands. I don't understand, you killed them all, but you saved me. Don't think about it too much. Let's get out of here first. Asia's gaze drifted to Raynier's and Middle's corpse, to the 9 heads still protruding from the stone floor like macabre sculptures. Are you a devil? Nope, I stood, offering her my hand, just very good at violence, when it demands. She took it hesitantly, letting me pull her to her feet. Her legs shook, nearly giving out before I steadied her. So, what will now, Motohama-san? Now. I looked around the blood-soaked sanctuary, at the destruction I'd wrought, at Calawarner standing motionless near the shattered window. Now I figure out what to do with you and my new pet fallen angel. Ding. The familiar blue screen with text appeared in my vision. Quest completed, the Fallen's Gambit. Objective complete, put an end to the Fallen Angel's plan. Reward, rank 7 Gacha ticket. I dismissed the notification with a thought. The rank 7 ticket can wait after I dealt with the immediate clusterfuck of having a traumatized nun and a mind-controlled fallen angel in my possession. Sigh, I just wanted to have some nice dinner. Chapter 18, CH18, Blood, Loyalty and Alchemy. I am inevitable. I stared at the carnage surrounding me, bodies scattered across, some crushed into the floor, others torn apart by stone spikes that still peeked from the ground like jaws. My hockey-coated fist dripped red, the dark coating fading back to normal skin as I flexed my fingers. Asia's green eyes locked on me with an expression caught somewhere between terror and desperate hope. Her white ceremonial robes bore splashes of blood that weren't hers, and her small frame trembled against the ground. Those blonde strands of hair stuck to her tear-stained cheeks, and when our eyes met, she flinched but didn't look away. And Motohama-san. Can't really blame her for that, considering what she just witnessed. You okay? She nodded quickly. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, Motohama-san. I thought they were going to kill you. Extract your sacred gear and leave you dead on that cross. I finished for her, watching her face go pale further. Yeah, that was definitely the plan. Rainier had a whole ritual set up and everything. But, she didn't know I knew the plot. Asia's green eyes welled with fresh tears, and she looked down at her trembling hands. I don't understand. Why did you come for me? We barely know each other. I led you here, told you about this place. I helped them without knowing. You're too trusting and naive, Asia, I said with a smile. You see the good in everyone, even when they're planning to murder you for your abilities. Her breath hitched, and I saw the exact moment my words hit home, the way her shoulders hunched inward, how her fingers clutched at the blood-stained robes. Guilt. Shame. All the emotions a gentle heart experienced when confronted with their own naivete. Time to make my move. I knelt down to her eye level, forcing her to meet my gaze. Asia, you have two choices right now. You can go back to the church that excommunicated you for having compassion, the same church that cast you out for healing a devil, which, by the way, was a setup designed specifically to get you kicked out and vulnerable. Or. I paused, letting the weight of that revelation sink in. You can come with me. Her eyes went wide, shock replacing fear for a brief moment. A setup. But that's, how could? Doesn't matter how, I cut her off. What matters is that the church abandoned you. They threw you away the second you showed actual compassion instead of blind zealotry. You healed someone who needed healing, and they punished you for it. Asia's face crumpled, tears spilling down her cheeks. But the Lord's teachings say to help those in need. I was only following his word. I don't understand why. Because the church is run by hypocrites who are more interested in maintaining their image and influence than actual faith, I said. They wanted you as a tool, Asia. When you showed independent thought, you became a liability to them, so they abandoned you. She shook her head weakly, but I could see the doubt creeping into her expression. Good. Doubt meant she was actually thinking instead of just accepting what she'd been told her whole life. I softened my tone. Listen. I'm not going to lie to you and say I'm some saint who rescued you out of pure goodness. I came here because you're valuable, your sacred gear, twilight healing, is useful. But I'm also not going to use you and throw you away like Rainier planned. Stay with me, and I'll keep you safe from anyone who wants to exploit you. Fallen angels, devils, zealots, anyone. You'll never be a sacrifice again. Asia looked up at me, those green eyes searching my face for something. Truth, maybe. Sincerity. Some sign that I wasn't just another person using her for her abilities. I extended my hand, palm up, waiting. She hesitated, gaze dropping to my blood-stained fingers. What if the church realizes their mistake? What if they want me back? They won't, I said bluntly. You're excommunicated. That's not something they reverse on a whim. To them, you're already damned. Her expression shattered at that, the final fragile hope crumbling. She stared at my offered hand for a long moment that felt like eternity, before her trembling fingers reached out and grasped mine. Her hand felt small, delicate, the grip weak from exhaustion and fear. I'll trust you, Motohama-san, she whispered. I pulled her to her feet, steadying her when her legs nearly gave out. I won't let no harm come at you. You have my word on that. Asia stumbled slightly, catching herself against my arm, and I felt her sacred gear glow with a brief flash of warm green light that instinctively reached out to heal the minor cuts on my hand from the devastation. Twilight healing, reacting to her emotional state and proximity to injuries. Interesting. The sacred gear had its own awareness, responding even when Asia wasn't consciously activating it. Definitely saving that information. I turned toward the shattered window where Calawarner still stood frozen, those eyes glazed with the disc's compulsion. The fallen angel hadn't moved an inch since I'd implanted the disc, black wings half spread like she'd forgotten they existed. Her blue hair hung limp around her face, and her usual arrogant expression had been replaced with empty compliance. I walked toward her slowly, each footstep deliberate, letting the sound echo through the ruined sanctuary. Asia followed a half-step behind, her hand still clutching my sleeve. Calawarner's eyes tracked my approach, but her body remained motionless, a puppet waiting for strings to be pulled. "Calawarner," I said, voice dropping into something cold and sharp. "Yes." Her response came immediately, flat and emotionless. I stopped directly in front of her, close enough to see the slight tremor in her hands that the disc's compulsion couldn't quite suppress. Fear. Good. The mind control handled obedience, but the underlying personality still existed, still capable of processing terror even if it couldn't act on it. "You're going to serve me from now on," I said, each word precise. "Understand?" She nodded, the motion stiff and unnatural, yes. I leaned closer, dropping my voice to barely above a whisper, "And don't even think about betraying me. If you do, I'll find you, and what I did to the other two will look merciful compared to what I'll do to you." Calawarner's eyes widened, genuine terror breaking through the compulsion's blank mask. Her breath hitched audibly, wings twitching involuntarily as her body tried to flee even while her mind remained locked in place. Those brown eyes darted down to my blood-covered hand, then over to Raynier's corpse with its crushed chest in the pooling blood. Her voice cracked, replacing usual arrogant tone, "I won't. I swear, I won't betray." "Good girl," I cut her off, straightening up and letting my expression shift from menacing to casually neutral. "Your first task, cook dinner." Calawarner blinked, confusion shattering the fear for a brief moment. "What? You heard me. I'm starving, and someone needs to make dinner." I pulled another disc from my inventory, this one containing culinary knowledge I'd watched earlier, basic cooking skills and recipes condensed into installable data. I tossed it at her forehead. The disc dissolved on contact, merging into her skin like water absorbed by sand. Calawarner's eyes rolled back briefly, her entire body going rigid as information flooded her neural pathways, knife techniques, optimum temperature, flavor combinations, all of it cramming itself into her brain in the span of 3 seconds. When her eyes refocused, they held a new awareness mixed with complete bewilderment. "Now go cook," I ordered. Calawarner opened her mouth, closed it, then nodded jerkily and stumbled toward the exit. Her wings folded against her back automatically, and she moved like someone learning to walk in a different body, which, in a sense, she was. The culinary disc had given her muscle memory for techniques she'd never actually practiced, creating a disconnect between knowledge and experience that would take time to reconcile. Asia watched the entire exchange with wide eyes, her grip on my sleeve tightening. "Motohama-san, what did you do to her? Is she okay?" "She's fine, Asia," I said dismissively, just making sure she's properly motivated to not stab me in the back. "But what if she betrays you, will you kill her?" Asia's voice carried genuine concern, because of course it did. The girl couldn't turn off her compassion even for someone who'd literally tried to kill her 20 minutes ago. "I am gonna give her few more tasks to keep the fear in check," I said bluntly. After all, fear keeps people honest when loyalty isn't an option. Asia flinched at that, and I felt her hand loosen slightly on my sleeve. Right. Too harsh for the gentle nun who still believed people were inherently good. I'd need to be better with my approach with her. The brutal honesty would work for establishing dominance with Calawarner, but Asia needed a softer approach. Gotta keep that in mind. "Come on. Let's get you out of this place. You've had a rough night." She nodded mutely, following as I led her toward the exit. Behind us, the sanctuary remained a monument to violence, corpses embedded in stone, blood soaking into cracked floors, shattered pews, and broken altars scattered like children's toys. The ritual circle that had been meant for Asia's execution still glowed faintly, its light slowly fading as the magic dissipated and was long gone. We'd barely made it 3 steps when the familiar blue screen materialized in my vision. Asia couldn't see it, of course, the system interface was visible only to me, a private heads-up display that overlaid reality without actually existing in physical space. The text appeared in crisp, glowing letters that seemed to hover in midair from my perspective. Inventory, rank 7 Gacha ticket. Use ticket. Yes, no. I mentally selected yes without hesitation. The screen flashed, transforming into a spinning roulette wheel of possibilities. Icons blurred past too fast to identify, showing weapons, abilities, items, all potential rewards cycling through at dizzying speed. The wheel slowed gradually, ticking through options before finally stopping on a single glowing icon that expanded to fill my vision. The text finally solidified beneath it. Reward obtained. Skill name, Essence Alchemy. Description. Grants the ability to perceive and manipulate the fundamental properties contained within materials. When examining any substance, the user gains intuitive understanding of its inherent attributes like regenerative qualities, elemental affinities, energy, biological compatibility, and other intrinsic characteristics. The user can extract these essences in liquid solutions aka potions and can also combine them, manifesting the combined properties. Success depends on 3 factors. Material quality, stronger ingredients produce more potent effects. Compatibility, some essences reinforce each other, others conflict and destabilize. Technical control, precision in extraction ratios, temperature regulation, and mana infusion during synthesis. You can advance through repeated practice, deeper understanding of material interactions, acquisition of rare ingredients, and refinement of synthesis techniques. Higher mastery allows stabilization of more complex multi-property potions and extraction of stronger concentrations from the same materials. Limitation, can only achieve effects supported by available ingredients. Cannot generate properties that don't exist in them. I read the description once, then twice, then a third time as the implications crashed into me like death punch of Saitama to Genos. Damn. My mind immediately began racing through possibilities, strategic applications, economic potential, all of it unfolding in rapid-fire succession. Phoenix tears were legendary healing items in this world, absurdly expensive and controlled by the Phoenix clan. With Essence Alchemy, I could potentially replace them in Underworld, and get not just finance but influence as well in tenfolds. Fallen Angel blood almost certainly contained light-based essences I could extract. Devil biology had some natural regenerative properties. Dragon or any other individual's parts, scales, blood would be invaluable for power boosting. Combat enhancement potions could boost my hockey essence to achieve for temporary power spikes. Resistance serums against holy, demonic, and dragon-based attacks by extracting immunity properties from relevant materials. Compatibility potions to prepare my body for handling additional sacred gears or abilities without rejection. The potential was vast, but so was time and ingredients to achieve all that. The economic angle alone was staggering, and not just Underworld, any other faction would pay fortunes for quality potions. I could trade with devils, fallen angels, even yokai factions. Use potions as currency for information, alliances, favors. Create dependency among powerful factions, making myself indispensable. But only through a strong representative who would do it instead of me. Combining god-tier essences from likes of someone such as Ophus's blood with the Great Red Blood. Creating permanent enhancement potions instead of temporary buffs. Let's not get into that, I was nowhere near to achieve that right now. One step at a time. Motohama-san. Asia's voice pulled me back to reality, are you alright? I dismissed the system screen with a thought, refocusing on the present. Yeah. Just realized I got something very useful to fund our little group. She tilted her head questioningly, but didn't press. Good. The less she knew about my system, the better. At least until I determined exactly how much I could trust her. For now, she'd seen enough to be compliant without understanding the full scope of my abilities. First things first. I looked back at the carnage surrounding us, specifically at Rainier and Middle's corpses. Fresh materials, still saturated with fallen angel essence. Wasteful to just leave them here when I could harvest what I needed for my first alchemical experiments. Asia, I said, keeping my tone casual, wait by the door. This'll just take a minute. She nodded hesitantly, releasing my sleeve and moving toward the exit. I heard her soft footsteps fade, then stop far enough away that she wouldn't see what's about to happen next. I approached Rainier's body first, kneeling beside the spreading blood pool. My hand hovered over her chest wound, and I activated Essence Alchemy for the first time. The world shifted. Suddenly I could see things I'd never perceived before, glowing threads of light essence woven through Rainier's blood. Light essence appeared as golden threads, pulsing faintly even in death. I could instinctively understand the properties too. The light essence would be excellent for creating illumination or anti-devil potions. Fascinating, I muttered, already going through various methods. I pulled empty water bottle from my inventory and began the harvesting process. Blood first, drained carefully from major arteries and separated into light essence-rich samples versus taint-heavy samples. Then organ tissue, fallen angel hearts contained concentrated essence that could serve as premium potion bases. Wing feathers for their inherent flight properties. Even bone marrow had applications for creating skeletal reinforcement elixirs. The work was done smoothly, completely divorced from the fact that I was literally dismantling a corpse for components. My hands moved with practiced precision, and I noted with distant amusement that I felt absolutely nothing about it. No guilt, no revulsion, just pure fascination for resource collection. Middle's body yielded similar materials, though her essence concentration was slightly lower, younger fallen angel, less developed abilities. Still useful, just not as potent. 10 minutes later, I had a respectable collection of sealed vials and tissue samples stored in my inventory. The bodies looked worse. Significantly worse. But I'd collapsed this section of the church anyway to bury evidence, so it didn't really matter. I stood, brushing stone dust off my pants, and activated my earth manipulation. The floor responded immediately, stone flowing like liquid as I commanded it to consume the evidence. Pillars collapsed inward, the ceiling groaned, and within 30 seconds the entire ritual chamber had caved in on itself, crushing bodies, destroying the magic circle, erasing any trace of what had happened here. Asia just stood there with expression of quiet acceptance that suggested she was rapidly adjusting to her new worldview. Good. She needed to understand that staying with me meant accepting a certain level of moral ambiguity. Time to go, I said, walking past her toward the exit. Rias's peerage will investigate eventually. Better not be here when they show up. Asia nodded and followed without question. My apartment smelled like cooking when we arrived. The scent of sautéed vegetables and searing meat wafted from the kitchen, surprisingly appetizing considering it was being prepared by a mind-controlled fallen angel with forcibly implanted culinary knowledge. I could hear the rhythmic chop-chop-chop of a knife on cutting board, the sizzle of a hot pan, the occasional clatter of dishware. Calla Warner had actually followed orders. What's more interesting was my home was now cleaned up and restored to its formal glory. It seems time of command disk has been elongated significantly after my earlier fight, because 3 minutes had been passed 15 minutes ago. Asia stood in my entryway, looking feeble and lost in her blood-stained ceremonial robes. She clutched the fabric nervously, green eyes darting around my apartment like she expected more violence to materialize from the shadows. The nervous energy practically radiated off her in waves. Bathrooms down the hall, I said, pointing. There should be spare clothes in the closet. Well, they'll be too big for you, but better than wearing blood-soaked ones. She nodded gratefully and hurried off, clearly relieved to have a task that didn't involve watching me dismember corpses or threaten supernatural beings. I headed straight for my bedroom, the harvested materials weighing heavy in my inventory despite having no physical presence. My workspace consisted of a cleared desk, with no equipment since I wasn't prepared for this kind of experimentation. It might not be a proper alchemical laboratory by any stretch for now, but it would serve for initial testing. I pulled out one of Rainier's blood samples, the bottle filled with crimson liquid that shimmered with barely visible golden threads. Activating essence alchemy again, my perception shifted to show me the internal structure in vivid detail. Light essence concentration, approximately 63% by volume, the rest was baseline fallen angel biological material cells, plasma, proteins, all saturated with supernatural energy that made them distinct from human blood. I could extract the light essence, condense it into a usable form. Combine it with a stabilizing agent to create an illumination potion or weapon coating. My hands moved almost of their own accord, following instincts granted by the new skill. Temperature regulation through precise flame control. Extraction ratios calculated automatically in my mind. Mana infusion timing based on essence compatibility matrices I just knew because of this skill. It was like having centuries of alchemical knowledge downloaded directly into my brain, except it was better because it came with practical application instead of just theory. 20 minutes later, I had a successful extract sitting in a glass. It had pure light essence, glowing faintly gold even without active illumination. The properties it had was summoning light spears, enhanced visibility in darkness, superhuman strength and speed, wings of fallen angels, minor devil repellent qualities. Time limit, 1 minute. 1 minute. This was a perfect start. A little win is always better than failure on first try. With access to more diverse materials, I could create an entire arsenal of specialized potions. Healing elixirs, power boosters, resistance serums, enhancement formulas, all of it was suddenly within reach. The only limit was ingredient availability and my own skill advancement, both of which were solvable problems. A knock on my door interrupted my thoughts. Motohama-san. Asia's voice, hesitant and soft. Calla Warner-san says dinner is ready. Right. Dinner. I'd completely forgotten about while dismantling corpses and extracting essence from fallen angel blood. I stored the bottle back in my storage and headed out to the dining area. Asia had changed into one of my oversized t-shirts and sweatpants, the clothes hanging off her small frame. Her blonde hair was still damp from the shower, clinging to her neck and shoulders, and she'd scrubbed her face clean of the grime and blood. Calla Warner stood in my kitchen like she'd been teleported there mid-task and hadn't quite figured out what happened. Her usual arrogant expression was gone. She plated food with hands that moved through practiced motions she'd never actually learned naturally. The culinary disc had given her muscle memory, but her eyes held a distant quality that suggested she was still processing the disconnect between knowledge and experience. Dinner's ready, she said. The table held 3 plates of surprisingly well-prepared food. The pan-seared chicken with roasted vegetables, rice with herb butter, and a simple salad that actually looked appetizing. Not bad for a fallen angel who'd probably never cooked a day in her life before having the skill forcibly installed. I motioned her to take a seat as well, which she obeyed while still under the effect of my disc. We sat down in awkward silence. Asia folded her hands and bowed her head, lips moving in silent prayer before eating. Calawarner ate, not daring to look other than her plate. I just dug in, appreciating the fact that I'd successfully acquired a combat-capable servant and a personal chef in one convenient package. The silence stretched, broken only by the clink of spoons against plates. Asia kept shooting nervous glances at Calawarner, probably trying to reconcile the terrifying fallen angel who'd helped try to kill her with the blank-faced woman now serving her dinner. Calawarner noticed but showed no reaction, just continued eating with that same not giving a damn reaction. So, I said eventually, because someone needed to break the tension. Asia, you'll stay in the spare room. Calawarner, you get the couch until I figure out permanent arrangements. Both nodded without protest. Asia picked at her food, eating slowly, her green eyes distant with thoughts I could only guess at. Probably processing the fact that her entire life had been upended in a single night. Not exactly the fairy tale rescue she'd probably imagined. But she was alive, and she'd chosen to trust me. That counted for something. I finished my meal and leaned back, considering tomorrow's tasks. Rias would definitely question of Asia. I'd need to handle that correctly, establish that Asia was already claimed by me before the Gremory heiress could make her pitch. Then there was Calawarner to consider. A fallen angel living in my apartment would need cover stories to explain how she chose to serve me. Keeping her hidden isn't an option when Aquino just keeps crashing in my home for dinners. And Essence Alchemy opened up an entirely new bunch of possibilities. I had materials from 2 fallen angels. What would happen if I combined their essences with other ingredients? What potions would I get? So many possibilities, and I'd barely scratched the surface. I glanced across the table at Asia, who was staring at her half-finished plate with an expression of quiet joy, while Calawarner washing dishes at the sink with trembling hands. Life is good, you know what I mean. Chapter 19, CH19, Serve or Sin. Buzz. Calawarner's head snapped toward the sound of doorbell, brown eyes widening with something close to panic before her expression smoothed into fearful neutrality. Her hand trembled around the teapot she'd been holding on a serving tray with a soft clink that cut through the quiet breakfast atmosphere. Asia glanced between me and the door. I set down my chopsticks with deliberate calm, already guessing who'd decided to visit this early in the morning. Keep serving breakfast, I said. The doorbell rang again, more insistent. I walked to the door and opened it to find exactly opposite of what I'd expected, Rias standing there and already scanning past me into my apartment with sharp assessment. Behind her, Aquino stood with perpetual warm smile that never quite reached her violet eyes, long black ponytail swaying as she tilted her head in greeting. Motohama-kun. Rias's tone carried the edge of someone who'd rushed back from out of town specifically to deal with a situation that shouldn't have happened in the first place. We need to talk. I stepped aside, gesturing them in. You're back early from your trip. Era, Motohama-kun. Aquino's voice carried the teasing lilt she always used, but her gaze swept the apartment with renewed curiosity. You look remarkably well for someone who had quite the eventful night. Rias's eyes landed immediately on Asia sitting at the table in my oversized t-shirt and sweatpants, then tracked to Calawarner moving stiffly as she poured tea into the cups. The fallen angel's hands shook enough that liquid sloshed against the rim, but she managed not to spill any. She was still far from serving. Recognition flashed across Rias's face, followed by frustration that didn't go unnoticed by us. Sona contacted me last night, Rias said, her voice blended with concern and irritation. Her familiar observed the entire battle at the abandoned church, and how you eliminated the fallen angels and their accomplices in approximately 4 minutes, her gaze fixed on Calawarner with an intensity that made the woman visibly stiffen. One of them. Who's apparently serving you breakfast now? Calawarner's shoulders hunched slightly. Meeting a high-class devil's attention when you were a low-class fallen angel who just witnessed your entire team get slaughtered tended to have that effect. My, Aquino's smile widened, genuine interest in those violet eyes as they took the note of change in Kala's composure. Quite the arrangement you have here, Motohama-kun. A holy maiden and a fallen angel sharing your breakfast table. How eclectic. I gestured toward the couch. Sit down first. Calawarner, prepare tea for our guests. Yes, she responded immediately, compulsion enforced obedience that probably looked bizarre to someone who remembered Calawarner's usual arrogant confidence. Rias settled into the couch with the grace of someone born to nobility, crossing her legs and fixing me with that direct stare that said, what's going on here? Aquino took the spot beside her, maintaining the pleasant expression while her attention tracked every movement Calawarner made with the teapot. What's going on? Why is a fallen angel serving you, Motohama? Rias asked bluntly. I leaned back against the counter, arms crossed. Last night, a stray exorcist named Selzen broke into my apartment. He was armed with light blade and a gun, nearly killed me in my own home. A few hours after you left out of town, actually. Aquino's pleasant mask slipped for half a second, genuine concern flashing across her features. Her hands tightened on the armrests hard enough that I heard would creak. Motohama-kun, you could have summoned me immediately. I would have. Our agreement, remember. I cut her off, keeping my tone casual and factual. When I refused to join your peerage, Rias made it very clear that faction disputes stay separate. Devils won't involve themselves in my problems with other factions unless it directly threatens Koa's stability and peace. Rias sighed, frustration bleeding through her composed exterior as she ran one hand through the distinctive crimson hair and then looked me in the eyes. That was about political entanglements, not an assassination attempt in your own home, Motohama. That crosses into Koa territory security. By the time I could call anyone, Freed had his blade at my throat. The memory of that psychotic grin and light-infused bullet penetrating my skin flashed through my mind. At that moment I had only two choices, either wait and hope for rescue that might not come because of our agreement or eliminate him and the source of the threat. Understanding dawned in Rias's eyes, followed immediately by something that looked like guilt. So, that's why you went straight to the church. Alone. I never intended to involve myself with them, I lied, keeping my face straight, but you and Sona both said you wouldn't help with other faction matters. So I handled it myself. You see, I had no other choice. Silence stretched between us with unsaid implications. Rias's expression shifted through several emotions, protectiveness warring with the reality of agreements she'd made, political necessity versus personal concern. I didn't mean, you could have died, Motohama. I would have, but I won. So it's nothing to be concerned about. We've been spending times together for weeks on your magic lessons, Akino said, her playful mask fully dropped now, revealing genuine care in her tone. I would have helped if you'd asked. I know, and I did believe her words. Akino had proven herself genuinely invested in my training, even if her methods involved lightning tortures while I ran for my dear life, but the agreement was the agreement. I won't ask you to break it. Rias looked conflicted, protective instinct clearly battling with her own carefully constructed rules. She'd set boundaries to maintain political separation, and I'd simply respected them. The fact that those boundaries had nearly gotten me killed wasn't something she could easily reconcile with her nature as someone who protected her territory and people she was close to. Her attention shifted back to Calla Warner, who'd finished pouring tea and stood there like a waiter awaiting further orders. Why spare her? You killed the others without hesitation according to Sona's report. I shrugged, watching Calla Warner's expression carefully. If leader of Fallen Angel comes asking questions about dead operatives in Kuo, I have a witness who can confirm self-defense. Besides. I let a slight smirk cross my face. I really wanted to cook for such a long time. Ufufu Akino's violet eyes gleamed with sadistic interest she couldn't quite hide when something intrigued her. She looks quite convinced of that, her head tilted, ponytail swaying as she studied me with renewed assessment. How did you ensure such cooperation, Motohama-kun? We have a very clear understanding of what happens if she tries anything stupid. I met Calla Warner's eyes, watched her visible tremor ripple through her frame. Don't we? Yes. Rias's eyes narrowed slightly. She sensed something unusual in our exchange but didn't push. Her attention shifted to Asia, and I watched the Gremry heiress's expression soften with genuine kindness. You are Asia Argento. The holy maiden with twilight healing. Asia's hands clutched at the oversized shirt sleeves, nervousness radiating from every line of her small frame. Why yes. Motohama-san saved me last night. I know what they plan to do to you. Rias's voice carried compassion that wasn't faked or political, but a real sympathy for someone the church had abandoned. I'm sorry that the church excommunicated you. That must have been incredibly painful after what fallen angels put you through. She's staying with you. She agreed to live under my protection. I kept my explanation simple. Since the church excommunicated her, the fallen angels tried to murder her for her sacred gear. She has nowhere else to go. Rias leaned forward slightly, addressing Asia directly with gentle smile. I could offer you a place in my peerage, Asia-san. You'd be safe, have a family, people who care about you. Thank you, Rias-san, Asia interrupted, surprising herself with her own boldness based on how her eyes widened. But Motohama-san saved my life when no one else came. He risked everything to protect me from people who wanted to kill me. I want to stay with him. Rias studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly, accepting the decision even if it clearly wasn't her preference. Very well. I pulled out the handwritten list I'd prepared last night, sliding it across the table toward Rias. Actually, since you're here, there are materials I need. Only found in the underworld. Rias picked up the paper, crimson eyebrows rising as she scanned the contents. What are you planning to do with these? I picked on a hobby of collecting different herbs lately. Last night, when I was reading about underworld geography from one of books you gave me, I was fascinated by them and wanted to collect it. So, can you arrange them for me? Her eyes met mine and then nodded triumphantly. Yes. Consider it, as an apology for not being available when you needed help. Appreciated. Rias stood, smoothing down her uniform. Despite our agreement, we're still allies, Motohama. If you need help, you can ask. I don't want what happened last night to happen again. I'll keep that in mind, Rias, I said with a smile. Akino rose as well, her warm smile returning like a mask sliding back into place, though her eyes held genuine affection when they met mine. Do take care, Motohama-kun. I'd hate for our magic lessons to end because you're progressing wonderfully under my lightning techniques. It would be such a waste. I nodded. They headed toward the door, Rias pausing at the doorstep. Grigori probably won't ignore death of their dead operatives. So if you come across them, I want you to summon me. As a leader of Kuo territory, I'd take care of it. I'm counting on it. The door closed behind them with a soft click. I waited, listening to their footsteps fade before turning back to find Asia and Calawarner both staring at me with different gazes of uncertainty. Calawarner, I said, watching her straighten at her name, follow me. We need to talk. Calawarner sat in my desk chair with the rigid posture of someone expecting execution, hands folded in her lap to hide the trembling. The disc compulsion had faded enough that she had autonomy back, but she remembered everything, every order she followed without hesitation, every moment of terror watching her teammates die, every second of understanding exactly how powerless she was. I leaned against my bedroom door, arms crossed, studying her. You want to know why I spared you specifically? I let the question hang in the air between us. Calawarner remained silent as I continued. Because out of the four of you, you were the only one who wasn't insufferable. She blinked, confusion replacing fear for a brief moment. What? The arrogant one was constantly talking down to everyone like others were insects beneath her. The hat one was a cosplaying ass who loved hearing himself brag about missions and superior breeding. The little one was a bratty child who treated everything like a game, giggling while planning murder. I looked at her directly, holding her gaze. You just stayed silent while cowering in fear and didn't step knowing the full dangers of the situation. Calawarner stared at me like I'd grown a second head. That's why you spared me. Because I was easier to tolerate. Partially, I pushed off the door, moving to sit on the edge of my bed to face her. The other reason. I see potential in you. Her laugh came out bitter and hollow as if she didn't believe what I just said. Potential. I'm a low-class fallen angel who got enslaved by a human. You, I corrected, have very enormous potential. Calawarner processed this slowly, uncertainty warring with something that might have been hope buried under layers of fear. What are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is, your actions from here would decide whether you want to stay as a terrified servant or become something more than that. I let that sink in, watching her think carefully. Serve me genuinely, not because a disc forces you, but because you choose to, and I'll give you power you never had under Grigori. Interest sparked in her eyes, barely visible but definitely there. What kind of power? I have recently picked on alchemy. I can extract certain aspects of an item, create enhancement potions, strengthen supernatural traits. I paused, letting the implications settle. Prove your loyalty, help me with my work, and I'll share those benefits with you. Make you stronger than you ever were as superiors as Grunt. Long silence stretched between us as she processed the offer. I'm not going to pretend I'm doing this out of loyalty or respect, Calawarner said finally, meeting my eyes with something like defiant honesty. Her posture straightened slightly, some dignity returning to her frame. But I'm also ambitious. Always have been. Grigori never gave me opportunities because I'm low class. If you're offering actual power in exchange for service. She nodded, mustering every bit of courage within her. Then we have an agreement, eh? Calawarner nodded slowly, calculation replacing pure fear in her expression. What do you require from me? For now. Keep doing what you're doing. Cook, maintain the house, and when those underworld materials arrive, I want your help with alchemy experimentations. She got in deep thought while her expression didn't waver from my list of requests. One more thing. I held her gaze, making sure she understood this part clearly. While the disc is still inside you, tied to immense pain on defying me. But, now you will have full control of yourself, so be watchful of your actions. To gain trust from your captive, you gotta lose chains. Obviously the compulsion effect being still intact was a lie, but she didn't need to know that. And I doubt she will try anything stupid. After all, I never took out the disc. A slight relieved smile crossed Calawarner's face, the first genuine expression I'd seen from her since the church. I won't. I'm many things, but I'm not stupid enough to throw away a chance to gain power and not defy you. She stood, some of that old confidence creeping back into her movements, though tempered now with actual respect instead of performative arrogance. You can now go and have some rest, she nodded. She left, and I heard her voice in the living room telling Asia everything was fine, that we'd just been discussing household arrangements. I moved to my window, looking out at Koa's morning streets bathed in early sunlight. Rias would deliver those materials within a few days. Guilt was an excellent motivator for someone with her resources and protective instincts. Akino would probably show up for our next training session with extra lightning punishment as retribution for making her worry, but that's the future me's problem. Calawarner would soon transition from terrified slave to ambitious ally, self-interest evolving into something that might eventually resemble loyalty. As for Asia, she can relax and have a normal life that she never dreamt of, while I prepare her for dangers of this world. And me? I'd keep getting stronger until standing alongside devils, or anyone else, becomes a choice, not a necessity. Chapter 20, CH20, The Fallen's Grace. Steam curled through the private bathhouse. Rias Gremory stretched her arms along the edge, tilting her head back as heat seeped into tired muscles. Across from her, Sona Citri sat with her elegant composure. Even while naked, glasses perched on her nose despite the steam challenging to fog them. "You're not going to let me forget my loss anytime soon, are you, Rias?" Sona sighed, adjusting her glasses. "Can you blame me?" Rias's smile carried the warmth of genuine satisfaction rather than cruelty. "It still counts as my victory. I'll thoroughly enjoy my visit to the familiar forest tonight." The water rippled as Sona shifted to face Rias directly. "Speaking of victories, your ally appears to have claimed quite a significant one himself." Rias's brow raised, wondering why Sona would bring him up now, while she was savoring her moment of triumph. "It's rather unfortunate that my familiar observed the church incident, not either of us. By the time we arrived, he'd already departed with the nun." Sona shook her head, frustration bleeding through her composed exterior, whatever transpired within those walls. Rias remembered Calawarner's trembling hands on the teapot, the way absolute fear had replaced the fallen angel's usual arrogance. To break someone like that into submission required either overwhelming power or something more disturbing that she hoped wasn't true. Such a pity Asia refused to join my peerage. Twilight healing would have been a valuable addition to my household, particularly alongside Twice Critical. He saved her life, Rias. It's only natural she would choose him. Sona paused, as if seeing a missing piece in a complex puzzle. However, I still cannot comprehend how he subjugated a fallen angel and eliminated the others within mere minutes. Silence settled between them, heavy with implications neither wanted to voice directly. The agreement they'd made now felt like boundaries they'd drawn for answers they won't get anytime soon. "His sacred gear, have you witnessed him activate it?" "Now that you mention it." "No, I haven't," Rias frowned, recalling only glimpses of him summoning rock pillars in the survivors' memories, but never deployed in actual combat. His sacred gear added more spirals to his growing mystery, like spirals of Uzumaki. "Whatever it is, it rendered an arrogant fallen angel compliant enough to serve him willingly," Sona said in slight annoyance. "We both understand how their race views humans as lowly beings, no better than devils. This level of control over a fallen angel, even a low-class one, suggests he either possesses compulsion abilities or she's genuinely terrified of the consequences should she disobey," Rias finished, crossing her arms beneath the water. Sona leaned forward slightly, adjusting her glasses with deliberate precision. "He's dangerous, Rias. And I don't mean in the typical manner the way most humans become when they acquire power, growing reckless and arrogant. He's strategic, and remarkably secretive about both his plans and his abilities so far." Rias couldn't help but agree with her assessment. Ever since Motohama and she had agreed to become allies, he'd never once questioned her about his sacred gear, maintaining their relationship as strictly business. She'd believed he would eventually be like Issei, falling for her charms and beauty, and naturally join her peerage. But he hadn't. He was a walking contradiction, rejecting the power she offered while actively building his own. "That reminds me, I've yet to inform him about tomorrow's meeting with her." Sona rose from the bath as water flowed down her smooth, beautiful form. "You must be looking forward to it, Sona." "I can see the anticipation of seeing her again," Rias said with genuine amusement, following her cue and reaching for a towel. "The incident falls under her jurisdiction as foreign affairs concerning fallen angels within devil territory, Rias. It has nothing to do with my personal feelings." Sona shot her a sharp glare, knowing full well her rival was thoroughly enjoying this. Rias chuckled, already able to see in Sona's expression that she was highly doubtful of things proceeding according to her carefully laid plans for the upcoming meeting. Motohama's POV. The disaster zone that used to be my bedroom looked like an alchemist's laboratory had violently mated with a garbage dump and produced this unholy offspring. Shattered glass crunched under my feet whenever I took a step. The desk bore scorch marks from experiments that had gotten a bit too enthusiastic about their bonding sessions. My notes covered the walls, taped up in a pattern that made sense only to me and possibly to someone sharing the same brain cells. Failed formulas crossed out in red while successful attempts circled frantically. Margin notes where I'd written things like, "Do not add Hellfire Essence to Grey Bloom," and, "Note to self, explosive is not equal to effective," and many more, which I learned through 143 attempts. I took a sigh of relief seeing the fruits of our labor. Calawarner slumped in the corner chair like a puppet with cut strings, dark circles under her eyes making her look vaguely undead. Her apron, once white, now resembling a Jackson Pollock painting, boring stains in colors I'm pretty sure didn't exist in any of the ingredients we had. "You know," she muttered without looking at me, voice heavy with exhaustion. "When I imagined being enslaved by a human, this wasn't quite the scenario I had in mind." I ignored her complaints, attention fixed on the 3 vials before me. They sat in a cleared space on my desk like prized trophies, each one glowing with an inner light that had nothing to do with chemical reactions and everything to do with extracting the essence of ingredients from underworld. The first vial held liquid with the color of dried blood mixed with shadow, and I named it Grey Bloom Restoration. Pretty lame, right? I will replace it with something cooler and fitting once I get some sanity recovering from a week of unpaid labor. The extraction process of it had taken 47 attempts before I figured out the right temperature to preserve the regenerative properties without triggering the necrotic side effects. Holding it up to the dim light, I watched darkness swirl within the crimson water. Noise. This could have saved my life when Freed had his light sword at my throat. 1 minute of accelerated healing, flesh knitting back together faster than it could be torn apart. But it wouldn't help if someone obliterated my head or ripped out my heart, but for everything short of instant death, this was a get out of bleeding out free ticket. The mental image of my own chest wound sealing itself made me grimace. I set it down carefully and picked up the second vial, with a note reading on it. Hell Claw Surge. Electric amber liquid that seemed to pulse with contained energy. The main ingredient had been essence extracted from a hell claw bear's talons, something that apparently existed in the underworld and was exactly as pleasant as the name suggested. Combined with other herbs growing near the opposite lands of the underworld. It promises me 5 minutes of enhanced speed, strength, and reflexes. 40 to 60% boost based on my calculations, and the one time I'd tested I put my bare fist through the wall. I turned it slowly, watching light refract through the amber. This would make human fighting a low-tier devil or fallen angel look like a joke. A human with Hell Claw Surge could potentially match them long enough to exploit weaknesses or create openings for landing a solid blow to knock them out cold. Of course, there was the minor issue of what happened after 5 minutes when the boost wore off and every muscle in my body screamed in protest at being pushed beyond normal human limits. The aftermath involved cramping that made me want to curse its limitations. Worth it, probably. Better than being killed by a low-ranked devil or fallen angel. The third vial, though. It was something I felt like was the best achievement of this Tower of God trials of potions making. Styx Touch. I picked it up with something approaching reverence, cradling the ghostly silver-blue liquid that swirled beautifully. The extraction had nearly killed me. Turns out processing water allegedly from the river Styx required far more precision and care. 143 attempts had really been 96 attempts at the first 2 potions and 47 attempts at this one, most of which ended with me evacuating the room before toxic fumes could dissolve my lungs. But I'd done it. Hee hee boy, it was worth all the pain of failures. What does it do? Well, it forces a sleeping devil to get the fuck out of their forced sleep for a week, with full consciousness, complete memories, all their power intact. The underworld was filled with sleeping devils. And this was my key to gain significant benefits, not only financially but in power and security as well. I knew that it should be passed on to someone of higher position whom I could trust and expect no backstabbing. Giving it to Rias won't do it well. Despite her kindness, she was still bound by her family's political interests. Not through Sona as well, who is sharing the same spot as her fellow rival friend. I needed someone who could guarantee my safety when things inevitably went sideways. Someone who valued potions over the politics of the underworld and sees the value in what I could offer, practical enough to overlook my humanity, and ruthless enough to ensure I survived long enough to be useful. My phone buzzed against the desk, derailing my train of thoughts. I set down the Styx Touch carefully before checking the message. Sona Citri's name appeared on the screen with a text that somehow managed to convey formality even through digital communication. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Student Council Room. Debriefing regarding the Fallen Angel incident. Bring the Fallen Angel as well. Attendance mandatory. No mention of who else would be present. No explanation of what debriefing actually entailed. Just location, time, and an implicit command dressed up as a polite request. Does she not realize all that information was useful? Or either. There must be higher-ups, then. Had to be. Sona wouldn't pull this kind of formal summons for a casual chat, involving Calawarner as well. But could it be who I think it would be? Bad news. Calawarner's voice cut through my analysis, curiosity replacing her exhaustion. I glanced at her. She'd pushed herself upright in the chair, still waiting for my response to her intuition. I've been summoned to a meeting with devils tomorrow regarding the church incident, I said, watching her visibly flinch at the mention of church. You are also invited to join. It seems. I'll be facing punishment for my actions. Then, I said nothing, and let her continue. You will protect me from the implications, right? She said, lowering her arms and fixing me with a look somewhere between hopeful and scared. I can expect it. Now that I am a servant of yours. Haha, don't worry. I am more worried about losing you than you are of losing yourself, I replied nonchalantly, as her eyes widened. Having a cook and assistant like you is very hard to come by. Despite everything, the exhaustion, the coming political shitstorm, the 3 bottles of concentrated supernatural fuckery sitting on my desk, I smiled in triumph. This was progress on 2x speed. A week ago, Calawarner had been arrogant, condescending, and perfectly happy to murder a teenage girl for her sacred gear. Now she was comfortable enough to banter and lean over my desk with casual familiarity as she examined the 3 vials, giving me a clear view down her loose shirt to the curve of cleavage that she absolutely knew I was seeing. These are what we've been slaving over. She reached toward the Hellclaw Surge, then paused, glancing at me for permission before touching. I nodded. She picked up the amber vial carefully, holding it up to catch the light. What does it do? This one enhances physical capabilities. speed, strength, and reflexes with approximately 40 to 60% increase for 5 minutes. Her expression shifted from casual curiosity to interest in an instant. That's significant. I've tested it myself while you were asleep last night. And would you? She set the vial down, meeting my eyes with an intensity that pushed through her exhaustion. Permit me to use something like this. If you prove to be sufficiently useful and prove your loyalty to me. I watched her calculate whether to be offended or motivated by the condition. For a fallen angel physiology of yours, it would be a significant rise in your overall strength, and it would definitely be higher than my human potential. I watched the spark of genuine interest replacing fear-driven compliance on her face. She smirked, and for the first time since the church, I glimpsed the confident woman who'd been arrogant enough to hunt sacred gear users previously. Then I suppose I'll continue being your lab assistant and maid and whatever else you might require. I would continue to prove my loyalty to you. She bowed to me while giving me a full view of her majestic breasts as she said, you can use me however you wish to. I reached out to her as I placed my arm on her shoulder. She looked up to see me, hoping for something like a touch to ease her stress accumulated for a week. Get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be complicated and I need you to be sane enough to answer questions without saying something that gets us both in trouble. Calawarner's smirk faded into a helpless sigh as if I missed her obvious tease to engage in something fun. She moved toward the door with her ever-present grace to her steps, exhaustion buried beneath her supernatural resilience. She paused at the door with her one hand on the doorframe. For what it's worth. Her voice dropped lower as she faced me with a genuine smile, which I saw for the first time. Thanks. For not simply keeping me as a terrified puppet of yours. The door closed before I could formulate a response. Probably for the best because I wasn't sure what I would have said anyway. I turned back to the 3 vials, alone again with the possibilities of looming political complications. Next day, student council room. The student council room was opposite to what my room looked like yesterday. Everything was perfectly arranged, from the aligned chairs to the desk where Sona Citri sat. Behind her stood Tsubaki Shinra, her queen, silent and watchful like a particularly elegant guard dog. I settled into the couch across from Sona with Calawarner taking position slightly behind and to my right. She maintained her human disguise, looking every bit like a secretary rather than the supernatural being who tried to murder a nun for her sacred gear a week ago. Motohama-kun, Sona acknowledged with a slight nod, her violet eyes studying me through her glasses with the analytical gaze of someone they are about to rob any moment. Thank you for being punctual. I nodded as I looked at her in the eyes, always happy to attend mandatory summons disguised as polite invitations. Her lips twitched as she gave me a non-threatening glare which obviously didn't bother me. We'd met once before through Rias, enough to establish the basics of acquaintanceship. She struck me as the type who calculated 17 steps ahead while simultaneously judging whether you were worth the mental processing power. I respected that, even if it made casual conversation feel like a chess match where I was missing half my pieces. Shall we start this meeting? I asked, leaning back into the couch with deliberate casualness, or is there someone else who'll be present for it? Sona's composed expression shifted into something that might have been resignation mixed with anticipation. Behind her, Tsubaki's neutral mask cracked just enough to show what looked suspiciously like preemptive sympathy. Yes, Sona said, her tone suggesting the announcement of an incoming natural disaster. The meeting will be conducted in the presence of BRRRR. An icy blue magic circle erupted on the floor between our couches, intricate patterns swirling with enough magical pressure to make my teeth ache. The temperature dropped a few degrees in an instant, frost crystallizing on the nearest windowpane as power filled the room like someone had opened a portal to the world's fanciest freezer. The light intensified, brilliant and cold, and then she was there. Seraphal Leviathan materialized in the center of her magic circle, one hand on her hip and the other raised in a peace sign, dressed in what could only be described as a magical girl outfit that had raided a costume shop and won. Frills, ribbons, a skirt that defied several laws of physics and probably a few laws of decency, all in shades of blue and white that matched her power's icy aesthetic. Her twin tails bounced with enthusiasm that seemed fundamentally incompatible with her status as one of the 4 great Satans. Miracle Leviathan has arrived to save the day. She struck a pose that belonged on a Saturday morning anime, complete with a wink and sparkles that I was 90% sure were actual magical effects. Her blue eyes locked onto me, and her expression shifted from theatrical to genuinely curious in an instant. I sat frozen on the couch, brain struggling to process several contradictions simultaneously. This was Seraphal Leviathan. Satan. One of the 4 great Satans who ruled the underworld. A being who could allegedly destroy Japan several times over if she glittered too hard. And she was dressed like a magical girl, striking poses while her sister looked like she wanted to sink through the floor. I glanced at Calawarner, who'd gone absolutely rigid beside me, looking at Seraphal with the kind of terror usually reserved for apex predators who just noticed you exist. At least she knew the gravity of the situation. Sona's expression had progressed from resignation to what I could only describe as, please kill me now, levels of embarrassment. Wani-sama, if you could please. Oh, but Sotan, I haven't even introduced myself properly yet. Seraphol spun back toward me, twin tails whipping through the air with enough force to generate a small breeze. I'm Seraphol Leviathan, but you can call me Leviathan. I handle foreign affairs, which means when someone causes trouble in Sotan's territory, I come for rescue. Well, I thought, maintaining my casual posture through sheer force of will and possibly stupidity, this is either going to go really well or really badly, and I'm not sure why both outcomes seem terrifying. Seraphol's smile widened, and I had the distinct impression she knew exactly this was going to be an interesting evening for her. The meeting hadn't even started, and I was already questioning every life choice that had led me to this moment. Chapter 21, CH21, Seraphol Leviathan. The student council room radiated the kind of oppressive silence that preceded either enlightenment or execution, and I wasn't betting on the former. It's a pleasure to be in your presence, Leviathan-sama, I said, keeping my voice steady, though I'd say trouble is rather an overstatement. We'll see about that. She practically skipped to the couch opposite mine, with a wide smile on her face like a kid who got promised a candy. Now then. Let's talk about the interesting things happening in my adorable Sotan's territory. Sona's expression progressed from resignation to please kill me now, levels of embarrassment. Wani-sama, this is supposed to be a formal. Seraphol waved a hand dismissively. Ooh, but where are my manners? Sotan, introduce everyone properly. I watched Sona taking a deep sigh, then adjusting her glasses with the vibe of someone contemplating homicide but settling for professionalism in moment. Wani-sama already knows Tsubaki, my queen. This is Motohama, the sacred gear user who went boom at the church. Seraphol interrupted with genuine delight, making Sona further embarrassed, and the pretty fallen angel he somehow convinced to be his servant. Calawarner flinched beside me. Time to flip the table before this became an interrogation. I sank in further. I reached into my pocket with deliberate slowness, making sure everyone could see the movement. My fingers closed around the vial, cool glass, slight weight, the culmination of 47 attempts and nearly getting my lungs dissolved by toxic fumes. Before we begin the debrief, everyone, I said, withdrawing the Styx touch vial and setting it carefully on the table between us, I wanted to show you something, Leviathan-sama. A gesture of good faith from me. The ghostly silver-blue liquid swirled inside the glass, catching the light with an otherworldly quality that made it look like captured moonlight mixed with fog. Seraphol's cheerfulness didn't drop, but something shifted in her eyes. They sharpened on the vial with laser intensity. Oh. She leaned forward, twin tails swaying. What's this? Sona's eyes widened behind her glasses. She stared at the vial, then at me, then back at the vial. Her expression flickered through surprise, understanding, and something that might have been grudging respect. Tsubaki leaned forward slightly, trying to get a better look at the little stuff I presented. It took me a week, but I finally succeeded in its production, I explained, keeping my tone professional despite my heart hammering against my chest. It awakened sleeping devils. Full consciousness, complete memories, all their power intact. Its duration is approximately 1 week before they return to their dormant state. The silence that followed could have made Ophis jealous. Seraphol's cheerful demeanor dropped slightly. Awakened sleeping devils, she repeated slowly, as in, the thousands of devils currently in induced stasis throughout the underworld due to the devil sleep disease. Yes. For a full week. With all those stated factors intact. Yes. And you just created this. Her head tilted, studying me like I was the latest candy introduced in market. How? Well, it's my time to shine. The moment I'd rehearsed in 40 different ways. My sacred gear, I said, meeting her eyes with as much confidence as I could fake. It has unique alchemical transmutation abilities. I can convert base materials into specialized potions with various effects. This is my most successful creation to date, Leviathan-sama. Not a lie. Not exactly. The potions came from underworld ingredients plus trial and error that nearly killed me multiple times. But let them think my sacred gear made me some kind of supernatural alchemist. Safer than the truth of me having a sacred gear which grants different powers. A transmutation power involving earth manipulation does sound fitting to narrative of my sacred gear. No one can refute that, not even Sona. Sona adjusted her glasses, violet eyes boring into me. Searching for the lie. Tsubaki did the same, equally focused. And neither would find what they were looking for, because I genuinely believed my sacred gear played a role. Just not the role they assumed. Sona breathed, her voice losing most of its composure. Do you have any idea what this could mean for the underworld, Motohama-kun? The political implications alone could put you in a bad position as a human. And that's exactly why I'm showing this to Leviathan-sama first, I replied, leaning forward to match the Seraphol gaze. Seraphol's smile widened with genuine amusement. You're such a clever boy, you understand the game already. I like it. I understand that Azazel would be very interested in a sacred gear like mine, I said bluntly, and that the fallen angel Governor General's enthusiasm for sacred gear research is problematic for someone like me, who shares no such interests. Now, all eyes were on me. Seraphol's eyes sparkled with delight. Not the magical girl sparkles from earlier, but But it was the gleam of a politician who'd just found an interesting negotiation partner. Oh my, she tapped her chin with one finger. You're worried about Azazel getting his hands on you. That's very astute, Motohama-kun. Most humans don't understand just how enthusiastic he can be about sacred gears. I prefer to not get dissected by him, I replied dryly, call it a personal quirk. She giggled as she waved her wand at me. I like you. You're funny. Then she leaned back, crossing her legs with a thoughtful expression. You know, I handle foreign affairs for the Devil faction. Part of that involves managing our working relationship with the fallen angels. Azazel and I communicate regularly about supernatural incidents that cross faction boundaries. I see. Do you? Her smile didn't waver, but her eyes pinned me in place because it sounds like you're thinking I might protect you from his interest. Which would require me to actively withhold information about a fascinating new sacred gear from someone I have a professional relationship with. I'm just hoping, I said carefully, that the Devil faction might find value in my protection. I can create potions that affect supernatural beings in ways sacred gears typically don't. This one is just the beginning. I can assure you that I have strategic value beyond just satisfying one fallen angel's curiosity. Seraphal studied me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Beside her, Sona watched the exchange with the intensity of someone witnessing a chess match several moves above her current level. I'm offering a partnership, I continued, the stick's touch as a diplomatic gift. Future creations are shared with the Devil faction first, before word spreads to other factions. And in exchange, I'd like 3 things. Her eyebrows rose as she motioned for me to continue. First, I want protection from Azazel and Fallen Angel faction interference regarding my sacred gear. 2, I need resolution of the church incident without punishment for my companion here. I gestured to Calawarner. As for the last one, I want continued operating freedom in Kuo. I could have asked for evil pieces or other high-level magic books, but I am taking it slow. This is just the beginning of our relationship, and with time, I can get much more than that. All I need is patience and be cautious of my moves. Seraphal tapped her chin again, drawing out the suspense. The room fell silent except for the faint hum of magical energy that constantly surrounded her wand. Sona waited, her expression carefully neutral despite the house on fire in front of her. Those are some interesting terms, Seraphal said with a nod, then raised her finger. But before I agree to anything, I think we need to discuss what actually happened at the church. After all, a human sacred gear user defeating multiple fallen angels is quite the accomplishment. She turned her attention to Calawarner, and her smile brightened to terrifying levels. So, Fallen Angel-chan, why don't you tell me what happened that night? I got no reports on what exactly happened within those 4 walls. Calawarner went rigid beside me. I felt the tension radiating off her in waves. She started, her voice barely above a whisper. Speak up. No need to be shy. Seraphal's tone stayed cheerful, but the underlying command was impossible to miss. I shifted slightly, catching Calawarner's eye. One quick gesture with my left hand, hidden from the other's view, the signal we'd practiced stick to the story. She saw it and took a breath, then said as we rehearsed. We were about to retrieve the sacred gear from Asia Argento, Calawarner began, her voice steadier now. And then? Seraphal prompted, leaning forward with interest. Motohama-sama arrived. Calawarner's voice trembled slightly on Sama, perfect touch of fear. His sacred gear's power was unlike anything I'd witnessed. Others were killed instantly by his strength, Calawarner continued, and her fear became genuine as she remembered. I saw what happened to them. His power. I had no choice but to surrender. And now you serve him willingly? Seraphal asked, her eyes dancing with amusement. Yes, Calawarner said finally. Seraphal's smile widened. How interesting. You know, Fallen-chan, I'm quite good at detecting lies. And you seem very, very afraid of him. But not in the way a servant fears punishment. His sacred gear is formidable. Calawarner managed to gain some confidence. I have seen its capabilities. I choose to serve rather than oppose. Wise choice. Seraphal clapped her hands together. Self-preservation is such an admirable quality in you, Motohama-kun. She turned to me. You've been very quiet during your servant's testimony. She's answering your questions accurately, I replied, keeping my voice level. I don't see the need to interrupt. Such confidence. Seraphal leaned back, studying both of us. You know what I think. She's genuinely terrified of you, but you treat her well enough that she doesn't actively seek escape. Either your sacred gear has some kind of compulsion element as well, like Soten mentioned, or you've simply demonstrated enough power that she knows resistance is futile. She paused, letting the implication hang in the air. Which is it? I met her eyes steadily. I've never needed compulsion. Demonstration of capability has always been sufficient, Leviathan-sama. Seraphal's expression shifted through several emotions I couldn't quite read before settling on amused acceptance. Fair enough, she waved a hand dismissively, moving on to the actual incident resolution. The fallen angels were killed in self-defense. And this one surrendered and now serves you as compensation for her attempted assault. Asia Argento was extracted safely and is currently under your protection. She ticked off points on her fingers. Does that cover it? Yes, I confirmed. Then as far as the Devil faction is concerned, the matter is closed. Seraphol smiled brightly. Self-defense against hostile fallen angels is perfectly legitimate. Kuo is Devil territory after all, and they were trespassing. Sona's shoulders relaxed slightly. Even she'd been uncertain how this would resolve, but thankfully it did end well. As for your other requests, Seraphol tapped her chin again. Protection from Azazel is complicated, but manageable. I can keep him away from actively pursuing you for your sacred gear, though I can't stop him from being curious. Will that suffice? Yes, I said, relief flooding through me despite my efforts to stay composed. Operating freedom in Kuo is Sotan's jurisdiction, not mine. Seraphol glanced at her sister, but I imagine she won't mind, given you've just provided her territory with direct access to some very interesting alchemical resources. Sona's expression remained neutral, but I caught the slight narrowing of her eyes at mention of Sotan. I have no objections, Sona said evenly, provided Motohama-kun continues to operate within reasonable boundaries and doesn't cause further incidents. See. All settled. Seraphol beamed. Now, about this payment. She picked up the Styx touch vial, holding it up to the light. The liquid swirled hypnotically, silver-blue ethereal. One vial as a diplomatic gift, I confirmed, to demonstrate good faith and the potential of future collaboration. So generous, but her eyes gleamed with genuine interest as she studied the potion. You know, the sleeping devils include some very important political figures. Awakening them, even temporarily, could shift power balances throughout the underworld. This little bottle is worth more than you probably realize, Motohama-kun. I realize enough to know it was worth negotiating protection from Azazel, I replied. I really do like you, Motohama-kun. You're going to do very interesting things in this territory. Here is a small gift from me as well. She passed me a summoning flyer which resembled the earlier magic circle she came from. Wonderful. I'm so glad we had this chat. She stood, tucking the Styx touch vial into some pocket in her magical girl outfit. Sotan, you'll keep an eye on Motohama-kun, won't you? Oh, of course, Wani-sama, Sona replied. Perfect. Seraphol turned back to me, smiling wide and bright. Oh, and Motohama-kun. If you create anything else interesting, tell Sotan first. I'd hate for Azazel to hear about it before Ajuka-chan does. Then she launched into excessive sisterly affection, pulling Sona into a hug that made the devil heiress squirm with embarrassment. Sotan, you've gotten so good at managing your territory. I'm so proud. Have you been eating properly? You look thin. Are those boys bothering you? Should I freeze them? Wani-sama, please. And you didn't tell me about the class observation last month. I nearly attacked the heavens when I found out. That's not required. Is it though? My adorable little sister and I wasn't informed. Seraphol pouted dramatically. I'll have to visit more often to make sure you're okay. Sona's expression progressed through several stages of mortification before settling on resigned acceptance. I watched the exchange with something approaching sympathy. Having a magical girl Satan for a sister seemed like its own special kind of hell. Finally, Seraphol released her and stepped back. Well, I should return to my other duties. So many foreign affairs to handle, so little time. She struck one final magical girl pose, peace sign and all. Motohama-kun, if you brew a magical girl potion, then it should be reported to me first. Bye-bye. The magic circle erupted beneath her feet, ice blue light blazing. Then she was gone, leaving only dissipating frost and the lingering scent of winter. The silence that followed was of relief. Sona removed her glasses to clean them, and I noticed her hands shook slightly. Tsubaki moved to her side, murmuring something too quiet for me to hear. After a moment, Sona wore her glasses and looked at me. You just made my territory significantly more politically complicated, she said. I apologize for the inconvenience, President, I replied, meaning it, but I needed protection from Azazel, and your sister seemed to be the most reasonable choice to achieving that. Sona studied me for a long moment, her violet eyes calculating. You handled that better than I expected. Even high-class devils shook in fear in her presence. I'm getting better at staying composed under pressure, I said, which was technically true if you counted the church incident. She stood, signaling the meeting's end. I'll be monitoring your activities closely, Motohama-kun. Whatever you're planning with those potions of yours, I expect to be informed before it becomes another incident requiring my sister's intervention. Understood. For what it's worth, you showed my sister respect while maintaining your negotiating position. That's not easy to do. You've earned some measure of my professional regard. Coming from Sona Citri, that was practically a declaration of friendship. Thank you, I said sincerely. She nodded once, and then I left with Calawarner following silently behind. I let out a sigh of relief. Well, I said, my voice slightly unsteady, that could have gone worse. Calawarner turned to stare at me, her expression hovering between disbelief and hysteria, could have gone worse. We just negotiated with a Satan. A being who could have erased us from existence with a flick of their finger. Yes, I agreed, but in the end, we got what we wanted. I'd call that a win, I admitted, walking out of Kuo Academy with her. I hope we make it back to home before Asia puts the house on fire with her cooking skills. Chapter 22, CH22, put it slowly. We made it back to my room before either of us spoke again. The moment the door closed, Calawarner collapsed into the chair by my desk, laughing with the relief that comes after surviving something impossible. I leaned against the door, letting my carefully maintained composure crack. I nearly pissed myself in front of her, Calawarner said between gasping laughs, when she implied you might have compulsion abilities. I was this close, she held up her fingers apart, to revealing her everything. But thankfully, you didn't, I said, pushing off the door and moving to collapse on my bed. You navigated the conversation perfectly. You didn't disappoint me with the outcome. Only because you kept signaling me, she wiped tears of joy from her eyes. How did you stay so calm? She's a fucking Satan. I've served under Azazel for years, and still I shook in presence of her. I wasn't calm. I admitted, staring at the ceiling. I was terrified the entire time, not for my life though. So I faked confidence until it became real enough to stay sane and make it to the other end. You see, difference between fake confidence and real one is none. I sat up, retrieving the amber vial from my desk drawer. I tossed it to her. She caught it reflexively, staring at the liquid with something approaching wonder. Thank you, she said, and the sincerity in her voice caught me off guard. Well, you earned it, I shrugged, trying to downplay the moment. Holding up under that kind of pressure isn't easy. You did a good job. She uncorked the vial without hesitation and downed the contents in one go. The effect was immediate and visible. Her posture straightened as power flooded her system. The amber light from the potion briefly outlined her form before sinking into her skin. When she opened her eyes, they glowed with energy. Oh, she breathed, oh, this is. She stood, and the movement was greatly amplified. She crossed the room in a blur of speed I could barely track, stopping inches from my face. This is incredible, she said, her voice carrying an edge of excitement I'd never heard before. I feel like I could take on a mid-tier devil and actually win. The boost is proportional to base capabilities, I explained, fighting the urge to step back from the intensity in her eyes. For a fallen angel, it should push you well above your normal limits. Lasts 5 minutes, followed by about an hour of muscle cramping. Still worth it. She laughed, spinning away to test her enhanced reflexes. Her wings manifested, spreading wide. I haven't felt this strong since before I was assigned to this pathetic surveillance mission. I watched her test the enhanced speed, the improved strength. Genuine joy radiated from her in a way I hadn't seen before. For a moment, she wasn't a captured fallen angel under my service. The enhancement began to fade after the 5-minute mark. She dismissed her wings, settling back into the chair with a satisfied sigh. I can see why you warned about the cramping though. I can already feel it starting. Drink water, I said. She nodded, then her expression shifted to something more serious. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why are you still keeping me around? She met my eyes directly. You have devil protection now, Seraphul's protection. You could release me from whatever binding you think you had to negotiate with Azazel. But you haven't. Why? I considered lying. Deflecting. But something about the way she'd held up during the meeting, the genuine gratitude for the potion, made me want to be honest. Because I need someone who understands what I'm building towards, I said slowly. Devils have their politics. They'll use me as a resource, a tool to be exploited for political advantage. You. I shrugged. You just want to survive. Same as me. That makes you more reliable than any ally playing supernatural chess. She absorbed that information in silence. You're collecting only weak individuals though, she said finally, her tone thoughtful. Me. Asia. People who've been discarded by the systems that were supposed to protect them. Why? I replied, everyone focuses on the strong ones and misses the potential of others. You're a fallen angel who's probably been overlooked for promotions, stuck on low-rank missions. Asia's a nun with a sacred gear so valuable she was excommunicated for using it on the wrong individual. Both of you have capabilities that exceed your current positions. And you plan to exploit that? She asked with a smirk. I only gave you both reasons to choose staying, I corrected. There's a difference. Exploitation implies I'm taking without giving. I'm offering partnership. Protection. Resources. A chance to be more than what your factions decided you were worth. Calawarner stood, crossing to where I sat. For a moment, I thought she might just look away in silence. Instead, she pulled me into a kiss, taking me by surprise. She pulled back, studying my face with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. What the fuck? I wanted to see if you'd accept me like you said. She interrupted. If offered something freely, would you accept it? Or would you maintain your boundaries even when tempted? I stood up, moving to the window. I think you should put it slowly in your mind the fact that I am a leader now, so I can't afford to fall for temptation so easily. Life isn't fair either, didn't you said that? She didn't sound annoyed, just curious of why I didn't proceed with her advances. You keep me at arm's length, even while offering support to your potions brewing. Why? Am I not seductive enough in your eyes? No, that's not true, I said bluntly. I just don't want to cross that line until I'm certain it's genuinely what you want, not what you think you need to do to survive. For a moment, she looked at me as if I was joking, but then she laughed as I stood proud on my words. Either you're too cautious or too oblivious of what you should be doing when a girl approaches a guy like this. Probably both. I turned to face her, but it's best we not jump into that stuff until we know each other's better, don't you agree? Fair point. She settled back into the chair. For what it's worth, I don't know if I'm here by choice or fear either right now. But I'm starting to think it might not matter. Choice, fear, survival, they're all just reasons to stay. The result is the same anyway. Honestly, I didn't have an answer for that. We sat in comfortable silence for a while until the weight of the day's events settled over us. I can hear Asia humming. Could it be she done cooking? Calla Warner said while looking at the door. While you were preparing for the meeting. She was cooking something. The scene was jarring. She insisted on making dinner for everyone tonight, I replied, said we should eat like a family. A family? Calla Warner's voice carried part amusement and disbelief. A human sacred gear user, a captured fallen angel, and an excommunicated nun. What a perfect family picture. Still far better than most families I know, I said, only half joking. She stood, stretching as the potion's after effects fully kicked in. She winced. That cramping is no joke. I'm going to need that water now. She walked away until she paused at the door. Thank you. For the potion. For keeping your word. For everything, I suppose. You held up your end, I replied. I hold up mine. Don't think too much of it. After she left, I collapsed back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. One meeting with a Satan, and my life had gotten far more complicated. Protection from Azazel, yes. But also a target on my back from other interested parties that Seraphal don't have to warn about. The Styx touch was like my leverage invested, and I need to create more potions, better potions, if I wanted to maintain any value. And I knew I wasn't going to missing on new set of customers who will thoroughly enjoy my products. Stonks of my potions gonna rise my popularity in every faction out there. And hanging over it all, the fact that they still didn't know what my sacred gear actually did. Truly a life that I always wished for. The smell of cooking drifted up from the kitchen, as I decided to see in person Asia making good of her dinner promise. I dragged myself off the bed and headed downstairs. Might as well face the domestic complications before they multiplied. Just another chapter in Motohama's paradise. Kuo Town. The abandoned building stood against Kuo's sky, windows shattered and walls crumbling from years of neglect. Inside, a boy maintained his vigil. Graham hung at his waist in its semi-manifested state, demonic power radiating in waves that made the moonlight refract strangely around him. Silver-white hair caught the dim illumination, making him look like a Marvel villain, despite the stillness of his laid-back posture. The blonde girl perched on a windowsill nearby, swinging her legs cheerfully while creating small holy swords that dissolved into light particles after a few seconds. The contrast between her bright demeanor and the discussion of potential violence should have been jarring, but Boy had long since grown accustomed to her display of disagreement. So, Sikuin, she said, her voice bright with false cheer, what did you think of that overwhelming magical signature earlier? Satan-class power. Siegfried replied, holding a crystal which glowed blue in his grip until it shattered. Seraphal Leviathan, specifically, the ice aspect magical signature is distinctive. You should know why she would be here, Jean. Jean tilted her head, her gaze following the falling remains of Crystal, having a nice long chat with our mysterious sacred gear user. How exciting. Are you an idiot, Jean? It's going to complicate matters. Siegfried's eyes never left the direction of the school. We can't simply be involved with the target if he become a devil. Remember, Chow Chow doesn't know it yet. I bet he will get mad at us for fooling around after finding out that we failed to recruit him. Then we should make our move fast. Jean suggested brightly. Snatch him before the devils solidify their claim. Chow Chow would appreciate the initiative. And start a war with the devil faction over a sacred gear we haven't even confirmed the capabilities of yet. Siegfried shook his head. Inefficient. We should observe him first. Assess the threat level and gauge his potential value. Then decide whether recruitment or elimination serves the hero faction's interests better. Jean pouted, but her eyes gleamed with growing interest. You're no fun, Sikuin. But I suppose you're right. Can't have a proper purging without all the information. She hopped down from the windowsill, moving to stand beside him. Together they stared toward Kuo Academy, two unknown predators sizing up their potential prey. Our informer in Kuo reported he eliminated multiple fallen angels in just a span of week of awakening his sacred gear. Jean mused, that's impressive for a human sacred gear user. Most would struggle against even one, unless they possess a Longinus. The reports also said he captured one alive and convinced her to serve him. Siegfried added, that suggests he possesses a very powerful one. Jean clapped her hands together. He would be fun to fight against. Or maybe he's just really, really scary. Either way, he demonstrates capabilities beyond ordinary sacred gear users. Siegfried's hand rested on Graham's hilt, the demon sword pulsing with recognition, which means he warrants investigation and potential recruitment in our faction. Should we contact Chow Chow? Jean created another sword, shaped like a rapier. Let him know we found something interesting. Not yet. Siegfried's eyes narrowed. Chow Chow is occupied with other matters. This one is our responsibility to deal with, Jean. We will gather intelligence, assess his capabilities and wait for our opportunity. So we just watch. Jean sounded disappointed. For now, yes, Siegfried said. You monitor during school hours. I track his evening movements. We would document everything, his power usage, and allies. Siegfried's grip on the Graham tightened slightly. Don't act recklessly. The hero faction's purpose is challenging supernatural existences to protect humanity and testing the absolute limits of human power. Jean hummed thoughtfully, the sound incongruously cheerful given the context. You know, Arthur would probably just charge in and challenge him. Siegfried's expression darkened at the mention of his formal rival. Arthur follows his own methodology. I prefer tactics over unthoughtful actions. You miss having him as an opponent though. I miss having a worthy rival who shared the hero faction's values. Siegfried corrected, his decision to join the Valid team was disappointing. I know he would regret choosing a different path. Jean's tone stayed bright despite discussing what amounted to betrayal, but that's okay. We'll show him that the hero faction was the right choice all along, when we succeed in our mission. Siegfried didn't respond, his attention was fixed on the distant home. Somewhere in that building, a sacred gear user with unknown capabilities and devil protection was becoming a new piece in the supernatural balance of power. Whether that served humanity's interests or threatened them remained to be determined. The moonlight caught Siegfried's silver-white hair as he disappeared into the night with Jean, leaving behind shadows and the faint residue of demonic power in his wake. Chapter 23, CH23, Oh. You're approaching me. Sunlight drilled through my eyelids like a sadistic interrogator demanding consciousness. I cracked one eye open and immediately regretted it. The light streaming through the window told me I'd overslept by at least 2 hours. My body felt like someone had wrung it out and left it to dry in a twisted heap. Yesterday's mental chess with Seraphal had burned through whatever reserves I'd been running on, and apparently my brain had decided a hard shutdown was the only viable option. Clang. Downstairs, something clattered against ceramic. A hushed voice murmured an apology to no one in particular. I dragged myself upright, mind still protesting, and made my way down the stairs with all the enthusiasm of a man approaching his own execution. The kitchen spectacle made me halt in the doorway. Asia stood at the counter, her small hands wrapped around a kettle that trembled visibly in her grip. Her blonde hair was still sleep mussed, and she'd thrown on one of those modest dresses that made her look even younger than she was. Her green eyes darting between the kettle and the table where Calawarner sat slumped like a wounded predator. The fallen angel looked like death had taken a personal interest in her. She had one arm wrapped around her midsection, and even from here I could see the fine tremor in her shoulders. She'd be looking like a frog inhaling copium. I'm sorry. Asia whispered, setting down a glass of water across the table's surface. I just thought, you need to stay hydrated, and I read once that ginger can help with nausea, but I don't know if we have any, Anne. Silence. Calawarner's voice came out a bit hoarse and sharp, but she didn't look up, just, stop hovering. Asia flinched like she'd been slapped. She fumbled with a dish towel, wringing it between her hands. I only wanted to help. You're in pain, and I don't need your help. The fallen angel gave her a slight glare which was probably due to the after effects of potion. I've had worse. Just give me space, all right. Asia stayed rooted to the spot, while her gaze still fixed on the water glass. Calawarner stared at the table like she could burn a hole through it with sheer irritation. Neither one of them had noticed me yet. I leaned against the doorframe and watched the train wreck unfold with the detached interest of someone who'd already accepted his fate as a supernatural social worker. And, this is where the tough guy makes his entrance. Morning, I said, my voice was still rough from sleep. Nice to see everyone's getting along so well. In surprise, Asia's hand knocked the water glass, sending liquid sloshing across the table. She made a small sound of distress and immediately grabbed the dish towel, dabbing frantically at the spill. Calawarner's head snapped up, and I caught the flash of vulnerability in her expression before she could bury it under her usual scowl, which for a fallen angel was probably more humiliating than any battle scar. I'm sorry. Asia said again, because apparently that was her default setting which needed an update. I was trying to make breakfast, but I'm not very good at it, and then Calawarner was feeling ill, and I thought. Don't worry about it, Asia. A normal breakfast with toast and milk would be a good start, I interrupted, moving into the kitchen before this could spiral into a full apology marathon. We're all running on fumes here. I grabbed the kettle from Asia's shaking hands and set it back on the stove. She watched me with those wide, grateful eyes that made me feel like a better person than I actually was. All I needed was everyone to be functional if we were going to survive the next crisis that might inevitably crawl from the wall and I punch a hole through it. Calla Warner was still hunched at the table with now less bothered expression on her face. Trying to act tough, huh? How bad? I asked, pulling mugs from the cabinet. Feels like someone's twisting my insides into knots while simultaneously setting them on fire. I am not sure if it was a potion or poison that you gifted me. And yet you're not dead, so I'd call that a successful attempt. I poured water into the kettle, the mundane tasks grounding me in a way that magical bullshit never could. Asia, there's bread in the pantry. Think you can handle toast without setting off the smoke alarm? She nodded quickly, eager to have a task that didn't involve skipping on Calla Warner's minefield of a mood. As she scurried to the pantry, I caught Calla Warner watching her with an expression I couldn't quite parse. It wasn't hostility, for sure. It was something more complicated, threaded through with guilt and discomfort and something that might have been regret if I squinted hard enough to look with emotion's BS glasses. Well, that explains why she was keeping Asia away from her. Since Calla Warner had tried to kill Asia for her sacred gear back at the church, that bit of history was now sitting in the room like an elephant wearing a neon sign. I considered that while I watched Asia carefully arrange bread slices on a plate, she was trying so hard to be useful, to earn her place here. The girl who should be terrified of Calla Warner was instead playing nursemaid to her would-be killer. And Calla Warner, for all her irritation and discomfort, hadn't actually escalated. She could have. She had the capacity for cruelty when she wanted it. But instead she'd just told Asia to back off. Fascinating team we've built up here, I said, settling into the chair across from Calla Warner like a really dysfunctional sitcom, except nobody's laughing. She shot me a look that could have scared Asia, but not me. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I'm enjoying the fact that you didn't bite her head off when she tried to nurse you. That's called growth, Calla Warner. Stand proud. I will end you, she muttered, but there was no malice in it. She was too busy focusing on not vomiting, which really took the fun element off any death threats. Asia returned with the toast, setting it down with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious offerings. She hovered nearby, hands clasped in front of her, waiting for approval or instruction or maybe just acknowledgement that she completed her first official task. I grabbed a piece and bit into it, giving her a nod. Good work, Asia. See? You got the useful skills right there. Her face lit up like I'd given her an immortality potion. Calla Warner picked at her own piece of toast with the enthusiasm of someone chewing glass. She managed 2 bites before setting it down and pressing her palm against her forehead. Asia immediately tensed with that anxious energy ramping back up. I could see her preparing to launch into another round of helpful offers that would only piss Calla Warner off more. Asia, I said, cutting her off before she could lose herself, go check if we have any ginger tea. If not, write it down on the shopping list. She blinked, then nodded and scurried off, grateful for the direction. Once she was out of earshot, I leaned back in my chair and studied Calla Warner's miserable expression. You could be worse to her, you know. But you're not. Why? Because I'm not trying to be what I used to be. She didn't look at me, and because I already gave you my word on cooperation and assistance. I let that slide, because pushing would only make her defensive. The fact that she was sitting here, tolerating Asia's fussing aka help instead of lashing out, was enough. She was keeping her word, in her own prickly, uncomfortable way. The rest would either come or it wouldn't. I wasn't going to force a redemption arc on someone who hadn't asked for one. Asia came back with the shopping list, her expression determined. We need a lot of things. I made a list, but I'm not sure if it's right. I scanned it. Basic necessities, some comfort foods, and about 6 different remedies for nausea. Good catch. We'll all go in an hour and buy before it gets crowded. We. Calla Warner raised an eyebrow. I'm not going to a grocery store. Yes, you are, I said, standing and finishing the last of my tea. You need to be able to function in normal society if you're staying here. Plus, fresh air might help with the nausea. I don't need. Wasn't asking. I grabbed the list from Asia's hands and pointed to her room. Now go and get dressed. Both of you. We will leave in 20 minutes. Calla Warner looked like she wanted to argue, but whatever she saw in my expression made her think better of it. She pushed herself up from the table with a wince and stalked off toward her room. Asia watched her go, then looked at me with something close to worry. Is she going to be okay? Don't worry, the after effects of potions are rough, but she'll bounce back. I paused. You don't have to take care of her, you know. She's not your responsibility. I know. Asia's voice was soft, but she's in pain, and I can help, so I should. That's what we should do. Well, that's the logic which came from someone who'd been raised to see suffering and respond to it, with no questions asked. It was going to get her killed someday. Just don't smother her, I said, looking at her. She bites when she is bothered too much. Asia nodded like she believed the bite part. I'll be careful, Motohama-san. How can someone be so naive? The grocery store was a circle of suburban hell that I'd been avoiding for weeks. I grabbed a cart and immediately regretted bringing both of them. Asia clung to my side like a nervous duckling, her eyes wide as she took in the rows of packaged food and bright signage. She'd probably never been in a place like this. The church had kept her sheltered, and her brief time with the fallen angels hadn't exactly included grocery runs. Calla, on the other hand, moved through the store like a predator in unfamiliar territory. Her eyes tracked every person who passed, while keeping an eye for threats and escape routes. She picked up items without checking prices, examined packaging with visible confusion, and at one point tried to put a $70 cut of chicken in the cart before I could intervene. When I steered her toward the more reasonably priced options, she scowled. What's the point of all this? She gestured at the shelves. It's just food. Why is it wrapped like this? Preservation and marketing, I said, grabbing a cheaper one. Welcome to modern capitalism. Everything's packaged to last and look appealing. She looked genuinely baffled, which was quite amusing. A fallen angel who could summon spears of light and manipulate humans with ease, completely thrown by the concept of shrink wrap and Best Buy dates. Great, I muttered under my breath. I'm babysitting a fallen angel and a nun at a grocery store. So much fun. Calla shot me a side glance. I heard that. Good. Then you should know I'm not impressed with your shopping skills. I've been alive for centuries. I don't need to know how to navigate human retail establishments. And yet here we are, with you freaking out over automatic doors. I pulled the cart to a stop in the cereal aisle. Asia, grab whatever looks good. Don't overthink it. I can buy them while keeping my budget and integrity intact. I noticed Calla was staring at the promotional display with an expression that suggested she was trying to puzzle out the purpose of a cardboard cutout advertising yogurt. When the automatic doors at the end of the aisle whooshed open for another customer, she actually tensed, hand twitching like when her light spear would form. I grabbed her wrist before she could make a grocery incident and a Juka would come for investigation. It's a door. Motion activated. Not a threat. She jerked her hand back, scowling. I knew that. Sure you did. The walk home was quiet. Asia carried a light bag, her earlier nervous energy subdued. Calla walked with her arms crossed, gaze fixed on the sidewalk ahead. The afternoon sun cast long shadows, and the neighborhood was drowsy with the weekend calm. Halfway home, Calla spoke. This is peaceful. The words came out reluctant, like she was admitting to a crime. I glanced at her. She was still staring ahead, but something in her expression had loosened, just slightly. Like she was acknowledging something she didn't quite understand herself. Asia smiled, small and genuine. I like it. Calla didn't respond, but she didn't look annoyed either. We kept walking, carrying our groceries like ordinary people, and for a few minutes, the world felt almost manageable. No devils, no angels, no political bullshit. Just three people walking home with groceries, existing in the same space without immediate conflict. It wouldn't last. I knew that. But for now, it was enough to be happy about. The forest on the outskirts of Kuo Town was far enough from civilization that we wouldn't attract attention, close enough that we could get back quickly if needed. After all that calmness, I needed this. I needed the chaos to test my limits, to prove I wasn't running on borrowed time and luck. This wasn't a slice of life anime after all. My life was on line with every unseen dangers of this world. Calla followed, looking significantly better than she had this morning. The potion after effects had faded to a manageable ache, and she'd regained some of her tough confidence. She stretched her arms overhead, wings flickering into existence for a moment before she dismissed them. You won't be using ground powers or potions. I confirmed with a nod, flexing my fingers and feeling the familiar weight of Cross-Tail's gloves. I need to know what my actual limits with these so far. Asia had followed us out, settling herself at the edge of the clearing with her hands folded in her lap. She looked nervous but curious, her eyes tracking my movements as I tested Cross-Tail's response time. The metallic thread spooled from my fingertips with barely a thought, near invisible in the filtered light, responding to intention as much as physical manipulation. I'd been practicing obsessively since I got this taigu. Hours spent learning the weight and tension of each thread, the way they could cut or bind or deflect depending on angle and force. It had become second nature, an extension of my own body. Now I needed to see if that mastery held up against an opponent who wasn't human. I was about to ask her if she was ready, but a notification made my brow raise. Quest, spar with a fallen angel, Calla. Description, engage Calla in a friendly spar to test and refine your combat abilities. Reward, 1x rank 2 Gacha ticket. Now, I am even more motivated. Ready. Calla was already grinning, probably dreaming of her first official victory while I was relying on just a piece of wires. But little did she know, it was far from any ordinary wires. Sure. She came at me fast, years of combat experience showing in her fluid movements. Her hand snapped out, a light spear forming in a flash of golden radiance. Oh! You are approaching me. I twisted, threads already deploying, creating a web of razor wire between us. She cursed and pulled up short, changing the trajectory mid-step. The light spear dissolved and reformed, this time aimed low, trying to sweep my legs. I jumped back, fingers dancing, and the threads responded like living threads of spider webs. They shot out in a webbed pattern, creating traps that would tangle anything that crossed them. Calawarner's eyes widened as she registered the speed of deployment. She took to the air, wings snapping open, trying to use aerial advantage. It seems she has learned to not goof around in her battle anymore. Threads spiraled upward, tracking her movement, anticipating her trajectory. She dived hard right, and threw a light spear directly at my chest. I didn't dodge. Instead, I crossed my arms, and the threads formed a defensive barrier with hockey that caught the spear mid-flight and redirected it harmlessly into the trees. The impact sent vibrations through the wire, but the wired structure held. Calawarner landed 20 feet away, breathing harder now. You're better than I imagined. These wires are no joke. I was already moving, threads reforming into offensive configurations. Now, show me this is not your true potential. She laughed, sharp and genuine, then came at me again. This time she was serious, no holding back, using speed and power to try to overwhelm my defenses. Light spears rained down, forcing me to move, to adapt, to think 3 steps ahead. I let crosstail flow, creating shifting patterns of wire that turned the clearing into a lethal maze. When she dove low, trying to get under my guard, the threads wrapped around her ankle mid-flight, yanking her flight off course. She hit the ground in a roll, coming up with not giving up easily look in her eyes and 2 light spears already forming in her hands. She threw them in rapid succession, trying to pin me down. I sidestepped the first, deflected the second with a wire whip that cracked like thunder, then sent threads spiraling toward her position. She tried to take flight again, but it was already too late for her. The threads caught her wings, tangling in the feathers and joints, pulling her back down with inexorable force. She struggled, trying to use every bit of her strength, but I'd already maintained the tension needed to hold a fallen angel. The wires tightened, not enough to injure but enough to immobilize. Within seconds, she was cocooned, suspended 3 feet off the ground, wings pinned, arms restrained. She glared at me, chest heaving from exhaustion. You lied to me that this is the first time you would be using these threads. Yeah, I approached carefully, making sure the restraints would hold. I'm using them for the first time, on you, I said, which only made her growl further in annoyance. Realizing that she was tricked into believing that she had chanced to win this one. From the sidelines, Asia made a small sound of amazement. I'd almost forgotten she was watching. Calawarner was still struggling, more out of pride than any real hope of breaking free. I could see the frustration written across her face, the way her fists clenched as she realized she'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered. I let the threads hold for another moment, then released her. She dropped to the ground, landed on her feet despite the awkward angle, and immediately rounded on me even with that potion boost. I would have still lost to you. I could see it in the way her shoulders hunched, the way she refused to meet my eyes. Calawarner wasn't used to losing, especially not to someone she'd underestimated. But now she began to accept that skill and tactics could outweigh her power. Good thing you're on my side then, I said, allowing the threads to retract fully. Otherwise I'd have to keep doing this every time you get mouthy. She shot me a look that promised retribution, but there was something else underneath it. Respect, maybe. Or at least the acknowledgement that I wasn't just a lucky human who got a power boost from his superior and pulled a winning move in dire situation. Asia had stood up from her spot, eyes wide and shining with something like awe. She walked over hesitantly, her gaze fixed on my hands. That was incredible. I've never seen anything like that. It's called practice and borderline obsession, Asia, I said, flexing my fingers to work out with the wires. You do something enough times, you get good at it. Or you die. Motivation is a hell of a teacher. Could I mean, would you teach me? I don't want to be useless if something happens. I considered it. Asia had sacred gear, sure, but it was healing focused. In a straight fight, she'd be a liability unless she could at least avoid getting hit, which I doubt she would be good at. Teaching her basic evasion and awareness might keep her alive long enough to use that healing where it mattered. All right, I said. Her face lit up with gratitude that made me feel more motivated. Calawarner was watching this exchange with an expression I couldn't quite read. You want me to help demonstrate? The words came out awkward, like she wasn't sure why she was offering. But there it was, the fallen angel who'd tried to kill Asia now volunteering to help train her. The irony wasn't lost on any of us. If you're up for it, I said, Asia, watch how Calawarner moves. She's had centuries of combat experience. You won't match that, but you can learn to execute how she moves. For the next hour, I put Asia through basic combat stuff. She was clumsy, apologizing every time she stumbled or failed to react in time, but she kept trying. That stubborn determination showed through, the same quality that had kept her kind despite everything the church had put her through. Calawarner demonstrated with surprising patience, though she kept her distance and her tone distant. She showed Asia how to read body language, how to anticipate movement. By the time we finished, all three of us were tired. Asia was breathing hard, sweat dampening her hair, but she was smiling. Calawarner sat against a tree, nursing her ego more than any physical injury. I was already mentally going through what worked and what needed refinement, planning the next training session before this one had even properly ended. We sat in that clearing for a while, catching our breath, existing in the same space without the need for constant conflict. The forest around us was quiet except for bird chirping and the rustle of leaves. Peaceful, in its way. In the next moment, the system flickered with notification that brought a smile to my face. Quest completed, spar with the fallen angel, Calawarner. Description, engage Calawarner in a friendly spar to test and refine your combat abilities. Reward, 1x rank 2 Gacha ticket. Chapter 24, CH24, the rating game. Rias is preparing for the rating game. I looked up from the chessboard, fingers still hovering over my bishop. Sona sat on the opposite couch, back perfectly straight like someone had shoved a steel rod down her spine. Afternoon light painted the student council room windows, making her glasses flash when she tilted her head to look at the chessboard. How the hell time passed away so fast? Either things were moving way faster than I remembered, or I'd been so deep in potion brewing that the rest of the world could have ended and I wouldn't have noticed. Probably the second one. This whole week had been nothing but grinding with ingredients and watching reactions that would have made my high school chemistry teacher weep. 3 different potions, batch after batch. Grave Bloom Restoration. Hell Claw Surge. Styx Touch. The names sounded cool as hell, but making them was about as exciting as watching a flying car. Before my weekly hibernation, I did give her a bottle of the Grave Bloom and Hell Claw Surge though. I figured it was the least I could do since she kept throwing magic books and rare ingredients my way like she was trying to win my trust like Pennywise. What really threw me off was she didn't leverage it. No, hey, you'd be great in my peerage conversation. Just thanks and that was it. Concern. Sona coughed, noticing me zoned out mid-conversation and gave a look of, hey dumbass, I'm talking to you. Are you aware of what a rating game entails? She picked up her pawn, holding it between 2 fingers like it personally offended her. And with her losing pieces so far, it won't be an exaggeration, or should I give you details about it? Yeah, not really. I don't want another long-winded explanation about devil politics and supernatural bullshit I already knew. I'd hit my lifetime quota on those weeks ago. I nodded fast, hoping that'd be enough. She made her move, the pawn clicked against the board. For the upcoming week, Rias will be spending her time training at her family's mansion. Meanwhile, I will fulfill your ingredient supplies request until then. That's a relief. Sona taking over supply management while Rias played Rocky montage before the rating game. I suffered enough losses when I was asked to not go for any stray devil hunts. Luckily it won't be the same case for potions. Luck seems to be in my favor so far. What do you think? I asked, focusing on her hand as I caught a glimpse of her next move. Will she win? I am uncertain. Sona said, making her move. However, she appears fully confident that she will be victorious. Yeah, because admitting that you will lose to your best friend when you're Lucifer's little sister. That's not happening. Pride's a hell of a drug, and she'd been injecting it since birth. Sona could probably read the worry behind all that confidence, but some things you just don't say out loud when you've got a family name that heavy sitting on your shoulders. What about the potion I gave to Leviathan-sama? I leaned forward, making my move for my win. Did it work, or did I accidentally create a lethal poison instead? Look, I tested that thing, and ran it through every check I could think of, which was just my ability. But there's a difference between, I'm pretty sure this works, and, confirmed by literal Satans, yeah this works and we have a deal. Sona's hand moved to her glasses again, she adjusted them and then looked at me with a smile. Your potion for sleep disease has been approved, Motohama-kun. The relief hit me like running back home from school at the start of summer vacation. But Sona wasn't done, she said. I was also instructed to relay additional information. I raised my brow, wondering if my newfound joy was short-lived. Ajuka Beelzebub has extended an invitation for you to meet with him personally. Ajuka. One of the current Satans. The guy who made the evil pieces system. I put this in my top 3 possibilities when I handed Styx Touch over to Seraphol, and if I played my cards well, I could possibly convince him to teach me equation-based magic. Man taught himself the Kankara formula, shit that literally nobody else in the entire underworld could pull off, not even his own bloodline. Now that's someone who truly deserves a spot he is in. I moved my king and asked, so when can I expect this meeting? Next week, we shall be attending the Gremory Phoenix engagement party in the underworld, she replied. I will be your escort to ensure your safe arrival for the Lucifad, the Satan territory. And there it was. The final nail in the coffin for any lingering thoughts that Rias or a brother might try recruiting me into Rias's peerage. That's what you get when you're being acknowledged as valuable and are fully independent. Feels good. Feels really damn good to be free. Checkmate. Sona's eyes snapped to the board. So did Tsubaki's. The queen had been standing behind her this whole time, silent as a ghost, just watching. Observing. Doing whatever it is loyal second-in-commands do when their boss is occupied. The pieces told the whole story as both devils stared at Sona's white king trapped with no escape routes. The latter had pissed-off expression you get when you've lost at something you're supposed to be good at for the 15th time in a row. This is absurd. She crossed her arms. How is it that I have not secured a single victory ever since we began playing? I gave her my best look of who knows, it's just, I am good at predicting your moves before you make them. She stared at me as if she was trying to x-ray through my skull and read the cheat codes written on my brain. After what felt like 2,000 years, she sighed, admitting her defeat. You are the only individual who has ever defeated me at chess. And I still can't figure out how. Yeah, and you can thank the Eyes of Future for that one. Without this bullshit ability, I'd have been crushed in 6 moves while Sona made polite conversation about the discipline or some shit. But with it, every possibility spread out in front of me like a roadmap. Motohama-kun. Can you take some time out of your busy schedule to complete a task for me? She crossed her legs and pushed up her glasses, with a look that meant it's a serious one. Well, I still have a potion left on my table which I am yet to introduce to Calawarner. While she was passed out from exhaustion, I had created it knowing well enough that it's a magic enhancement spell but with some concerning backlash when its effect wears off. Sure, I was looking for a breath of fresh air after long tiring alchemy sessions. I just hope Calawarner hasn't drunk it because Hellclaw Surge and that potion are very similar in appearance. But knowing her, she would probably drink it as she knows well enough what would its after effects lead to. It appears that stray devils are being hunted with increased frequency in recent days. I wish to inquire whether you are responsible for this activity. Nah, I shook my head. I've barely left my room, let alone my house. Calawarner and I were working every single day to get new batches ready. Lately, I have been so obsessed with alchemy that I almost forgot I had an unused rank 2 gacha ticket in my inventory. It would appear to be the work of an outsider. She then looked at me with earnest gaze. I would request that you accompany Tsubaki to investigate the individual responsible for eliminating stray devils within Kuo Town's territory. I am a bit occupied with school management work, so can you? Well, having Tsubaki tag along meant clearing any suspicion off Calawarner and the other fallen angels that could possibly seem to working with her. She would be a perfect alibi for it. Seems like nothing would go wrong. Yeah, I'll do it. I stood up, turned to face Tsubaki directly. Give me a message when you would leave. She nodded once, as I summoned my magic circle to return back to my room for new experiments and creations. But the question kept gnawing at me as I headed for the door. Who the fuck was behind it? I ran through everything I remembered about the plot, scrolled through character lists in my head and found no one to be fitting to the puzzle. Could it be someone from a filler episode? The magic circle faded beneath my feet, leaving me standing in my bedroom. And I am proud to say it was now completely clean. It once resembled the war zone of Tukit nations. Not a single broken vial on the floor, no sticky residue creeping across the floorboards. The whole room looked like someone had taken a sweet time to it, then followed up with an exorcism for good measure. I looked around the room, half expecting to find Calawarner's corpse somewhere because no way in hell she cleaned this place willingly without some kind of life-threatening motivation. Maybe she'd finally snapped from breathing in potion fumes all week and decided cleanliness was next to not losing her remaining 2 brain cells. I collapsed onto the bed, springs groaning under my weight as exhaustion slammed into me. Thank God. Everything was moving according to plan. Rias off training for a raiding game, Sona handling supplies, Ajuka's invitation, and I was still gloriously free from peerage bullshit. My shoulders sagged into the mattress as relief unknotted muscles I didn't realize I'd been tensing for days. Just please, for the love of all things, don't let the one behind the stray killings turn out to be Kokabeel or some other plot-relevant psychopath who'd drag me into an unnecessary fighting arc. But knowing myself and this gacha system, it wasn't my choice to make. Then it hit me, I still had that rank 2 gacha ticket. The familiar blue screen appeared in front of my face, glowing softly in the dim bedroom light. Text scrolled across it in that clean, game-like font that always made me feel like I was living in some badly translated JRPG. Rank 2 gacha ticket available blinked at me like it was daring me to press it. I reached out and tapped the screen. The ticket flared brilliant white, pixels scattering like fireworks, before solidifying into something long and sleek that clattered onto my bed. A sword. White scabbard, circular gold guard, wrapped hilt in best condition. Wado Ikemanji. I lifted the katana, turning it over in my hands as information flooded my mind. One of the 21 great swords, forged by Shimatsuki Kuzaburo, blade sharp enough to cut through damn near anything and durable enough to survive battles that would shatter lesser weapons into scrap metal. The weight felt perfect, balanced like it had been made specifically for a swordsman hand, though definitely not mine. This thing was a masterpiece. For a rank 2 ticket, this was actually a solid pull. But here's the thing, I wasn't a swordsman and I had zero training, and the only thing I'd accomplish with this beauty was accidentally cutting off my own limbs or giving Calawarner the perfect murder weapon when she inevitably would break from getting overworked with no pay. I shoved it under the bed until it clinked against the wall. Out of sight, out of mind. And more importantly, out of reach of my homicidal servant who seemed to be missing at the moment. My gaze drifted across the room and snagged on the potion still sitting on my desk, completely untouched, its contents swirling with that magical enhancement with concerning side effects. Relief trickled through my chest. At least Calawarner wasn't stupid enough to drink that, even if it looked identical to Hellclaw Surge, the potion that had given her a pain in the ass both metaphorically and physically after that. I would have gotten the same pain, but thanks to the Grey Bloom potion, I dodged that bullet. I stretched my arms overhead as I yawned from the exhaustion which even Chloranthy Ring doesn't seem to ease up. I really pushed myself beyond repair. I needed a good uninterrupted sleep, not the half-conscious dozing I'd been doing between potion batches for the past week. Calawarner was probably passed out in her room after working herself to exhaustion, and Asia wouldn't be back from school for hours. The bed tempted me to dive in, and I was too tired to resist. Just a quick nap before I had to drag myself out with Tsubaki to hunt down whoever was killing strays in Kuo. This peaceful moment was short-lived, and I knew it, but damn if I wasn't going to enjoy it while it lasted. I let my eyes fall shut, darkness swallowing me whole as consciousness started to slip away. Chapter 25, CH 25, Heaven to Hell. They went on for hours. Round after round. By the time the afternoon sun had shifted to paint long golden streaks across the bedroom floor, Calawarner was a complete and utter mess. Her body lay sprawled across the ruined sheets, hair disheveled beyond recognition, skin flushed from head to toe, her expression frozen in a look of pure, blissed-out satisfaction. She was out cold. A faint, content smile lingered on her lips even in unconsciousness, her chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of deep, exhausted sleep. Her body occasionally twitched, aftershock still rippling through her even now. Motohama sat on the edge of the bed, rolling his shoulders. He wasn't even winded. This wasn't a problem, is it? He flexed his hand, feeling the energy still humming through his muscles like a low current of electricity. Not a trace of fatigue. Not a hint of soreness. His stamina reserves felt barely dented, as if the earlier marathon session had been nothing more than a light warm-up. He looked back at Calawarner and then back at his own perfectly steady hands. Having this much stamina is basically the equivalent of possessing a Longinus at this point. He shook his head slowly, a wry smile tugging at his lips. The Longinus of endurance. Yeah. That'd be one hell of a sacred gear. Standing up, he grabbed a fresh shirt from the chair and pulled it on. The room smelled of sweat, exertion, and intimacy. He'd need to air it out later. Growell. Right. Food first. Motohama descended the stairs quietly, the wood creaking softly beneath his weight as the scent of old books and faintly lingering incense reached his nose. His house was modest with better aesthetics, which he'd done his best to make it livable since his parents went for a trip overseas. He rounded the corner into the living area, already thinking about what to scrounge from the kitchen, when the sight before him made him pause. Asia Argento sat on the main couch with her legs folded beneath her, surrounded by a small fortress of open magic books. Thick tomes with weathered spines, loose-leaf pages covered in diagrams, and a worn notebook where she was scribbling notes in careful, meticulous handwriting. Her expression was one of pure, undiluted concentration. Brows slightly furrowed, emerald eyes scanning line after line with an intensity that could bore holes through the pages, her lips occasionally moving as she silently mouthed words she was trying to memorize. The evening light filtering through the curtain caught the golden strands of her hair, giving her the look of some scholarly angel, which, given her history, wasn't far off. Motohama watched for a moment, genuinely impressed. Then he walked up behind her. Looks like you are getting hang of it, huh? Hiya. Asia nearly launched off the couch, the book in her hands flying upward as she scrambled to catch it, her face cycling through surprise, panic, and relief in the span of half a second. Motohama-san. Please don't sneak up on me like that. He held up his hands in mock surrender, chuckling, before rounding the couch and settling into the opposite seat with a casual drop. He leaned back, one arm draped over the backrest, and regarded her with a warm smile. I think you would become a fine mage, Asia. The words hung in the air between them. Asia blinked, the residual panic fading from her face as the meaning of his statement registered. She looked down at the books surrounding her, then back up at him, her expression shifting to something uncertain. Seek an eye. I don't know if I would be able to. Come on. Motohama cut her off gently, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. His smile turned knowing. I was just as bad at learning as you think you are. She tilted her head, doubt still lingering in her green eyes. But he continued, holding up a finger. With enough time and practice, he paused, letting a note of genuine pride slip into his voice. I can say this much, I've learned various spells in just few weeks. Barrier magic. Teleportation circles. Even a few elemental ones. Asia's eyes went wide. Really? Teleportation and elemental magic. That's amazing, Motohama-san. She clasped her hands together, leaning forward with stars practically twinkling in her eyes. You must be incredibly talented. More like incredibly stubborn, he thought, but he accepted the praise with a modest wave of his hand. It's just grinding. Nothing glamorous, he shifted, crossing one leg over the other. More importantly, are you settling in okay here? How's school been? The question was overdue, and he knew it. Between the endless potion brewing sessions with Calawarner and the various complications that kept piling up, he hadn't had the time or, honestly, the mental bandwidth to check in on how Asia was adjusting to her new life. A former nun, excommunicated from the church, now living in a safe house with a human schemer and a fallen angel. Not exactly a smooth transition in one's life. But the smile that bloomed across Asia's face at the question was radiant enough to dispel any worry. It's been wonderful, she exclaimed, her voice bright with genuine happiness. The school is so lively, and everyone has been so kind. Kiryu-san showed me around the campus on my first day, and the teachers are very patient with me since I'm still learning some of the subjects. Oh. And the lunch options had so many choices. Back at the church we only ever had. She caught herself, the shadow of old memories flickering across her expression for just a moment before she shook it away with a determined little nod and continued telling until. And I wanted to say, thank you, Motohama-san. For everything. For saving me, for giving me a home, for enrolling me in school. You've done so much for me, and we're friends, Asia. So don't worry yourself for it. The simple statement stopped her mid-sentence. Motohama said it plainly, without fanfare, meeting her gaze directly, and more than that, we're part of the same team like a family. Asia's eyes widened. Not in surprise at the concept, but at the weight of it. The belonging it implied. Her lips parted, trembled for just a moment and then she smiled. A real smile. One that reached all the way to her eyes and lit up her entire face. Yes. We are. Motohama nodded, satisfied, and pushed himself up from the couch. The potion ingredients weren't going to brew themselves, and he'd already lost the afternoon to extracurricular activities upstairs. Well, I should get back to Motohama-san. He stopped mid-step, turning back. Asia was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read, hesitant, part earnest. With her fingers nervously fidgeting in her lap. Please don't thank me again. I have a request, she said carefully. A request? That's unusual coming from her, he raised an eyebrow. What's up? Asia took a breath, steeling herself with determination. Could you, please treat Calawarner-san well? Motohama blinked. Where the hell did that come from? He ran a quick mental check. Had he been rude to Calawarner? Dismissive? He'd been working her hard with the potion brewing for long hours, repetitive work, the occasional sharp comment when she got lazy but nothing he'd consider mistreatment. What do you mean? He asked, genuinely confused. Asia's gaze dropped to her lap as she continued earlier, when I went upstairs to bring you both tea and cookies. I heard Calawarner-san through the door. Motohama raised a brow. She was, screaming in pain. Asia looked up at him with those impossibly pure, concerned green eyes, and she kept asking for you to spare her. Oh no. So, please. Asia pressed her hands together in a pleading gesture, her expression painfully earnest. She works very hard, she wants to be treated kindly. She looked at him with genuine, hopeful concern. He closed his eyes, drew a slow, measured breath and smiled. Yeah. I'll treat her well. What could I have said? Asia's face lit up like a sunrise. Really? Thank you, Motohama-san. I knew you were kind. He gave her a thumbs up and walked toward the kitchen with carefully measured steps. The moment he was out of her line of sight, his hand came up and pressed firmly against his face as his eyes now held a new fire in them. A noise cancellation spell. That is now my #1 priority. The evening air carried with it the bite of approaching autumn as Motohama made his way through the industrial district on the outskirts of Kuo, after potion brewing grind and learning the noise cancellation spell for future uses. Streetlights buzzed overhead him, some flickering, some dead entirely, casting the cracked pavement in alternating patches of sickly orange light and deep shadows. The abandoned factory stood at the end of a dead-end road. A chain-link fence surrounded, though sections of it had long since collapsed inward, leaving gaps wide enough to walk through without breaking stride. And standing before the main entrance, arms crossed with the patience of a statue carved from ice was Tsubaki Shinra. The vice president of the student council was as composed as ever. Her long black hair fell down her back, stirring gently in the evening breeze. Her eyes behind her elegant glasses locked onto Motohama as he approached, tracking him with the precision of a hawk. "You're on time," she noted. "You say that like it's unusual." "It is." He let that slide with a shrug. They stood side by side for a moment, both regarding the factory's entrance, a pair of massive sliding doors, one of which hung askew on a single remaining hinge, the other missing entirely. "Shall we?" Motohama gestured forward. Tsubaki gave a curt nod, and they entered. The interior was exactly what one would expect from a facility that had been abandoned for the better part of a decade. The main floor was a vast, cavernous space, easily the size of a gymnasium with concrete flooring cracked and buckled by time and neglect. The air smelled of rust, stagnant water, and something that made Motohama's nose wrinkle. Blood. "The report from President indicated the stray devil was killed here yesterday evening," Tsubaki said, her voice echoing slightly in the vast space. She adjusted her glasses, her gaze scanning the area, but the details surrounding the kill were inconsistent. Inconsistent how? The method. Stray devils of this caliber don't go down easily. This one was a former mid-tier devil with mutation. Enhanced regeneration and limb distortion. She stepped over a collapsed section of railing, yet its body, what remained of it, showed signs of clean, precise dismemberment. Motohama frowned, crouching beside a dark stain on the concrete floor. The blood had dried to a deep, almost black color. Claw marks from the stray, presumably scored the ground nearby, suggesting a struggle. But only from one side. So whoever did this was significantly stronger. He murmured. And, significantly more skilled. They moved deeper into the factory, passing through a narrow corridor flanked by gutted offices. Filing cabinets lay overturned, desks shoved against walls, glass crunching underfoot. The deeper they went, the stronger the residual energy became, a faint, almost imperceptible pressure against his senses that told him something powerful had been here. Motohama and Tsubaki emerged into a secondary workspace, a loading area with a high, vaulted ceiling and a wide opening in the far wall where trucks would have once backed in. Moonlight spilled through the gap, painting the floor in pale silver. "There's no magical residue consistent with any of the registered devil households," Tsubaki continued, pulling a small scanning device from her pocket, a magical tool calibrated to detect demonic energy signatures. "Whoever did this either masked their presence deliberately, or they aren't a devil at all," Motohama finished. Tsubaki's eyes narrowed behind her glasses. "That was my conclusion as well. It's work of Dash. Hey! Up here!" A cheerful, bright, utterly out-of-place voice rang out from above them, putting their investigation discussion to halt. Both of them snapped their gazes upward, and Motohama's eyes widened seeing the individuals perched on the upper floor railing overhead. Jean sat casually on the railing, dangling her feet playfully as if she were on a park bench. Her blonde hair caught what little light filtered through the grimy windows, and she waved down at them with the enthusiasm of someone greeting old friends at a cafe. Standing beside her, arms crossed and expression unreadable, was Siegfried. The silver hair fell across his face, partially obscuring his eyes, but the weight of his presence was unmistakable. His hand rested near the hilt of his sword. Tsubaki's entire demeanor shifted in an instant. Her glasses gleamed as violet energy crackled around her fingers, defensive barriers already forming as she stepped ahead of Motohama. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice cold and sharp. "State your purpose." But Motohama barely heard her. His mind was reeling with different thoughts. What are they doing here? Did I mess up the plot so badly that Season 4 antagonists are showing up in Season 1? The familiar chime echoed in his head, cutting through his spiraling thoughts like a knife. The translucent blue window materialized before his eyes, visible only to him. Quest, survive. Objective, make it out alive. Reward, rank 3 gacha ticket. Survive. The system never gave quests like this. Never something so ominous. The cheerful tone of the notification felt like mockery against the single, damning word, survive. Motohama took out his cross tail as his gaze met with Jean's never-wavering smile, looking back at him. Chapter 26, CH26, Don't Be Rude, see Kuan. The system notification burned across my vision and every drop of warmth drained from my body like someone had pulled the plug on a bathtub full of blood. Clang. My fingers had already tightened around Crosstail's wires before my brain finished processing the two figures perched on the rusted gantry above us. As Lady Sona Citri's queen. I suggest you answer carefully. Tsubaki glared at the intruders, her violet demonic energy crackling around the fingertips, ready to strike any moment. Why you two are trespassing in a devil territory. The blonde girl tilted her head. Era, you don't recognize us. How rude. She swung her legs one more time, then dropped from the gantry, landing 15 feet below without so much as bending her knees. Her sky-blue eyes sparkled with a playfulness that didn't match the armored gakurin she wore along with the faint aura of holiness radiating off her. I'm Jean. Pleased to meet you, Queen Chan, Glasses Kuan. The silver-haired man descended with less flair but considerably more menace, his boots touching the concrete floor in complete silence. His red eyes swept over me, then over Tsubaki and nodded with a threat assessment that probably ranked us somewhere between minor inconvenience and light warm-up. His gaze lingered on the cross-tail wires threaded between my fingers, on the potion strapped to my belt, then met my gaze like a test paper being graded by a teacher who already knew I'd fail. "And I am Siegfried," he said, and after a dramatic pause, he responded, "We are Dash." But he was interrupted by the girl beside him, making his eye twitch momentarily. Jean summoned a rapier in her outstretched hand, its blade radiating a pale holy glow that made Tsubaki flinch backward half a step. Blade Blacksmith. The sacred gear that could create holy swords of any attribute on command. She twirled the rapier between her fingers, "From the hero faction of the Cows Brigade, and we've been so looking forward to meeting you." I reached out to my pocket to drink Grey Bloom Restoration and Hell Claw Surge, while none of them seemed to be alarmed other than throwing curious gazes. Siegfried's attention shifted entirely to me, and being the sole focus of those red eyes felt roughly equivalent to standing in front of a loaded cannon. He didn't draw any of his sword yet. Everything about the way he held himself, the loose shoulders, the relaxed wrists, the weight balanced on the balls of his feet passed a single, eloquent message: "I could end you before your next heartbeat, and we both know it. You're no devil," he said. His gaze tracing the cross-tail wires, followed them to vials in my hand, "Yet you stand beside a devil queen in devil territory, armed and ready to fight your own race." Something shifted behind those red eyes. "We know every power you possess, whether it's ground manipulation, potion creation, or those wires. We've encountered users of sacred gears, holy and demonic weapons, and Longinus-class weapons, so don't try anything foolish, yet." "Don't be rude, Sieg-kun," Jean said, jabbing a finger from the side. "Tell me then, why you two are here." "Because I don't remember doing something significant to get your attention," I said, keeping myself calm despite the losing situation I was in right now. "The hero faction seeks humans who transcend their limitations with sacred gears," Siegfried continued, with a burning resolve evident in his eyes, "humans who refuse to remain ordinary in a world of devils, angels, and other races. And you have a great potential that is being wasted, serving devils while Dash. Sieg-kun is right, you know." Jean chirped in, cutting him off once again much to his dismay. "The leader will be thrilled to have another of us join the group. So, will you join Dash?" "No," I responded. She blinked a couple times to make sure she heard it correctly, then looked at Siegfried, who just clicked his tongue. Jean's shoulders dropped with a soft sigh. "That's a shame," she murmured as her smile returned and pointed her rapier at me. "Then I'm afraid you'll have to die tonight." Tsubaki's naginata materialized in her hands from the magic circle, placing herself between me and the blonde swordswoman with the deliberate authority that came from being Sona Citri's queen. "I won't let you harm him under Citri protection," she said, and her voice carried the absolute certainty of someone who meant it down to her bone. Jean's cheerful expression didn't waver, not even in slightest. If anything, her smile widened until she finally let out a cheerful jump. "Student Council Queen-chan wants to play. How exciting." Then, they moved at the same instant, Tsubaki thrusting forward with her naginata, aiming for neck, while Jean sidestepped with ease and equipped a longsword in her free hand, its blade crackling with a different holy attribute than the rapier. Tsubaki's magical barrier caught the first strike, deflected the second, and Mirror Alice manifested between them, a full-body mirror that could reflect attacks back at double the damage. The rapier hit the mirror's surface, and Jean's own holy energy rebounded toward her face. Crash! Jean laughed in ecstasy, while dodging her own reflected attack. Then she raised both hands, and different holy swords began materializing around her in a semicircle, a broadsword wreathed in flame, a curved blade wrapped with wind, a short sword emitting frost, and another one, 5, 8, halting to 12 blades, appearing in the span of seconds, each one conjured by Blade Blacksmith with a different elemental attribute, each one launched at Tsubaki in staggered waves. Mirror Alice could reflect one attack. Maybe two with the cooldown, but I doubt it could reflect 12 at once. Seeing this, Queen summoned multiple defensive magic circles in front of her in one fluid motion. But Tsubaki's barriers shattered one by one, each holy sword demolishing her defenses like Star Platinum's punch to the world's leg, and even as she brought the strength of Queen Peace to parry, the last sword drove straight into the barrier. Krakum. A blinding eruption of holy light swallowed the space between them, and Tsubaki crashed backward through a factory wall with enough force to send bricks spraying across the warehouse floor. She slid to the ground with her glasses split down the middle as her eyes closed, rendering the Queen Peace granted Tsubaki the combined attributes of a rook, knight, and bishop, against Jean's sacred gear. Useless. The Citri Queen, who could match the master swordsmen like Kiba and Zenobia, who could maintain barriers with her teammates that held back Kokobeel's assault, folded in under 90 seconds. Jean tilted her head, blonde hair swaying, and pouted. Queen-chan wasn't very strong now, Sieg-kun, you can have fun. Siegfried drew his sword. The demon sword not hung cleared its sheath with a sound like reality tearing at the seams, its edge so sharp that the air itself seemed to bleed around it. He held it one-handed, loose and ready, his silver hair falling across his predatory red eyes. Behind his right shoulder, a silver dragon arm erupted from his back, metallic and segmented, flexing like a real human arm. From what I remember, his sacred gear was twice critical, the subspecies variant that manifested not as a gauntlet but as an additional limb, doubling his already terrifying speed and strength. The dragon arm reached into his coat and drew a second blade, Ba-mung, the Norse demon sword, its aura twisting in a drill-like spiral that summoned a whirlwind strong enough to scatter loose debris across the factory floor. 3-sword style. 2 human arms. 1 dragon arm. 3 demon swords. And this wasn't even his balance breaker. Good now that he is still not going all out, because if I had chances of survival then it was right now. I could just teleport away and complete the quest, but I am no coward, and besides leaving an unconscious Tsubaki to these two, sounds about as appealing as friendship with Sosuke Aizen. I chugged the Hell Claw Surge potion in one go, the fire flooding my veins boosted my speed, strength, and reflexes by roughly 60%, which put me, generously, at the level of a dog trying to outrun a bullet train. But I activated Eyes of Future anyway, focusing on Siegfried with everything I had, and now more than half a precious second, the world revealed its hand to me, ghostly trajectory lines bloomed from his swords, showing me exactly where his next 3 strikes would land. In an instant, he disappeared from my sight and so did I. Knothung carved toward my neck, I ducked under the sweep as the wires from cross-tail lashing outward to thread themselves through the surrounding machinery, the catwalks, the rusted support beams to limit his movements and force him to a position he hadn't anticipated. Clang, shing, krnch. Ba-mung's drill-like aura caught me across the shoulder as I rolled, and the concentrated whirlwind attached to the blade sliced through my hockey defense slightly, drawing a line of blood from my collarbone to my palm that burned like someone had pressed a hot iron to my skin. I bit back the scream, redirected the momentum, and lashed out with a wire-formed spear aimed at his sword hand. He deflected it with the flat end of Knothung without batting an eye. Once again Eyes of Future filled me with the gaps as I saw the ghost image of Siegfried's next attack, a diagonal slash from Ba-mung aimed at my waist. I pivoted left, barely dodging the blade, but still it was close enough to feel the heat of the demon sword's aura sear the hair on my arm. To his surprise, I drove my fist forward into the gap between his guard and his onslaught, my knuckles connected with his cheekbone hard enough to make him staggered for a few seconds. Thwack. Blood seeped from a cut on his right cheek, a thin red line drawn across his pale skin, and the entire factory seemed to hold its breath. Siegfried stopped moving. He raised his free human hand and wiped the blood away with his thumb. He stared at the red smear on his skin the way a king stares at a peasant who just spat in his wine. "You actually wounded me," he said, rage bubbling within him as he tightened his grips on the swords. "Why is that surprising to you, eh? I thought you said you fought with Longinus users." I snickered, was all that just a boasting lie? "Tell me, how many arms do you need before you learn how to use one properly?" Something shifted in Siegfried's expression, as the cold analytical mask of his drained away, and what replaced it was the look of a man who had decided to stop playing. A rage bait is all you need to make your enemies go nuts as you hit the nail with a calm, calculated mind. All according to the plan. Then understand the consequences of your arrogance. He lashed out, glaring at me. "When I finish with you, I'll hunt down everyone you care about. The nun living with you, and the fallen angel that you have taken liking to. You challenged someone beyond your level. They'll pay the price for your bluster. Try your best, then." I yanked every cross-tail wire I'd threaded through the factory's infrastructure simultaneously. The wires attached to rusted support beams cracked load-bearing pillars and the entire wall of the factory groaned, dropping the twisted steel beams and fractured concrete slabs. A cascade of debris thundered down from the ceiling in a waterfall of industrial ruin, 10,000 pounds of manufactured demolition aimed squarely at the spot where Siegfried stood. Crum. Siegfried didn't flinch. Knothung carved through a falling concrete slab with the ease of a man slicing bread. Ba-mung's whirlwind aura deflected a steel beam mid-fall, sending it spiraling into the far wall. The silver dragon arm snatched a chunk of concrete from the air and crushed it to powder. He cut his way through the collapsing architecture the way a shark cuts through water, heading straight to me. But the debris cloud was what I needed. Dense, choking gray dust swallowed the factory floor, reducing visibility to arm's length, and I triggered the earthbending, slamming my palms against the concrete, feeling the stone respond to my will, and launched myself upward on a pillar of erupting floor, looking over the dust cloud in Siegfried's position. I could see him through the haze. Eyes of Future showed me his silhouette, and without wasting a moment, I reached for his head for successful extraction. Whoosh! My fingertips brushed his temple, and the disc extraction was a success. I felt the bizarre sensation of reaching into someone's existence and something emerged. A sacred gear disc, half-formed, partially extracted, glowing with the pale luminescence of multiple silver arms. Siegfried's consciousness staggered for 2 seconds, swaying like a drunkard, his mind fractured by a half-completed extraction that scrambled his thoughts into incoherent static. Wham! His fist hit me in the chest before I could pull the disc free. I was blasted backward by the impact, hitting a pile of rubble, and felt 3 ribs object loudly to the impact while I cursed my luck to not get my hands on half-extracted sacred gear disc. The disc got back to Siegfried's head with a soft click and clarity poured back into those red eyes. He looked at me with something that wasn't anger anymore but closer to fascination, the way a scientist looks at an experiment that just come up with an impossible result. Fucking hell, I was so close. I spat blood, grabbed the Grave Bloom Restoration Potion from my belt, and drank it in a single desperate gulp. Active regeneration flooded my system for 1 minute on the clock, ribs patching back, cut sealing, shoulder wound closing like a zipper being pulled shut. Then I grabbed the Fallen Angel Transformation Potion and downed that too, because half measures were going to get me killed. Whoosh. Black wings erupted from my back, dark-feathered and wrong in every way that mattered, and light gathered in one of my palm, a purple spear of condensed radiance humming with the holy light of a fallen angel's birthright. Siegfried raised an eyebrow in amusement, as he dashed straight to me to put an end to this battle. Crunch. A pillar of concrete erupted directly beneath Siegfried, catching him mid-step, tilting his balance forward, and I saw the opening with eyes of future painted him using not hung down to stabilize, leaving his right side exposed for exactly 0.4 seconds. I dashed at him with everything I got. If I miss this chance, I will end up dead for sure. Bamung's drill aura roared toward my left side and I made the trade. I stepped into the strike, felt the demon sword's edge bite through my flesh just below the ribs, felt pain erupt like a volcano in my midsection, and in exchange for blood and agony and a wound that would have killed me if the Grave Bloom wasn't still ticking in time limit, I found the opening. The light spear in my hand drove forward with every ounce of boosted strength the Hell Claw surge afforded me, and its point found Siegfried's right arm and pierced it clean through. Splat. Blood sprayed across the factory floor, as Siegfried's right human arm, the one gripping Nothung, separated and fell to the concrete with the demon sword still locked in its dead fingers. Thud. Siegfried's scream shook dust from the rafters, a sound torn from somewhere deeper than pain, from pride, from outrage, from the disbelief that a nobody human with newfound powers had just taken a piece of him. The dragon arm on his back lashed out reflexively, and I was already too slow to dodge. It caught me across the chest and launched me backward into a shattered wall, but I was grinning through the blood because the arm, that was lying on the floor, wasn't growing back anytime soon. He stood there, breathing hard, his remaining hand pressing against the bleeding stump. His other arm reached out to pick up the sliced-off arm, but then... Splush. Then, out of nowhere, a giant water wave swept over the battlefield like the wrath of an ocean lord, taking away the debris in his arm, as he jumped away to save himself with an annoyed grunt. A massive barrier of pressurized, magically controlled water erupted between Siegfried and my crumpled form, a wall 20 feet high and dense enough to blur the light, and behind it stood Sona Citri with her full peerage flanking her like chess pieces arranged on an endgame board. Demonic energy flooded the factory in waves as she glanced at me, then at Siegfried and finally at Tsubaki with clenched fists. Sona's eyes then locked on Siegfried with the ice-cold fury that I never witnessed in the canon. The water swirled around her hands in serpentine shape, staring him to make a move. Siegfried assessed the situation in the time it took me to blink. 7 devils. Citri territory. His right arm washed away by waves in a puddle of his own blood. Mission status, catastrophically compromised. Jean appeared beside him in a flutter of blonde hair and holy energy, her cheerful demeanor completely intact despite the outcome of the battle surprising her, Era the Citri heiress herself. Looks like we're outnumbered, Siegkuen. With his remaining integrity, Siegfried reached down and picked up Bamung with a flick of the dragon arm, and turned those red eyes back to me one final time with a look of finding the meaning of hatred. This isn't over. He said, pointing Bamung at me, I won't stop until either one of us are dead. And, now I don't care if you join or not, I will dash. It's time for a retreat. But before he could finish his words, once again Jean throws a ball at their feet and they both disappear in a bright white smoke. Sona's gaze turned to me as Saji and others went to check on unconscious Tsubaki, and I knew this night was far from over. Sigh, the curse of night still lives on. Chapter 27, CH 27, I choose you. Third POV. The taste of defeat still lingered on Tsubaki's tongue when her consciousness crept back like an unwelcome guest. Her eyelids fought gravity for what felt like hours before finally surrendering to the inevitable, and the first thing she registered was the sensation of warmth beneath her head. Soft thighs cushioned her, and fingers gently carted through her disheveled hair with tenderness. The scent of lavender wafted down from above, unmistakably Momo's signature perfume, and Tsubaki's damaged consciousness pieced together the situation one fragment at a time. She was in her bishop's lap, being treated like some wounded warrior from a period drama, and the sheer mortification of it threatened to drag her back into unconsciousness. Her glasses were gone. Split down the middle during the catastrophic exchange with the blonde girl who'd smiled while demolishing her defenses. Throb. Her head pounded like someone was using her head as a drum, each pulse sending fresh waves of agony. Tsubaki-senpai. Momo's voice drifted down, please don't move too quickly. Your body needs time to. Tsubaki pushed herself upright anyway. The world tilted sideways for a nauseating moment, gravity doing its damnedest to reassert its dominance over her, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself through sheer bloody-mindedness. The queen piece burning in her chest provided just enough supernatural resilience to keep her from face-planting back into unconsciousness, though it was a near thing. She blinked hard, trying to force her vision into something resembling clarity, and the factory ruins gradually resolved themselves from abstract shapes into recognizable devastation. The remains of industrial machinery jutting from rubble piles like the bones of irons. And standing in the center of it all, backlit by the moonlight through the destroyed roof, was Sona Citri. The sight of her president standing there with her full peerage behind her like chess pieces on an endgame board sent relief flooding through Tsubaki. President. Tsubaki's voice came out desperate, where is? Her gaze swept the ruins in increasingly frantic, searching for him, but all she found was just rubble and her fellow peerage members picking through the destruction like archaeologists examining ancient ruins. The absence hit her harder than she expected, her fist clenched around her heart as she imagined the worst. Motohama is fine, Sona said. She didn't turn around, still watching Saji and Tsubasa haul a twisted support beam aside. He left to check on his companions after we secured the area. Hush. The breath Tsubaki didn't realize she'd been holding escaped in a rush that left her feeling lightheaded. If he hadn't summoned you in time. Tsubaki's hands clenched into fists against her thighs. The memory of Jean's cheerful smile as holy swords rained down like divine judgment, we would have been killed tonight. Both of us. Sona finally turned and uncrossed her arms with deliberate slowness, the gesture somehow conveying both authority and gentleness. You're mistaken, Tsubaki. The words landed like stones dropped into still water, ripples of confusion spreading across Tsubaki's consciousness. She blinked, her damaged vision making it impossible to read the situation that usually betrayed Sona's thoughts. I don't. President, what do you mean? He must have used the summoning flyer too. Motohama-san didn't summon me. Sona's voice remained calm. He engaged both opponents alone. Fought them to a standstill. He succeeded in severing the silver-haired swordsman's right arm before we arrived. Silence. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, as if nature itself recognized the magnitude of that statement. Tsubaki felt her brain short-circuit, neurons firing in random patterns as they tried and failed to process information that contradicted everything she knew about power scaling in their world. He didn't summon you. The words felt foreign in her mouth, like she was speaking a language she'd only just learned, but then how did you? We heard an explosion. Sona adjusted her glasses. From this distance, it was loud enough to rattle windows in the student council room. I made the decision to investigate immediately. Crock crock crock. Somewhere in the rubble, something settled with a sound like breaking bones. So he. Tsubaki's voice barely qualified as a whisper now. He was aiming for that. The demolition, the collapsing infrastructure, it was a signal. Sona's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile but held grudging respect. Among other things. He must have created a dust cloud that obscured his movements from the swordsman. His tactical thinking under pressure is impressive for someone with less than a month of combat experience. She paused, then added almost as an afterthought, not only that, he kept you safe while he was engaging with opponents throughout the entire engagement. Motohama-kun put himself in such danger. The words slipped out unbidden, barely audible even to her own ears. For me. Momo's hand found her shoulder, squeezing gently in silent support, and Tsubaki felt something inside her chest that had been frozen for years start to thaw. She dismissed him alongside Matsuda and Issei as human garbage to be tolerated at best, avoided at worst while maintaining careful distance like he carried some social disease that might infect her through proximity. And all the while, underneath the perverted exterior had lurked someone capable of this kind of selfless courage. Sona was still watching her with those unreadable eyes behind reflective lenses. Keeping that aside, she said, her tone shifting back into pure analytical mode, we need to discuss the details of tonight's events. He said they identified themselves as the hero faction of the Cows Brigade, correct? Tsubaki forcibly shoved her emotional turmoil into the mental box labeled, deal with later, and straightened herself. Correct, President. 2 members. The blonde girl called herself Jean and wielded a sacred gear called Blade Blacksmith, capable of creating holy swords with various elemental attributes on demand. She paused, remembering Red Eyes assessing her. The silver-haired one approached Motohama-san with a recruitment offer. Stated that the hero faction seeks humans who transcend their limitations through sacred gears. But I didn't see his sacred gear. If they succeed in recruiting him, Sona said slowly, each word carefully weighted, we would lose access to the sleep disease potion. And not just that, every other potion he's capable of producing will become a potential weapon in the hands of such an organization. Her hands clasped behind her back, the losses would be significant. For the entire devil race, not just our territory, Tsubaki. Tsubaki realized she had been so focused on the immediate threat, on her own humiliating defeat, that she hadn't considered the bigger picture. Motohama's potions weren't just convenient tools, they were potentially game-changing assets in the delicate balance of power across the factions. Healing potions that worked on devils. Enhancement ones that bypassed limitations. And who knew what else he could create given time and resources. I'll need to contact my sister immediately, Sona continued, request detail about this hero faction, perhaps even President. The blonde pawn was jogging toward them through the rubble, Tsubasa and Rhea trailing behind with identical expressions of frustration. He stopped a respectful distance away, hands on his knees as he caught his breath, and Tsubaki noticed his uniform was torn in several places. So, did you find it? Saji straightened, shaking his head with visible disappointment. I searched every corner of this mess, President. Under every pile, inside every hole, he gestured broadly at the devastation surrounding them, but I couldn't find it. The arm that got cut off. It's not here. Tsubasa nodded confirmation, brushing concrete dust from her short hairs. We looked around the entire area. If it was here, we would have found it by now. Sona pushed up her glasses. Is that so? The words came out in a slight disappointment. She stood still for a long moment, gaze distant as she looked at the spot where he was earlier. Could it be that he? Motohama's POV. My bedroom smelled of blood and bad decisions. I lifted not hung in front of my face. The demon sword stayed in my grip, a subsonic vibration that I felt in my bones more than heard with my ears, and for something that had been gripped by a severed hand less than an hour ago it was remarkably clean but emitted aura of malevolent energy that made my skin crawl in ways I couldn't quite piece together. Calla Warner. I said without looking at her, my eyes still fixed on the blade's hypnotic gleam. Can you sense any presences around the house? Anyone watching? There seems to be no concealed observers I can detect. She paused, followed by curiosity. Why do you ask? And more importantly, how did you get your hands on such a powerful demon sword? I finally lowered not hung. And set it down on my study desk with exaggerated care, like I was handling a live grenade instead of a legendary weapon, then turned around to face my fallen angel roommate. The sight that greeted me was exactly what I'd expected and simultaneously nothing I'd been prepared for. Calla Warner sat on my bed, completely naked, one leg crossed over the other. Would you believe if I say I found it in the rubble? I leaned back against my desk. I crossed my arms. Listen, Calla. I think we need to step up our game. Spend more time training. I drummed my fingers against the desk, considering how to phrase this. What I'm about to tell you stays between us. Don't tell Asia. Not yet. She doesn't need the extra stress while she's still adjusting to her happy new life. She nodded as I gave her quick details of Hero Faction's recruitment pitch. The fact that I was now marked for death by someone who collected demon swords like other people collected stamps and had both the skill and motivation to follow through on his promise. You are now a target of the Hero Faction. Calla Warner said. Yeah. I rubbed my face, feeling exhaustion settle into my bones like wet cement. That's it, so we need to grow. My stomach interrupted with a sound like a dying whale. Right. Can't plan about survival strategies with an empty stomach. Let's have dinner first, then we can continue this talk. Calla Warner nodded and got up without protest for further details. Within seconds she'd pulled on one of my oversized shirts that hung on her frame like a dress. The domestic scene was so jarringly normal compared to the conversation we'd just had about terrorist organizations and murder threats that I felt reality whiplash. You should rest. Your body needs recovery time even if the wounds are healed. Then she was gone. The door clicked shut with a soft click, and I was alone with my thoughts and a demon sword. Fantastic. I slumped into my desk chair, feeling springs protest under my weight, and stared at the ceiling like it held answers for my new predicament. I have to take this leader role more seriously. I'd been operating on instinct and luck so far, making shit up as I went along, treating this like some kind of isekai power fantasy where the protagonist stumbles ass backwards into victory through plot armor and convenient coincidences. But tonight had stripped away that comfortable delusion. The enemies were real and so were the consequences. The possibility of getting the people depending on me killed through my incompetence was for real. Asia. Calla Warner. They were all betting their safety on my ability to not fuck this up. And so far, I'd been playing this entire situation with all the strategic planning of a drunk person playing chess against a grandmaster. Starting now I had to prepare carefully not just for the dangers that I know, but also for the ones that I am not aware of. But before that, I had a ticket to roll. I pulled up my system interface with a thought. The familiar blue screen appeared in my vision, transparent and glowing, displaying my unused Gacha ticket. Rank 3 Gacha ticket. Right. The system had dropped me a prize for not getting murdered. How thoughtful. I'd been saving it, telling myself I'd use it when I had time to properly appreciate whatever random gift it had decided to throw my way. After tonight, I'd earned a hit of dopamine, even if it came in the form of digital gambling. The screen erupted in blue light sparkles and effects that would have made a mobile game developer's weep with pride, and text began scrolling across the display in that dramatic font the system loved to use for anything remotely important. Familiar acquired. I blinked. A familiar? The system was giving me a familiar. Those were supposed to be in rewards. Well, this wasn't expected. More and more details filled up on screen. Type, Shadow Familiar. Rank, 3. Status, Bound. Huh. A Shadow Familiar. That was, actually pretty damn useful considering my current predicament. Stealth operations, surveillance, maybe even assassination, as I was willing to cross that particular moral line. The system had rather given me something helpful instead of a useless item for me to collect dust in my room. Whoosh. The blue screen dissolved into bits of light that swirled around my bedroom like fireflies on steroids, and from the center of that miniature light show, something emerged, resembling something black and feathered. A crow. It appeared in my room with zero fanfare beyond the visual effects, then settled into a lazy circular movement around my ceiling. Glossy black feathers caught the dim light from my desk lamp, and when it turned its head to look at me, I found myself staring into eyes that glowed with faint blue glow. Not bad, I muttered, extending one finger. The crow, my crow apparently, since we were bonded now according to the system, landed on my offered perch with surprising weight. Talons gripped my skin without harming it, and I could feel an odd resonance between us. Not quite telepathy. More like, awareness. I knew it was there and it knew I was here. It was small, but it was kind of bird you'd overlook in an urban environment because crows were everywhere and nobody paid attention to the local wildlife. Which, thinking about it tactically, made it perfect for surveillance work. Who'd suspect the random bird perched on a telephone wire of being a magical construct linked to a wannabe alchemist? Welcome to the team, little one, I said, absently stroking its feathers with my free hand. The crow tilted its head. It regarded me with those unsettling blue eyes, and I got the distinct impression it was judging my life choices. I was sitting in my bedroom at ungodly hours, petting a magical bird while a demon sword sat on my desk and a fallen angel made dinner downstairs. My life choices were objectively terrible and getting worse by the day. The path ahead is going to be more dangerous. I'd been happy that I hadn't gotten dragged into the Riser engagement arc. That particular clusterfuck of politics and arranged marriages and rating game battles had seemed like exactly the kind of main plot I wanted to avoid. But the hero faction showing up out of nowhere and Siegfried personally marking me for death. That made everything infinitely worse. I sighed as I felt like I dodged a bullet, only to get hit by a cannonball. Can't really complain now, can I? Even if I do complain, what it would change exactly? Nothing. All I can do is get stronger, I continued, organizing my thoughts out loud because sometimes hearing yourself say things made them feel more real. Get Asia and Calawarner to elevate their overall combat strength. And for that, I need ingredients. Not just from the underworld, but from other realms. Norse, Greek, maybe even heaven if I can swing it without getting smited. I looked at the crow perched on my finger. I have to contact Seraphal, only she can arrange the ingredients from different realms. The crow just watched me with those glowing eyes, waiting for something. A command. Direction. I didn't know how this familiar bond thing worked yet. The system had dumped it in my lap with no instruction manual and expected me to figure it out through trial and error. You're going to need a name, I said, changing the topic. Can't just keep calling you Crow or Hey You every time I need. I stopped. Thought about it for a moment and finally decided with the coolest name I could think of. How about Seer? The crow's eyes flared brighter for a moment. Not a dramatic flash. Just a subtle intensification of that blue glow, and through our bond one felt something that might have been acknowledgement. Or maybe I was projecting human emotions onto a magical construct. Seer it is then, I nodded, satisfied with my naming convention. Do you have a human form? The words tumbled out before I could stop them, like, can you shapeshift? Transform into something other than. Seer tilted its head. Left, right. Like it was processing the question through whatever passed for a familiar's brain. I waited, hope building in my chest despite my better judgment telling me to stop expecting it to be like Rias's familiar. Yeah, that's what I thought, I sighed, slumping back in my chair. Got my hopes up for nothing. Of course the shadow familiar is just a flash. Light exploded across my vision with pure white radiance, the kind that seared after images into your eyes and made you see spots for the next 5 minutes. I threw up a hand instinctively, squinting against the sudden supernova that had apparently decided to detonate in my bedroom, and distantly wondered if this was how I died. Not from terrorist swordsmen or fallen angels or devils, but from spontaneous magical combustion triggered by asking my familiar a stupid question. Finally, the light faded. I blinked away the spots dancing across my vision, trying to force my eyes to remember how to function properly, and gradually the world resolved itself back into recognizable shapes. Except where there had been a crow perched on my finger, there was now a girl. Sitting on my lap. Facing me directly with her face approximately 6 inches from mine. What the? My brain went through several emotional stages in rapid succession and finally settling on shocked acceptance of my apparent reality. The girl, because yes, this was definitely a human-shaped person currently occupying the space where my familiar had been. She was slender, athletic, with black hair pulled into a high ponytail that somehow defied gravity in ways that suggested either magic or illegal hair products. Loose strands drifted around her face like they existed in their own personal wind current, and the lower half of her face was covered by a fitted black mask that left only her eyes visible. Her eyes faintly glowed blue. Exactly like Seer's crow form, but scaled up to human proportions and somehow even more bluer. Her outfit was a matte black detailing her voluptuous figure that would make Kardashians jealous. We stared at each other. Seer tilted her head. The gesture was identical to her crow form, just scaled up to human proportions, and somehow even more unnerving when performed by a masked girl sitting in my lap. I opened my mouth to say something. Anything. Maybe hello or, can you please not sit on me, or, this is fine actually, or literally any combination of words that would break this increasingly surreal silence. Creak. The door to my room opened. Time slowed to a crawl as my head turned toward the sound with all the enthusiasm of a man watching himself getting caught by his wife, and standing in the doorway with a tray of food was Calla Warner. Her expression was one of pleasant that lasted approximately 0.3 seconds before her brain registered the scene. Me, sitting in my desk chair. Seer, sitting in my lap facing me. Both of us in what looked like the most incriminating position, just missing the preferred nudity. Calla's eyes twitched as Seer faced her and tilted head in oblivious unawareness of the situation. As someone who never been in this situation before, I thought of most reasonable action right now I could think of. I turned to face Calla and patted the spot next to me with a welcoming smile. Hey, Calla Warner. Come here and join us. Chapter 28, CH28, Lady Citri's Interest. Donate some Power Stones. Motohama's POV. The next morning, I stood at the edge of the clearing with my arms crossed, wondering if booking front row seats to my own inevitable downfall was considered a hobby yet. The abandoned forest section of Kuo stretched before me in all its glory, wild and unclaimed by human development, perfect for the supernatural cage match I was currently supervising. Seer stood on one side of the makeshift arena, her black outfit absorbing the dappled light like a void, while Calla Warner hovered above on the opposite end, light spears already manifesting in her hands with distinctive fallen angel magic. I'd given them each a Grave Bloom restoration potion before this would start. The winner hands it to the loser after the beatdown, very sporting of me, and positioned myself far enough away to avoid collateral damage but close enough to witness the carnage in high definition. This was supposed to be a simple sparring session. Test Seer's combat capabilities, give Calla Warner some practice against an unfamiliar opponent, maybe gauge where they both stood in the pecking order of my increasingly dysfunctional little group. Simple, right? Whoosh. 3 light spears screamed through the air with lethal precision. Calla Warner had opened with her signature move, launching spears from her elevated position with the confidence that came from years of combat experience, and for a split second I actually thought she might land a hit. The spears converged on Seer's position from different angles, cutting off escape routes, forcing her into a corner where she'd have to either dodge perfectly or take damage, classic fallen angel tactic. Seer tilted her head, which I recognized as her version of mild interest, and raised one hand almost lazily. Shadows erupted from the ground like living things, tendrils of darkness that transformed into arrow-shaped projectiles mid-flight, and they intercepted Calla Warner's light spears with absolute accuracy. Each collision resulted in a burst of opposing energies that lit up the clearing like fireworks, light versus dark in the most literal interpretation possible, and when the smoke cleared, Seer stood exactly where she'd been before, completely untouched and looking vaguely bored. FWIP. One moment she was on the ground, the next she'd closed the distance to Calla Warner's airborne position in a blur that made my perception struggle to track, and I watched with fascination as she delivered a palm strike to the fallen angel's midsection that sent her spiraling backward through the air. Calla Warner recovered with a desperate flap of her wings, trying to create distance, trying to regain the advantage of her aerial superiority, but Seer was already there, matching her with a pair of black shadow wings, with impossible agility. The familiar's movements flowed like water, each strike calculated and efficient, just pure overwhelming physical dominance that made it abundantly clear who was in control of this fight. I winced as Seer delivered a spinning kick that connected with Calla Warner's ribs with an audible thwack, sending the fallen angel tumbling toward the ground. Calla Warner managed to get a grip of herself at the last moment, wings spread wide, breathing hard, and I could see the exact moment she realized this wasn't going to end well for her. She tried to summon another volley of light spears, desperation bleeding into her actions, but Seer didn't give her the time. She dropped from above like a missile, hands moving in pure mastery that suggested she'd been trained in actual hand-to-hand combat rather than just relying on raw power, and proceeded to demonstrate why giving your opponent breathing room was a critical tactical error. The beatdown that followed was like watching Kratos dismantling Poseidon. Seer's strikes landed with precision, each one forcing Calla Warner to abandon her offensive attempts and focus purely on defense, and even that wasn't enough. The fallen angel tried to use her wings for mobility, darting left and right, but my familiar anticipated every movement like she could read minds. Feints were ignored, counterattacks were parried before they finished forming, and throughout it all Seer maintained that same eerily calm demeanor, head occasionally tilting as if analyzing Calawarner's fighting style in real time and finding it underwhelming. It reminded me uncomfortably of watching a professional UFC player demolish an amateur. There was no malice in it, no sadistic pleasure, just pure overwhelming competence that made the skill gap painfully obvious. Crack. Calawarner hit the ground hard enough to leave web cracks. She lay there for a moment, chest heaving, wings splayed out around her like a fallen angel in the most literal sense, and I decided that was probably enough morning exercise for everyone involved. I signaled to Seer with a raised hand, and my familiar immediately disengaged, stepping back from her defeated opponent. She made no victory pose, just a simple acknowledgement that the sparring session had concluded and she'd won decisively. My familiar extended her hand, holding the Grave Bloom restoration potion I'd given her earlier with its distinctive liquid catching the sunlight, and offered it to Calawarner without a word. The gesture was almost gentle, completely at odds with the dismantling she'd just performed. Calawarner accepted the potion with shaking hands and downed it in one gulp. The healing effects kicked in almost immediately, wounds knitting themselves closed, bruises fading from purple to nothing, and I watched as the fallen angel's breathing gradually returned to normal. She pushed herself upright slowly, wings folding against her back with visible effort, and the expression on her face suggested she was having a mild existential crisis about her place in the supernatural food chain. I couldn't exactly blame her. Getting demolished by what was technically my familiar had to sting in ways that went beyond physical damage, pride being the first casualty in any one-sided fight like that. Seer had moved on already, completely indifferent to the emotional aftermath of her victory. She stood a few feet away, attention fixed on something fluttering near a tree branch with the characteristic head tilt that I was beginning to recognize as her version of curiosity, and I followed her gaze to see a butterfly drifting through the morning air. Delicate wings painted in shades of orange and black caught the light as it danced between leaves, completely unaware of the supernatural carnage that had just concluded nearby, and for a moment I thought maybe my familiar was appreciating the simple beauty of nature or experiencing some kind of aesthetic awakening that would make her seem more human. Then she extended her finger, the butterfly landed. How beautiful. Chomp. Guess I spoke too soon. I made a mental note to add basic table manners and things we don't eat in polite society to the growing list of life lessons I apparently needed to teach my shadow familiar. I shifted my attention back to Calawarner, hoping she hadn't witnessed that particular moment of weirdness, but found her staring at her own feet with the kind of intensity that suggested she wasn't seeing them at all. Her lips moved silently, words I couldn't quite hear from this distance, but the general vibe screamed, extended internal monologue about personal inadequacy, loud enough that I didn't need enhanced hearing to get the gist. First she'd been defeated by me, a human, and now a familiar had just demonstrated why fallen angels maybe weren't the terrifying powerhouses their reputation suggested. I could practically see the identity crisis forming in real time, layers of supernatural superiority complex peeling away to reveal the uncomfortable truth that power levels were more variable than she'd been led to believe. I sweat dropped, wondering if I'd somehow broken my own ally through a sparring session. The last thing I needed was Calawarner spiraling into depression because my familiar happened to be ridiculously overpowered in close combat, but she just kept muttering to herself with that 1,000-yard stare, lost in whatever mental calculations she was running about her place in the world. I briefly considered offering some platitude about everyone having off days or how strength came in many forms, but the words felt hollow before they even left my mouth. My gaze drifted to Seer, who'd finished her butterfly appetizer and was now examining a flower with that same interest. We have so much to learn. Buzz. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I fished it out with my free hand while simultaneously wondering if the universe could give me 5 minutes of peace to process the morning's revelations. The screen displayed a message from Sona, exactly what I'd expect from someone who probably had her texts pre-drafted and edited for maximum efficiency. Report at the student council room. I blinked at the message, my thoughts immediately jumped to the ingredients I'd requested through her connection to Serafall, rare components from different realms that would let me craft higher-tier potions and maybe keep up with the escalating threats that seemed determined to make my life interesting. Had they arrived already? That seemed impossibly fast even by devil logistics standards, but then again Serafall was a Satan and possibly the only person in existence who could requisition items from multiple pantheons without triggering an international incident. I pocketed my phone and looked at my team, if you could call this chaotic assembly a team. Calawarner was still having her moment of introspective crisis, staring at nothing while presumably recalculating her entire understanding of power dynamics, and Seer had moved on from flowers to inspecting a beetle with that same unsettling focus that suggested it might become her next snack. Neither of them looked particularly ready for public interaction, and honestly I couldn't blame them. The student council room. I settled into the offered chair across from Sona's desk, accepting the cup that Tsubaki had poured. Sona sat behind her desk with perfect posture, hands folded in front of her like she was preparing to deliver a performance review, while Tsubaki stood slightly to the side in her classic secretary position. I took another sip, buying time, and decided to break the ice with the person I'd nearly died alongside less than 24 hours ago. "How you doin'?" Tsubaki startled slightly at the casual address, her composure cracking for just a fraction of a second before years of discipline reasserted itself and smoothed her expression back into professional neutrality. I am fully recovered, thank you for your concern, she paused, then executed a perfect bow that would have made etiquette instructors weep with pride, and I must express my gratitude for your actions last night. You saved my life, Motohama-san. I waved off her thanks with my free hand while trying to figure out how to deflect credit without sounding like I was fishing for more compliments. I'm not the one you should be thanking, I said, gesturing vaguely in Sona's direction with my teacup. It was the president who showed up in time. She's the one who actually saved both of us from our doom. Sona adjusted her glasses. She really had that motion down to an art form, and I braced myself for whatever she'd prepared to deliver for this exact moment in the conversation. That reminds me, her tone shifted into something more pointed, like a lawyer who just remembered a crucial piece of evidence. Did you acquire the sword he dropped during your engagement? I felt my casual demeanor freeze as my brain scrambled to come up with a plausible deflection that wouldn't technically be lying. Let's not get into the incident anymore, President. I aimed for a tone somewhere between exhausted and eager to move on, hoping she'd interpret it as trauma avoidance rather than suspicious evasion. I'm trying to forget all that, you know. Sona regarded me with those sharp eyes that suggested she could see through bullshit from far away, and for several seconds I was absolutely certain she was going to call me out, demand a full inventory of anything I might have taken from the scene, maybe even threaten to search my room using her authority as the ruler of territory. The silence stretched between us, and I maintained eye contact purely out of stubbornness because backing down now would confirm her suspicions faster than anything I could say. Then she sighed, actual genuine exasperation that suggested she'd decided this particular battle wasn't worth fighting. You can keep it. The words came out with the kind of resignation that suggested she'd already wargamed every possible outcome and decided letting me have a demon sword was less problematic than the alternatives. After all, it was you who succeeded in severing his arm. Consider it appropriate compensation for your efforts. My eyebrow raised at the unexpected concession, but I wisely chose not to question it further. I took another sip of tea instead, letting the warm liquid buy me a few seconds to process this development while appearing thoughtful rather than confused, and waited for Sona to continue whatever agenda she'd actually summoned me here to discuss. The sword couldn't be the main reason for this meeting. She'd have led with that if it was her primary concern, which meant something else was coming, something probably more complicated and definitely less convenient than a simple debriefing about last night's combat encounter. Sona's expression shifted into what I'd started mentally categorizing as her delivering serious news face. Last night, after the incident concluded, I contacted my sister and informed her about your situation with the hero faction. She paused, letting that information settle, and I felt my grip tighten slightly on the teacup as my brain immediately jumped to worst-case scenarios involving Seraphal's particular brand of helpful intervention. Given the circumstances and the explicit threat posed by their recruitment attempt, we discussed appropriate security measures. I didn't interrupt, just nodded slowly to indicate I was listening. We have decided to assign an ultimate class devil to serve for your protection. You don't have any objection to this arrangement, do you? My eyes widened despite my best efforts to maintain a neutral expression, and I felt my brain slam on the emergency brakes as it processed the implications of having an ultimate class devil, someone on par with Grafia fucking Lucifuge, assigned as my personal bodyguard. On the surface it sounded perfect. Ultimate class meant genuine power, someone who could legitimately stand up to hero faction members and not get immediately demolished, the kind of supernatural muscle that would make most threats reconsider their life choices before engaging. It screamed, high-value asset protection, and, we're taking your safety seriously, and if I was a normal person in this situation I'd be thanking whatever gods were listening for this kind of support. But I wasn't normal, not anymore. The system that governed my existence operated on specific rules, and one of those rules was that I needed to actively participate in combat to trigger gacha quests. Having an ultimate class devil intervene in my battles would rob me of those opportunities, turning every potential fight into a spectator sport where I stood on the sidelines while my overpowered babysitter handled everything. No combat participation meant no quest triggers, which meant no rewards, which meant no progression, which meant I might as well have stayed a normal human for all the good my abilities would do me. And my teammates. They were actually in decent shape for their current tier. Asia was well protected by Seer, who just demonstrated this morning that she could absolutely demolish mid-tier threats without breaking a sweat. Calawarner had access to my entire potion catalog, healing potions, enhancement drafts, tactical consumables that could turn a losing fight into a survivable stalemate, and she'd grown strong enough to hold her own against hero faction members for at least the time it would take me to arrive. As for me personally, I had a summoning flyer with a literal Satan signature on it, the ultimate emergency button that could bring overwhelming force to any situation within minutes. We didn't need an ultimate class babysitter. We needed room to grow through, even if it's an unreasonable decision on my side. I set down my teacup with deliberate care, the porcelain meeting the saucer with a soft clink that seemed louder than it should in the quiet room, and met Sona's gaze with the kind of calm I absolutely didn't feel but had learned to project through sheer necessity. I appreciate your concern, President. The words came out measured, professional, completely at odds with my usual casual demeanor but appropriate for rejecting what was essentially a Satan's direct protection offer. But I refuse. Surprise flickered across both Sona's and Tsubaki's faces. I pressed on before they could interrupt with logical counterarguments about my apparent death wish. I think you're taking this too seriously. I leaned forward slightly, hands folding in front of me. I was nearly defeated by that swordsman. Yes. But only because I wasn't prepared. I'm sure it won't happen again. Oh. Is that so? I turned toward the unfamiliar female voice, my body moving on pure instinct while my brain tried to catch up with the fact that there was someone else in the room who I absolutely had not sensed until they decided to announce their presence, and found myself staring at a woman leaning against the wall near the corner with a smirk that suggested she found this entire situation hilarious. Short black hair framed her face in a bob cut that somehow managed to look both professional and dangerous. Striking violet eyes regarded me with open amusement like I was a particularly entertaining piece of performance art, and that faint knowing smirk suggested she'd been watching this entire interaction play out and had opinions about my life choices. Her outfit screamed modern elegance with aggressive confidence, a sleek off-shoulder black top that hugged her form in ways that made certain things very obvious, paired with fitted jeans and heels that added unnecessary height to someone who clearly didn't need help being imposing. Gold hoop earrings caught the light as she tilted her head, and the overall impression was of someone who commanded attention without trying and knew exactly what effect she had on people. I couldn't sense her presence at all. Not a whisper of magical energy, not a hint of supernatural pressure, nothing. Who was she? That was terrifying in ways I didn't have time to fully process right now, but my survival instincts were screaming that this woman was dangerous on levels that made my recent encounter with Siegfried look like amateur hour. She just stood there, leaning casually, radiating an aura of dominance mixed with playful teasing that made it impossible to look away even when basic self-preservation suggested that might be the smart move. Before I could formulate any kind of response, Sona's voice cut through my mental static with a sigh that carried years of resigned frustration. Motohama-san, that is my mother. My brain briefly went offline trying to reconcile those words with reality. Sona's mother. I'd never seen her make an appearance in canon, not once, not even in passing, which meant I was operating completely blind regarding her personality, power level, or what the hell she was doing here right now. I forced my body into motion, standing and executing what I hoped was an appropriately respectful greeting for someone who was both a high-ranking devil and the parent of my current employer. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Citri, I said, keeping my tone formal. She pushed off from the wall and crossed the room toward me with slow steps. When she reached in front of me at a fair distance, she pulled out an envelope from somewhere I couldn't identify and extended it toward me with that same amused smirk still playing at her lips. From Grigori, she said simply, like that explained everything and I should just accept mysterious letters from fallen angel organizations without question. My brain stumbled over the word. Grigori? The fallen angel governing body led by Azazel, dedicated to researching sacred gears and generally staying out of the three-faction politics until Kokobe'll fuck up. Before I could voice any of those questions, Lady Citri demonstrated why personal space was a social construct she didn't acknowledge by draping an arm around my shoulders like we were old drinking buddies catching up after years apart. Sarah asked me to pass this to you when she requested that I be assigned for your protection. Her face was suddenly very close to mine, close enough that I could smell whatever expensive perfume she wore, and I felt my social processing capabilities struggling to keep up with this rapid escalation of boundary violations. Wasn't that sweet of her? I glanced towards Sona, desperately hoping for some kind of intervention or at least an explanation for why her mother was currently treating me like a particularly amusing toy, but found the student council president massaging her temple with both hands in a gesture that screamed, "This is normal behavior and I've given up trying to change it." Tsubaki stood frozen nearby, her expression carefully blank in that way that suggested she was witnessing something she wished she could unsee, but professionalism demanded she maintain composure. Focus. I needed to focus on the actual important information here rather than the fact that a Satan's mother was currently invading my personal space. I appreciate that, Lady Citri, I said, trying to sound polite rather than confused, but I have to ask, and please don't take this as rude, why would someone of your status be assigned for my protection? The question hung in the air for approximately half a second before Lady Citri responded with the kind of cheerful honesty that suggested she'd been waiting for someone to ask. Because I'm bored. She released me and stepped back, throwing her hands up in a gesture that somehow managed to be both dramatic and genuine, and also my husband is busy with his other wife. You know, harem bullshit. Mom. And just like that, mother and daughter launched into what appeared to be a well-worn playful argument that probably dated back years. Lady Citri made sweeping gestures about freedom and personal choice, while Sona countered with something about maintaining dignity and appropriate professional boundaries, and I recognized my cue to exit stage left before I got dragged into whatever family drama we're playing out here. I slipped toward the door with the envelope clutched in my hand, moving with the kind of careful stealth that came from years of avoiding awkward social situations, and neither Citri noticed my departure because they were too busy with their playful banter that felt equal parts affection and exasperation. The door closed behind me with a soft click, muffling their voices, and I finally allowed myself to breathe normally again. I examined the envelope in my hands, plain, unmarked except for what looked like an official Grigori seal pressed into the wax, and felt curiosity war with caution in my head. Opening it seemed like the obvious next step, but standing in the school hallway probably wasn't the best location for reading mysterious correspondence from fallen angel organizations, so I found a quiet corner near the stairs and carefully broke the seal. Inside was a single piece of paper with surprisingly minimal content given the elaborate delivery method. A hotel name, the Crimson Pearl. Room number, 69. Because apparently whoever organized this and chose this room had a sense of humor or was sending a very specific message. Time, 9 p.m. tonight. No signature, no additional context, no explanation for why I was being summoned to a hotel room by Grigori representatives or what they wanted to discuss. Just bare minimum information presented in a way that suggested this was either extremely important or some kind of trap, but since it was passed by Serafal, I doubt it being a trap. I reread the note 3 times, hoping additional details would manifest through sheer force of will, but the words remained stubbornly unchanged. Someone from Grigori wanted to meet me tonight at a hotel, in a room with a number that was either coincidentally suggestive or deliberately chosen to mess with me, and I had approximately 8 hours to decide whether walking into this situation was brilliant tactical networking or the dumbest decision I'd make all week. The envelope went into my pocket as I headed toward the exit, my mind already running through ways this could go catastrophically wrong. I'd need to prepare, maybe bring some combat potions just in case, definitely inform Calawarner about where I was going. Night had fallen over Kua with the quiet that made every sound feel amplified, and I stood in my living room adjusting my suit while trying to project confidence I didn't entirely feel. Calawarner watched me from the couch with an expression that managed to combine concern with resignation, her arms crossed in a way that suggested she wanted to argue but knew it wouldn't change anything. Seer perched on the back of the furniture like her crow form, her human body somehow balanced in a position that should have been uncomfortable but apparently wasn't, those glowing blue eyes tracking my movements with the usual tilt of her head. I'd changed into something slightly more formal than my usual school uniform, basically the best approximation of meeting with faction representative attire I could pull from my limited wardrobe. I have to meet someone from Grigori, I announced, breaking the silence with information I probably should have led with earlier. It's probably rendezvous stuff, they want to discuss about the past incident. Calawarner's frown deepened, but she didn't immediately object, which I took as tacit approval or at least acknowledgement that I was going regardless of her opinion. Seer just continued staring, and I still couldn't tell if she understood the implications or was just observing human behavior for future reference. I pulled out a small pouch from my jacket pocket, the leather container holding a selection of potions I'd prepared specifically for tonight, if it takes a wrong turn. Be vigilant while I'm gone, I directed at Calawarner, then included Seer with a glance. Take care of Asia and keep an eye out for anything unusual. If Hero Faction shows up or anything remotely threatening happens, you contact me immediately. Calawarner nodded slowly, her expression suggesting she'd taken my warning seriously, and I chose to interpret Seer's continued staring as agreement rather than the total lack of comprehension it might actually represent. I headed for the door, checking my phone one more time to confirm the address, and stepped out into the night air with determination and dread competing for dominance in my chest. The walk to the Crimson Pearl took longer than expected, the hotel situated in a quieter district of Kuo that I rarely visited. When the building finally came into view, my first impression was, wow, the establishment catered to people who valued privacy and had money to spare for it. Warm lighting spilled from elegant windows, and the entrance suggested refined taste. I pushed through the main doors and made my way to the elevator, ignoring the front desk staff who were trained to not ask questions about guests. The ride up to the 6th floor felt longer than physics should allow, giving me plenty of time to second-guess every decision for coming here all alone. Room 69 waited at the end of a carpeted hallway that smelled faintly of expensive cleaning products and secrets of rich fellows. I stood in front of the door, hand raised to knock, and hesitated for just a second before pressing the doorbell. The chime echoed inside, pleasant and normal, and I waited for someone to answer or acknowledge my presence. Nothing. No footsteps approaching, no voice calling out, no indication that anyone was on the other side. I frowned, pressing the bell again with the same result, and my instincts started screaming that something was wrong with this setup. Either I'd been given bad information, or whoever was supposed to meet me had changed their plans without bothering to inform me, or this was a trap and I was walking directly into it like an idiot. I reached for the door handle, intending to just peek inside to see if anyone had left a note or some explanation, and found it unlocked. The door swung open smoothly, well-oiled hinges making no sound, and I stepped into what appeared to be a standard hotel suite entrance. Soft lighting, generic artwork on the walls, a small table with a vase of flowers that looked professionally arranged. Everything seemed normal, almost aggressively normal, and that's when my warning systems ramped up to maximum alert. I moved deeper into the suite, following the short hallway that opened into what should have been a lavish living area. Should have been. The carpet was painted in red. Deep, saturated red that looked wrong even in the dim lighting, and it took my brain a full second to process that this wasn't the carpet's original color. Liquid had soaked deep into it, spreading in patterns that suggested it had been spilled from somewhere else, and trails led across the floor toward the far side of the room like someone had dragged something heavy through the mess. My hand went to the potion pouch automatically, fingers finding the Hell Claw Surge vial while my eyes scanned for threats. Blood. That was blood on the carpet. Fresh enough to still be wet, pooled in quantities that suggested the one behind this enjoyed it thoroughly, and the trails disappeared around a corner where I couldn't see what had created them. Every instinct I'd developed over the past month screamed at me to turn around and leave, to call for backup, to do literally anything except walk further into what was obviously a crime scene or a trap. But I'd come this far. And whoever had summoned me here had done so through Seraphal's connections, and getting blamed for murder of representative of Grigori wasn't on my wish list. I moved forward carefully, gulping the Hell Claw Surge potion already, every sense straining to detect any movement or presence in the suite. The trails led around the corner, and I steeled myself for whatever I was about to find. A/N, throw power stones for faster updates. Chapter 29, CH29, A Memorable Night. Motohama's POV. The crimson wine pouring into the glass made me realize this was the same liquid that had painted the carpet earlier. I watched it fill up, settling just below the rim as woman held the bottle with surprising grace for someone who'd apparently struggled with the cork 20 minutes ago. Her hand moved with the confidence of someone accustomed to formal meetings and business negotiations, the kind of confidence that came from holding a position like Chief Secretary of Grigori. The bottle clinked softly against the glass rim as she finished pouring, setting it down on the table between us with deliberate care. She tilted her head slightly, orange eyes fixed on me through those glasses, and I felt her gaze like she knew everything about me already. "Would you care for a pour as well, Motohama-san?" she asked. I shifted my gaze from the wine glass to her, taking in the full picture that greeted me across the table. She sat with one leg crossed elegantly over the other, posture immaculate despite the casual setting, and the black nightgown she wore left very little to the imagination about why this world probably had a hard time taking negotiations seriously. The tempting dress clung in all the correct places, and I made a conscious effort to keep my eyes on her face. My brain helpfully reminded me that this was a business meeting, even if the dress code suggested otherwise, and staring would probably complicate the already weird situation I'd walked into. What a great way to start this meeting. "I don't drink," I responded. Glug. She took a measured sip from her glass, savoring it with the appreciation that suggested she actually understood wine beyond its alcohol content, then set it down with a soft clink. "And here I thought you would enjoy some nice wine after catching a good look of my beautiful body." The playful lilt in her voice made it clear she'd noticed exactly where my eyes had briefly wandered, and the slight smirk tugging at her lips suggested she found my discomfort amusing rather than offensive. I released a sigh that probably communicated my entire emotional state in one breath. "I didn't intend to," I replied, rubbing the back of my neck. "I thought the representative probably got killed, but it turned out you just don't know how to open a bottle of wine properly." She laughed, the sound surprisingly genuine and warm for someone who probably dealt with fallen angel politics on a daily basis. "Can you blame me?" She adjusted her glasses. "I received a call from my leader at the same time I was attempting to open it. That man has absolutely no sense of timing in his life, no wonder he never got married," says the woman who's also unmarried, but pointing that out seems like a quick way to end this meeting prematurely. I kept that observation to myself, wisely choosing survival over witty comebacks. She shifted in her chair, recrossing her legs that drew the eye despite my best efforts, and her expression transitioned from playful to something more businesslike. She reached for her wine glass again, twirling it slowly as it gave her a moment to collect her thoughts before diving into whatever actual purpose had brought me here. Then she paused and blinked, looking at me with a chuckle. "How rude of me. I haven't even properly introduced myself. I know exactly who you are, Benamun aka Penamu, Chief Secretary of Grigori, one of the fallen angel cadres, cast out for sleeping with a human, which honestly makes this whole nightgown situation kind of on brand for you." The thought flickered through my mind, but I maintained my expression of polite interest, letting her proceed with the introduction as if I didn't have knowledge of every major individuals in this world. "I am Benamun," she stated, inclining her head slightly in what might have been a formal bow if she'd been standing, "Chief Secretary of the Gregorian cadre among the fallen angels. I serve as one of Governor General Azazel's primary administrators and representatives in matters concerning our organization's external relations." I nodded, accepting the introduction with appropriate gesture. "Sato Motohama," I responded simply, keeping it casual to contrast with her formality, "just a human, who is currently allied with Citri and Gremory family in this territory." Clink. The wine glass met the table again as Benamun set it down, her orange eyes studying me with renewed interest. "Before we proceed with the primary purpose of this meeting, I must extend formal apologies on behalf of the Grigori," she said. I leaned back slightly in my chair, waiting for the elaboration. "The incident at the church, and the actions undertaken by those fallen angels, were not driven by orders from our organization," she continued, watching my reaction carefully. "Their behavior was unsanctioned, unauthorized, and contrary to the Governor General's explicit directives regarding interaction with sacred gear users in this territory. Knowing Azazel, I'm fully sure she's telling the truth. If that research-obsessed maniac was really after Issei's sacred gear, he would have taken Valis as well, and with someone of his power, it wouldn't have been a tough job." The fact that he sent low-level goons instead of handling it personally tells me everything I need to know about how unofficial that whole operation was. The logic checked out, at least from what I understood about Azazel's character. Calawarner already told me the truth, I replied, keeping my words neutral and straightforward, so there's no room for apologies anymore, Benamion-san. Her eyebrows rose momentarily, surprise flickering across her features before being replaced by something that looked suspiciously like a smirk. Swoosh. She leaned forward slightly, interest clearly piqued by this revelation. I am quite curious what method you employed, Motohama-kun, to make her divulge such secrets with such thoroughness, she said, her tone dropping into something more conversational and slightly mischievous. You're not into all that torture methodology, are you? I reached for my water glass, mimicking her earlier gesture with the wine, and took a moment to consider my response. The liquid swirled as I moved it in small circles, buying myself thinking time, and I made deliberate eye contact before answering. This felt like one of those moments where honesty would serve me better than any clever deflection, especially if I wanted to establish the working relationship that didn't involve constant suspicion and second-guessing. Trust, I stated simply, looking directly into those orange eyes. It's all that was required for her to disclose the details of her mission. I ensured she felt comfortable around me, built that foundation carefully, and luckily, we didn't disappoint each other. I finished the water and set the empty glass on the table with a soft thunk, maintaining eye contact. Your apologies have been accepted, I added, standing up slightly as if preparing to leave. Can I go now? Benamion seemed to snap out of whatever contemplative state my answer had put her in, blinking once before her professional mask reasserted itself. I wasn't present solely to extend apologies, Motohama-kun, she said quickly, gesturing for me to remain seated with a subtle hand motion. I raised an eyebrow, settling back into my chair, and motioned for her to continue. Rustle. She adjusted her position, and I tried very hard to focus on her face and not the nightgown's continued challenge to test my temptations. One of our cadres is currently situated in Kuo Town. She stated, her tone losing all traces of playfulness and settling into something grimly serious, and according to our intelligence, he harbors intentions to initiate another war. No way. Kokabeel is already here. The shock must have shown on my face despite my best efforts, because Benamion's expression flickered with something that might have been sympathy. My mind raced through the implications, timeline calculations, and the sheer catastrophic potential of a warmongering cadre operating in the same town where I was trying to survive long enough to maybe not die horribly. This was supposed to be later in the timeline, or at least I thought I had more preparation time before the Excalibur arc kicked off. She continued, apparently mistaking my silence for processing rather than internal panic. This particular individual has stolen 3 of the 7 Excalibur fragments from the church, she elaborated. The theft was conducted a few days ago. It seems significant planning and resources were devoted to the operation. First hero faction, now Kokabeel. Who's next on the Ruin Motohama's Peaceful Life roster? Rise of him himself. I felt my expression lock into what I hoped was thoughtful contemplation rather than the barely contained, "Are you kidding me?" that wanted to emerge out of me. Benamion must have noticed my silence stretching too long, because she raised a hand in a comforting gesture. You need not to concern yourself excessively with this development, however, she assured me, though her tone suggested even she didn't entirely believe the comfort she was offering. As far as I comprehend that individual's motivations, he most likely orchestrated this theft to provoke conflict with the angels. And I am confident their leaders will dispatch high-ranking exorcists to retrieve the Excaliburs. Ah, another member joins the Delusion Club. If those 2 are considered high-rank exorcists, then I am probably a Satan class. Shouldn't you be conveying this information to the devils? I asked, genuinely curious about why I was receiving this particular briefing. Why are you disclosing all these details to me when I have absolutely nothing to do with that cadre? A smirk spread across Benamion's face that suggested she'd been waiting for exactly that question. Does the name Fried Selzen resonate with any recognition? She asked, her tone suggesting she already knew the answer. Yes. I responded, though it came out more question than confirmation. He was one of Kokabeel's subordinates, she stated matter-of-factly, leaning back in her chair, and Kokabeel is aware of the fact you killed him, along with the other fallen angels. My eyebrow rose, but I consciously suppressed any outward display of fear or concern. Benamion studied my lack of reaction with visible intrigue, her orange eyes narrowing slightly behind those glasses as if trying to decode whether I was giving a damn about this revelation or not. So you're informing me that a cadre might target me because I eliminated one of his subordinates who attempted to kill me first. Glug. She finished the remainder of her wine in one smooth motion, draining the glass completely before setting it down with a satisfying smile. No, I don't believe that outcome is likely, she replied, though something in her expression suggested there was a but coming. However, should that scenario manifest, you must be adequately prepared for it. Great. So now I have to factor in, avoid warmongering cadre, into my already extensive survival checklist. This reincarnation gig really doesn't come with enough benefits to justify all these antagonists coming from nowhere. I tried to rise from my chair, hoping desperately that this meeting had finally reached its conclusion and I could return to my late-night potion brewing sessions with Calawarner, but Benamion was apparently far from finished. Whoosh. She moved with surprising speed for someone who'd been casually sipping wine moments ago. Motohama-san, she began, her voice taking on a different quality that made me pause mid-stand. Aren't you going to introduce me to those vials you're carrying earlier? I sank back down, attempting to deflect with practiced casualness. They're just normal beverages that I happen to enjoy, Benamion-san, I offered, knowing even as the words left my mouth how unconvincing they sounded. I really wish I'd had a choice other than consuming the Grave Bloom Restoration Potion to counteract Hellclaw Surge's after effects while she was positioned right beside me observing everything. The escape from it apparently died somewhere between the blood wine carpet and this interrogation. Benamion's smirk turned into something more knowing, more playful. She adjusted her glasses with one finger, as she looked me in the eyes. You need not fabricate stories for keeping it a secret, she said smoothly, her tone suggesting she found my attempts at deception more amusing than offensive. I am fully cognizant of the fact that you manufacture your potions independently, with assistance from your newly acquired fallen angel companion. I've been maintaining surveillance on your activities for quite some time now. You know what, I am not even going to ask why she was stalking me. I don't have energy to dive into all that. It was inevitable that this would be revealed eventually. There's no utility in excessive concern if she already possesses the knowledge. As long as she remains ignorant regarding the Gacha system, the situation remains manageable for me. I made a split-second decision to pivot from denial to negotiation. What does Grigori have to offer? I asked directly, meeting her gaze without flinching. You're not expecting to acquire them without appropriate compensation, are you? She paused, and then after a moment she laughed with genuine amusement. Of course not, she replied, her smirk widening. I wouldn't insult your intelligence with such presumptions. She leaned forward, and I made a heroic effort to maintain eye contact rather than acknowledge the very deliberate display of cleavage that accompanied the movement. The nightgown was doing exactly what it was designed to, and I refused to give her the satisfaction of knowing it was working. It shifted as she settled into position, clearly enjoying my internal struggle. How about this proposition, she said, raising her finger. If I determine the potion's authenticity to be verified and satisfactory, then I can arrange for artificial sacred gears to be provided to you. Artificial sacred gears? I echoed, keeping my tone carefully curious despite knowing exactly what she was referencing. She nodded, apparently accepting my ignorance at face value. Grigori has achieved success in creating them after conducting countless research studies on sacred gear mechanics and applications, she explained, falling into what sounded like a sure acceptable pitch. While they are demonstrably inferior to naturally occurring sacred gears, they can prove quite advantageous in serious combat situations. I considered the offer, weighing the implications. At first, I wanted to avoid Azazel, not because that man was inherently malicious, but because his obsession with creation and research was disturbingly troublesome to navigate. But now that the dangers are escalating to levels too significant to dismiss, I can't help but acknowledge the necessity of this alliance. Not just for myself, but for my teammates. As a leader, even an unwilling one, I need to consider their survival alongside my own. I nodded slowly, coming to a decision. I agree to your proposition, Benamion-san, I stated formally, hoping this transaction would remain as straightforward as it appeared. Her smile turned into triumphant one as I retrieved 3 potions from my pocket, setting them on the table between us. Each vial caught the light differently, the Hellclaw Surge, the Grave Bloom Restoration and the Bluethorn Boost Elixir. I launched into explanations of each one's properties, mechanisms, side effects, and optimal usage scenarios, watching her expression transform with each detail. Her orange eyes widened progressively with each revelation, smile expanding until it showed a visible gleam in them. Magnificent. She breathed once I'd finished, reaching out to touch the vials with reverence usually reserved for holy relics. It's truly magnificent that you can manufacture such remarkable alchemical constructions in merely a span of weeks following your sacred gear's awakening. I'm still in the learning process, Benamion-san, I admitted with genuine modesty, though I believe I'm making satisfactory progress. I gestured toward the window, where the night sky stretched beyond. We'll need to relocate to an open area if you want to verify their authenticity, I explained, already mentally mapping potential testing locations. I have another complete set available for demonstration purposes. She studied the 3 potions resting on the table, her expression shifting through several calculations I couldn't quite track, then her gaze returned to me, as I tilted my head in casual inquiry about what's her next move. A playful expression spread across her face, as she pushed up her glasses and I swear I saw them glowing white for a moment. I think I have identified a better method to verify their authenticity, she announced, her voice dropping into registers that definitely weren't business appropriate. I felt a sensation at my crotch that made my entire body freeze, and looking down revealed exactly what I'd expected. Benamion's foot, somehow freed from whatever footwear she'd been wearing, was currently exploring territory that had absolutely nothing to do with potion testing. My gaze snapped back up to meet hers, finding her orange eyes locked on me with a lustful, seductive intensity that communicated very clearly what kind of testing she had in mind. Don't tell me she knows about mine and Calawarner's other sessions as well. Well, she did admit to surveillance, and it seems that surveillance had been thorough enough to capture every questionable decision I'd made regarding stress relief and fallen angel companionship. The evidence was currently pressed between my legs with increasing pressure, and Benamion's expression suggested she found my predicament absolutely delightful. It seems it's going to be a memorable night. Plus. A/N, throw power stones for faster updates. Chapter 30, CH 30, Lady Cadre's Unusual Inspection. Motohama's POV. Never thought I'd be negotiating potions' authenticity with my dick as collateral. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on me as Benamion's foot continued its exploration, her orange eyes locked on mine with an intensity that suggested she'd done this particular negotiation tactic more than once in her career so far. I maintained my composure through sheer willpower, refusing to give her the satisfaction of watching me squirm, though my body was sending urgent signals about exactly how effective her methodology was proving to be. The wine glasses sat forgotten on the table between us, reminding me the conversation had taken a sharp turn from professional diplomacy into something that definitely was in her unusual business protocol. The rational part of my brain reminded me that this was still technically a business transaction, albeit one conducted through unconventional means that would probably horrify any legitimate contract lawyer. Benamion clearly operated under different rules than normal business people, and given her position as chief secretary of Grigori and her reputation for getting results regardless of methods, I supposed I shouldn't have been surprised of this outcome. I reached for the Hell Claw Surge potion on the table, deliberately ignoring the continued pressure between my legs, and held it up so she could see it clearly in the lamplight. Benamion-san, are you certain this method is acceptable to you? I asked, keeping my voice calm despite the circumstances. I can't promise you'll be able to handle the after effects if I consume this particular variant. The enhancement results are quite intense. She retracted her foot with deliberate slowness, which was somehow more provocative than the initial contact, and rose from her chair. She laughed in genuine amusement as she circled around the table, nightgown shifting with each step in ways that seemed designed to test my concentration. She leaned down beside my chair, close enough that I caught the scent of wine and something distinctly floral, and her breath tickled my ear as she whispered with playful authority that brooked no argument about her capabilities or intentions. I have never encountered a gentleman quite like yourself, Motohama-kun, she murmured, one who maintains such admirable composure even when presented with rather obvious temptations. It is a refreshing experience, I must confess. Her fingers traced along the back of my chair as she straightened, moving to stand directly in front of me, and reached for the hem of her nightgown with the same confident grace she'd used to pour wine earlier. Do not disappoint me with your results, Motohama-kun, she purred, her orange eyes glinting behind her glasses. Swish. The nightgown pulled at her feet in one go, revealing exactly why fallen angels probably had reputations for temptation that transcended every other mythology. I uncapped the Hell Claw Surge potion and downed it in one smooth motion, feeling the familiar burn spread through my system as its contents began its work. The enhancement rippled through every muscle, every nerve ending, amplifying everything by 60% just as I specified earlier, and I felt the surge extend to areas that were definitely going to make this verification process memorable for reasons that had nothing to do with professional alchemy demonstrations. The physical evidence of the potion's effectiveness became immediately apparent, straining against my pants with enthusiasm that would have been embarrassing if I wasn't already committed to this absolutely ridiculous situation. Benamion's gaze dropped, her eyes widening slightly as she took in the rather obvious transformation, and for the first time since I'd met her tonight, I saw genuine surprise flicker across her features before being replaced by something that looked distinctly playful. She stood completely naked before me, lamplight's soft glow across her skin, and I had the fleeting thought that this was definitely how she imagined it to be conducted, when she mentioned of my potions. At least the potion was working as advertised. Benamion sank gracefully to her knees, and reached for my pants with the same focused attention she'd probably applied to classified Grigori documents. The post-activity silence stretched comfortably as we both recovered, and I watched Benamion dress with the same expression of playfulness she'd while she undressed earlier. She took her position in the chair opposite to me, straightening her nightgown and adjusting her glasses as though she hadn't been involved in activities that would definitely not appear in official Grigori reports. Her professional demeanor reasserted itself with impressive speed, and she cleared her throat with formality that almost made me laugh at the absurd contrast between her current composure and her earlier one. I hereby approve the authenticity of your alchemical constructions and will forward them to Grigori headquarters for further analysis, Motohama-kun, she stated, crossing her arms beneath breasts, and here is the comprehensive list of artificial sacred gears that may align with your preferences and requirements. She slid a paper across the table toward me, and I picked it up with curiosity that temporarily overrode my post-activity exhaustion. The list detailed various artificial sacred gear options with their functions stated in a way that suggested Azazel's research division had never got a break ever since the research began. Each entry provided specifications, limitations, and tactical applications in the documentation I'd expect from an organization obsessed with sacred gear research, and I scanned through the options while considering which might actually prove useful for my increasingly complicated situation. My eyes caught the contact number printed at the bottom of the page, Benamion's personal line, apparently. Once you have reached a decision regarding which artificial sacred gear suits your requirements, you may contact me directly using that number, Benjamin explained, gesturing toward the paper. I will facilitate the necessary arrangements for the acquisition and delivery. After a moment spent reviewing the options, I nodded and rose from my chair, already mentally preparing the teleportation circle that would take me away from this increasingly surreal evening. Thanks, Benjamin-san, I said. The magic circle appeared beneath my feet, glowing softly, and I felt the familiar pull of spatial displacement beginning to activate as I prepared to return to my home where it was significantly less complicated than this negotiation had proven to be. You are welcome to visit me as frequently as you would desire, Motohama-kun, Benjamin said with a smile, crossing her leg over another, giving me a peek at the clear invitation that had nothing to do with business arrangements. I nodded, not trusting myself to respond verbally to that particular offer, and let the teleportation magic complete its work. The room dissolved around me as I vanished, and my final thought before arriving back home carried weary satisfaction mixed with genuine relief. Finally, a night I could label as one not entirely cursed. A/N, throw power stones for faster updates. Chapter 31, CH31, Ultimate Class Duel, I. Today, either I'll level up or would still be disappointed of myself. Sweat dripped from my temples like a grime on my face as I extended my arms before me. Muscles screaming in protest like bowstrings ready to snap any moment. I didn't came this far to come this far, I will rise from this mediocrity. Calawarner stood in front of me like a comforting anchor in the swirling chaos of magical energy. The various herbs and rocks scattered across my bedroom floor glowing with an otherworldly glow, each one in a different shade. Verdant green from crushed moonflower petals, crimson red from powdered dragon scales, electric blue from crystallized mana stones. Control was everything in this delicate dance between creation and catastrophe. One wrong move, one slip in concentration, and the volatile essences would tear through my bedroom like a runaway freight train, leaving nothing but scorched walls and regret. All right, let's begin. The words left my mouth steady despite the heart hammering in my chest. She nodded once and summoned the barrier. The translucent dome materialized around us with a sound like breaking glass played in reverse, sealing us in our own pocket of reality. My both arms were still extended toward the components scattered before me like an offering to some temperamental god. The moment my will touched them, they responded. Lights erupted from the herbs and rocks, shapes without form, colors without names, essences distilled to their purest state. They rose into the air like specters summoned from the grave, swirling and pulsing with barely restrained energy. Focus. The green essence twisted toward the red, drawn by invisible forces that I guided with minute adjustments of my intent. They collided with a sound like wind chimes in a hurricane, merging into each other until a new color emerged, something between amber and bronze, pulsing like a heartbeat. Yes, keep going on. I know I can do this. Whoosh. I pulled another essence into the growing amalgamation, the electric blue joining the party. The merged essence shuddered, threatening to fracture apart into its component pieces. Sweat rolled into my eyes, but I didn't dare blink. My palms were sweaty, knees weak, arms were heavy and above all, my mana constructs burned with the strain of directing so much mana at once. But I held on, coaxing the essences together like trying to convince oil and water they were meant to be best friends. Then all of a sudden, the colors swirled faster, a miniature maelstrom contained in a space no larger than my fist. I added another essence, then another, each one a calculated risk, a gamble that I could maintain long enough to see this through. The merged essence grew brighter and denser, the individual colors bleeding together until all that remained was pure, blinding white light that glowed with violent intent. Oh hell, here we go. The essence shook more violently, writhed in the air between my outstretched palms, threatening to explode and take half the neighborhood with it. But I wasn't letting anyone other than me opening the gates of heaven tonight. Now. I called out, my voice cracking with the strain. Calawarner moved instantly, her hands glowing with violet light as she channeled her mana into the volatile construct. I did the same, pouring everything I had into stabilizing the chaotic mess we'd created. Our energies intertwined, wrapping around the essence like chains forged from willpower itself. The light flickered once, twice, then slowly, agonizingly slowly, began to calm. The violent shaking subsided to a gentle pulse. The blinding radiance dimmed to something almost serene. I guided the now stabilized essence toward the big empty glass vial waiting on my desk, willing it to flow like liquid rather than explode like a bomb. It obeyed, streaming into the container with a sound like rainfall on glass, transforming from otherworldly energy to tangible potion. I sealed the vial with a cork, my hands shaking from more than just exertion. My legs gave out. I hit the floor hard, my ass meeting wood with an unceremonious thump that would have been embarrassing if I had the energy to care. The barrier Calawarner had maintained flickered and dissolved, returning the room to mundane reality. I sucked in gulps of air that tasted sweet after the oppressive atmosphere of concentrated magic, letting my head fall back against the side of my bed. It seems I've stepped to the next level of alchemy. I succeeded without messing up, and it means now I can craft more quality potions. The familiar ache started then, the after effect of pushing my body's mana production to its absolute limit. But this time, there was something else. A heat that had nothing to do with exertion and everything to do with my male hormones gone haywire. Sexual energy spike. The universe's way of reminding me that playing with powerful magic came with a price tag I'd rather not pay right now. I fumbled for the Grave Bloom Restoration vial tucked in my pocket, uncorked it with my teeth, and downed the contents in one burning gulp. The taste was somewhere between bitter and fermented disappointment, but within seconds, the unwanted heat receded to manageable levels. Thank God for small mercies. Pushing myself to my feet required no effort that I cared to admit. I crossed to my desk where the large glass bottle sat, filled to the brim with the fruits of our labor. The potion gleamed in the dim light of my room, catching and reflecting the moonlight streaming through the window like liquid starlight. I couldn't stop the smile that tugged at my lips. This was it. This was the breakthrough I'd been chasing for weeks. I lifted the bottle carefully, cradling it like a newborn. I will name this one, the honored one. Did we succeed? Calla Warner's voice came from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder to find her still seated on my bed, violet eyes fixed on the bottle in my hands with an expression I couldn't quite read. I thought you had zero doubts about my success rate after our last brewing session, Calla, I said without turning fully, keeping my attention on the delicate task ahead. Well, you said it's going to be the best creation up till now. Fair point. I didn't respond, just began the painstaking process of pouring the master potion into individual vials. The liquid caught the light with every movement. Calla Warner had the good sense not to bother me while I worked, understanding that one wrong move could ruin hours of preparation. The silence stretched, broken only by the gentle pouring of potion in the glass. Clink. I filled the last vial and corked it with a satisfying press. In the next moment, the storage magic circle bloomed beneath the vials in response to my will, then they vanished one by one, absorbed into the pocket dimension I'd learned to create thanks to Storage Magic Spells book from Rias. 20 high-quality vials in my first attempt. Noise. These are not with any weird after effects, are they? I turned around to face my fellow partner in crime, settling into my study chair with a smirk that probably looked more exhausted than smug. Of course, there are. Calla Warner sighed, that spoke of experience with my particular brand of chaos. She should have known better than to hope by now. But, I continued, leaning back and lacing my fingers behind my head, the results will make you forget all about that. I'm sure of that. That got her attention. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the barest hint of interest replacing her calm and composed composure. I let the moment stretch, enjoying the way anticipation flickered across her features before I delivered the good news. This new creation will grant peak physical strength, speed, durability, and senses, along with immunity to magical energy detection and barrier techniques, for up to an hour. Calla Warner's eyes widened. For someone as controlled as her, that was practically equivalent of jumping up and down and screaming. I pressed on, riding the wave of her surprise. Not only that, it will be granting magical power closer to a high-class devil. And lastly, the after effect is merely a minor headache for a few minutes. Silence. She just stared at me, her eyes searching my face for any sign that I was pulling her leg. I kept my expression neutral, letting the truth speak for itself. I could practically see the gears turning in her head, running calculations, measuring possibilities, questioning whether something this good could actually be real and most importantly such a minor side effect. Because so far none of that happened. It seems my alchemy skills have no limits. Now it seems we're all good to go. I got up from the chair, stretching my arms above my head. Relief flowed through me like shower in cold water after a tedious office work. Finally, I made a breakthrough with my alchemy ability and with magic as well, even if the latter is through potion use, but still an hour of magical power similar to a high-class devil is something that can't be overlooked. Don't tell me you're thinking of going to Sona Citri to boast of your new potion creation, right now. Calla Warner's raised eyebrow carried enough skepticism to fill a swimming pool. This isn't for them, Calla, wait, I didn't tell you that, did I? Her expression shifted to something between exasperation and curiosity. She shook her head. All you told me before this session was, remind me that I have got some important stuff to tell you about. Right. I nodded, pieces clicking back into place in my exhausted brain. In a few days, the three of us will be going to the underworld. I watched her process that information, and she sighed, asking if she was unsure of what she was about to ask. Are we attending the Gremory Phoenix engagement party? Well, that's only half of it. I couldn't suppress the smile that spread across my face. Although we're all invited, I've been specifically invited by Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the Satans, for an important meeting regarding my potions. Calla Warner's eyes widened once again. I was on a roll tonight. That sounds great. If you succeed in impressing him, you might get a favor from someone who invented the evil pieces. This is a great news, Motohama. She got it. She understood the magnitude of what this meeting could mean. I nodded, but my mind was already racing ahead, connecting dots, plotting moves on a chessboard only I could see. Tonight, Rias had lost the rating game. Which wasn't actually a surprise to me. Even with so many plot twists lately, I knew for sure she won't be winning this. But luckily for her, I'd be breaking off the Gremory Phoenix engagement. Initially, I didn't mind bothering myself with Rias's trouble, but with the turn of events lately, I have realized that I can get lifetime support of wealth and protection from the Gremory family, and possibly a favor from another Satan. Issei won't be able to come for a rescue as for everyone around him, he possesses twice critical, not the Longinus. While he is still out in his bed, recovering, I would be able to battle against that Phoenix without any interruptions and get my hands on securing a high-rank gacha ticket for putting that arrogant Phoenix in his place. And through all this chaos, I will keep my humanity intact till the very end. I walked up to Calawarner where she still sat on my bed, close enough to catch the faint scent of her mellow strawberries perfume that I bought for her. My hand reached out, almost of its own accord, caressing the side of her face. Shall we put a test to this new potion? Her expression morphed from contentment to startled horror faster than I could blink. She knew very well what it felt like serving needs of someone who has access to the infinite stamina. I couldn't hold back the laughter that bubbled up from my chest. Just kidding, I flicked her forehead with my free hand, gentle but firm. Come, let's have some dinner. I left the room before as I heard her sigh in relief and following behind me. Things are going to get very interesting from now on. I can't wait to farm lots of gacha tickets in the underworld. Sona Citri's mansion. The next morning, I arrived at Sona's mansion with a single purpose of retrieving the rest of my ingredient supply before we head off to Underworld. I approached the main entrance and rang the bell. The chime echoed through what sounded like a very empty house. Nothing. I rang multiple times but still no answer. Could it be she is at school? I frowned, checking my watch, but today is Sunday. Then again, does that apply to someone who has work and discipline ingrained in her DNA? I reached for my phone, intending to call and confirm my suspicions. Boom. The deafening crash resonated from somewhere behind the mansion, rattling windows and sending birds scattering from nearby trees. What the hell? My hand shot forward, armament hockey flooding through my knuckles in a wave of black steel. The door didn't stand a chance as wood splintered and exploded inward, sending fragments scattering across the entrance hall. I didn't slow down even for a bit. Walls were just suggestions when you had hockey and zero patience. I punched through another one, then another, leaving a trail of destruction in my wake as I carved a direct path toward the source of the noise. The backyard stood before me like a scene from Avengers Endgame. I skidded to a halt, my shoes digging furrows in the grass, and just stared. The scene unfolded before me in all its brutal clarity, Sona and her entire peerage scattered across the manicured lawn like broken dolls someone had tossed aside. Bruises painted their skin in shades of purple and yellow, their uniforms torn and dirt-stained. Tsubaki's glasses sat cracked on the ground 3 feet from where she was sprawled. Saji was clutching his chest, his face pale and sweaty. The others looked equally battered, some groaning softly, others too exhausted even for that. And standing in the center of it all, one hand resting casually on her hip, was Lady Citri. She was dressed in a black sports bra and shorts while looking at the fallen peerage members. It seems another one intends to join us for the fun, she said in a nonchalant tone, like she'd been gardening rather than using Sona's peerage as punching bags. She turned to face me, as a playful smirk tugged at her lips, the kind of expression that said she knew exactly how dangerous she was and found it amusing. Good morning, Motohama-kun. After a few moments of awkward explanations of defeat from Sona, whose voice like someone trying to maintain dignity while beaten to hell, I got the full picture. Rias had lost to Riser in the rating game last night. Lady Citri had grown curious about Sona and her peerage's strength. Curiosity apparently turned into a friendly duel, which in turn turned to brutal beatdown of everyone at once. All of them versus her. And she'd won without breaking a sweat. Lady Citri sighed, her shoulders rising and falling with the exaggerated motion of someone delivering disappointing news. Dear, you and your peerage aren't impressive as well. If they would have put up against Riser and his peerage last night, the result would have been the same. Sona's hand clenched into a fist at her side. But she didn't argue and didn't try to defend herself or her peerage. Because she knew. The analyzation from an ultimate class devil couldn't be wrong, especially not from her own mother. That kind of remarks had to sting worse than any enemies or friends. I stood there, still processing the scene, when Lady Citri's attention swiveled back to me. You. I met her gaze, raising an eyebrow. Yes. She crossed her arms beneath her chest, the motion drawing attention to muscle definition that spoke of years of her combat training. I heard from Sona that you have shown great combat skills by severing the hand of an expert swordsman and single-handedly slaying 3 fallen angels. Her smirk widened, taking on a playful smirk that made my survival instinct scream warnings. I challenge you to a duel. In that instant, the blue screen appeared in my vision, visible only to me, thankfully, because trying to explain my gamer system to an ultimate class devil seemed like invitation to another disaster. Text scrolled across the interface. Quest, spar with an ultimate class devil, Lady Citri. Description, engage Lady Citri in a friendly spar to test and refine your combat abilities. Reward, 1x rank 5 Gacha ticket. A rank 5 ticket. For sparring with an ultimate class devil. My eyes tracked from the quest notification to Lady Citri's confident stance, then slid sideways to where Saji was frantically making throat-cutting gestures at me from behind a particularly unfortunate shrub. His expression screamed, "Don't do it." Judging from how much she holds back. I gave Saji another glance, noting the way he was still caressing his wounds. It's going to be far from a friendly duel. Sona, I'll appreciate if you don't interfere with the young one's decision. I blinked. Sona was probably about to say same words as her pawn, but her mother's words interrupted in halfway. The warning was gentle but absolute. Lady Citri's violet eyes hadn't left my face, watching my reaction with the intensity of a mad scientist observing an interesting specimen. So what's your decision, boy? You're not all talk and no action, are you? That's such an obvious rage bait. And yet. I accept your challenge. Lady Citri's laugh echoed across the destroyed backyard as she heard my declaration. I commend your courage in facing my challenge instead of fleeing. Well, I can't possibly decline an offer of securing a rank 5 Gacha ticket. Sona's peerage looked their gazes on me with varying expressions of horror as I approached Lady Citri while rolled my shoulders, ready for some actions after such a long time. Now then, shall we begin our duel, Motohama-kun? A/N. Throw power stones for faster updates. Chapter 32, CH32, Ultimate Class Duel, Finale. The backyard stretched before us like an arena waiting for blood. Lady Citri stood at the center of the devastated lawn like a lioness claiming her territory while dressed in her black sports bra and shorts. The morning sunlight caught the sheen of sweat still lingering on her skin from the previous beatdown, highlighting her flawless muscle definition. I rolled my shoulders, feeling the familiar weight of cross-tail coiled around my hands. Nobody here knew what they really were. To them, it was just another set of wires I liked to carry around. But with armament hockey flowing through those threads. Alright, let's see how much damage I can do before I end up unconscious in a crater. Sona, have your peerage clear the immediate vicinity, Lady Citri commanded without taking her violet eyes off me. I would prefer not to add accidental casualties other than I intend to. Saji practically tripped over himself scrambling away, pulling Tsubasa along with him despite her protests about maintaining dignity. The rest of Sona's peerage followed suit, and took position at a far distance from what was about to become ground zero. Sona stepped forward, her voice laced with concern. Mother, perhaps we should establish some ground rules. The rules are simple, dear, she shrugged one shoulder, the motion jiggling her voluptuous breasts that I definitely shouldn't be noticing right now. Young Motohama will fight until he cannot continue. Oh great. I have to survive through all this until I could no longer stand on my feet. The blue quest notification flickered at the edge of my vision, a reminder of what was at stake here. Quest, spar with an ultimate class devil, Lady Citri. Reward, 1x rank 5 Gacha ticket. My fingers brushed against the vial of the Honored One in my pocket. The temptation to down it immediately rang through my nerves like a siren call, but I forced myself to wait. Starting without it will help me gauge her strength that she intends to use in this duel. Then I will figure out exactly how screwed I was before committing to my trump card. I trust you're prepared, Motohama-kun. Lady Citri settled into a deceptively casual stance, one hand resting on her hip. I would hate for this to end before it begins. I activated my Eyes of Future, letting it fully focus my one and only target right now. I've survived worse than a friendly sparring match. How delightful. Her smile widened. Swoosh. In the next moment, she appeared directly in front of me, her fist already mid-swing toward my face. Such an overwhelming speed, no wonder Sona and her peerage got wrecked so hard by her. My instinct screamed warnings at me. Half a second after impact's image was painted in my vision. I twisted to the side, feeling the air pressure from her punch tear past my cheek like a bullet made of compressed air. The fountain behind me exploded into a crater the size of a car, dirt and grass erupting skyward in a shower of debris. Damn. You've an adequate reaction speed, boy, Lady Citri said, already positioning herself into a follow-up strike. Let's see how long you maintain it before you get punched in the face. I ducked under her backhand, my body moving on pure instinct honed from too many combat lessons from both Calawarner and Seer armament hockey flooded through my knuckles, turning them black in broad daylight, and I drove a counterpunch to her side. Clang. My fist met what felt like a steel wall. Lady Citri hadn't even bothered to block. For her my hockey-enhanced strike might as well have been a gentle tap. She glanced down at my fist pressed against her side, then back up at my face with an expression of polite interest. A potion effect, is it? How interesting for a human to possess such an ability. She grabbed my wrist before I could retract it, her grip like iron, though the application lacks enough force. She tossed me, as the world spun into a blur of sky and ground trading places at speeds that made my inner ear scream in protest. I slammed into a tree trunk hard enough to crack the bark, air exploding from my lungs in a painful gasps. Splinters rained down around me as I slumped to the ground, my back screaming protests that I ignored through sheer spite. Okay. So the power gap is exactly as massive as I thought. Maybe slightly more massive. I pushed myself upright, reaching into my coat pocket and pulling out 2 vials. Strength and speed enhancers, basic potions that I'd brewed weeks ago. It wasn't enough to bridge the gap to ultimate class, but enough to keep me from getting obliterated in the first 30 seconds. I can't just use my best creation on a desperate attempt or else I might end up relying on it unnecessarily. I downed both in rapid succession, the liquid fire burning down my throat and spreading through my veins like liquid lightning. My muscles filled up to the brim with borrowed power along with my reflexes sharpening to razor's edge. Oh my, Lady Citri tilted her head, genuinely intrigued. Now you're taking the other potions as well. You're quite the versatile fighter, young man. From the sidelines, I heard one of Sona's peerage girls' voice. Is he actually enhancing his physical capabilities through potions? That's remarkable. He's still going to get destroyed, Saji said, before she could finish her praise. Thanks for the vote of confidence, man. I stamped my foot on the ground, feeling the earth respond to my will. The ground beneath Lady Citri's feet suddenly erupted upward in a series of rock pillars, each one aimed at her vital points while I made my move. Crack. 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 She moved between them like water flowing around rocks, her movement so flawless that they looked almost unbelievable to witness by eyes. But it gave me the opening I needed. Crosstail unwound from my forearms in a blur of motion, the wires piercing through the air as I sent them in a web pattern around her position. Let's see if you can dog when there's nowhere left to dodge to. Armament hockey flooded through the wires, turning them from simple barely visible threads into dark razor's wires that could slice through bones. I aimed the web from 6 different angles, creating a cage of cutting death that should have forced her to either take damage or burn some serious mana energy for escaping. Foom. Magical energy erupted from Lady Citri's body in aura of violet light, and my wire cage disintegrated like morning dew under the sun. The webbed wires just disappeared. The sheer output of her power had simply erased my wires from existence. Fascinating, she examined one of the severed wire ends that had fallen near her feet. These threads are far sharper than they appear. Invisible to most observers, I presume. Her gaze lifted back to me, approval flickering in those violet depths. I yanked Crosstail back, rewinding the wires around my arms while my mind raced through options. The potions were helping, but she was still playing with me like a cat with a particularly entertaining mouse. It's time to go all out as I can't disappoint my viewers any further. My hand plunged into my pocket and withdrew the vial that gleamed like captured starlight. The honored one. Lady Citri's eyes tracked my subtle movement, curiosity replaced her casual amusement as she crossed her arms. Another potion. My, you do come prepared. I uncorked it with my mouth, the faint scent of concentrated magic making my nose tingle in excitement. Hope you don't mind if I get serious. I downed the contents in one burning gulp. The world exploded into technicolor clarity as I felt like being in a vivid dream of heavy drugs usage. I felt like I was gone at that moment, but power flooded through my body like a dam had burst, washing away every limitation I'd ever known. My muscles didn't just strengthen, they transformed, every fiber dense with magical energy that vibrated with potential violence. My senses sharpened until I could hear individual heartbeats from Sona's peerage 30 meters away, could smell the different aromas in the air from Lady Citri's magic destruction and sense the vibration of insects crawling through the grass. Boom. The ground beneath my feet cracked from the sheer pressure of magical energy pouring off my body in waves. Black light mixed with black armament hockey, creating an aura that made the air cracks and distort around me. Oh hell yeah. This is what I'm talking about. My, Lady Citri's voice carried genuine surprise now, her stance shifting from casual to attentive. That's quite the transformation. You achieved high-class devil-level magical power from a potion. You have remarkable collections at your disposal, Motohama-kun. I cracked my fingers, feeling the power coursing through them till the very fingertips. Crash. The earth where I'd been standing exploded backward from the force of my launch. I closed the distance to Lady Citri in a fraction of a second, my hockey-coated fist already mid-swing toward her face. And once again, she blocked it by her forearm with an ease. But this time, the impact actually made her slide backward several inches. Her eyes widened. Impressive. Her eyes went wide in genuine delight. We traded blows in a blur of motion that carved multiple trenches through Sona's backyard. My enhanced speed let me actually keep pace with her now, ducking and weaving through strikes that would have torn me apart minutes ago. Crosstail whipped out in distinct patterns with the hockey-enhanced wires creating a web of death that forced her to actually pay attention to my not-so-predictable movements. Clang. 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 Each exchange sent shockwaves rippling outward, flattening grass and pulverizing soil. I drove my foot into the ground and earth responded like an extension of my will, followed by massive stone pillars erupting from multiple angles while Crosstail wove through the gaps, creating a combination attack that would have shredded most opponents into pieces. Lady Citri moved through it all like she knew where every single attack would land, her combat experience showing in every step that she took. But she was smiling now with gleam in her eyes, the expression of someone who'd found an unexpectedly good sparring partner after such a long wait. You utilize your abilities beautifully, boy. She ducked under a wire meant to take her head, countered with a palm strike that I barely risen a wall up to block. Her hand shattered through my stone defense, the ground control providing control and terrain advantage, the wires create constant pressure and minimal escape routes, and that curious black coating amplifying sharpness. Now I see why you are so confident of yourself. Whoosh. The moment she was caught up in one of my wires' grip, I appeared in front of her with armament hockey screaming through my fist as I aimed for her solar plexus. But, she caught my punch and her feet skidded backward a full meter, carving furrows in the dirt. Perhaps, she said with a sly smile, magical energy beginning to swirl around her body in visible bursts of violet and white, far more than earlier display, I should reciprocate your efforts. Foom. The temperature dropped by several degrees in an instant. Ice crystals materialized in the air around Lady Citri like 1,000 tiny diamonds catching the sunlight, each one sharp enough that made my enhanced senses scream warnings. Even me being a not-so-advanced mage, could tell this wasn't any ordinary ice magic. Allow me to demonstrate how I earned my position as ultimate class in past, Motohama-kun. Frozen Apocalypse, 1,000 Years of Death. The ice crystals multiplied exponentially, filling the air between us until they formed a galaxy of frozen death. Each one shot toward me simultaneously, moving at speeds that defied physics and common sense. I threw myself into evasive action, my enhanced senses helping me evade the incoming onslaught while my enhanced body moved faster than I'd ever managed before. Tink. 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 The ones I couldn't dodge slammed into hastily raised earth walls, piercing through stone. I wrapped Crosstail around my body in a defensive cocoon, hockey-enhanced wires intercepting dozens more, but there were just too many. Ice shards sliced through my coat, drawing blood from a dozen shallow cuts. Fuck. It's not working. I stamped both feet down. The ground erupted in a massive wave of stone and soil, forming a tsunami of earth that crashed toward Lady Citri from three sides simultaneously. Crosstail shot through the gaps, invisible wires creating a lattice of cutting edges. Very good. Let's have some more fun. Lady Citri raised one hand. Frozen Apocalypse, the final wave of demolition. Crash. My entire Earth tsunami wave flash froze mid-motion, turning into a sculpture of ice and stone that hung suspended for one beautiful moment before shattering into a million pieces. The shockwave sent me tumbling backward, my enhanced durability the only thing keeping broken ribs from being added to my growing list of injuries. I rolled with the momentum, using Crosstail to anchor myself to the ground and arrest my flight before I crashed into Sona's actual mansion. The wires bit into soil, hockey making them strong enough to hold against force that should have torn them apart. Your tenacity is admirable. Lady Citri walked toward me through the settling debris, ice crystals still swirling around her like a crown of winter itself. Most would have been either dead or be severely injured by now. I pushed myself upright, spitting blood that had pooled in my mouth. She laughed, the sound rich with genuine amusement. Shall we continue? My internal clock said I had roughly 45 minutes left on the Honored One's effects. 45 minutes to somehow survive against someone who just demonstrated she could end this fight whenever she felt like it. Well. I didn't come this far to half-ass it now. I pulled Crosstail tight with barely restrained violence. Drip. 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 Lady Citri glanced down at the shallow cut, then back up at me. Her expression had shifted from amused superiority to what resembled as genuine respect. You succeeded in drewing my blood, huh? She touched the wound, examining the crimson liquid on her fingers with what looked like pride. A human, enhanced though you may be, managed to injure an ultimate-class devil in single combat. Her smile widened, truly remarkable. Foom. The magical pressure radiating from her body intensified all of a sudden, and I realized with creeping horror that she'd been holding back even more than I thought. The ice crystals swirling around her multiplied until they formed a literal blizzard contained within the backyard's boundaries. It's about time we put end to our duel, Motohama-kun. Her voice resonated between the glaciers around us as she raised both of her arms in the air. Frozen Apocalypse, the Ragnarok's winter. The blizzard descended like the wrath of ancient gods who'd finally gotten tired of watching mortals breathe their air. Ice formed and shattered and reformed in cycles in microseconds, each one creating new vectors of attack that my eyes of future or my enhanced senses could barely track. The temperature plummeted so low that my breath crystallized before it left my lungs. At this moment, I threw everything I had into survival. Earth floors erupted in every direction, creating walls and pillars and shelters that flash froze and shattered within seconds. Crosstail formed a defensive sphere around my body, the wires moving so fast they blurred into solid barriers of cutting force. Armament hockey flooded through every inch of me, turning my skin black as midnight in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. Crash. Crack. Shatter. I drove both fists into the ground, pouring every ounce of earthbending power I could muster into the soil beneath us. The entire backyard responded like I'd woken a sleeping giant. Stone pillars erupted from a dozen points simultaneously. But I didn't stop there. As the pillars rose, I wrapped Crosstail through gaps and crevices, creating a web so dense that even air had trouble passing through. And then I coated everything, every pillar, every wire, every surface in armament hockey. The resulting structure glowed with black, a prison of stone and wire and concentrated violence that would shred anything trying to escape. Crosstail, earthen guillotine. I roared, yanking the wires tight while simultaneously focusing every bit of attack at my opponent. Crayowash. For one glorious moment, I thought it might actually work. The pillars crumbled toward the center point where Lady Citri stood, Crosstail's wires cutting through stone and air with equal ease, creating a converging point of destruction that should have forced her to give up, but she simply smiled. Winter's heart. A pulse of ice magic exploded outward from her position with enough force to make nuclear weapons look like firecrackers. My entire construction returned to constituent atoms by power so overwhelming that resistance was a philosophical concept rather than a practical option. The shockwave hit me like a truck made of frozen rage. I flew backward, my enhanced durability the only thing keeping my bones intact as I crashed through what remained of Sona's poor garden fence. Rolled another few meters before friction and pain conspired to stop my momentum. I laid there for a sweet moment, staring up at the sky while my body screamed protest in different languages. I pushed myself up on trembling arms. Blood dripped from cuts across my arms, my face, my torso where ice shards had found their marks. The Honored One's effects were still going strong. I could feel the power thrumming through my veins, my magical reserves barely touched despite everything I'd thrown at her. But it didn't matter. The power gap was simply too vast. She had centuries of combat experience, magical reserves that made mine look like a puddle compared to an ocean, and techniques refined through countless battles against opponents far stronger than me. And yet, I stood up. Fuck. I'm almost at my limit, I spat blood, rewinding Crosstail around my arms despite the way my muscles screamed. Lady Citri had walked closer during my recovery, standing at the edge of the crater my impact had created. Her expression had shifted again, no longer amused superiority or even respectful interest. Now she looked at me with something almost like approval. I dropped to one knee. The Honored One's timer hit 0 at the worst possible time. Power drained from my body like water from a broken dam, taking my enhanced strength and speed and durability with it. The minor headache side effect kicked in immediately, a persistent throbbing behind my eyes that was honestly the least of my problems right now. My arms shook. Every breath felt like inhaling knives, but I was conscious and more importantly, still breathing after put through all this madness. Lady Citri walked toward me through the settling remains of my destroyed my best technique, her expression thoughtful. She stopped just outside arm's reach, looking down at me with those violet eyes that seemed to see through all my pretenses and bravado straight to the desperate gambling idiot underneath. You did well, Motohama-kun, her voice carried warmth I hadn't expected. The match is concluded. I tried to stand. Made it about halfway before my legs decided they'd had enough of my nonsense and gave out. Probably would have face-planted if she hadn't moved with that impossible speed, catching my shoulder and steadying me with ease. Easy now. You pushed yourself admirably, but even enhanced durability has limits. She guided me to sit on a relatively intact section of stone wall that had somehow survived the chaos. I'm fine. I managed, which was obviously a lie given that I could barely lift my arms. You're many things, young one, but fine is not currently among them. She turned toward where Sona's peerage who were approaching them. Seeing our match finally concluded, Sona and her peerage followed, their expressions ranging from shock to awe, in Saji's case, something like grudging respect. Sona herself approached more slowly, her violet eyes taking in the absolute devastation of her backyard with the expression of someone calculating repair costs. Mother, was this entirely necessary? Absolutely, dear. Lady Citri settled onto the wall beside me, seeming utterly unbothered by the destruction around us. Your friend here has proven himself quite remarkable. Remarkable at getting beaten to the ground, I muttered under my breath. She turned her attention back to me, and I noticed her shoulder had already healed completely from the shallow cut I'd managed to land. You fought intelligently, Motohama-kun. Every technique deployed with purpose, every retreat calculated rather than panicked. And that final combination attack. She smiled, that showed genuine mastery of your ability synergy. Had we been closer in raw power, that technique would have posed significant threat. Your potion's effects were extraordinary, she continued while looking at particularly nasty gash on my forearm. If you can reliably produce such high-quality items, you'll have every faction in the supernatural world vying for your services. I replied, that's kind of the plan. She moved to my shoulder, frowning at the damage she'd done to me. This will require more intensive healing. Sona, fetch the phoenix tears from my quarters. Phoenix tears. Sona's voice cracked with disbelief. Mother, those are. Lady Citri's tone brooked no argument. Go. Sona sighed and followed her command without any further rant. An awkward silence settled over the backyard, broken only by the sound of Lady Citri's continued ministrations. I tried not to think about the fact that an ultimate-class devil was currently playing doctor with my battered body. You might be wondering why I'm being so generous, even though you have a healing potion at your disposal. Lady Citri's voice held amusement, like she could read my thoughts. The thought had crossed my mind. Using such an item seems unnecessary, to be honest. Well, firstly it will give instant relief to your pain, she smiled, before responding. Also you remind me of someone I once knew. Another human who faced overwhelming supernatural threats with nothing but skill, determination, and an absurd refusal to accept reasonable limitations. Her expression turned distant. He died eventually, as most mortals do. But before that end, he accomplished things that devils 10 times his strength never could. I hope we both don't share same fate. She stayed by my side until Sona returned with a crystal vial containing tears that glowed with inner fire. Ding! The blue screen appeared in my vision, mercifully visible only to me. Quest completed, spar with an ultimate class devil, Lady Citri. Reward obtained, 1x rank 5 gacha ticket. I felt my lips curve into a smile despite everything. Totally worth the pain. Why are you grinning all of a sudden? Sona asked suspiciously. You look like someone who just won something despite losing. Just appreciating the learning experience I received from your mom, I stretched, testing my newly healed body. The Phoenix Tears had done incredible work. I felt better than I had before the fight started. Your mom's an excellent fighter. She's a sadist who enjoys breaking people with a sweet smile, Sona corrected flatly. That too, Lady Citri agreed cheerfully. Now then, since we are done with our duels, I suppose I should repair it now. She raised one hand, and magic flowed outward in visible waves. The devastation began reversing itself, craters filling, stone pillars sinking back into earth, even the demolished fence reconstructing itself board by board. Within minutes, the backyard looked almost exactly as it had before Sona's peerage got demolished. There were still scorch marks and frozen patches that would take time to fade. Battle scars that told stories. Speaking of which. Hey, Sona, I turned to my friend/business partner whose ingredients I'd originally come here to collect, about those supplies. She sighed like someone who were done dealing with infinite nonsense. They're in the storage room. I'll have Tsubaki retrieve them while you explain to me why you thought accepting my mother's challenge was anything other than suicidal. Nothing. Just seemed like good training session. Sona's expression suggested she didn't believe me for a second but was too tired to argue. Just take your ingredients and go before mother decides she wants another round. Already leaving? Lady Citri asked with exaggerated disappointment, and here I thought we were bonding well. I said with a forced smile, give me like 6 months to train and maybe I can give you a better fight. I'll hold you to that, Motohama-kun. She extended her hand for a proper handshake with a bright smile on her face. While I'm still in human realm, you can feel free to reach out to me if you need advice regarding the water or ice magic. Consider it compensation for the entertainment you've provided. I shook her hand, trying not to think about how easily those fingers could have ended me. Thanks. For everything. Including not actually killing me. You're quite welcome. With that, Lady Citri made her way back into the mansion, leaving me standing in the restored backyard with Sona and her deeply traumatized peerage. Even though the duel ended, my mind was still thinking about the underworld, Ajuka Beelzebub, the engagement party, and all the chaos about to unfold. But before that I had to return to Calawarner with explanation of why I looked like I'd gone 3 rounds of deathmatch. And then I can finally use the rank 5 gacha ticket to see what absurd advantage the universe felt like granting me next. I hope it's worth all the pain I went through. Chapter 33, CH 33, Quake Fruit. The blue notification screen hovered in my vision like a neon sign advertising the universe is another dad joke. High voltage. You've received the Quake Fruit, weakness to water removed. This paramecia-type devil fruit allows the user to create vibrations, or quakes, making the user a quake human. This fruit is fearsomely reputed to be able to destroy the world, and is considered to be the strongest devil fruit within the paramecia class, having powers no weaker than those of a Logia devil fruit. Alert. The weakness to water has been removed. High voltage. I stared at the glowing text, my brain doing cartwheels trying to process what I was seeing. The Gura no Mi. The fucking tremor fruit. The same devil fruit that Whitebeard used to nearly sink Marine Ford and make the entire One Piece world collectively shit their pants whenever he decided to throw a tantrum. And apparently, the gacha system had decided I deserved it for surviving Lady Citri's sadistic sparring session. Without the water weakness, which was basically like getting a sports car with unlimited gas and no speed limits. Totally worth every broken rib and near-death experience. I mentally commanded the system to accept the reward, extending my hand palm up like some kind of discount magician. Reality rippled, and suddenly there was weight in my hand, a fruit materialized out of thin air with a sound like cracking glass. The Gura Gura no Mi sat in my palm, and damn if it wasn't exactly like the wiki descriptions I'd read in my previous life. A blue pear, but not the one you'd find in any grocery store. The top half looked normal enough, smooth and rounded with that distinctive pear shape and a green stem sprouting from the crown. The lower portion had this crystallized, lighter blue appearance, like someone had flash frozen it mid-mutation. And running through that crystallized section were cracks. They pulsed faintly with internal light, as if the fruit was barely containing the devastating power locked inside. I turned it over in my hand, feeling the smooth texture of the top half to the rougher, almost glass-like surface of the crystallized bottom. It sized enough to sit comfortably in my palm, deceptively innocent-looking if you ignored the hole, cracks in reality, aesthetic. In closer inspection, it really does look like an ordinary fruit that decided to have an identity crisis and became a weapon of mass destruction instead, but the real ones know how this little devil tastes like. Gulp. I steeled myself, took a deep breath, and bit into the fruit. The moment my teeth broke through its skin, my entire mouth staged a rebellion. The taste hit my tongue like tasting a rotten fish, mixing it with sewage, and then leaving it to ferment in Satan's armpit for a few decades. I immediately winced, but I gulped it down anyway, refusing to let something as trivial as the worst taste stop me from gaining literal earthquake powers. One bite was enough, I didn't need to subject myself to the rest of this culinary war crime. I quickly stored the remainder of it in my dimensional storage, where it could live out its days in peace, far away from my abused taste buds. I extended both arms in front of me, closing my eyes and focusing inward. There it was, a new sensation flowing through my limbs, a vibration that resonated in my bones. It felt like standing next to a massive subwoofer playing at frequencies just below human hearing, except the subwoofer was inside me. My muscles tingled with potential energy, waiting to be released. This wasn't like the temporary rush from potions or the focused sharpness of hockey. This was permanently woven into my very existence. I clenched my fists, feeling the power respond to my will. The air around my hands shimmered slightly, distorting like heat waves rising from summer asphalt. Getting up from my bed, I rolled my shoulders and cracked my neck. Time for the field test. I need to try this power somewhere far away from Kuo because I genuinely don't want to accidentally flatten this beautiful town and have Sona hunt me down with homicidal intent. Foom. The magic circle beneath my feet flared purple and black before depositing me in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I stepped out onto cracked earth, surveying my new testing ground with satisfaction. The abandoned valley stretched before me like nature's own demolition site, jagged rock formations jutting from the ground at odd angles, dried riverbeds cutting through the landscape like scars, and not a single living thing in sight for miles. Perfect. If I accidentally created a crater the size of Tokyo, nobody would care. The sky above was a washed-out blue, the valley walls rose on either side, creating a natural arena that would contain any excessive demonstrations of power. I planted my feet shoulder-width apart, taking the stance I'd seen Whitebeard use in the anime. Right fist clenched, left hand braced against my right wrist for stability. The power arised in my arms, eager to be unleashed. Crack. I punched the air in front of me, and reality had a minor breakdown. A sphere of condensed vibration formed around my fist, visible as a vibrating bubble of distorted space that made the air look like broken glass. Then I released it. Boom. The shockwave exploded outward in a pure destructive force. The ground in front of me shattered. Stone and earth erupted in a wave of debris, chunks of rock the size of cars flying through the air like pebbles. A trench carved itself into the valley floor, 50 meters long and deep enough, its edges still smoking from the sheer friction of displacement. Damn. That was just a basic punch, no real technique behind it, and I just created devastation that would make most high-class devils pause and reconsider their life choices. The dust settled slowly, revealing the new canyon I'd carved into the landscape. My arms still held with power, barely tapped. This wasn't like using potions where I could feel my reserves depleting. The Gura Gura no Mi's power was mine, permanently, limited only by my stamina and imagination. I grinned like a maniac and cracked my knuckles. Time to see what else this could do. I raised both hands above my head, palms facing outward, and focused on creating vibrations in the atmosphere itself. Vroom. The air in front of me cracked. Literally cracked, like someone had taken a hammer to a pane of glass that happened to be made of reality. Fissures of white light spread through the atmosphere, and then the shock wave hit. A wall of compressed air slammed outward, flattening everything in a 100-meter radius. Rock formations that had stood for thousands of years were sandblasted into gravel. The dried riverbed was scoured clean, exposing bedrock underneath. Even the dust was blown away, leaving nothing but bare stone gleaming in the sunlight. The destructive potential was insane, but what really got my attention was the versatility. I could make the vibrations travel through air, through ground, probably through water if I wanted to create tsunamis. I could adjust the magnitude, the direction, the point of impact. The Gura Gura no Mi wasn't just the strongest paramecia because of its destructive power, it was the strongest because of how many ways you could apply that power. Time for the big one. I wanted to try the signature move, the attack that had made Whitebeard a legend. I grabbed the air itself. My fingers closed around empty space, but with the Gura Gura no Mi's power flowing through them, I could feel resistance. The atmosphere had substance, texture, like invisible force waiting to be torn. I pulled, and the world tilted. Asterisk crack. Crack. Crack, asterisk. Massive fissures of white light spread through the air around me, and then I yanked it all of a sudden. The entire valley lurched sideways like a drunk trying to stand up. Gravity went sideways for a moment, then reasserted itself with vengeance. The ground bucked, rising and falling in waves that would make a roller coaster enthusiast weep with envy. Boulders the size of houses were tossed into the air like toys. The remaining valley walls collapsed completely, unable to withstand forces that made earthquakes look gentle. Even the sky seemed to ripple, clouds distorting and fragmenting as shockwaves propagated through the atmosphere. When the dust finally settled, I was standing in the center of what used to be a valley and was now more accurately described as a devastating natural disaster. The landscape had been completely transformed from a relatively intact abandoned valley into something that looked like the aftermath of asteroids bombardment. Clenching my fist, I surveyed the destruction with satisfaction. My fight with Riser is going to be one hell of a beatdown that the whole underworld is going to witness. That fire chicken bastard thinks he's hot shit because he can regenerate. Wait until he experiences being hit by an earthquake directly to the face. Repeatedly. The mental image of Riser being ragdolled by shockwaves brought a smile to my face. Phoenix healing was impressive, but even his immortality had its limits. I took one last look at the aftermath before I stepped into the magic circle, reality folding around me as I teleported back home. Time to get back to work. I still had potions to brew and an underworld trip to prepare for. Clink. In the afternoon, I wiped sweat off my forehead as I corked the last of the 20 glass vials with glowing purple liquid. The Essence Alchemy's results in my living room looked like a mad scientist's fever dream. I dropped onto the couch with a satisfying sigh, letting my aching muscles relax. The brewing process had taken an hour of constant attention, precise temperature control, and ingredients. But the results were worth it, 20 doses of high-quality regeneration potion, on par with Phoenix Tears level. I no longer require Calawarner's assistance now that I have access to the Honored One potion. Don't get me wrong, her help with potion brewing would definitely keep my stock from running dry, but working solo like this. It felt like my control over Essence Alchemy was growing significantly. Each batch was smoother, more efficient, the magical resonances easier to manipulate. Sometimes you had to struggle alone to truly master something. Calawarner appeared in the doorway, holding a glass of fresh orange juice. She crossed the room and took the spot on the opposite couch, as she passed it to me with a curious look on her face. Thank you, I said, accepting the glass and downing it in one go. You look pleased with the results. I said, setting the empty glass down. I succeeded in brewing another potion that will replace Phoenix Tears in the underworld, providing serious competition. It will help us gain a major foothold in the underworld market. Her eyebrows rose slightly, really. With this, we'd be positioning this as the affordable alternative, the option for devils who can't afford to drop small fortunes on healing. I know for sure, it will replace the Phoenix Tears in no time. Calawarner nodded slowly, processing the business strategy. Then her expression shifted. What would it serve? Isn't giving such potions would bring unnecessary troubles from not just Phoenix family but from other devil clans who want to get their hands on it. I leaned back as I explained her reasons for withholding such potion. Well, we can't lead our group with no resources and connections to other factions. I know it sounds weird coming from someone who says, freedom, like a certain Straw Hat boy. But you have to understand, the one who provides value is valued way more in any society than the one who doesn't. Targeting their major money investments will get us more benefits. Styx Touch is great, but not so great currently. Phoenix Tears was the right choice to replace. Calawarner nodded in affirmation, her expression thoughtful. So you want to establish a business relationship with them by offering decent quality but significant potions. Is that all, or is there more to it? Because from what I can see, you are basically closing one of the doors to gaining favor from Ajuka Beelzebub, who would be absolutely fascinated by previous creation of yours. My potion brewing ability is enough for achieving it. Individuals like Ajuka are far more fascinated by how it's done than what's done. The process, the theory, the underlying workings, that's what gets their attention. Besides, I can't be offering my special potions to everyone. It's not how the world works, Kala. Scarcity created value. If everyone had access to the Honored One, it wouldn't be special anymore. It would just be another potion. But if I kept it rare, kept it exclusive, it would become something people would kill for. And on that list, the first one would be me. Calawarner's expression shifted, a hint of disappointment creeping into her voice. What about me? Aren't you going to give me one as well? I smirked, you'll get it if you work to deserve it. She blinked, confusion replacing disappointment. What do you mean by that? You still haven't landed a win against Seer yet, if I remember correctly, I said, and giving you this potion would be unfitting if you can't even defeat my familiar. No offense to Seer, she's strong but she's still a familiar. And, if my familiar is beating my second in command, then it's a problem. Calawarner's eyes flashed, so if I succeed in defeating her, will you give it to me? Absolutely, I nodded, beat Seer in a fair fight, and it will prove you're the strongest one after me in this group, and the honored one is yours. She clenched her fist, violet eyes blazing with determination. I will prove myself worthy of it. Perfect. She's motivated now. Nothing like a little competitive spirit to drive improvement. Calawarner was already skilled, but she'd been far from strong one. This would push her to actually rise beyond her comfort zone. Also, watching her and Seer go at it is always entertaining as hell. The next few days blurred together in a productive haze. Calawarner's training sessions against Seer had become the highlight of my afternoons. The fallen angel was getting her ass kicked repeatedly, and her refusal to admit that she might not be the strongest after me in the group was both admirable and hilarious. Their latest bout had ended with Calawarner frozen in a block of darkness, courtesy of Seer's new darkness breath, while Seer sat on top of the darkness block. Again. Calawarner had said through gritted teeth when I'd thawed her out. We go again. Maybe tomorrow, I'd suggested, when you've developed a better counter-strategy instead of just trying to overwhelm her with light spears. Asia had been making remarkable progress with her everyday school life. The former nun had initially been terrified of Japanese high school culture, but she'd adapted with surprising grace. Her defensive magic was coming along nicely too. She could now create barriers strong enough to stop a car, and her wind magic had progressed from gentle breeze to troublesome tornado. She was still far from combat ready, but give her another month and she'd be able to handle herself in a real fight. Finally the day we were going to the underworld arrived. I arrived with Asia and Calawarner flanking me, both dressed for travel. Asia wore a simple blue dress with a white cardigan, looking every bit the innocent transfer student. Calawarner had opted for dark jeans and a white shirt. Sona and her peerage stood by the entrance to the train platform, all wearing their student council uniforms despite this being technically a weekend trip. Sona's attention to formality never wavered. Motohama-kun, Sona greeted me with a nod, her violet eyes scanning our group with professional assessment, punctual as always. Wouldn't dream of keeping you waiting, I replied, matching her formal tone. Where's your mother? Isn't she coming to the underworld with us? She will be meeting us at Motohama-kun. Womp. Arms wrapped around me from behind, and I was experiencing the full body tackle that Lady Citri apparently considered an appropriate greeting. Her impressive chest pressed against my back, and her breath tickled my ear as she spoke. You missed me that much? Mother. Sona's voice cracked with embarrassment. Could you please maintain appropriate boundaries? Lady Citri laughed, totally unbothered by Sona's retort, before releasing me and stepping back. She was dressed in elegant black dress that graciously highlighted her well-built physique underneath. I sighed internally, turning to face her with what I hoped was a neutral expression. Of course she would show up like that. Lady Citri seemed to take genuine pleasure in flustering her daughter and everyone else in the vicinity. I wasn't aware I'd given that impression, Lady Citri, I said. Oh, but you looked so disappointed when Sona said I wasn't here yet. Lady Citri's violet eyes sparkled with amusement. I simply had to reassure you of my presence. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose, her other hand adjusting her glasses in what I'd come to recognize as her dealing with family nonsense gesture. Perhaps we should board the train before Mother decides to cause a scene. Too late for that, Saji muttered from somewhere behind Sona. Tsubaki shot him a warning look, and he wisely shut up. Lady Citri just smiled wider, as she draped her arm around my shoulders, taking both of us ahead of everyone, clearly enjoying herself immensely. This was going to be one hell of a trip. Times. Chapter 34, CH 34, The Downfall of Phoenix, I. Lady Citri had claimed the spot next to me with the determination of a possessive girlfriend who won't leave you alone for even an hour, leaving Sona to sit across from us with an expression of, I am one more embarrassing moment away from disowning my entire family. Asia had leaned herself to the window like a kid at an aquarium, her green eyes wide as she watched the spatial flows blur past. Calawarner sat beside her, keeping a calm composure, but her gaze occasionally shifting between me and Lady Citri. So, Motohama-kun, Lady Citri said, have you given any thought to what we discussed during our last duel session? You mean the part where you tried to cave a punch at my chest, or when you suggested I should expand my influence in Underworld using my potions? The latter, obviously. Lady Citri's smile widened, though I must say, your instincts during the former was quite impressive. Sona adjusted her glasses. Mom, perhaps we could leave the decision to Motohama-kun. It seems inappropriate for you to force him to a choice that he has not thought of. Inappropriate. Lady Citri placed a hand over her heart in mock offense. I'm simply making conversation with our guest. There's nothing inappropriate about discussing his future prospects. As his mentor, it's my role to guide him, Sona. I'd spent enough time around Lady Citri to know that the woman communicated in a way that would make a politician look like a kid in her presence. First time in the underworld, I take it. Lady Citri asked gently as she observed Asia's wide-eyed expression seeing Citri territory. Asia nodded, shifting her gaze from the window to her. I never imagined it would be so beautiful. The church always taught us that hell was a place of suffering and torment. Oh, we have those areas too, Asia-chan, Saji said, earning a sharp look from Sona. The church's understanding of the underworld is somewhat outdated, Sona said. While there are certainly areas that cater to punishment and detention of criminals, the majority of the underworld is simply where devils live their lives. We have cities and infrastructure, much like the human world, but with our own unique touch to it. Hisses. The train glided into a station, which meant we finally arrived at our stop. I stepped onto the platform and immediately felt the difference in the air. It was way with magical energy that made every breath taste like taste of half-cooked fish. Tsubaki appeared at Sona's side, having gathered the rest of the student council peerage. Lady Citri stretched lazily, somehow making the simple gesture look like an invitation to sin. Well then, shall we be off? The Citri estate is waiting, and I'm sure our young guest is eager to freshen up before this evening's festivities. Festivities? I raised an eyebrow. Sona sighed as she said, Rias's engagement party to Riser Phoenix is scheduled for tonight. Tonight? As in, several hours from now tonight. Indeed. The Phoenix family arranged it rather suddenly. Apparently they wanted to formalize the union before any further delays could be introduced. This would be appropriate for the party, right? I asked. Lady Citri waved a dismissive hand. Oh, don't worry about that. We'll have you properly attired. Can't have you showing up looking like a vagrant, after all. Her eyes glinted with mischief. Besides, this will present you an excellent opportunity to make your debut in underworld society. Form. A massive magic circle materialized nearby, and a sleek black vehicle that looked like a limousine had mated with a dragon emerged from it. The door opened on its own, revealing an interior that was probably more expensive than my entire previous life's net worth. Transportation has arrived, Lady Citri announced cheerfully, everyone in. We have much to do and limited time to do it. As we filed into the vehicle, I caught Calawarner's eye. She gave me a look that clearly said, this is exactly the kind of chaos I signed up for, but also, what the hell? I could only shrug in response. When you decided to work with me, every day was an adventure. The vehicle lifted smoothly off the ground, and we glided into the underworld traffic. Flying cars wove between buildings in patterns that should have resulted in constant collisions but somehow didn't, guided by magical traffic systems that made human air traffic control look like a child's game. Asia had given up trying to process everything and had instead devolved into making small noises of amazement every few seconds. Calawarner was taking mental notes with the intensity of a spy in enemy territory, which, technically, she was. Sona's peerage maintained their professional composure, though I caught a few of them sneaking glances at the scenery. And Sona herself sat with her hands folded in her lap, staring at nothing, her mind clearly miles away. I had a feeling I knew what, or rather, who she was thinking about. The Citri estate made my apartment look like a cardboard box that Gasper found shelter in. We passed through gates that were like architectural display of wealth and power, guarded by devils in formal armor who bowed as our vehicle approached. The ground stretched out like someone had taken a European palace garden and supersized it, with perfectly manicured hedges, fountains that flowed with water that sparkled like liquid starlight, and sculptures that I was pretty sure were actually frozen demons used as decorative elements. The mansion itself rose 4 stories of pale stone and dark wood, with towers at each corner and enough windows to suggest that the electric bill, or should I say magical, was probably astronomical. Magic circles rotated lazily in the air above the roofline, probably defensive wards that could vaporize anything from trespassers to particularly aggressive birds. Crunch. The vehicle came to a stop on a circular driveway. Servants appeared from nowhere, moving in sync like people who'd spent decades perfecting the art of being invisible until needed. Welcome to the Citri family estate, Sona said, stepping into her role as Citri heir. Please, allow our staff to assist with your belongings. I didn't have belongings beyond what I'd stored in my dimensional storage, but Asia had brought an actual suitcase like a normal person, and Calawarner had a shoulder bag. The servants whisked these away with a gentle nod. The front doors opened, and we entered a foyer that could have doubled as a ballroom. The ceiling soared overhead, painted with murals depicting what I assumed was Citri family history, ancestors in dramatic poses, and what looked suspiciously like a scene of someone summoning a leviathan. The floor was polished marble that reflected the chandelier hanging above, a massive crystal construction that glowed with soft light. Sona. You've returned. Amen descended the grand staircase with the kind of presence that suggested he was used to being the most important person in any room. Lord Citri, I presumed. He had Sona's violet eyes and sharp features, though his were softened by laugh lines and a genuinely warm smile. He wore robes that managed to look both traditional and modern, deep purple with silver trim. Father, Sona greeted him with a bow. May I present Motohama, the alchemist I mentioned in my correspondence. And his companions, Asia Argento and Calawarner-san. Lord Citri's gaze swept over us with the assessing quality of someone who'd spent centuries learning to read people. When his eyes met mine, I felt a subtle pressure, not hostile but definitely of curiosity. I met his gaze steadily, not backing down but not challenging either. Just existing in that space between deference and defiance. After a moment that felt like an hour, Lord Citri smiled, "Welcome to our home. Sona speaks highly of your talents, young man. I look forward to seeing a demonstration of the potions I've heard about." "I appreciate the hospitality, Lord Citri," I said, keeping my tone respectful but not fawning, "though you've to wait until the party is over, to see my talent in person." "Ah yes, the engagement party," he nodded with a smile. "The Phoenix family has always had a thing for rushing things. I trust you'll all attend. It would be considered rather rude to decline, given that invitations were extended to all current guests of the major houses." "Of course," I said. "Wouldn't miss it." Lord Citri's smile widened slightly. "Excellent. Now, I'm sure you'd all like to rest and refresh yourselves before attending this evening's event." He clapped his hands once, and more servants materialized like well-dressed ghosts. "Please show our guests to their rooms. Ensure they get everything they require." As we were led away down a hallway lined with portraits of stern-looking devils who'd probably all had their own Devilpedia pages, I caught Lady Citri watching me with an expression that was equal parts amusement and calculation, while she walked away with her husband. The room they'd given me was bigger than my entire apartment and furnished like someone had been told, "Make it luxurious," and responded with, "Say no more." I'd sent Asia and Calawarner off to their own rooms to settle in, though not before Asia was beaming with excitement about the beautiful castle, and Calawarner being clueless for treating so nicely after such a long time. I dropped onto the bed, which was exactly as comfortable as it looked, and stared at the ceiling. My mind turned over the situation like a Rubik's Cube where all the faces were different shades of, "Tonight it will be hell." Tonight, I'd be walking into a room full of devil nobility and I was going to, interrupt an engagement party to announce I was planning to disrupt the Phoenix family's monopoly. The smart play would be watch like a super smart edgelord. Quiet meetings, backdoor deals, slowly building a client base while staying under the radar until I was too established to easily remove. But where was the fun in that? Besides, the only reason I am taking such a great level of risk is to get a high-rank Gacha ticket from knocking off Riser. And Gacha ticket of high level is what I needed to hold my own against Hero Faction, if they choose to show up all at once. I can't be a loser relying on just a summoning pamphlet of Seraphal, and how many fucking times I can ask her to come for my rescue. Besides, my choices are mine to make, not some third person's, who finds joy in criticizing others' choices rather than having balls to make their own. Knock knock. "Come in," I called, sitting up. The door opened to reveal Sona, now dressed in a simple but elegant dress that suggested she'd already started preparing for the evening. She closed the door behind her with a soft click and regarded me with those analytical violet eyes. "We need to talk," she said. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing. I gestured to one of the chairs by the window. "Have a seat. This feels like it's going to be one of those conversations." She sat with perfect posture, hands folded in her lap, but there was tension in her shoulders that her formal bearing couldn't quite hide. "You understand what tonight represents, yes? A political nightmare wrapped in formal wear and false pleasantries. Essentially. The engagement party is more than just a social event. It's a declaration. The Phoenix family asserting their position, the Gremory family accepting the arrangement, and everyone else bearing witness to ensure it becomes socially binding." "But it seems Rias doesn't want it," I said quietly. Sona's expression tightened even then. In Devil society, the desires of individuals are often secondary to the needs of the family. Arranged marriages are common among nobility, used to strengthen alliances, consolidate power, and ensure the continuation of bloodlines. Pretty much like humans. She looked out the window at the gardens below, her reflection ghosting over the glass. "Rias has been fighting this for years. She fought with Riser in raiding game, tried to find loopholes in the contract, even considered running away. Nothing has worked. The agreement between the families is ironclad, and tonight makes it public in a way that will be nearly impossible to reverse without causing a scandal that could damage both houses." There was something in her voice that went beyond concern for a friend. This was personal. I'd seen Sona maintain her composure through everything from student council emergencies to her mother's embarrassing teasing, but right now, that mask was cracking. "You're worried about her," I said, "not as a fellow devil noble or a political ally. As a close friend." Sona turned back to me, and for once, she didn't bother hiding the emotion in her eyes. "Rias has been my closest friend since childhood. We've trained together, played together, shared our dreams and frustrations. She wants to be recognized for her own merits, not as an extension of her brother's legacy or a bargaining chip for her family. And now she's being forced into a marriage with a man who views her as a trophy, another pretty thing to add to his collection." The venom in that last sentence could have stripped paint. Sona took a breath, visibly reining herself back in. "Riser Phoenix is everything I despise about the worst elements of devil nobility. Arrogant, hedonistic, cruel in the casual way of someone who's never faced real consequences for his actions. He has a full peerage of 15 women, all of whom he treats as little more than attractive servants. The thought of Rias being subjected to that, having to smile and play the role of obedient wife while he parades his harem around. She trailed off, her fists clenched. I let the silence hang for a moment before speaking. So why are you telling me this? Sona's eyes locked onto mine with, because I know you're planning something. I can see it. You've been too calm about this entire situation, too willing to engage with underworld politics. You're choosing yourself to reveal by attending the party, which you wouldn't have agreed to be part of. Sharp as ever. I shouldn't have expected anything less from Sona Citri. I leaned back in my chair, considering how much to reveal. Trust was a commodity in the supernatural world, and I was about to spend some of it on a gamble that Sona's friendship with Rias outweighed her family loyalty. What I am about to reveal, I want you to keep it a secret, I said. Her eyebrows rose fractionally as I continued. I read that Phoenix family leveraged their Phoenix tears as economic and political currency. And there I saw the opportunity. I leaned forward. I'm going to introduce the devils tonight, with healing potions that are just as good as Phoenix tears but cost a fraction of the price. I'm going to undercut them so hard that their primary source of wealth becomes worthless. Sona was quiet for a long moment, then she asked, you realize that will make you a target. The Phoenix family doesn't respond well to threats against their interests. Yeah, I'm aware. That's where the fight with Riser comes in. I will offer them a choice that if I win against their heir, I will replace their Phoenix tears with my affordable potions, and if I lose, I would do what they have to say. You're that confident you can defeat him? I said with a smile. Let's just say I've got a few tricks that'll give him a very bad day. Sona studied me like I was a particularly complex equation she was trying to solve. This is insane. You're essentially declaring yourself an enemy to one of the most powerful devil families in the underworld based on, what? A sense of justice. A desire to help Rias. Repaying the favor of her kindness, actually. Plus a healthy dose of, fuck the establishment. I shrugged. Look, I get that in your world, everything is about family alliances and political maneuvering and maintaining the status quo. But I'm not from your world. I don't play by those rules. And honestly, the idea of some spoiled Phoenix boy using his family's power to force a girl into marriage just pisses me off. I stood up, moving to the window to look out at the distance. I've got the power to make a difference here. To shake things up, maybe it's arrogant to think I can take on a major devil family, but you know what? I've got responsibility to strengthen my group and a complete disregard for my own safety in doing so. Behind me, I heard Sona stand as well. When I turned back, her expression had shifted to approval. If you do this, she said slowly, you'll need allies. The Phoenix family won't take this lying down, and while publicly humiliating Riser might protect you initially, they'll find other ways to strike back if you end up losing and return to the human world. Are you offering to be one of those allies? She adjusted her glasses, a gesture I'd learned meant she was making a decision that would have significant consequences. I cannot offer official Citri family support. That would create too much political tension and could damage my father's position. However, as an individual, as Rias's friend, a small smile crossed her face. I can provide information, resources, and perhaps some discreet assistance where appropriate. That works for me, I said. We both shook hands, and I felt like I'd just signed a contract written in invisible ink that would probably come back to haunt me in interesting ways. But having Sona on my side, even unofficially, was worth the risk. But I knew, I wasn't going to lose. After she left, I returned to staring out the window, my mind already planning. Tonight would be the opening move in a game that would either establish me in a legitimate position in underworld politics or get me killed in a variety of creative ways, even if I do succeed in the end. I had 20 regeneration potions that matched Phoenix tears in quality. The honored one potion tucked away for emergencies. My earthquake powers fully integrated and tested along with other ones. Combat experience from sparring with Lady Citri and various supernatural threats. And most importantly, the absolute confidence that comes from being too stupid to know when to quit. We arrived via a teleportation circle that took us directly in front of gates that were literally made of gold. The building itself was a palace of white marble, with actual flames burning in magical sconces that never consumed their fuel. Devils in formal wear crowded the entrance, their clothing ranging from traditional robes to modern suits to outfits that looked like they'd been designed by someone who thought more is more was a valid fashion philosophy. I spotted family crests I didn't recognize, but the way people moved and interacted screamed, old money and power. Form. More teleportation circles activated around us, introducing groups from other noble houses. They would occasionally pass glances to both of us and her peerage, but didn't bother to cause trouble. Connections with big people does bring some great benefits. Stay close, Sona murmured, and remember, you're here as my guest. That provides you some protection, but don't test its limits until you're ready. We entered through doors that swung open on their own, revealing a ballroom that could have hosted a small concert. Crystal chandeliers hung from a ceiling painted with murals of phoenixes rising from flames. A live orchestra played in one corner, the music some classical piece that probably had a fancy name I didn't know. Servers circulated with trays of drinks. And everywhere, devils in their finest, chatting and laughing and playing the game of high society politics. Boom. A pulse of magical energy rippled through the ballroom, and conversations quieted. At the far end of the room, on a raised platform that I absolutely hadn't noticed before because why would a ballroom need a stage, a magic circle activated. From it stepped a man who could only be Riser Phoenix. He was exactly what I'd imagined a spoiled, arrogant noble would look like. Blonde hair styled with the kind of careful casualness that probably took an hour, sharp features that were conventionally handsome in a way that made me think trust fund kid, and a smile that radiated the confidence of someone who'd never been told no in his entire life. He wore a white suit with gold and red accents, and flames flickered around his shoulders like some kind of dramatic special effect. Behind him, his peerage materialized in a coordinated display that was definitely rehearsed. 15 women, all attractive, all wearing matching outfits that were just on the edge of inappropriate for a formal event. And at Riser's side, looking distinctly uncomfortable, was a young girl with blonde drill-style curls and a refined bearing that contrasted sharply with her brother's smug expression. Ravel Phoenix, if I remembered correctly. The younger sister who served as one of his bishops. Ladies and gentlemen, Riser's voice carried across the ballroom with magical amplification. Welcome to the celebration of the union between the Phoenix and Gremory families. Riser is honored that you've all come to witness this momentous occasion. He extended a hand toward where Rhea stood with her peerage, and I saw her fists tighten fractionally before she stepped forward. The crowd parted for her like water, and she climbed the steps to the platform as he motioned her to come. The beautiful Rhea's Gremory, Riser continued, taking her hand and raising it to his lips in a gesture that was probably meant to look romantic but came across as possessive, soon to be Riser's wife, uniting two of the most prestigious families in the underworld. Rhea's maintained her composure, but I could see the unease in her eyes, the way her free hand clenched into a fist behind her back. The Phoenix family, Riser said, turning to address the crowd, has served the underworld for millennia. Our power, our legacy, our contributions to society are without equal. We have provided Phoenix tears to countless devils, supported the war efforts, and maintained our position through strength and superiority. I felt my eye twitch. The urge to interrupt was becoming physically painful. And now, with this marriage, we will strengthen our bonds with the Gremory family, another house of great power and prestige. Together, we will. Actually, you both don't look as great you think. Motohama disagrees. The entire ballroom went silent, as I walked up to the stage under the surprised gazes of Rhea's. I stood facing Riser with both hands in my pockets as his expression shifted from smug confidence to irritated confusion. What the hell is a human doing here? Chapter 35, ch 35, The Downfall of Phoenix, 2. The silence that followed my interruption felt like someone had pressed pause on the entire underworld. Every eye in the ballroom was on us. Some confused. Some outraged. A few calculating. I could feel the weight of their stares like physical pressure against my skin, the kind of attention that would make most people shrivel up and apologize. Good thing I'd left my sense of self-preservation in the human world along with my dignity. Form. Flames erupted around Riser, and suddenly the temperature in my immediate vicinity spiked several degrees. His face had gone from smug confidence to the kind of anger that suggested he was 5 seconds away from committing a public murder. I kept my hands in my pockets and my expression blank. I'm here because I was invited as a guest of the Citri family, also there was an invitation from Gremory family as well. I tilted my head slightly, though I didn't expect Rhea's fiancé to be a dick, who treats her like a acquired trophy. The flames around Riser's shoulders intensified. Several nobles gasped, though whether it was from the fire or my audacity, I couldn't tell. You dare, Riser roared, but I cut him off. I pulled one hand from my pocket and gestured casually, all right, let's talk business instead of throwing tantrums like kids. I'm here to introduce my other creation just as amazing the Styx touches. Murmur. The reaction rippled through the crowd like a stone dropped in still water. Heads turned. Whispers spread. I caught fragments of conversations, the name of my potion being passed from group to group with varying degrees of recognition and interest. The one with the devil sleep cure. A woman in a green gown said to woman next to her. It can't be true, is it? Another noble muttered. A human created that. Someone else sounded skeptical. Riser doesn't care about some potion maker. This is Riser's engagement party. Yeah, I got that part. I reached into my dimensional storage and pulled out a small leather case. Now let me get to business, as I don't intend to stay here all night. I opened the case and pulled out 3 vials filled with liquid that glowed a soft amber color. The light caught the contents, making them glow like trapped sunlight. I held them up so the nearby nobles could see. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to my new creation. The healing potion that have the same quality as Phoenix tears. Actually, let me be more specific, ahem. It's identical quality to Phoenix Tears in every measurable way. I smiled as I put final nail to the coffin, but this is the part where it gets interesting for all of you. I will provide these for a fraction of the cost of what you're paying for Phoenix Tears. Boom. The murmur became a roar. Nobles pressed closer, their formal composure cracking as economics overrode etiquette. I caught sight of several pulling out analysis crystals, the magical tools that could measure the quality and composition of potions. So such a thing do exists. I tossed the first vial to a devil in dark robes who looked like he knew his way around potions. He caught it with ease, already muttering a chant under his breath. The crystal in his other hand then began glowing with a steady white light. The second vial went to a woman with green hairs who'd been watching me with sharp eyes. She didn't bother with spells, just uncorked the vial and took a small sip. Her eyebrows rose as she saw wound on her arm heal in just a few seconds. The third, I handed directly to a portly devil who wore enough family crests on his coat to suggest he had connections worth impressing. He waved a hand over it, and magic circles appeared in the air above the vial, shifting through different configurations as his magic probed the liquid. This is. The first devil stared at his crystal. The purity is exceptional. The magical resonance matches the Phoenix Tear signatures perfectly. They're indeed high-quality healing potion. Its effects are instant and even the taste is good, the woman said with a look of approval as she eyed me with a gleam in them, but to know their true extent, we have to test them thoroughly. The portly noble lowered his hand, and the magic circles dissipated. Young man, if you're claiming these are equivalent to Phoenix Tears, you'll be easily replacing them in no time. I'm aware, I said, which is exactly why I'm here. Crack. A magic circle activated at the edge of the platform, and two figures stepped through. Lord and Lady Phoenix, if the family resemblance to Riser was anything to go by. Lord Phoenix had the same blonde hair as his son, though his was streaked with silver at the temples. He wore formal suit in red and gold, and his eyes held the sharpness that came from decades of dealing with the current political bullshit. Lady Phoenix stood beside him in an elegant gown that somehow managed to look both fiery and gentle. Her expression was concerned rather than her husband's calculating one. Lord Phoenix. Lady Phoenix, I gave a slight bow. Thank you for hosting such a lovely party. Lord Phoenix's expression didn't change, but I saw his eyes narrowed slightly. You are the one who cured Devil Sleep. I was not aware you had expanded into healing potions. It's a recent development, I said, thought I'd announce it somewhere memorable. Your son's engagement party seemed like the perfect venue. I see. Lord Phoenix stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the nobles who were still examining the potion samples, and you chose this moment. More like declare my intention to enter the underworld market. I pulled out another vial and held it up to the light. These healing potions. I'm planning to sell them at half the price of Phoenix Tears. Maybe less, if I don't get what I wanted tonight. Whoosh. The ballroom exploded into chaos. Nobles surged forward, shouting questions over each other. The orchestra had stopped playing at some point, leaving only the roar of voices as more devils pulled closer to witness this historic moment. Lady Phoenix raised a hand, and the crowd quieted slightly. Her voice was gentle but she spoke with authority. Young man, I'm certain you understand the significance of what you're proposing. But I must ask, what does this have to do with my son's engagement to Rias Gremory? Flash. A magic circle appeared on the ground above the platform, silver and intricate. From it stepped a woman who looked like she'd been designed to intimidate people with her presence. Graphia Lucifuge. She wore a maid outfit that somehow conveyed more authority than most military uniforms. Her eyes, when they swept across the ballroom, the devils who'd probably fought in wars took involuntary steps backward. Graphia's gaze landed on me. Her expression didn't change, as she gave me a non-threatening glare. Right. Graphia Lucifuge wasn't someone who enjoyed the small talk. I created healing potions equivalent to Phoenix Tears. I said, I'm announcing my intention to sell them in the underworld at half the current market price. This will significantly undercut the Phoenix family's primary revenue source. I paused, and yeah, I picked this engagement party specifically because I'm not a fan of watching someone get forced into a marriage for political convenience. The ballroom went dead silent again. Graphia studied me for a long moment. I couldn't read her expression at all, which was probably intentional. Finally, she turned to Lord Phoenix. Do you wish to contest these claims? Lord Phoenix glanced at the nobles still holding my potion samples, at the analysis crystals still glowing with confirmation of quality. The claims regarding the potions appear to be accurate, based on examination of experts here. He looked back at me, however. I question why this young man chose my son's engagement celebration as the venue for his business announcement. I already explained that part, I said, but sure, I'll spell it out more clearly. I turned slightly, making eye contact with Rias. She stood at the edge of the platform, her face pale and her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Terrified that I was about to make everything worse. Yeah, I probably was. But sometimes making things worse was the only way to make them better. And I won't be letting my high-rank gacha ticket opportunity slip right in front of me. Back when I was just some powerless human stumbling around the dangers of my world. She treated me with the kindness, even though she don't have to. I looked back at Riser, who stared back at me like I was an insect that had inexplicably learned to talk. So yeah, watching your son treat her like a trophy instead of a person. Watching him parade around with his harem while forcing her into a marriage she clearly doesn't want. If repaying Rias's kindness means going to ruin the Phoenix family enterprise to end this forced marriage, then I accept that. I spread my hands, so here I am announcing that I'm about to destroy your economic monopoly and publicly calling out your heir for being a spoiled brat who thinks women as collectibles. Boom. Riser's flames exploded back to full intensity. You dare speak to Riser this way. Riser is the heir to the Phoenix family. Riser is immortal. What is a pathetic human compared to Riser's power? Oh goodness, I said, the third-person thing is back. I was worried you might have a moment of self-awareness there. Lord Phoenix held up a hand, stopping his son from lunging at me with flames. The older devil's expression had shifted from polite curiosity to a calm one. He was smart enough to see the trap I was setting, I could tell. But family honor and pride were chains just as binding as any contract. You understand what you're proposing, Lord Phoenix said quietly, challenging the Phoenix family's economic interests while simultaneously insulting my son at a public event attended by the nobility of the underworld. This is not a trivial matter. I'm well aware, I said. I'm also aware that Phoenix tears are your family's primary source of wealth and influence. Taking that away means taking away your political power, I shrugged, but hey, maybe if your customs didn't use that power to force people into marriages with assholes, I wouldn't have to. Lady Phoenix stepped forward, her gentle expression now tinged with worry. Young man, I understand you believe you're helping Rias. But you're inserting yourself into matters of family alliance and political necessity. The arrangement between our houses is on mutual agreement. I said, yeah, I get that arranged marriages are normal in the underworld. That family interests outweigh individual happiness. But I don't play by those rules, apparently. I met her eyes, and with all due respect, Lady Phoenix, your gentle nature doesn't change the fact that your son is a spoiled brat. Crack. 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 The air itself seemed to bend. Reality twisted, and suddenly the ballroom felt like it was being compressed under the weight of something vast and terrible. Every devil in the room went rigid, their faces pale. Even Graphia's composure cracked slightly, her eyes widening a fraction. A magic circle appeared directly above the platform, crimson and impossibly complex. The magical pressure intensified until I thought my bones might crack. From the circle stepped a man who made every instinct I had scream, run. His long crimson hairs over his face while he had casual smile. Eyes that held enough power to crack continents. He wore a suit that looked expensive but comfortable, like he'd just stopped by on his way to grab coffee. Sirs X Lucifer. One of the 4 great Satans and strongest being in the underworld. Oh, and the Siscon who would probably destroy a city if someone in there made his little sister cry. Well, Sirs X said, his voice warm and friendly despite the earlier display of his apocalyptic magical pressure, this is certainly an interesting development. Every devil in the ballroom bowed. Deep, formal bows that spoke to genuine respect mixed with terror. I didn't bow. Partly because I was human and technically not subject to devil hierarchy rules. Sirs X's gaze swept across the room, then landed on me with a smile as if he was seeing his best friend after a long summer break. You must be Motohama. The alchemist who created the Styx touch potion, he said approaching me until he stopped in front of me. I've been wanting to meet you. Lord Lucifer. Oh, just Sirs X is fine, he waved a hand dismissively, we're at a party, after all. There is no need for formality. Flash. 2 more magic circles activated at the edges of the platform. From them stepped an older couple who were Rias's parents. Zeoticus Gremory had dark hair dripped in crimson, wearing formal suit that marked him as the head of a pillar family. His expression was troubled, like he'd walked into a situation he didn't quite know how to handle. Venelana Gremory stood beside him, her hairs pulled back in an elegant style. Her expression was of concern as she assessed the scene. Sirs X glanced toward Rias, and for just a moment, the laid-back mask slipped. I saw genuine concern, protective instinct, the look of an older brother who'd walked through fire for his sister. Then the smile was back, casual and unthreatening. So, Sirs X said, turning back to me, from what I understand, you're here to challenge the Phoenix family's long-continued business of Phoenix tears while simultaneously objecting to my sister's arranged marriage. His smile widened. That's quite ambitious for a human. I'm just repaying the kindness that I owed to Rias. In all this, the opportunity to make use of my new potion seemed perfect, so here I am. Sirs X laughed, I appreciate your honesty. But we must thoroughly examine if your potions are truly equivalent to Phoenix tears. Sure, as long I am getting good deal out of it, I see no problem with it. Of course, Sirs X nodded, which brings us to the interesting part. You've made quite a dramatic announcement, Motohama. One that threatens a major pillar family's economic interests. I imagine you have a plan for how this plays out. I do, I said. I pulled my hands from my pockets and stood straighter, meeting Surzex's gaze. I'm challenging Riser Phoenix to a one-on-one duel. The ballroom erupted again. Nobles shouted over each other, some laughing at the absurdity, others scandalized. A duel. Riser's voice cracked. Riser will incinerate you. What can a mere human possibly? I interrupted, so here's my proposal. If I win, the engagement dissolves and I get free market access to sell these potions at half of Phoenix Tier's price. And if you lose? Lord Phoenix asked. His voice was confident and completely unbothered, but I could see the calculations running behind his eyes. If I lose? I looked right in his eyes. Then I'll publicly acknowledge the Phoenix family's superiority, never speak of these potion sales in the underworld again, and leave. How does that sound? Riser stared at me like I'd just grown a second head. Then he started laughing as if I was the biggest idiot he'd ever met. You fight Riser. He smirked. Riser is immortal. Riser's flames can incinerate anything. What could a pathetic human possibly do against Riser's power? I don't know, I said. Why don't we find out? Unless the great immortal Phoenix is actually afraid of a mere human. Afraid? Riser's flames exploded outward, forcing nearby nobles to step back. Riser is not afraid of anything. Especially not some worthless human. I'd struck right at his pride, the most vulnerable spot on any arrogant noble. Fine. He pointed at me, flames dancing along his arm. Riser accepts your pathetic challenge. When Riser defeats you, you will kneel before the entire underworld and acknowledge that you are nothing compared to the Phoenix family's power. Riser continued, riding the wave of his wounded pride. You will serve as an example of what happens to those who dare challenge the Phoenix family. Lord Phoenix closed his eyes briefly. He knew. He understood exactly what had just happened. His son had been baited into a challenge that would be a political nightmare for the family. But refusing now would make them look weak, make Riser look like a coward. Pride was a hell of a thing. Lady Phoenix placed a hand on her husband's arm, her gentle expression now tinged with worry. She didn't object harshly, her nature too kind for that. But I could see the concern in her eyes. Surzex stepped forward, and suddenly everyone was looking at him. The laid-back smile was still there, but there was something calculating in his eyes. Something that suggested this had played out exactly as he'd hoped. Well then, Surzex said, as one of the four great Satans, I officially sanction this duel. His voice carried across the ballroom with absolute authority. One-on-one combat between Motohama and Riser Phoenix. No peerages, no outside interference. To be held in 3 days at the Bale Stadium. 3 days. That was, actually, more time than I'd expected. Smart move on Surzex's part. Long enough for anticipation to build, short enough that neither side could prepare too extensively. The terms are as follows. Surzex continued, should Motohama win, Riser's engagement to Rias Gremory will be dissolved, and Motohama will gain unrestricted market access to sell his potions at his chosen pricing. He paused. Should Riser win, Motohama will publicly acknowledge Phoenix family superiority, cease this potion sales in the underworld. Swoosh. Graphia stepped forward, her expression all professional detachment. She raised one hand, and a magic circle appeared in the air between Riser and me. I will formalize the terms in a binding contract, Graphia said. Her voice was cold, precise. Both parties will be magically bound to uphold the agreed conditions upon conclusion of the duel. The magic circle shifted, rearranging itself with said words into a complex pattern. I felt something brush against my mind and overall body. The contract was writing itself based on the spoken terms, creating an agreement that would be enforced by the fundamental laws of devil magic. Do you accept these terms? Graphia's eyes fixed on me. I accept, I said. Riser accepts. Riser practically shouted. His pride wouldn't let him do anything else. The magic circle flared brightly, then condensed into 2 points of light. One shot toward me, sinking into my chest with a cold burn. The other struck Riser, making him flinch slightly. The contract was sealed until the day we both fulfill it. Zeoticus looked conflicted, torn between family duty and something else. Venelana's expression was harder to read, but I caught a flicker of sympathy when she glanced at Rias and then at me. Lord Phoenix turned to face Surzex. The Phoenix family accepts the terms of this duel. His voice was dignified, composed. He'd recognized the trap, but there was no way out now except through. Lady Phoenix said nothing, but her hands were clasped tightly in front of her. The ballroom exploded into chaos for the third time. Nobles surged forward, shouting questions and placing bets. I caught fragments of conversation, odds being calculated, economic discussions about what my potions meant for the market. Through it all, I saw Rias. She was staring at me with an expression that mixed gratitude, terror, and desperate hope. Like I'd just offered her a life raft while simultaneously setting the ship on fire. Sona stood at the edge of the crowd, and when our eyes met, she gave a tiny nod of approval. Well, I'm fighting an immortal phoenix in 3 days. This should be fun. The gacha ticket reward for this insanity better be worth it. In the next moment, I was welcomed by the sight of familiar blue screen showing me the exact purpose of my visit to Underworld. I couldn't help but grin, as I read the details of new quest assigned to me. Quest, defeat Riser Phoenix in the upcoming duel. Reward, rank 9 gacha ticket. Chapter 36, CH 36, The Downfall of Phoenix, 3. The magical ink on contract was barely dry when the devil vultures descended. I'd expected interest, hell, I'd counted on it, but this was like throwing chum into shark-infested waters and then jumping in wearing a meat suit. Devil nobles swarmed around me in a crushing circle like civilians around the street vendor as they steered for closer position to me. Someone's elbow jabbed into my side hard enough as I bit back a curse. Motohama-san, my family would be honored to have you join our ranks. An old devil with a face like a bulldog shoved a hand in my direction. I have 3 evil pieces remaining, a knight, a rook, and a bishop. Surely you can pick one that would suit your talents perfectly. Before I could open my mouth to decline, a willowy woman with violet hair pushed him aside, nearly stepping on his foot in her haste. Nonsense. Young man, the Beleth family will offer you far superior accommodations and resources. My daughter is of marriageable age and would make an excellent match for someone of your unique talents, she smiled, as she leaned closer to me. I'm certain you two would conceive a remarkable offspring. Actually, another voice added into the chaos, this one belonging to a blonde-haired man whose mustache was waxed into points so sharp they could probably be classified as weapons. I believe exclusive distribution rights would be far more mutually beneficial. The Gusion family controls several major trade routes through. The offers kept coming, wave after wave, until they blurred together into an incomprehensible roar of business propositions, marriage contracts, and thinly veiled threats disguised as opportunities. My head swam with the sheer audacity of it all. These bastards weren't interested in partnership, they wanted to own me in one way or another with contracts and obligations until I couldn't take a piss without clearing it through 3 different noble houses first. They were losing their sanity over the healing potions, treating them like the second coming of whatever devils worshipped, and I hadn't even introduced them the main product yet. The honored one, the really dangerous stuff that would make these healing stuff look like an affordable candy at every store. I forced my best smile, as I raised my both arms in the air. Everyone, your offers are all incredibly generous, I said, keeping enough warmth into my voice to keep them from getting pissy of what I was about to say next. I'll certainly take time to consider each one's offer carefully. I'm going to forget every single one of your names the second I'm out of this circle of hell. I nodded with a smile as I slowly, carefully, worked my way through the press of bodies. It was like navigating a minefield where every mine packed a greater bang in it than the previous one. Finally, I broke free of the mob and stumbled toward the edge of the ballroom where the air was blessedly cooler and significantly less with desperation. My lungs pulled in deep breaths as I straightened myself with a sigh of relief and walked towards Sona, who was near one of the floor-to-ceiling windows, backlit by the strange crimson light of the underworld's artificial moon. She held a glass of what looked like juice. When our eyes met, one corner of her mouth quirked upward in an expression that was somewhat of amusement and sympathy. How's your business venture progressing so far? She asked. You seem to be generating quite a bit of enthusiasm around devils in this party that you ruined. Tsubaki held out a glass of the same juice to me, her eyes flicking to mine before darting away, a flush creeping up her pale neck. Motohama-san, she said softly, her words barely above a murmur, you look like you could use this. I took the glass, our fingers brushing for half a second. Her blush deepened as I watched with no small amount of satisfaction as she quickly pulled her hand back like I'd blessed her. Thanks, Tsubaki. You're a lifesaver. The juice was cold and sweet with a faint tartness of some kind of underworld fruit I didn't recognize but tasted vaguely like pomegranate crossed with lots of sugar. I downed half the glass in one go, feeling the coolness spread through my chest and settling my nerves. Most of the offers were. I said, turning back to Sona with a wry smile. Lots of people were trying to bind me to their families through various means. Not so many actual business partnerships without strings attached. Sona adjusted her glasses with one finger. Devil nobility operates on the principle that everything and everyone has a price. They've simply approached you directly to determine yours. Her expression shifted, the amusement fading into a more focused one. She set her glass down on a nearby table with a soft clink, then turned to face me fully. Speaking of opportunity, what's your strategy for defeating Riser Phoenix? The question stayed between us with growing implications. Behind those violet eyes, I could see her running calculations, trying to predict my next move like this was some international-level chess game. I smiled and took another sip of juice. Now where would the fun be in spoiling the surprise? I said, you'll just have to wait for the duel like everyone else, Sona. For a moment, I thought she might push. But then she turned away her head, accepting the boundary I'd drawn. Fair enough, she said, I can respect your tactical secrecy. I shifted my attention deliberately to Tsubaki, who'd been standing silently to the side, her posture calm and composed but her eyes carefully avoiding mine. The poor girl was trying so hard to maintain her composure, but every time I glanced her way, that blush came creeping back like a rising tide. So Tsubaki, I said, do all queen pieces come with the ability to appear out of thin air with refreshments, or is that a special Citri training thing? Her eyes went wide, and she opened her mouth, closed it, and opened it again like a fish gasping for air. I was just following the hospitality, but, she cut herself off, the flush now spreading to her ears. Sona looked at her queen with genuine bewilderment, like she was seeing a completely different version of her normally unflappable second-in-command. Tsubaki, Sona said in a low tone, while facing her, are you quite all right? You're acting unusually flustered. I'm perfectly fine, Kaicho, Tsubaki said quickly, straightening herself and smoothing down her dress with hands that trembled just slightly, completely fine. Sona's tone made it clear exactly how much she believed that. I was about to make another comment, but Sona's gaze shifted to something behind me. Her expression flickered, going from amused to carefully neutral in the span of a heartbeat. It seems we're about to have company, she said quietly. I turned, following her line of sight across the ballroom floor. The crowd parted like a curtain being drawn back, and Rias Gremory emerged from the gap with her peerage trailing behind her. Akino walked on her right, that playful smile playing at her lips, her eyes keen with interest. Kiba flanked her left, his pretty boy face set in an expression of polite attentiveness. And Kaneko looked at me with her golden eyes with her usual stoic face. But it was Rias herself who held my attention. She looked like someone who'd just been handed both a gift and a curse and couldn't figure out which to focus on first. She opened her mouth, probably to launch into some speech about how grateful she was, how she didn't expect me to do this, how she'd find a way to repay me. I cut her off before she could get started. Before you say whatever you're about to say, let's get something straight right now. Rias blinked, clearly thrown off balance. Behind her, Akino's smile widened fractionally, she knew something interesting was about to happen. Kiba's troubled expression deepened. Kaneko just watched, still and silent. I held Rias's gaze, making sure she could see I meant every word. I made this decision for my sake, I continued, not letting the silence stretch too long. For my people. The hero faction is going to come after us sooner rather than later. I need power, connections, and I need the kind of reputation that makes assholes think twice before starting shit. I paused, letting that sink in before driving the final nail home, this duel. Challenging Riser. That's my choice, for my reason. Rias's hands clenched into fists at her sides, as her expression held relief mixed with a strange flavor of disappointment. She'd expected me to be like Issei. Expected some love-struck fool throwing himself into danger for her sake, motivated by romance and heroism and all that fairy-tale bullshit. But I was far from that. An opportunist who saw a strategic opening and took it with both hands. A calculating bastard who was using her engagement crisis as a stepping stone to build his own position in Devil Society. Someone who was willing to challenge a high-class devil not out of love or honor, but because the potential payoff was too good to pass up. I took a sip of my juice, the sweet tart flavor grounding me in the moment. The party sounds filtered back in, the laughter, conversation, the clink of glasses, the soft rustle of devil music in the background. The initial rush of sealing the contract, the chaos of the noble feeding frenzy, the strategic conversation with Sona, all of it had been interesting, engaging, worth my time. But now we were into the emotional aftermath, the processing and the feelings, and I had better things to do than stand around watching people going through their complicated thoughts about my motives. Then, a figure pushed through the crowd with the kind of self-assured arrogance. He was tall, built like someone who spent more time admiring himself in mirrors than actually training, with dark hair slicked back so severely it looked like it might crack if he turned his head too fast. His clothes screamed wealth, all rich fabrics and unnecessary embellishments, the kind of outfit that would cost more than most people's monthly rent and looked half as good. But it was the smirk that screamed like his name and bloodline meant people should just roll over and let him do whatever he wanted. Oh great. Another one. He stopped in front of me, his eyes analyzed me with open disdain, the kind of look you'd give something you found stuck to the bottom of your shoe. You're the potion maker, correct? He said, I am Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas, of the 72 Pillars, extra demon class. He said his name like it should mean something, like I was supposed to drop to my knees and kiss his ring or some shit. I believe you still have healing potions you've been distributing. I'll take one as well. Not a request. Not even a polite demand. Just a statement of fact, like my decision was a foregone conclusion. I looked at him as he gave an arrogant tilt to his chin, his fingers tapping against his thigh with impatience, the expectation written in every line of his posture. Why is every devil noble in this place acting like the world owes them something? No, I said simply. Zephyrdor's smirk faltered, confusion flickering across his face like he'd just been told water was dry. Excuse me. I said no, I kept my tone pleasant, conversational even. The samples I distributed earlier were for demonstration purposes. They weren't free handouts for anyone who wanders up and demands one. If you want one, then wait until they are available in markets. His face darkened, confusion morphing into offense and then into genuine anger. The air around him started to cover with demonic energy oppressively. You dare refuse me? His voice rose, drawing more attention from the surrounding nobles. Do you know who I am? The heir to Glaciolabalus family, the Dash. I don't care if you're related to the original Satans. I cut him off before he could ramble further. You should act like someone who actually understands how commerce works instead of a spoiled child who thinks his family name entitles him to whatever he wants, like the Phoenix brat. Gasp. The collective gasps of surprise and disbelief from the surrounding nobles was almost comical. Several hands flew to mouths. Others looked like they were watching a train wreck in slow motion, unable to look away even though they knew it was going to end badly. Zephyrdore's face went from red to purple, rage twisting his features into something ugly and uglier than ugly. His hand shot out faster than a normal human eyes could track, demonic strength propelling him forward as he grabbed my collar and hauled me closer as I felt the heat of his power radiating off him in waves. You insignificant worm, he snarled, his face inches away from mine, venom laced with each word. I'll teach you how to respect your betters. Time seemed to slow down around me as an overwhelming urge to knock this clown washed over me. I pushed him away as he dropped to his ass, as everyone around us laughed at his fall off. Wrong move, asshole. Zephyrdoor picked himself up and straight up lunged at me with his demonic energy surged fist aimed at my chest. I cocked my fist back, drawing my arm across my body in just a fraction of a second. The air around my knuckles began to vibrate, then warped around like a giant air bubble. I drove my fist forward at his aimed punch with every ounce of strength I had. Crack! Space itself shattered like a pane of glass struck by a hammer. Visible fractures spread outward from my fist in a spiderweb pattern, reality breaking under the pressure of the Gura Gura no Mi's power. Boom. The shockwave exploded outward in a sphere of pure destructive force, the sound so loud it felt like it was coming from inside my skull. Zephyrdoor disappeared from my sight as he was launched backward like a missile, his body piercing through the air, destroying the ground along the way, before he crashed through the first table. Crash! The tremor from my punch rippled outward across the ballroom floor, reality itself shaking from the impact. Marble tiles cracked in spiderweb patterns, cracks spreading out from ground like veins of lightning frozen in stone. The cracks branched and split, covering easily 20 feet in all directions, the sound of breaking stone mixing with the fading echoes of the initial explosion. Asterisk shatter. Shatter. Shatter, asterisk. Glassware detonated in waves, champagne bottles and wine glasses exploding on tables throughout the vicinity. The destruction spread outward, each table's worth of glass going off like a chain of tiny bombs. Crystal rained down onto the floor in a glittering shower, mixing with spilled drinks and making the marble painted in liquid and broken shards. Above our heads, the massive crystal chandeliers swung violently on their chains, the metal groaning with the strain. Crystals broke loose from their settings and fell, tinkling against the floor like a deadly rain. Some of the larger pieces crashed down onto tables, shattering plates and making nobles scramble backward with undignified yelps. Wood splintered as devil nobles scattered from the path of his doom. Food and drinks went flying in all directions, painting the air with debris of royalty. But he didn't stop there. His momentum carried him through the wreckage and into a decorative pillar, marble cracking under the impact with a sound like thunder. The pillar shuddered, cracks racing up its length, and then he was flying again, tumbling end over end until he slammed into a second table with enough force to reduce it to kindling. The nobles themselves stumbled and fell as the floor shook beneath them, their balance destroyed by the tremor. Screams cut through the air, some of fear, some of shock, some of pure outrage. They grabbed onto each other, onto furniture, onto anything that seemed stable, their earlier dignity forgotten in the face of genuine destruction. Devils who'd been standing near me were thrown onto their asses, their expensive clothes getting soaked with spilled champagne and liquor. One particularly pompous-looking bastard face-planted directly into what used to be a chocolate fountain. The wave of destruction dissipated just before it reached the walls, the destructive force bleeding off into the air instead of bringing down the entire building. I learned that lesson the hard way during training. Raw power was worthless if you couldn't aim it. Silence. Dead crushing silence fell over the ballroom. Every single noble froze in place, their eyes locked on me with expressions ranging from horror to awe to fear. The ambient noise of the party, the conversation, the laughter, the music, all of it had died the instant my fist connected with the arrogant bastard's face. Zephyrdoor lay in the rubble of the second table, smoke rising around the debris like he'd been hit by a bomb. Which, in a way, he had. While he was alive, but very much unconscious, his eyes rolled back in his head and his mouth hanging open. Drool leaked from the corner of his lips, mixing with the blood from where he'd bitten his tongue on impact. The nobles who'd been dismissing me as just a human now stared at me in disbelief. Some had their hands halfway to their faces, frozen in the act of covering their mouths. Others had stumbled backward unconsciously, putting distance between themselves and the crater of destruction I'd created. Flash. Graphia Lucifuge appeared between me and the crowd in a burst of displaced air, her presence hitting the room like a physical force of air. She turned to me first, those eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that would have made simp men crumble. Motohama-san, she said sternly, while you were within your rights to defend yourself from physical assault, I must request that you refrain from destroying any devil property in the future. I nodded, keeping my own expression neutral. Understood. My apologies for the collateral damage. Satisfied that I wasn't going to cause more problems, she shifted her gaze to Zephyr's unconscious form. Her eyes narrowed fractionally, and the temperature dropped another few degrees. When she spoke again, her voice could have flash-frozen steel. Assaulting either Riser Phoenix or Motohama-san before their duel carries severe consequences, she said, looking around the room at other devils, then back at Fallen Devil. Lord Glaciolabalus will be informed of his son's disgraceful behavior. I expect he will be displeased. Snap. She gestured once, and a guard appeared out from the shadows at the room's corner. It tossed Zephyr's limp body over his shoulder and began immediate damage control, cleaning up the broken glass, removing the shattered furniture, covering the cracked marble with transport circles to minimize the visible destruction. The moment Graphia's attention shifted away from the crowd, the whispers started. Low at first, barely audible, but building in volume like an approaching storm. What was that power? Did you see the air crack? Like he shattered the reality itself. A human did that to a high-class devil. The speculation swirled through the room, growing more frantic with each passing second. I could pretty much see the rapid reassessment of who I was, not an ordinary potion merchant with useful products, but a legitimate threat, someone who could back up his words with devastating force. Across the room, Lord Phoenix's expression had shifted from calculated interest to genuine concern. His earlier smugness was gone, replaced by the focused attention of someone who just realized they might have underestimated their opponent. He leaned toward one of his advisors, murmuring something I couldn't hear, but the tension in his shoulders told me everything I needed to know. Riser himself stood annoyed, replacing his usual annoying smirk. For the first time since I'd laid eyes on him, he looked like he was actually considering the possibility that he will be having a tough opponent in the upcoming duel. Sir Zex Lucifer sat in his place of honor, and if I hadn't been watching carefully, I might have missed the way his smile widened. There was genuine amusement dancing in his eyes, barely concealed delight at the chaos I'd unleashed. He caught my gaze across the room and nodded in acknowledgement of my strength display. Sona stepped forward smoothly, her composure back in place like she'd never lost it. But I could see the shock lurking behind her glasses, the way her fingers trembled just slightly as she adjusted them. When she spoke, her voice was perfectly controlled, revealing nothing. I believe it's time for my guest to retire from the party, she said clearly, projecting her words across the ballroom, before any more unfortunate incidents occur. I dusted off my hands casually, brushing away imaginary dirt from my knuckles. The gesture was deliberately dismissive, a final fuck you to anyone still thinking about testing me. Yeah, I think I've made my point. Accomplished what I came for anyway. As I turned toward the exit, Sona and Tsubaki walked into step beside me, the rest of the peerage following behind as the crowd parted like the Red Sea before Moses. Devils stumbled over themselves to get out of my path, pressing back against walls and tables, their earlier aggression replaced with something closer to self-preservation. None of them dared to block my way or even met my eyes as I passed. I walked through the corridor they'd created, my footsteps echoing against the cracked marble, and behind me I could hear the whispers starting up again, louder this time, more frantic. The last thing I saw before we left the ballroom was the destruction I'd left behind, the shattered tables, the cracked floor, the broken crystal scattered across expensive marble like diamonds on a battlefield. A clear message written in property damage and unconscious nobility. Isn't he amazing, Sona dear? Her hand came down on my back with enough force to nearly knock me forward, and I stumbled slightly, catching my balance at the last second. She laughed, the sound filling the entrance hall and probably echoed through half the mansion, completely delighted by whatever chaos she'd heard about from the party. She was grinning like a maniac, her violet eyes sparkling with unholy glee as she looked between me and her daughter. He never ceases to amuse us. First he pushes me to my limits in our little spar, and now, on his very first day in the underworld, he challenges Riser Phoenix to a duel and puts an arrogant noble in his place. She gripped me tighter. You're one of the most entertaining humans I've ever met, Motohama-san. At least someone's having fun with this whole drama. I'd gotten somewhat used to her enthusiastic antics over the days. The woman had all the restraint of a caffeinated golden retriever and about twice the energy. But standing there with my ears still ringing from the party and my knuckles still tingling asking for more arrogant noble brats, her enthusiasm felt like someone was using my mind as a playground. Lady Citri, I said, managing a smile that was only slightly strained, I appreciate the warm welcome. Do you happen to know if I can have a training space for the upcoming duel here, or should I start looking for it elsewhere? Before Sona could answer, her mother's eyes lit up with a gleam that I immediately recognized as dangerous. It was the same look she got right before suggesting something completely outrageous during our sparring sessions. You know, Sona, she said, her voice taking on that casual tone that meant she was absolutely not being casual, you should just marry him. And then we both can have sparring sessions every single day. Sona choked on her water as flush crept up her neck and into her cheeks, her eyes going wide behind her glasses. Mother, that's completely inappropriate and, she cut herself off, clearly struggling to find words that adequately conveyed her mortification. Lady Citri just laughed more, clearly enjoying her daughter's reaction immensely. What? He's strong, intelligent, strategically minded, and he doesn't bore you to tears like most of your suitors do. Seems like perfect husband material to me. Ah, if only I had met him in my younger years. It was kind of adorable, seeing the normally unflappable heiress completely thrown off balance by her mother's casual marriage suggestion. I am showing him to the training facilities, Sona said finally, her voice carefully controlled as she forcibly wrestled her composure back into place, nothing more. We can discuss this matter. Never the last word came out with finality, like she was trying to seal a tomb. She turned to me, her face still slightly flushed but her expression otherwise back to its usual composed mask. Follow me, please. Before my mother says anything else inappropriate. I nodded and carefully got myself out from Lady Citri's enthusiastic grasp, which took more effort than it should have because the woman had a grip like a vice. I'll see you later, Lady Citri. Anytime, Motohama-kun, she called after us, still grinning like she'd just won the lottery. And Sona, think about what I said. I won't. Sona called back, walking slightly faster down the corridor. I followed her through elegant hallways lined with portraits of previous Citri family members, all of them still looking down with various expressions ranging from stern disapproval to amusement. Our footsteps echoed against the empty halls, filling the silence between us. Your mother is something else. That's one way of putting it, Sona replied, pushing up her glasses. She means well, but her definition of being helpful often diverges significantly from reality. We descended a staircase that spiraled down into the lower levels of the mansion, the air growing cooler and drier as we went deeper underground. The walls here were reinforced with some kind of magical formula I didn't recognize, glowing lines of magic circles running along the stone walls. Finally, we reached a set of massive double doors that looked like they could withstand a nuclear blast. Sona placed her palm against a crystalline panel, and the doors swung open with a deep, resonant groan. Whoosh! The space beyond took my breath away. It was huge. Easily the size of a football field, with a ceiling so high I couldn't see the top through the magical lighting. Different terrain landscapes were covering up throughout the space, a rocky area that looked like a mountain range in miniature, a water ground, an open sandy section that could pass for a desert. Combat dummies stood in neat rows along one wall, some humanoid, some shaped like various mecha monsters. Environmental controls were built into panels at regular intervals, with settings for temperature, gravity, atmospheric composition, and half a dozen other ones I didn't immediately recognize. Damn. I breathed, walking into the center of the space and slowly turning to take it all in. This is incredible, Sona. Sona's expression softened slightly, pride bleeding through her usual composure. The Citri family has always valued practical training over theoretical study. This facility can simulate nearly any combat environment and is completely soundproofed and shielded from outside observation. She gestured to the walls. The reinforcement spells can withstand attacks from ultimate-class devils without sustaining permanent damage. This makes me feel like a poor guy who came to visit his rich girlfriend in her mansion. I'll now leave to your training, Motohama-san. If you require anything, just press that button and I'll provide it. I nodded, as she summoned the magic circle beneath her and left me to myself. I stared at the countdown, watching the seconds tick away on the blue screen that was bigger than I was used to. 71 hours. 3 days to prepare for a fight against someone who could literally regenerate from nearly any injury, who'd been training in combat since before I was in this world. I cracked my knuckles, seeing the training facility stretched out around me, vast and empty and my full potential waiting to be unleashed. I'd win. Chapter 37, CH 37, The Downfall of Phoenix, 4. 3 days later. In Phoenix Mansion. The wine glass caught the firelight casting crimson shadows across Riser's hand as he swirled it with a smirk on his face. Even resting on the velvet couch after the early morning training with his father couldn't subdue the growing anticipation for the duel in few hours. Today, he would annihilate that pathetic human. Not just defeat, annihilate him. He'd grind the bastard's face into the dirt until the worm crawled on his belly, begging forgiveness before the entire underworld. The fantasy played behind his eyes like a beloved fantasy movie he watched last night, each imagined humiliation more exquisite than the last. Perhaps he'd let the human grovel for a full minute before finishing him. The crowd would absolutely love it. Across the chamber, Lord Phoenix sat calmly as a responsible leader behind his desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin. The disappointment radiating off his father wasn't visible to him at all. Deep lines carved shadows into the old devil's weathered face, and his eyes, calculating as usual, held none of Riser's amusement. The fire crackled, a log collapsing in the grate with a shower of embers. Don't overestimate the Phoenix clan's power, my son. Riser's smirk faltered. He set the glass down with more force than intended, spilling some of it. This battle isn't merely between you and that human. Lord Phoenix leaned forward, the chair creaking slightly. It is the Phoenix clan's honor and future you'll be shouldering in that arena. I trust you comprehend that this is no trivial contest, no game for your amusement. Father, surely you're not giving excessive significance to this, human. Riser couldn't quite keep the sneer from his voice, the word human dripping with contempt like poison from a viper's fang. And why, do tell, should I not? Lord Phoenix's brow arched at his son's ignorance. He spread his hands flat on the desk. This human succeeded where our finest medical researchers failed. He discovered a cure for the sleep disease that has plagued our kind since the days when our great ancestors walked the depths of the underworld. Furthermore, he has crafted a potion that rivals Riser, our sacred phoenix tears, the very foundation of our clan's reputation and wealth. Only the Satans know what other alchemical miracles this human has concealed within his arsenal. Thud. Riser's fist clenched, as the vivid images of engagement party flashed through his mind. A montage of humiliation, that insufferable smirk on the human's face. The gasps rippling through the assembled nobility like a wave of shock. The shame that had clung to his skin afterward like a curse he couldn't scrub away, no matter how many purification rituals he performed. A mere human had humiliated him. Dragged the Phoenix name through filth and mockery before the entire high-class society. The memory burned way worse than any phoenix flame. Riser shot to his feet, the couch groaning at his sudden movement. He stormed toward the desk, his footfalls heavy on the floor, fists trembling with barely contained rage. So what would you have me do, father? How am I supposed to? Lord Phoenix raised a single hand, a gesture that commanded absolute obedience. The old devil's authority filled the room like an invisible pressure, making Riser's words die in his throat, swallowed by decades of ingrained deference. Silence descended, broken only by the fire's whisper. Lord Phoenix reached into his desk drawer with deliberate slowness. Wood scraped against wood, a sound that seemed amplified in the sudden quiet. He withdrew a lacquered box, black as a moonless midnight, its surface adorned with gold inlay, with marks crawled across its surface, glowing faintly in the firelight. He slid it across the table toward his son with the reverence reserved for the unholy relics. Now that you have regained a measure of perspective, my son, I believe you are prepared to receive this. Riser stared at the box as if it might sprout fangs and lunge for his throat. The gold inlay seemed to writhe in his vision, and a faint heat emanating from it. His father's eyes bored into him with an intensity that made him straighten despite his wounded pride. While tradition dictates that only the head of the Phoenix clan should wield this artifact when our clan's honor and very future hangs in the balance, Lord Phoenix's voice carried the weight of centuries. Since you shall bear that sacred burden in today's battle, it is my decision to entrust this to you. Click. The box opened with a sound like a lock tumbling in a crypt. Riser's eyes went wide, his pupils dilating as golden light spilled across his face, bright enough to eclipse the firelight. For once, perhaps the first time in years, his arrogance crumbled like a sandcastle before a giant wave, replaced by genuine, breathtaking awe. The light bathed his features, turning his blonde hair to spun gold, and for a moment, he looked like the legendary Phoenix of old, proud, powerful, worthy. Riser, the weight of our legacy now rests upon your shoulders. You must not fail. You must not falter. Restore what was taken from us, my son. Lord Phoenix's thought hung between them like a prayer offered to ancient demon lords, with expectation and desperate hope. The training room. Crash. The training room doors exploded inward, slamming against the reinforced walls with a sound like thunder splitting the sky. Sona gasped, her hand flying to her chest, glasses nearly sliding off her nose from the shock. The destruction in front of her was beyond what she expected. The entire chamber looked like a war zone, cracks across the reinforced floor in a chaotic display of madness, trenches gouged deep enough that carved through solid stone, chunks of wall and ceiling scattered like broken bones of giants. Scorch marks blackened sections of the walls. The enchantments that should have protected the space flickered weakly, overwhelmed by whatever force had ravaged it. In the center of the devastation stood Motohama. His right fist was wreathed in fading white light that flickered like dying embers, casting stark shadows across his features. A crow, no, something that resembled a crow was perched on his shoulder. As he turned to face her, the creature dissolved into black smoke dissipating into the air. Sona's breath caught in her throat as her eyes met with his. The boy in front of him wasn't the scrawny pervert who used to measure bust sizes with binoculars and idiotic grins. The boy before her stood at least 2 inches taller, his frame packed with lean muscle adorning his well-built physique. His shoulders had broadened, his posture straightened with unconscious confidence. She blinked twice, thrice, certain she was hallucinating, but no. His features had sharpened, transformed into someone entirely different, yet somehow she knew it was him. But, his eyes were more intense, still holding that calculating gleam in them. He strode toward her, shirtless, and Sona's diamond-like composure shattered like a glass. Blush crept her face, crawling down her neck and burning the tips of her ears. She'd seen attractive people before, lived most of her life in a world of supernatural beauty, dealt with devils whose very existence was designed to tempt and seduce. But this was different. He was her age, flesh and blood and real, radiating enough raw presence to make her forget the fundamentals of staying calm. What happened to you, Motohama-san? The question tumbled from her lips before her brain could process a better way to approach him. She tried her best to sound professional, not like some hormonal teenager. Motohama reached into the air nonchalantly, his fingers tracing patterns that made the magic circle appear. A shirt materialized in his hand, conjured from the storage magic. He pulled it on, adorning and defining himself rather than concealing the transformation his body had undergone. It appears my latest potion enhances life force with each dose. He rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, then gathered his longer hair back with one hand, tying it. In addition to granting approximately 1 hour of enhanced supernatural capabilities, this won't cause any issues for the duel, I trust. The question snapped Sona back to reality like a bucket of ice water splashed to her face. She coughed into her fist, adjusting her glasses with perhaps more force than necessary, using the gesture to buy time while her brain rebooted. She shook her head quickly. No. The rules stipulate no such things. Personal enhancement potions fall within acceptable usage of you. Her voice came out mostly steady, which she counted as a victory. Then, as if she remembered something very important, she fished the vial from her pocket. I brought it, like you requested it. Motohama's lips curved into that infuriating smirk, as he extended his palm over the vial without making contact. His fingers spread in a precise configuration. She watched it in awe, which she kept hidden behind her stoic face. Blue energy spiraled outward like smoke, dancing between his hands in mesmerizing patterns that defied usual magic display. The essence coiled, compressed, transformed into a single perfect droplet of concentrated power that he caught in an empty vial he summoned from his storage with a casual flick of his wrist. The entire process took perhaps 5 seconds. My thanks, Sona, he nodded at her with what might have been genuine appreciation, pocketing the concentrated essence. Sona pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, studying him like a particularly complex chess problem that refused to yield its secrets. Her gaze swept the demolished training ground once more, taking in the destruction with new context that raised more questions. So this was the foundation of your confidence. She raised a brow while looking at the destroyed training room she lent him, but I must confess, I don't fully comprehend your strategy. If this enhancement was your primary requirement for victory, why subject yourself to all the other preparations? Motohama looked around at the destruction, then acted like something was indeed amiss. Wait, where are the others? I anticipated being welcomed by everyone upon completion of my training. His tone carried genuine confusion, perhaps a hint of disappointment. Where are they? Sona sighed helplessly. The others departed for the Bale Stadium approximately 30 minutes ago. The opening ceremonies have likely already commenced. We need to depart immediately if we're to arrive before the formal introductions conclude. She turned toward the exit, her mind going through possibilities and probabilities, running scenarios that all ended in variations of no answers. The weight of what was about to unfold settled on her shoulders. Whatever will happen in that arena would reshape the underworld, either for better or worse. She just hoped it's not the latter one. The Bale Stadium. The Bale Stadium stretched toward the artificial sky like a coliseum built by Satans drunk on power and bloodlust, a monument of violence that would make even the grandest human structures look like children's sandcastles. Thousands upon thousands of devils packed the stands in a sea of excitement and noise. Their cheers bounced off enchanted stone that protected the walls of the arena. Banners hung from every tier, house sigils in various sections snapping in wind conjured purely for their position display to signify their high presence among low-class devils. Graphia Lucifuge's hologram at the center of the arena appeared in a flash of silver light. Her presence commanded immediate attention, silencing the chaos with the authority of someone serving the Lucifer himself in both ways. I am Graphia Lucifuge, appointed judge and arbiter for today's officially sanctioned rating game duel. Her voice magically amplified to reach even the furthest seats in the upper tiers where the common devils congregated. The match between Riser Phoenix of the Phoenix clan and the human known as Motohama shall conclude when one contestant formally accepts defeat or falls into unconsciousness. She paused, her eyes sweeping the crowd with the kind of authority that made even high-class devils sit upright. Victory by death is expressly prohibited under the terms agreed upon by both parties and witnessed by one of the 4 great Satans. Any violation will result in severe consequences. The eastern entrance exploded with a golden fire that scorched the very air, flames that didn't burn but announced the first participant. Roar. Riser Phoenix emerged like a conquering emperor returning from a glorious campaign, his crimson suit so perfectly tailored it might have been painted on his body. His blonde hair was styled to impossible perfection, each strand in place despite the flames that had just surrounded him. That signature smirk plastered across his face like he owned not just the stadium but the entire underworld, and was currently considering eviction notices for anyone who displeased him. The cheers swelled into the waves of sound that made the previous noise seem like a whisper. His clan's reputation preceded him like a herald announcing royalty, and every devil in the stadium knew what that meant: immortality, Phoenix flames, power that laughed at death itself. Phoenix. 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 The crowd cheered his name until the very foundations of the stadium trembled. Riser basked in it like a cat in sunlight, drinking in the adoration with the casual entitlement of someone who'd never known anything less. He raised one hand, and the crowd's fervor doubled. The Phoenix flames blazed around him, displaying the Phoenix family power, a reminder of what he was. Then the western entrance opened. Silence. Absolute, dead silence crashed over the stadium like someone had cast a muting spell over 60,000 devils simultaneously. Motohama stepped into the arena, and every single eye in the stadium locked onto him with the intensity of starving wolves spotting fresh meat, of scholars glimpsing forbidden knowledge, of gamblers seeing their fortunes shift in one night. He stood taller than their memory served, a scrawny human, most of the underworld nobility that would have dismissed him if it wasn't for him being useful. Several female devils in the audience forgot how to close their mouths, whether it was commoners or from elite noble sections. But it wasn't just his appearance that commanded attention. It was his presence. Something had changed, the aura around him felt different, like he existed in slightly different dimension than the world surrounding him. His eyes, no longer hidden behind glasses, scanned the arena with the casual assessment of a king evaluating the battlefield. Riser's confident smirk wavered. His eyes narrowed, confusion and something that might have been genuine wariness flickering across his expression for just a moment before his pride reasserted itself. His fingers twitched toward the pocket where his trump card rested. Motohama crossed the arena floor with deliberate steps. Not the stride of someone afraid, but of someone who knew exactly where they were going and what they would do when they got there. He stopped precisely opposite to Riser at a certain distance. He gazed at the phoenix air without saying a word. The silence stretched until... whoosh! White light covered around Motohama's right arm, the familiar glow from the engagement party, the one that had humiliated one of the arrogant heir before the assembled nobility. Recognition rippled through the crowd like electricity through water, spreading from those who'd been at the party to those who'd only heard the rumors, creating a wave of realization that crashed against every tier of the stadium. Yeaweawa. The stadium roared into noise that transcended sound, that made the magical barriers flare with strain. Devils screamed themselves hoarse, pounded their feet against the stands until the entire structure groaned, creating an earthquake of pure enthusiasm that threatened to tear the very foundations apart. The sound wasn't just approval or excitement. It was bloodlust for what about to come next. It was anticipation. It was the collective desire of thousands of beings to witness something unprecedented, to see whether the impossible would become real before their eyes. Graphia raised her hand, as her voice cut through the chaos one final time, clear as a bell tolling judgment. The duel begins now. The magical barriers flared to full power, sealing the arena with the crowd's roar of pure amusement. And in the center of it all, two figures stood against each other, one wreathed in flames of rebirth, while the other in white glow of tremors. Chapter 38, Ch 38, The Downfall of Phoenix, v. Motohama's fingers closed around the vial in his pocket, the glass cool against his skin despite the charged atmosphere of the arena. He pulled it free with deliberate slowness, letting the crowd see exactly what he held, the Honored One potion, swirling like liquid starlight. Why give an arrogant bastard chance to put you on the losing end, when you're obviously stronger? Let them hang themselves with their own rope while you measure out exactly how much humiliation they can swallow before they choke on it. Riser's smirk stretched across his face like a villain of a forced plot novel, filled with hollow superiority. The phoenix heir flicked his blonde hair back, as he smirked mockingly. Does the human need a courage potion before Riser shows him his place? He laughed, as he pointed at Motohama, but that's to be expected from a weakling like you. Motohama drained the vial without bothering to respond, because what was there to say to a chicken who couldn't tell the difference between preparation and desperation? The fiery jolt spread through his veins, every muscle fiber igniting with borrowed power that would last exactly 1 hour. 1 hour to put this walking flame-broiled chicken wing in his place. His right fist clenched, and the sphere of white light that bloomed around it wasn't the usual baseball-sized glow. This one expanded like a magnified soccer ball, bigger than the arrogance of the opponent in front of him, crackling with the destructive force of tremors. Riser's eyes widened at the sight. Whatever smug response he died on his tongue as his almost non-existent intelligence overrode arrogance. He immediately thrust both palms forward, and massive spheres of phoenix flame erupted from his hands, each one the size of a truck kuin, screaming through the air with the sound of a forest fire compressed into blazing phoenix flame spheres. They engulfed Motohama completely, in a sea of orange and gold that almost reached towards the reinforced walls of the arena. Whoosh! The crowd went silent, every breath held, every eye fixed on the massive bonfire where a human had stood moments before. Then the silence shattered. The match is finished, someone screamed from the upper stands. That human got fucking incinerated, another voice crowed, already counting imaginary winnings. Haha. That's to be expected. A human winning against a phoenix. What a joke. A devil in a gaudy suit was already pulling out his betting slip, waving it like a victory flag and grinning like he was promised a one-night stand by his crush. Riser flicked his hair back again, turning towards the audience. He couldn't even see through his own flames. Supreme confidence radiated from his very existence. After all, he was someone who'd never learned that pride goes before a fall because he'd never actually fallen before. Tap. Then he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind, thinking it was Graphia who came to announce his win. But, before he could turn fully, before his brain could process the impossible fact that someone behind him was supposed to be turned into ash, a fist connected with his face. Crack. The air itself fractured, visible lines like spider webs spraying outwards from the point of impact like reality had taken a blow from God itself. Riser's carefully maintained smirk faltered, his jaw snapping sideways in the helpless trajectory of a rag doll thrown by a giant. He crashed into the arena wall with enough force to put slight cracks at the reinforced walls. Dust billowed upon him. The crowd went silent again, but this silence was more of a shock instead of anticipation, disbelief instead of certainty. Then one voice of the devil of working class from the cheap seats roared, "Go human! Put that arrogant devil noble in his place." The sentiment spread like wildfire through the commoner section. More voices joined in, a rising tide of cheers for the underdog, for the human who'd just done what they all fantasized about during their shift serving entitled nobles. The sound built and built until it was a roar that shook the stands, filling the whole of Bale Stadium. Motohama barely registered their acceptance of him. His gaze stayed fixed on the rubble pile where Riser was already standing up, brushing stone dust from his suit jacket like it was dandruff. There wasn't a scratch on him, not even a bruise. He was totally intact. Because of course he was, Phoenix immortality wasn't just a boast, it was written in very good writing into the bastard's DNA. His regeneration is one hell of a pain in the ass. The white light sphere bloomed around Motohama's fist again, as he motioned Riser to come at him, rage-baiting him to use more of his demonic power. Riser snarled, all pretense of civilized combat abandoned. His rainbow aura flared brighter, and he thrust both hands forward. Massive fire spheres materialized, but these ones had wind wrapped around them, green currents of air magic that made the flames spin and compress into something faster, hotter, deadlier. Motohama punched in Riser's direction, didn't even bother to aim at the fireballs themselves, just thrust his fist toward the general area where the Phoenix stood. Boom. The shockwave dispersed every flame sphere before they crossed the halfway point. Riser's irritation was written all over his face. The human was literally toying with him. He snarled something in what was probably devil tongue curses, then launched himself forward on fiery wings that blazed like a fighter jet's afterburners. His fists ignited, wreathed in phoenix flames that burned hot enough to turn sand to glass. They clashed in the center of the arena. Fist met fist, enhanced strength against enhanced strength, and for 3 seconds it looked almost even. Riser's phoenix flames trying to overwhelm Motohama's blackened arms. The Honored One potion's power surged with armament hockey through Motohama's muscles. They traded blows fast enough that the crowd couldn't track individual strikes, just saw two blurs colliding at each other with enough force to crack the ground beneath their feet. Wham! 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 Every time Riser's flaming fist connected with Motohama's armament hockey, the flames just disappeared. Snuffed out like candles in a hurricane, not from Logia bullshit, but from overwhelming force behind each punch. And sure, Riser's knuckles healed instantly from the impact damage, but healing cost energy. Healing was a resource that was renewable for a certain limit for him. Motohama's right fist pulled back, but this time the white sphere around it expanded, crackling with something that looked wrong in the normal physics of the arena. White fracture lines appeared in the air itself, spreading outward from his knuckles like cracks in a windshield. Riser's eyes widened, as even without eyes of future, he knew what was going to happen in the next 10 seconds. Crack! The shockwave hit like a massive tsunami wave made of force instead of water. Riser's body folded around the invisible impact, his back bending backward at an angle that would have killed anything mortal. Then he was flying again, across the entire length of the arena, through one reinforced wall, then another, before finally crashing into the third one hard enough to embed himself in it. Once again, regeneration kicked in immediately. Flesh knitted. Bones reformed. He stood up, his suit somehow still intact despite being pounded into walls twice in as many minutes. The smirk on his face was long gone, replaced by the look of someone who'd expected an easy victory and gotten a dogfight instead. The crowd murmured, a low susurrus of disbelief that rippled through every section. Riser gritted his teeth as he launched himself skyward on wings of fire, hovered up there, and then raised both hands above his head. Phoenix fire arrows materialized by the hundreds, each one a streak of orange gold that hummed with deadly intent. Wind tornadoes spiraled into existence around them, green vortexes that grabbed the arrows and multiplied their speed. He released everything at once, in hopes of nuking the entire arena floor, turning every square foot into a kill zone where nothing could survive. Motohama slammed his fist into the ground. Thud. The entire arena quaked, a miniature earthquake that rattled the stands and made the nobles grab their armrests. Massive rock pillars erupted from the ground, dozens of them, each one as thick as a tree trunk and covered in armament hockey that turned them black as iron. They rose like a forest of spears, intercepting every single Phoenix fire arrow before they could reach their target, catching every wind tornado and dispersing it into harmless breeze. Then the pillars kept rising, their tops sharpening to points, angling upward toward where Riser hovered. The Phoenix dodged, wings beating frantically as he wove between black iron spikes that wanted to skewer him. His face showed genuine confusion now, the first crack in his worldview. "This is impossible," he shouted, with utter disbelief, "a mere human cannot possess such power." He dove, trying to close distance again, trying to use his superior physical abilities in close combat, as it was the only time he was able to land a hit on him. Motohama saw it coming 10 seconds before it happened. His eyes of future showed him Riser's movements, his attack angle, the exact moment when he'd throw that right hook at his face, wreathed in phoenix flames. He simply waited for the right moment, and punched directly into Riser's chest, for one last time. Crack. This time the vibrations didn't just crack the air. They tore through Riser's internal organs, shredding and pulping and turning everything inside him into mess. The phoenix regeneration kicked in immediately, but it took longer this time, his demonic power reserves drained visibly, his demonic aura flickering like a candle in the wind. The crowd's reaction split along class lines, with different surprises. This is absurd. The phoenix immortality is supposed to be superior. This cannot be happening. He's ruining the honor of our blood. How shameful. Riser heard every word. His rainbow demonic aura flared wildly, control abandoned, pure power bleeding out in uncontrolled waves. The mocking insults from his own class, from the nobles who were supposed to support him, from the families who smiled and schmoozed at parties, cut deeper than any punch Motohama landed so far. Riser is the third son of the Phoenix clan. His voice cracked with rage, with humiliation, with the desperate need to prove he wasn't the weakling they were all calling him. Riser will not be made a fool by a mere human. He launched everything. Massive phoenix flame spheres the size of houses. Serpents made of fire that twisted and struck like living things followed by massive wind blades. Every technique in his arsenal was aimed at Motohama, every ounce of power he possessed. Crack. 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 Motohama shattered them all. Enhanced shockwaves dispersed the spheres. Armament hockey broke the serpents into scattered embers. He didn't even need his eyes of future to counter anymore. Riser's attack patterns were becoming predictable, desperation making him look like the ninja assassin guy trying to get a win on Saitama. Boom. 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 Riser landed heavily on one knee, chest heaving, sweat running down his face despite the flames that wreathed his body. His expression showed genuine frustration mixed with disbelief, the look of someone whose entire worldview was crumbling, right in front of him in 4K. His superior phoenix flames were useless. His immortality was running on fumes. Once his demonic power hit rock bottom, that immortality would sputter out like a dying engine. The crowd went silent, stunned. Some devils began leaving, their angry muttering carrying across the stands. Totally one-sided. What a waste of money. Should have bet on the human. Motohama approached confidently, white light still glowing steady around his right fist, barely winded. 1 or 2 more punches and this match would be over. And then he'd get his gacha reward, whatever that turned out to be. Riser's hands trembled. Not from fear, but from pure rage and humiliation that boiled in his royal phoenix blood. The humiliation at the engagement party when the same human had spoiled it in front of everyone. The loss of face before the elite nobles of the underworld. And now, here, before the entire underworld watching live, this human was making him look weak. Pathetic. Inferior. His hand went to his pocket. Is he going for some desperate suicide attack, some last-ditch explosion? Motohama immediately using his eyes of future, and what he saw made him go straight for the another tremor punch at Riser. But Riser flew back with vicious satisfaction, having the look of someone who'd just drawn their ace card. You should have never humiliated the name of Phoenix, human. Then golden light erupted, flooding the entire stadium with radiance that turned everything into silhouettes and shadows. Riser's rainbow demonic aura was consumed, devoured, and replaced by pure blazing gold. His body grew. Muscles expanded, frame towering upward, 7 feet tall, then 8, then 9. Phoenix features emerged like something hatching from an egg, eyes becoming golden with slitted pupils that saw through the reality itself. Hair transformed into literal flames that crowned his head. Hands elongated into talons that could tear through high-class devils. Wings expanded into massive burning appendages that spread several feet across. A majestic crown of phoenix fire manifested above his head, rotating slowly. The ground beneath him didn't just heat up anymore, it melted. Molten stone spread outward, slag bubbling and hissing like a witch's cauldron. The heat was so intense that the air itself ignited, spontaneous combustion turning the atmosphere into a furnace. His demonic power signature exploded past high class, soaring upward through ultimate class, approaching Satan class. Every devil in the stadium felt it pressing down on their senses like standing in front of a Satan himself. Fooish. The literal phoenix had manifested in front of them. The crowd erupted. Low-class devils in the upper stands collapsed from the pressure alone, their bodies unable to handle demonic power of this magnitude. Others screamed in excitement, the phoenix. The immortal flames of the 72 pillars. Some fled toward the exits in genuine terror, trampling over each other in their panic. The noble section stood as one. Lord Phoenix, Riser's father, stood with his face grave but proud. The ring has accepted him. I knew it. The ring has acknowledged you, my boy. Whispers rippled through the stadium like wind. This is over. The human is going to be defeated very badly. Poor boy, he tried his best to give us such a good fight. In the Satan section, Surzex's casual demeanor vanished like smoke. His eyes sharpened, focused completely on the massive phoenix in the center of the battlefield. Beside him, Seraphal was clicking pictures with her phone, starry eyes wide with excitement, probably already planning which ones to post on her devilgram. He simply raised one eyebrow, the closest he ever came to showing surprise. That artifact. I remember it being used by Lord Phoenix in past. I didn't think he'd actually authorize its use to his son. The family's future is at stake, Ajuka said quietly, his gaze shifting to Motohama. It's no surprise he'd do something like this, but that human doesn't look that surprised. Ajuka studied Motohama's expression. The way he stood perfectly still in the center of devastation told him that he wasn't sure if his confidence to win despite all this chaos in front of him was true or false one. Surzex didn't answer, just watched, hoping Motohama had a way out of this new predicament. In battlefield, the Phoenix immortal flame burns for eternity. You dared raise your hand against Riser. Now witness true power of Phoenix. Riser in his Phoenix form spread its wings in full glory. Heat washed over the arena in waves that made the barrier flicker with strain. The very stones beneath the molten circle began to crack from thermal stress, splintering apart with sounds like lava bubbles in volcano. Every eye in the stadium turned to the human, waiting for the inevitable, him being terrified and cowering, begging for mercy. Screaming for the match to be called before he was incinerated into nothing. Instead, Motohama stood perfectly still in the center of devastation, a magical barrier erected around him to protect from the immense heat of massive Phoenix. The barrier did its best, keeping the worst of the inferno at bay. A slight smile crossed his face. Not of arrogance or false bravado. Just the calm of someone who'd been used to these kinds of situations, and knew what cards he still had to play. He pulled out another vial. This one held a single drop of liquid, and without waiting for a moment, he gulped it in one go. White light erupted from his body, flooding the stadium, washing out even the Phoenix's golden glow. Motohama's smile widened as he felt overwhelming demonic power flowing through every part of body. Time to put an end to this battle once and for all. Chapter 39, CH 39, The Downfall of Phoenix, Finale. The white radiance faded among the growing anticipation among the devils, as the Bale Stadium crowd leaned forward in their plush seats as collective murmurs rippled through the stands. Is that it? Someone shouted from the upper tier in utter disappointment. Nothing changed at all. Another spectator squinted, then jabbed a finger toward the battlefield. Wait, look at his hand. The boy's got himself a blade. The whispers transformed into a whirlpool of speculations, each devil's voice layering atop another until the stadium buzzed like an overturned beehive. Nobody could predict what fresh hell was about to break loose, and that uncertainty tasted sweeter than any vintage wine the noble devils had been sipping until now. Motohama tightened his fingers around Nothung's golden grip, feeling the demon sword's weight settle in his palm like he was finally recognized as a worthy one. It's a shame I can't drain the essence of ultimate class bloods, he mused, lips twitching into something between a grimace and a smirk. Their essence would have been the jackpot against every powerful opponent than me, but Kiba's blood. That's primo stuff right here. Not only can I move with the speed of a knight, but also can wield the demon sword with ease. The magical barrier dissolved around him with a snap of his fingers, particles scattering like broken glass around him. He shifted into a swordsman's stance, and every devil sword user in attendance recognized the body language of someone who had the body of a swordsman, but skills of an amateur. Whoosh! Flames erupted skyward as Riser's magnificent phoenix form spread its wings that blotted out sections of the barrier-protected dome above. Orange and crimson feathers blazed with demonic fire, each plume crackling with enough heat to melt ground beneath. The phoenix's eyes, still recognizably Riser's, locked onto Motohama with undisguised contempt. Does this pitiful human truly believe a mere sword can challenge Riser in his legendary phoenix form? Riser's voice boomed across the stadium, blazing with the superiority that came from never knowing real defeat. He continued to speak about himself in third person like some delusional emperor, wings flaring wider as if size alone would crush his opposition. It's over for you. You're done. You cannot possibly claim victory against Riser now. Whoosh! A single flap of those massive wings generated gale force winds that scattered debris across the ruined battlefield. Hundreds, no, thousands, of flame arrows materialized in the air above the phoenix, each arrow burning white-hot at its core, edges flickering in bright orange. They hung suspended for one moment, two, before Riser launched them in a barrage that would reduce any high-class devil to ashes and regrets. Motohama drew a lungful of air deep into his chest, then swung Nothung in a clean horizontal slash. The blue blade sliced through reality itself, as a spatial tear ripped open in front of him, giving a peek at swirling void that hurted to look at directly. The tear gaped wide, like a hungry mouth eager to swallow everything in its path. Fum, asterisk. Every single flame arrow vanished into the void as if they'd never existed at all. The spatial tier sealed itself shut with a sound like lock on forbidden door, leaving no trace it had ever opened. The Bale Stadium went silent as a lamb. Riser in the air, had his wings frozen mid-flap, his massive phoenix form suddenly looking less like a legendary immortal bird and more like a confused turkey wondering where its dinner went. Even the crowd had stopped talking, 10,000 devils processing what their eyes just witnessed but their brains refused to accept. But then. Yee. The roar of approval shook the stadium, nobles and commoners alike leaping from their seats in a unison as if they agreed on a peace pact. I knew it. I knew he'd pull something, one devil screamed, pumping both fists. That human bastard's got tricks for days, another howled with the kind of manic glee usually reserved for watching your worst enemy on their knees. The cheers built upon themselves, crashing over the battlefield, each louder than the last. In Satan's private section. Ajuka Beelzebub's eyebrows rose slightly, practically a parade of shock for someone as composed as him. His lips curved into something approaching amusement, though his voice stayed calm. Did you know the demon sword not hung was in his possession? Sirzek's Lucifer never shifted his gaze from the battlefield below. He replied, refusing to take his eyes off the live event. Serafal submitted her report several days back. She mentioned a group calling themselves the Hero Faction tried to recruit him. He paused, watching Motohama lower his sword. One of their members lost an arm to that young boy down there. I'd wager the arm wasn't the only trophy he secured from the encounter. I've decided. Serafal Leviathan announced with the enthusiasm of someone discovering free dessert, eyes sparkling like a teenage girl who'd just met her favorite idol. Both male Satans turned toward her, expressions sliding into cautious confusion. They knew well enough that her decision never tends to be a good one, especially for them. Emotan is going to be in the lead role in my new magical girl movie. She clasped both hands together, stars practically radiating from her pupils. He's got the look, the power, the mysterious vibe, absolutely perfect for casting. Ajuka and Sirzek exchanged glances that communicated entire conversations without words. A bead of sweat traced down Sirzek's temple. Poor boy has no idea what storm's coming his way. Both Satans thought in unison, already mentally composing condolence messages for Motohama's unknown fate at the hands of Serafal's entertainment empire. Scree! The phoenix's shriek tore across the battlefield like nails on a chalkboard amplified through concert speakers. Riser's trump card, the supposedly unstoppable flames, had been put out like a matchstick on fire. His brain struggled to process the humiliation. Rage flooded through every part of his being, rational thought drowning under waves of pure fury. So what if you countered Riser's flames? The phoenix's beak snapped open and closed with each word, embers flying. Riser's regeneration is absolute. Absolute. You think one lowly trick with your sword makes you special? Riser is immortal. Immortal. You're still just a lowly weak human. He went berserk, fire erupting from every feather like a sun on its villain arc. The battlefield trembled under the sheer weight of demonic power he was emanating into the air. Motohama's eyes narrowed as he bent both knees, gathering power in his legs, then channeled the tremor fruit's devastating force into the ground beneath his feet. Boom. The battlefield ground beneath him exploded. Tremors radiated outward in circles, chunks of stone launching skyward as Motohama shot toward the massive phoenix like a missile with murderous intent, not hung held in both hands, his eyes colder than Antarctic ice. Riser saw him as a tiny human speck growing larger, blade raised, death written across features that belonged to a weakling but wore the expression of an executioner. D. Riser opened his beak and unleashed a colossal wave of flames that turned the air itself into plasma. Orange, red, blue, and white fire merged into a destruction wide enough to swallow everything in its path. The heat signature alone should have vaporized Motohama before the actual flames touched him. But, Motohama sliced through it all like it wasn't even there. Nothing's blade parted the inferno with the same ease you'd push aside low-level problems with bigger ones in hand. He closed the distance in a heartbeat, suspended in midair above Riser's massive form, and then his form blurred. Slash. 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 Each swing of Nothung drew lines across the phoenix's body, deep gouges that severed muscle and bone, feathers scattering like autumn leaves in a hurricane. The demon sword's legendary sharpness continued to give wounds to the phoenix, the wounds that reality itself struggled to heal. Seeing the damage it dealt, along with time that it took to heal, Motohama moved with the skills of a surgeon and the speed of a madman, every strike calculated to inflict maximum damage. Scree! Riser's phoenix screech turned agonized, wings flailing as pain receptors that hadn't fired in years suddenly remembered their job. The wounds began knitting themselves closed immediately, flesh crawling back together, bones reconnecting with wet snapping sounds. But something was wrong. The regeneration happened slowly. Painfully slowly. Where normally Riser healed instantaneously, now he watched his body struggle to repair itself at a crawl that would make a snail look like Flash. This is the end. Motohama said, still airborne above the writhing phoenix. He gathered every ounce of the tremor fruit's power, channeling it through his arms, into his shoulders, down through both hands gripping Nothung's handle. The demon sword began vibrating with contained earthquakes, space around the blade distorting with a visible glow. Motohama raised the weapon above his head, muscles corded tight, veins standing out on his forearms. Reiwa. He drove Nathung straight down with both hands, combining spatial cutting with concentrated seismic devastation in one apocalyptic strike. Kirkrayak. The sound that followed would make thunder sound like a polite cough. The Bale Stadium shook like the planet itself was having a seizure. Barriers erected by Graphia Lucifuge flared brilliant silver white as they absorbed impact forces that would have turned the entire audience into a bloody mess. The magical protections groaned under the overwhelming strain, fracture lines across their surfaces before stabilizing through sheer durability of Graphia's defense. The battlefield was long gone. Completely obliterated. Where there'd been molten ground, now there existed a crater deep enough to hide a dragon in it. Smoke rose in clouds that blocked visibility, ash raining down like nuclear winter, small fires burning around the scattered debris. The crowd pressed against the barriers, nobles and servants alike craning necks to see through the smoke. They needed confirmation their eyes could trust. The smoke cleared gradually, revealing the crater's bottom in agonizing remains of aftermath. Motohama stood in the center, both hands gripping Nathung's handle like it was the only thing keeping him stable, because it was. Blood streamed from his nose, his ears, the corners of his eyes. His arms shook with muscle fatigue that went bone deep. Breathing came in ragged gasps that seemed painful. But he was the only one who stood upright, and conscious. Few meters away, Riser lay sprawled in his original form, blazer shredded, white shirt soaked crimson, blonde hair matted with blood and dirt. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, alive, but unconscious, regeneration finally tapping out after taking damage it couldn't process fast enough. FWIP. Graphia appeared out of the magic circle, beside Riser. She gave a glance at him, her eyebrows rising momentarily, then turned her gaze toward Motohama, and assessed his condition. It seems he pushed the demon sword too far, she concluded instantly, recognizing the symptoms of someone who'd burned through their life force like rocket fuel. He sustained a critical damage to his essence. But, he is going to be all right. Graphia walked toward Motohama with measured steps, heels clicking against shattered ground. She stopped 3 paces away, raised one hand to point directly at him, and her voice carried across the entire stadium with perfect clarity despite not shouting. I, hereby, declare him the winner of this duel. Roar. The crowd detonated into celebration that made the previous cheering sound like library whispers. The majority of female devils jumped on their seats, dignity abandoned in favor of pure exhilaration, as the rest of the devils joined in as well. I can't believe my eyes, a mortal defeated an immortal. Did you see that final strike? I'm telling everyone about this for the next century. I won. Motohama thought, consciousness already sliding sideways, pulled it off by defeating the flaming chicken bastard. I did it, It was at this moment, his legs remembered they'd been supporting his weight through borrowed time and divine stubbornness. Darkness rushed in from the edges of his vision like curtains closing on a stage. Before he could collapse forward, Graphia caught him before his face could leave a victory mark on the rubble. She cradled his unconscious form with the ease of someone who'd handled too many exhausted fighters to count, then raised her free hand to signal for medical personnel. The Bale Stadium continued its celebration, 10,000 voices chanting Motohama's name, nobles already composing stories they'd tell for generations. The match concluded exactly as impossible as it started, with a mortal human standing victorious over an immortal devil phoenix, defying everything they knew about power between a devil and human. In the crater center, Graphia held an unconscious teenager who'd just rewritten the underworld's understanding of what humans could accomplish, while nearby an equally unconscious devil noble learned that immortality was nothing more than a curtain put upon mortality. The age of devils had just received a very rude wake-up call.